I found myself transported to a world of pirates, where I became the highest-paid naval lieutenant. Yet, my daily routine consisted of either lounging idly in the naval office or accompanying my soldiers to various locations to financially support impoverished young women. Despite my lackadaisical demeanor, I could not prevent myself from possessing overwhelming strength that could rival the 4 emperors, all due to the awakening of the lazy system. Through this system, I was able to acquire an array of peculiar rewards, including the 3 types of hockey and even powers and items from other realms. To my astonishment, my lackluster behavior garnered the admiration of Admiral Kizaru. Moments ago, the naval branch in Lowtown welcomed a distinguished visitor, Admiral Borsellino, one of the highest combat powers from the Navy headquarters. The head of the Lowtown branch, Smoker, gazed at him with a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Admiral Kizaru, what brings you to such a place?" Kizaru squinted slightly, his tone as nonchalant as ever. "I've come to the East Blue primarily due to the reassignment of Lieutenant Octopus for Branch 186. The Navy headquarters has decided to transfer him back to Marineford, and I was dispatched to assess the situation." "What? That Octopus, the disgrace of the East Blue Navy?" Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief and anger. "Are the higher-ups at headquarters out of their minds?" The mere thought of his lazy demeanor and lackadaisical approach to work ignites a flame of indignation within me. This individual has no accomplishments to speak of and spends his time idling with the branch soldiers. How can such a person be reinstated to headquarters? Will he not bring misfortune to our troops? Smoker's frustration was palpable. "I am also one of the higher-ups, he added. Listening to Smoker's impassioned remarks, Kizaru's expression remained unchanged, his lips curling into a slightly mocking smile. "Pray tell, what makes him the disgrace of the Navy?" "Humph. Even the branch commanders of the East Blue are aware," Smoker scoffed, his eyes narrowed. "Lieutenant Octopus organizes his soldiers to slack off during work hours, neglecting any meaningful training, demonstrating a complete lack of naval discipline. When faced with pirates, he merely requests assistance from other branches, never engaging in direct combat himself. What is most absurd is that after work, he leads his team to the red light district to unwind. It is utterly ridiculous. What happened to the Navy's justice? As a lieutenant, he seems to have forgotten his responsibilities and duties." As Smoker recounted these events, the light in Kizaru's eyes grew brighter, a hint of intrigue replacing his former indifference. How fascinating it is that there exists such an amusing talent within the naval branch, embodying the essence of idleness to such an extent. This truly reflects my ultimate dream. He gradually straightened his posture, a glimmer of mischief and excitement evident in his gaze. "I must meet this individual in person, if what you say is true." Smoker felt a swell of pride at these words, secretly contemplating the fate of that individual. This time, it seems there is no escaping the punishment from Admiral Kizaru. A thorough examination awaits him, allowing the young octopus to understand the true meaning of discipline. He frequently receives calls for assistance from him, and every time he dispatches someone to provide support, that fellow is always lounging on the deck of the warship, nonchalantly wearing sunglasses and indulging in a deep slumber. Yet, my sense of justice does not permit me to turn a blind eye to his pleas, compelling me to acquiesce time and again. At last, it appears someone has come to address him. Smoker's gaze grew resolute, as if envisioning the moment of my long-anticipated punishment, and an exhilarating sensation arose within me. If all you have said is true, I shall not let him escape my grasp. I shall not overlook this talent. I am in need of a worthy subordinate, and my command will be his ultimate sanctuary. The following day, at the East Blue Navy's 186th Division, the morning sun filtered through the clouds, casting its rays upon the dock. The sea breeze gently caressed the air as an official vessel gradually approached the pier. As the ship docked, the soldiers on the quay instinctively held their breath, and an atmosphere of tension enveloped the surroundings. Accompanied by a heavy thud, a pair of black leather boots disembarked from the official ship, steadily and deliberately landing upon the wooden planks of the dock. The figure was tall, a burgundy cloak billowing in the wind, and sharp eyes scanned the vicinity, seemingly capable of penetrating all facades. Mr. Mihawk, recognized by the keen eyes of the Navy soldiers, was none other than Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the world's foremost swordsman, a friend and rival of the young octopus. "Where's the young octopus?" Mihawk inquired casually, his tone indifferent, as memories of our first encounter resurfaced in his mind. At that time, feeling bored after a long slumber, he had been aimlessly wandering through the East Blue when suddenly, a surge of sword intent erupted into the sky, as if to cleave. the heavens, causing his black blade, to tremble. In that instant, he knew he had encountered a worthy adversary. Driven by curiosity, he followed the direction of that sword intent, eventually arriving at a remote naval outpost, where he first laid eyes upon the young naval lieutenant, lazily basking in the sun on the deck. Duel. I happen to be a bit drowsy. Would you mind waiting until I awaken? You've kept me waiting long enough for this duel. I'm rather hungry. Have you eaten? Oh dear, I left my money back at the weaving mill. I can't fight seriously without paying. Thank you for the hospitality, old Mihawk. Next time, I shall treat you. A duel is assured. I concede you have one. What suggestions? I know not of such things. If I did, I wouldn't be stuck in this godforsaken place. That moment. Constrained by the identity of a warlord, he could not act recklessly within the naval outpost, or he would have undoubtedly dispatched the gluttonous fellow, without hesitation. However, the blade inscribed with the character Chen and that unmistakable sword intent could not be mistaken. Night fell. The lieutenant was absent, and the soldier's response snapped Mihawk back to the present. He gave a slight nod and said, "I'll go in myself." After finishing his sentence, he stepped forward, making his way effortlessly into the depths of the branch office. The soldiers exchanged glances. One of them nervously whispered, "Mr. Mihawk is back. Should we notify the major?" "Laugh it off. Today is his day off," came the reply. "If I'm not mistaken, he should still be asleep." Meanwhile, in a dim, warm room within the Red District, sunlight struggled to penetrate through the heavy curtains, casting a faint glow. I comfortably turned over, the soft mattress beneath me making me feel as though I were floating on clouds. That moment, a delicate and tender arm gently wrapped around my shoulder, fingers gliding softly along my neck. "Little octopus, are you awake?" A sweet voice whispered in my ear, laced with a hint of languor and affection that in my drowsy state, I let out a soft hum, teetering between slumber and wakefulness. The other person couldn't help but chuckle softly, their voice enchanting and suggestive. "That means you're awake. No sleeping, it's time to work." The host is in a state of continual pleasure. Once the pleasure concludes, we will tally the pleasure points. In the office of the branch chief of 186, the abrupt sound of the phone bug rang out. The acting branch chief immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, this is the acting branch chief. How may I assist you?" A serious voice came from the other end, and the acting branch chief's expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. After hanging up, he stood up abruptly, his face taut with urgency as he commanded the nearby soldiers, "Quickly notify the major. Orders from headquarters have arrived. The major must head to the headquarters at once. Hurry to the Red District and find the major." In the East Sea, a colossal warship sailed across the vast ocean. The sails billowed in the breeze, creating a rustling sound as the ship cleaved through the waves, sending sprays of water up in a tumultuous dance. "Report to Admiral Kizaru. We are several hours away from Branch 186 to Kizaru." Lazily reclining on a deck chair with his hands clasped behind his head, merely nodded in response to the report, his eyes half closed as if he could drift off to sleep at any moment. His thoughts began to wander with the swaying of the ship, recalling the meeting that had taken place a day prior at the naval headquarters. In the office of Admiral Sengoku at the naval headquarters, Admiral Kizaru, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Admiral Akainu were gathered around a long table. The atmosphere in the conference room was notably hushed. "Take a look at this," Sengoku said, handing a document to the others. They accepted it in silence, perusing its contents intently. Sengoku cleared his throat and began to introduce the subject matter. "This is the file on Major Little Octopus from Branch 168 in the EC. Old Octopus had once fought valiantly in a desperate naval battle. When a rescue team arrived, they found him gravely wounded, every inch of him battered, with only the faintest breath remaining. Once he recovered, his appearance had changed slightly, and his demeanor was entirely transformed. The ambitious, idealistic youth who had once been so full of dreams for the Navy seemed to have vanished in that fierce battle. Instead, there exists an indifferent attitude." Admiral Sengoku paused briefly before continuing to speak about Lieutenant Junior Octopus. Since he left the headquarters training camp to assume duties of the branch office, he has been under constant observation from the main office. Over the span of 3 years, no significant incidents have occurred within his jurisdiction, alleviating considerable concerns for the headquarters. Although the total number of pirates apprehended by the entire branch is not substantial and the bounties are modest, this can largely be attributed to the geographical constraints of Branch 168, which the headquarters fully understands. Most critically, in the evaluations of naval soldiers across all branch commanders in the EC, Lieutenant Junior Octopus data stands out significantly. This indicates his excellent rapport with the soldiers and his complete assimilation into the branch. There's a trace of admiration and affirmation in Sengoku's tone, as this will aid the headquarters in better integrating the combat capabilities of various branches and fostering camaraderie and trust between officers and soldiers alike. The era of great pirates has commenced, and the Navy must effectively harness every ounce of strength available. Consequently, the Navy headquarters has decided to reassign Lieutenant Junior Octopus back to Marineford. As soon as the words left Admiral Aquinas' lips, a look of disdain crossed his face. It is fundamentally misguided. The elimination of pirates is of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru remained as languid as ever, reclining in his chair with a lewd smile gracing his lips. What a frightening decision, he mused, yet Lieutenant Junior Octopus' experiences seemed somewhat reminiscent of someone else. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of amusement in his tone. That admiral present, Kazan, was once a person brimming with justice and ideals. However, following the O'Hara incident, Kazan appears to have adopted a similarly apathetic demeanor, showing indifference to many matters. Both Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the high-ranking officials present understood that Kazan's transformation was not without reason. It seems I, too, am treading a parallel path. This is one of the reasons the headquarters is paying close attention to Lieutenant Junior Octopus. Sitting quietly nearby, Vice Admiral, he spoke softly, his voice imbued with a sense of gravity and reflection. As battles on the seas have intensified, many have begun to feel perplexed and skeptical towards the world government. These individuals, disillusioned and self-destructive, are precisely the ones we seek to redeem. With Lieutenant Junior Octopus reassignment back to headquarters, personnel of the rank of Major General or higher are required to conduct evaluations in the EC. Ideally, the most suitable person for this task would be Garp, but he is currently occupied with other duties. Do you have any recommendations? Vice Admiral He's gaze slowly swept across the room, and an air of silence enveloped the conference hall. Sakazuki snorted disdainfully, arms crossed over his chest, evidently uninterested. Kizaru lazily lifted his head, breaking the silence. Then I shall take it upon myself, he drawled, his voice laced with a sense of languid ease, yet a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. This is an exceptional opportunity. Spending every day at headquarters dealing with military affairs has left him utterly fatigued. That a trip to the EC to feel the sea breeze, appreciate the scenery, indulge in delectable cuisine, and perhaps even catch a few fish what could be more delightful? As for the so-called evaluation task, that is merely a secondary concern. Returning to the present, Huang Yuan languidly withdrew from his reverie, a flicker of curiosity glinting in his eyes. The little octopus major listened to Smoker's account, seemingly embracing apathy with even greater fervor than himself. Both were mere laborers, both resigned to their fates. Ah, little octopus, I am the true sovereign of indolence within the Navy. A faint smile crept upon Huang Yuan's lips as he rose to his feet, addressing the bustling Navy soldiers upon the deck, urging them to quicken their pace. No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a dazzling yellow beam, soaring skyward, hurtling like lightning towards the direction of the 186th Division. In the Red District, I gazed upon my family, ensnared in slumber, a gentle smile gracing my lips. Her long hair, like black satin, cascaded across the pillow, her breathing soft and rhythmic, a hint of rosy hue adorning her cheeks, clearly exhausted. I rose quietly, donning my attire, pondering her fatigue. How tiresome it must be, facing the challenges of this Red District so early in the day. Surely, the little one would be unable to work today. The host reaffirmed his stature as the master of massage, utterly conquering his counterpart, a wave of elation washing over him. Joy points increased by 1,000, leaving the host with a remaining total of 50,458 joy points. 1,000 points, quite a delightful sum. Should I seize the opportunity for a tenfold draw? I contemplated for a moment, stroking my chin, but ultimately decided against it. Better to save the points for now. It wasn't that I lacked the desire to draw, but the dismal odds of this old barrel were pathetically low, devoid of any relation to the so-called unlucky saintly body. Certainly not. A fleeting glance of exasperation crossed my gaze. I had been in this pirate world for nearly 3 years now, and the sporadic joy points accumulated over this time amounted to roughly 200,000. 1,000 joy points for a tenfold draw. Having drawn over 100 times, I had expended 200,000 joy points. The results? 2 precious and 7 useless items, with the rest being useful, yet not particularly so. The first 100,000 yielded some worthwhile treasures, while the latter 100,000 were nothing but blue skies and azure seas, with not a single purple item in sight. Such dismal odds were truly disheartening. Where was the system oversight? A word of complaint was warranted. The system provided items of undeniable strength. Twice I had drawn golden grade items, both of which were the blade of 1,000 edges, and wide gaze shifted to the bedside where the blade rested quietly, its black sheath glistening with a cold sheen under the morning light. The blade of 1,000 edges once drawn, it was solely offensive, a golden grade item currently rated at 3 stars. When the host grasped the blade, he would wield a swordsmanship not of this world. The higher the star rating, the mightier the techniques. Presently, I mastered 3 sword styles: the breathing style, the breaking style, and the canine 2 style. The TO upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars. 1 joy point was required. This was the first golden item I had drawn. It initially began at 2 stars, and I had subsequently drawn it again, elevating it to 3 stars. The system's descriptions lacked detail, but through trials I discerned its usage rules. Each time the swordsmanship upgraded, as long as I held the blade of 1,000 edges, a new technique would surge into my mind like a torrential flood. That sensation is utterly refreshing. I still recall the last time I was leisurely reclining on the deck, in high spirits, when I unexpectedly achieved a 10-fold draw of the 1,000 blades. Fortuitously, I ascended to 3 stars. In a moment of reckless impulse, I decided to display my prowess, gently swinging the 1,000 blades. The blades sliced through the air, unleashing a formidable strike that surged skyward, tearing the heavens asunder with an overwhelming presence of sword intent. To my surprise, that dog Mihawk, somehow sensing the disturbance, sought me out. Subsequently, he persistently harassed me for a duel if I have ample leisure for such affairs. Regarding the purple items, I opened the system panel, scrutinizing the purple abilities I had acquired, a hint of satisfaction and contemplation gleaming in my gaze. The monster physique grants me an astonishing constitution, with the epic purple item currently at 3 stars. The effects of this physique vary with the star level. Presently, the star level effects are as follows. The host has mastered the Navy's 6 powers, possesses extraordinary self-healing capabilities, and boasts remarkable resistance. To damage. TO upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars requires a pleasure value of 10 million. Upon reaching 4 stars, this epic purple item may utilize pleasure points for a breakthrough to its ceiling level, necessitating a singular pleasure point for the transition. This item marks my first purple acquisition, hence the initial draw yielded 2 stars. Afterward, I drew again, successfully elevating it to 3 stars. It is imperative to highlight that this formidable self-healing ability extends beyond mere external injuries. Even mysterious substances can be rapidly healed. The 2-star monster physique has already crowned me the unwitting king of the red light district. As for the 3-star effects, they're simply astonishing. Were it not for the constraints of my finances, I could easily monopolize the entire factory and host a grand queue. While nearly all the familiar ladies would graciously offer me complimentary services, we are all laborers, each with our own struggles. Such acts are beyond my capacity. The mastery of armament hockey requires no training. I have harnessed its formidable power. Being a purple item at 3 stars, the level of armament hockey intensifies with each star ascension. I gently clenched my fist, the black energy flickering at my fingertips, gradually enveloping my entire hand and spreading throughout my body. The profound blackness resembled the deepest night, embodying an enthralling force. Currently, my armament hockey can envelop my entire being, significantly enhancing both my defensive and offensive capabilities compared to when I was at 2 stars. At 4 stars, this power is expected to reach a level akin to a firefly, allowing for even more potent external attacks. The mastery of observation hockey requires no training either. I command its formidable power as well. This purple item is currently at 2 stars, with its level strengthening alongside the star ascension. 7 purple items are accounted for here, quite evenly distributed, enhancing my overall strength. The only drawback is my failure to draw the Conqueror's Hockey. If my assumptions are correct, the Conqueror's Hockey should be a divine golden item. There is no rush. I shall draw slowly, and one day, I will exhaust this card. The pleasure value required for upgrades is truly daunting. By my estimation, if I exert my full strength, even an ordinary rear admiral from the Navy headquarters would not pose a challenge, let alone those elite rear admirals that IT is. Estimated that I am not yet strong enough to contend with those of equal might. I am acutely aware of the formidable beings and monsters that lurk within this new world. Each of these individuals possesses the potential to shake the very foundations of existence, their power surpassing the wildest imaginations of ordinary mortals. However, I find solace in the fact that I can simply continue to indulge in my laid-back existence and still grow stronger. A soft knock echoed through the silent corridor, disrupting my tranquility. Though faint, the sound prompted a frown to crease my brow. With a sigh, I stepped out of my room to find a tall naval soldier standing at the door, impeccably dressed in uniform. Yet his face bore an unmistakable hint of hesitation and reluctance. The major soldier stammered, seemingly grappling with words that eluded him, caught in a cycle of indecision. The orders had arrived, and this officer, who had guided them through a relaxed life, was soon to depart from the 186th Unit. Uncertainty and unease gripped the soldiers' hearts as they pondered the future. Would their new commander be as amicable as Major Octopus? Would he continue to lead them in their leisurely pursuits, fostering an atmosphere of ease and comfort? Or was it true that their blissful days were drawing to a close? Noticing the soldier's expression, I furrowed my brow in concern. "What troubles you?" I inquired, my tone imbued with care. "Urgent dispatch from headquarters," he replied, taking a deep breath as he finally summoned the courage to speak. "You're to be reassigned back to headquarters." I stood in stunned silence, a flicker of disbelief crossing my features. At that moment, it felt as though lightning had struck me. My brow twitched involuntarily as I struggled to find my voice. After finally securing a position in the East Sea and enjoying years of tranquility, I now faced the prospect of returning to headquarters. What was to be done? Furrowing my brow in contemplation, countless possibilities raced through my mind. Should I disobey orders? But defiance would equate to severing ties with the Navy, possibly leading to a manhunt for my capture. And what would I do outside the Navy? Live as an ordinary civilian? Yet, enjoying life incurs expenses. Would I resort to robbery or theft to sustain myself? Becoming a pirate was an even less viable option, constantly pursued by the Navy. Such a notion was absurd. I simply wished to lead a carefree life, utterly disinterested in becoming the pirate king. What of joining a seafaring adventure crew or becoming a bounty hunter? Those paths were fraught with peril, with the specter of piracy ever looming, and the uncertainty of landing ashore only once a month made life exceedingly arduous. Alas, where could I find such a lucrative enterprise upon leaving the Navy? Resolutely, I began to stride forward, the soldier trailing silently behind me, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over him. He and the major had shared countless days together, growing accustomed to the officer's easygoing demeanor. Though such a style may not conform to military regulations, their work life had become remarkably lighthearted and joyous due to the languid nature of their major. "Major, Mr. Hawk has arrived," the soldier hesitantly announced. I raised an eyebrow slightly. An expression of helplessness etched across my face. Good news was ever elusive, while misfortune seemed to flood in relentlessly. Just as I was about to respond, my steps halted abruptly, my gaze sharpening that a flurry of thoughts raced through my mind, assuming the identity of Hawkeye. Yet, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, appointed by the world government, I was indeed affiliated with their ranks. If, during a friendly sparring session, I inadvertently damaged his cloth, whose head would the blame fall upon? Would it be the renowned swordsman of the world, or myself, the mere captain of a small naval branch? The answer was clear: the responsibility would undoubtedly rest upon my shoulders. At this realization, a faint smile curled at the corners of my lips as I began to contemplate the ramifications. The entire 168th branch would be rendered incapable of functioning, and I would voluntarily take the blame, remaining behind to oversee the repairs. As for when the repairs would be completed, that was not for me to determine. In that moment, a surge of exhilaration coursed through me, and a newfound resolve sparkled in my gaze. I promptly turned around and issued orders to the naval soldiers behind me, commanding the immediate evacuation of the entire branch. "Evacuate everyone?" A startled major soldier stammered, his eyes wide with surprise and confusion. Yet, upon meeting my unwavering gaze, he quickly stood at attention and saluted, responding decisively, "Yes, sir. I will execute the orders at once." I watched as the soldiers hurried to relay the command, a mischievous grin spreading across my face. Striding toward the office of the branch chief, I thought, "Let us engage in a splendid duel." Me with a forceful kick, I swung open the door to the branch chief's office, the door reverberating with a loud echo that sent tremors through the very air of the room. I stepped into the chamber, my voice resounding with boldness and fervor, as if to fill the entire space with the spirit of battle. My hawk was seated languidly on the sofa, a bottle of his home-brewed red wine in hand, enveloped in a serene and comfortable atmosphere. At the sudden commotion, he lifted his head slightly, revealing a hint of unmistakable confusion in his eyes, his lips twitching involuntarily. A duel? Have you lost your mind? After spending considerable time in his company, he was well aware of my character. I was known to be a master of idleness, thriving on leisure and evasion of work with my mind, perpetually occupied by thoughts of relaxation and enjoyment. There was not a trace of a warrior's spirit within me. The fact that I was now seeking a duel was as astonishing as the sun rising in the west. Today, my purpose for visiting was purely born of boredom after awakening from slumber, hoping to engage this fellow in conversation. His unique insights into the swordsmanship often opened my eyes to new perspectives and proved immensely beneficial. Of course, I had another, more straightforward motive for my visit. I sought the joy of flattery. I had brought along 2 bottles of my exquisite homemade wine, eager to share and see how he would extol my virtues. For this fellow, if he could indulge in my fine wine, he would find 100 ways to praise me. Thus, every so often, I would bring a few bottles of my brew to this slacker for a casual chat. "Ah, you've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you?" I thought, my eyes alight with the spirit of combat. This duel must come to pass. My hawk chuckled wryly, a hint of resignation in his smile. Laughter, imbued with a rich sense of playfulness and a hint of disbelief, resonates in the air. I know you all too well. With my right hand firmly gripping the hilt of the 1,000 blades, I take a deep breath, then release it slowly, as if expelling the distractions from my very being. Instantly, my presence transforms, becoming as cold and sharp as a blade poised to be drawn. The form of my attire flows like water, embodying the essence of the demon-slaying blade. The 1,000 blades suddenly leaps forth from my grasp, its edge glistening with a layer of crystalline mist. As the light of the blade slices through the air, it conjures a wave-like strike, radiant as sunlight dancing upon the ocean's surface. With a swift motion, I unleash a fierce slash, the air crackling with the force of my stroke. The blade's brilliance arcs like lightning across the sky, bearing an overwhelming might as it hurtles towards my hawk. His brow furrows slightly, and a flicker of surprise gleams in his eyes. In response, I deftly pivot my body, evading this lethal assault with grace and agility. The power of the strike erupts in the air, a fierce display of ferocity. With a tremendous roar, the wall cracked, and the ceiling of the house began to tremble violently, dust cascading down. The entire house seemed to be on the verge of collapse, ready to fall apart at any moment. My hawk's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly as he gazed at the scene before him. Disbelief etched on his face, though the surprise in his eyes was gradually replaced by intense excitement. "No way," he murmured, his tone laced with unexpected emotion. "You brat. Actually going for it." My hawk glanced down at the black sword Yoru in his hand, the blade trembling slightly as if it sensed its master's surging battle intent, responding to the turmoil within him. In that moment, his gaze sharpened like the edge of a blade, and his entire presence transformed into a towering mountain, the will to fight rapidly filling the space around him. "All right then, let us fight," my hawk exclaimed in a low voice, his tone deep and powerful like a collapsing mountain. Clang! In the next moment, a sharp metallic clash rang out as the magic sword Chen collided fiercely with the black sword Yoru. At the instant their blades met, 2 immense forces collided violently in the air, creating a shockwave that spread outwards from the point of contact. Boom! The entire room seemed to teeter precariously under this shock, the airflow rising and sweeping up dust and debris from the ceiling. Excellent, just excellent. A dazzling light flickered in my hawk's eyes as he fixed his sharp gaze on Chen, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Is this the breathing style, sword technique you mentioned when you were drunk? Truly magnificent. Humph, there's even more to come." Chen looked at the office, which was on the brink of collapse, a look of joy appearing on his face. "Great, today I'm going to dismantle the branch. Let us see who dares to stop me." With a breath, Chen's aura instantly became intense, flames suddenly erupting from the blade of Chen, dancing as if it had a life of its own. One form, Ignis. Chen raised Chen, the flames burning more fiercely on the blade, the scorching tongues of fire swirling in the air. In the next moment, he swung down the long sword. Boom! The fiery slash surged forth like a dragon of flames, bringing an extreme wave of heat towards Mihawk. The blade glimmered, illuminating the entire office in a fierce blaze, as if it were about to be completely engulfed by the flames. Above branch 186, a yellow lightning bolt shot down at incredible speed. The figure of Kizaru approached the branch quickly, wearing his usual lazy expression, though there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Oh, it seems like a fight has broken out." He squinted slightly, like an audience member searching for a seat in a theater, leisurely raising his hand to snap his fingers. In an instant, his body transformed into a beam of golden light, rapidly flying downwards. "Let me see. What is going on?" Chapter 5. You have truly grasped the essence of Major's slacking off. Whoosh! The flame slash surged forth like a roaring fire dragon, a scorching wave of heat rushing towards him. The burning flames dancing in the air. Mihawk faced this overwhelming tide of flame slashes, his eyes filled with deep joy and curiosity. It started as a water attribute slash, and now it was a fire attribute slash. It seemed that all these changes were different with each breath. Each breath brought forth new power, and each power perfectly combined with swordsmanship. How much more does this kid have hidden? How many possibilities are there in this form of breathing slash? Interesting, truly interesting. Mihawk secretly rejoiced in his heart, gripping the black sword Yoru, as if the flames of battle ignited in his palm. "Kulme," he called out softly, power pouring into his arm. The black sword swung like the wind, carving out a shocking arc. A massive green slash shot up into the sky, as if to split heaven and earth, crashing violently against the flame slash with a momentum of destruction. Boom! The flame slash and the black slash collided violently. A tremendous force surged in midair, sparks flying, the residual force shaking the surrounding walls violently. The entire building seemed to struggle, as if it would collapse at any moment. The flame slash was shattered into pieces by this force, flames scattering in the air like points of light, falling in a shower. "Delightful, keep going." Oomph. Ichen's eyes narrowed slightly. Just one more strike, and this branch will completely collapse. A smile crept onto his lips as he sheathed the magic sword Qianren, his whole body suddenly bending down, leaning forward like a poised cheetah. "Who?" He took a deep breath. His breathing suddenly changed. Lightning flickered around him, as if currents were constantly dancing around his body. Ziz. The air was filled with fine electric sparks. Chen slowly spread his front and back feet apart, softly saying, "First form, lightning flash." In an instant, the lightning surged. He poured all his strength into one foot, suddenly exerting force. His entire being shot towards Mihawk like a tearing bolt of lightning, so fast it seemed to rip apart the air itself. In the air, there was only the sound of a thunderous boom, followed by the intense pressure of the airflow and a deafening explosion. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed all around, as if the entire sky was shaken by this strike. The speed of lightning mixed with the lightning glow, charging straight towards Mihawk. "Ha ha!" Mihawk laughed heartily upon seeing the lightning, his voice filled with endless pride and excitement. In just these 3 moves, he already felt that this trip to the East Blue was worth all the effort. These unique moves, whether it was the elegant water flow of the water surface slash, the intense flames of the unknown fire, or the explosive lightning of a lightning flash, each move was novel and unfathomable. The styles of these schools were so unfamiliar, something he had never seen or heard before, but that did not hinder him from drawing parallels from these techniques. After all, he was the world's greatest swordsman. "Kitty Chen, you have made me look at you in a new light. But next I will be serious." Mihawk's voice carried a strong battle intent as he slowly stood up, gripping the black sword Yoru, his gaze sharp as an eagle. His previously relaxed demeanor was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a sharpness like a blade, as if he had transformed into a god of war on the battlefield in that instant. Clang! The black sword Yoru cut through the air, colliding once again with Ichen's Qianren. At the moment their blades crossed, a tremendous force erupted from the point of contact, and a shockwave swept out like waves. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from inside branch 186. The entire building began to shake violently. Heavy dust quickly spread, filling the air with the smell of torn building debris. Then, a portion of the building began to collapse with a thunderous roar. Dust flying, and the sound of harsh metal scraping echoed from the ruins, as if the entire branch was screaming in collapse. At this moment, outside the branch in the square, stood a crowd of Navy soldiers from branch 186, who had been influenced by a certain outstanding officer. They had developed a habit of enjoying the spectacle, and were not at all startled by the sudden explosion. instead gathering together with excited expressions to discuss. Oh my goodness, the Major is really fighting with Mr. Mihawk? Ah, how did the Major destroy the branch? Will the Major be held responsible for this? Probably not. The Major is about to be transferred to headquarters. Can't find the book title? You might try searching for the author. Maybe they just changed their name. Oh no, how much military funding will be deducted to repair the branch? It's not coming out of your pocket. So why are you in such a hurry? If something happens, someone higher up will take the blame. You have truly grasped the essence of Majors slacking off. It's nothing to boast about. Ha ha. Looking at this momentum, it seems like they're evenly matched. Don't forget, Mr. Mihawk is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a great pirate who once roamed the Grand Line. So if the Major and Mihawk can really fight like this, does that mean the Major's strength? Yes. I originally thought the Major could become friends with Mr. Mihawk, all thanks to his silver tongue. What a joke. I've long known that the Major is far from simple on the surface. How do you know? You all know my family is a hereditary family of swordsmiths, right? That soldier mysteriously whispered. Last time when a Major was napping, I secretly touched one of his swords. And then? Right, and then what? I took a week off sick. That sword is too fierce, it feels like. It wants to eat people. Just think about it. When a Major is in a good mood, wielding that sword like a stick, how could it not be powerful? Are you serious? I bet you're not. Or I'll chop it off. Wow, so the Major is that strong? But I still don't understand. Since the Major is so powerful, why is he so lazy on usual days? Just as everyone was passionately discussing, a relaxed and slightly lewd voice suddenly rang out, followed by a cluster of light points rapidly gathering, swiftly forming a silhouette beside the soldiers. The silhouette revealed a man dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, and a dark green shirt. His hair was black and slightly curly, with stubble on his face, giving him a tall and casual appearance. The suit and white shoes exuded a sense of laziness. What caught the most attention was the justice cape fluttering behind him. Yellow, Admiral Kizaru. The Navy soldiers of Branch 186 stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, unable to hide their shock. How could the Admiral from headquarters appear here? The yellow ape lazily glanced at the branch that was shaking and about to collapse from the explosions, slightly raised his head, and a hint of a relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who is fighting whom so fiercely that the branch has been reduced to ruins? Reporting to Admiral Kizaru, the duel is between Major Chen and Mr. Mihawk. Major Chen, Kizaru, chuckled lightly, seeming to have anticipated it. Wait, and Mihawk? His expression changed, and he put away his originally lazy demeanor, his eyes becoming serious. A look of seriousness appeared on his face. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk? Report yes. Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly, and then revealed a meaningful smile. The corners of his mouth lifting. Things are getting interesting. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save, please remember the contents of the bookshelf, clear your browser's cookies, then log in again and add to the bookshelf. Chapter 6. You all praise me so much. Do I not care about my face? Keep flattering me. Don't stop. So why is Mihawk here? Kizaru lifted his sunglasses, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. One of the 7 warlords of the sea quietly appeared in this remote branch of the Navy in the East Blue. Is he here to attack the branch? The soldiers nearby silently complained, as the highest combat power of the headquarters. Aren't you also appearing in this remote little branch? Report, Mr. Mihawk is a friend of the Major and often comes to challenge him to a duel. However, they have never fought before and always ended up drinking and having fun, but this time, for some reason, they fought. They directly damaged the branch. Friends? Kizaru's gaze suddenly sharpened, his pupils constricting, a smirk appearing on his lips. Drinking and having fun? He chuckled lightly, seemingly in disbelief. A warlord of the sea being friends with a branch major? How could someone of Mihawk's caliber possibly be friends with an ordinary Navy major? This joke is not funny at all, report to Admiral Kizaru. We were also very shocked at first. A soldier hesitated for a moment, then raised his head to continue reporting, but this is indeed the case. Mr. Mihawk comes by every few months with a few bottles of good wine to visit Major Chen, and all the soldiers in the branch know this. The soldiers in the back nodded in agreement. Yes, Admiral, we even compared it with previous bounty posters to confirm Mr. Mihawk's identity. Kizaru gently stroked his chin, his eyebrows slightly raised, becoming interested in this astonishing situation. If this is true, you have truly brought me too many surprises, Major Chen. He slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the distant ruins, his expression shifting from laziness to seriousness. Others might not understand, but as an admiral of the headquarters, he knows best. The 7 warlords of the sea are special powers and qualifications granted to 7 pirates by the world government. They are all notorious pirates from this sea. However, even among the 7 warlords, there are differences. Hawkeye Mihawk stands at the very top of this pyramid. If Mihawk considers you a friend, it at least means you are worthy of his serious blade. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would definitely not bother with you. You young man, truly a treasure. Is it possible for me to let you escape from my 5-finger mountain? The position of my deputy must be yours. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from the ruins, crisp and firm. Step, black boots stepped on the broken ground, the pace steady and powerful. Even though the entire branch had been destroyed and the surroundings were in disarray, Mihawk was not covered in a speck of dust. He stood tall and looked at the devastation before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if savoring the electric-like duel from earlier. Not bad. The speed of this move is excellent. Come on, you must have more hidden things. His gaze was sharp, locking onto the ruins in the distance. Today, let me see how much more there is to explore in your swordsmanship. Mihawk gripped his black sword Yoru tightly, a powerful aura emanating. He shook it vigorously, channeling strength into the blade and mercilessly slashing towards the distant ruins. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the blade sliced through the air like lightning, aiming to destroy everything in front of him. Boom! The blade cut through the air, causing it to tremble, with shockwaves sweeping around, debris scattering, dust swirling. The entire space seeming to shake from this strike. Standing at a distance, Kizaru watched this scene, a lazy smile appearing on his face. Oh, truly Mihawk, this slash. So fierce. After saying that, he paused, seemingly pondering something. Let me earn some impression points first. Kizaru smiled lightly, his body transforming into countless light particles, flickering through the air like currents, instantly closing in on Mihawk's lethal slash. He gently spread his hands as his aura flowed. A dazzling Amatsukami sword slowly formed in the air. The sword blade cut through the darkness like a beam of light, emitting brilliant radiance, instantly illuminating the surrounding shadows. Clang, a crisp metallic clash echoed, the Amatsukami sword intersecting with Mihawk's black sword Yoru, the violent force of the collision instantly reverberating. Mihawk's powerful slash was cut open, disappearing in an instant. Oh, how terrifying! Kizaru's voice was relaxed and lazy, carrying a hint of disdainful amusement. He stood still in midair, as if everything was under his control, his eyes revealing a playful glint. The 7 warlords of the sea. Mihawk, what do you plan to do to Major Chen, who is about to become my deputy? The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru Borsellino? Mihawk raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Kizaru, blocking his way. His tone revealing a hint of surprise. Why did you come to this remote East Blue Branch? I can't help it. I'm just a worker. Whatever my boss tells me to do, I do. Kizaru shrugged, lazily smiling. Oh, your boss? Sengoku? He sent you to this place. Did the Navy headquarters finally realize that this kid Chen has unlimited potential? Mihawk sheathed his black sword behind his back, although he still wanted to continue sparring. With Kizaru here, it was definitely impossible to continue fighting, tearing down the branch in front of an admiral. Is that so? You also think my future deputy is excellent? Kizaru raised an eyebrow. My vision. Just then, a rustling sound came from the ruins, and Chen emerged from the rubble. He brushed off the dust from his body, raised his eyes to Mihawk and Kizaru, and couldn't help but roll his eyes at their unrelated flattery. No, you guys are praising me in front of me. Am I not awkward? Do I not care about my face? No more flattery. Ding. The host was praised by 2 major figures in the pirate world, feeling extremely happy. Happiness value 10,086. Keep flattering me, don't stop. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save, please remember the contents of the bookshelf. Clear the browser's cookies, then log in again and add to the bookshelf. Chapter 7. Admiral Kizaru, you really have a keen eye for people. The arrival of Kizaru prevented Mihawk from continuing his actions, and the branch successfully collapsed, achieving its purpose. Chen, having reached his goal, would not continue to complicate matters. Kizaru then briefly explained the reason for his visit, and the Navy soldiers of the branch gradually gathered around, listening attentively. So, that's how it is. Admiral Kizaru casually spread his hands, his tone relaxed yet unquestionable. The headquarters has decided to transfer you back to Marineford. I came to take a look, and the inspection has passed smoothly. Being able to fight Mihawk like this, your strength is already confirmed. Kizaru smiled slightly, his gaze slowly shifting to Chen. Your position will be my aide, and once we return to headquarters and complete the procedures, your rank will be directly promoted to colonel at the Marine headquarters. If there are no problems, you can prepare and then follow my warship back to headquarters. Admiral Kizaru, can this transfer order be delayed? Chen asked cautiously. The 186th branch was damaged during my duel. I feel uneasy just leaving like this. Once I get to headquarters, it will affect my work efficiency. How about I finish repairing the 186th branch first and then report to headquarters? I really didn't expect that a general from headquarters would come for an inspection this time. I previously thought old Mihawk would never actively reveal his true strength to headquarters, so he recklessly damaged the branch. Now it's good. Caught red-handed by a general from headquarters, with his strength exposed, I'm completely in headquarters sights. Even if I can muddle through this time, I definitely can't escape the call for the upcoming war, but that is still a matter for a few months later. Who knows what new developments might happen by then? For now, I still need to deal with the immediate situation, although I know the hope of withdrawing the transfer order is slim. But I still hold onto a glimmer of hope, wanting to struggle a bit more. Kizaru pushed up his sunglasses. I'm slacking off, but I'm not stupid. A remote branch in the East Blue. If it's damaged, then it's damaged. You, a super talent, I must take with me. Want to run? You can't escape it all. Have you ever been chased by light? How long are you going to keep slacking off? I'm not slacking off. I've just come to an understanding with life. Chen quickly shook his head, shaking it like a rattle drum. Your strength is quite good. Staying in the branch is a waste. My greatest ability is to lie still. Kizaru's smile did not diminish at all. Instead, he looked at Chen with increasing interest. In his eyes, there was a sense of excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. Oh, what about the oath you took when you joined the Navy? My life motto is, enjoy the moment, live in the present. Interesting. Kizaru was not angry at all. Instead, he found Chen's unyielding attitude very amusing. How did this kid realize that the essence of life is to slack off? Such talent. If he continues to stay in a branch, wouldn't he be buried? He must be taken back to headquarters. Admiral Kizaru, please let me stay in the branch. Chen's voice was filled with a firm plea. He paused, then looked around at the ruins with a pained expression. I've been in the branch for 3 years, and my feelings are too deep. If someone else comes, I want to be able to rest easy about my subordinates. Chen spoke passionately, his eyes slightly moist. Our bond is stronger than gold. I can't bear to leave them. I can't bear to leave the 186th branch. I can't bear to leave this leisurely and fulfilling work environment. Kizaru slowly sat down, raised one foot, crossed his legs, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Come on, please start your performance. Mihawk sat quietly to the side, took out a small flask from his pocket, took a gentle sip, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth, watching Chen's impromptu performance. Although Kizaru is the most carefree of the 3 highest combat powers at headquarters, how could someone in his position be easily persuaded? This time, you can't escape from headquarters. Chen's speech became increasingly passionate. His voice nearly choked with emotion, and the tears in his eyes became more pronounced. He truly didn't want to leave the leisurely life he had enjoyed at the 186th branch for the past 3 years. The surrounding soldiers of the 186th branch seemed to be moved by Chen's deep feelings, their eyes sparkling with emotion. Some could not help but sob softly. Major Chen, you could go to headquarters, but you deliberately slack off and don't go for us. I'm going to cry. It turns out that this is why the Major had deliberately slacked off, not actively catching pirates, and not applying to go to headquarters. The Major can't bear to leave us. We've figured it out, brothers. The reason for the Major's promotion being hindered is us. We are unforgivable. A few others lowered their heads in self-reproach. Major, I support you going to headquarters. A young Navy soldier's eyes were moist as he excitedly raised his hand. His voice trembling, Major, don't let us delay your future. Before he finished speaking, another soldier beside him immediately echoed, Yes, Major, just go. Then, more soldiers raised their hands, their eyes filled with determination and reluctance. Some had choked voices, while others gritted their teeth, seemingly restraining their emotions. Yes. Suddenly, a uniform voice echoed throughout the cafeteria, each Navy soldier's eyes filled with sincere feelings. Major, we have always supported you. Go ahead, don't hesitate any longer. You. Damn it. Chen glared fiercely at the first young Navy soldier who raised his hand. Don't do this, brother. If I leave, we'll take you to the red light district to play. Who will let you slack off during work hours and take paid bathroom breaks. I trusted you so much. And you backstabbed me? Kizaru gently stroked his chin, a meaningful smile appearing on his face as he looked at the excited soldiers. Not to mention anything else. Just this cohesion. Other branches can't compare. No wonder this kid leads the soldier selection by a wide margin. Mihawk watched this scene and couldn't help but nod slightly. Although Chen was putting on a show, the fact that the Navy soldiers believed it shows that everyone had a very good relationship with each other. Ahem. Kizaru cleared his throat. The fun was over. And it was time to bring out his prepared trump card. Major Chen, come and work under me as an aide. Promotion and salary increase. I can make the decision. After completing your duties, you can slack off, sleep at work, and leave on time every day. Kizaru spoke while waving his hand, as if depicting an ideal life at the Navy headquarters. The routine patrol tasks aren't heavy. Just follow me around. Then, Kizaru's words became even more enticing. The cafeteria at the headquarters offers a buffet, 3 meals a day, with a variety of dishes that change daily, and leftovers can be taken home. The specially supplied cigars for the headquarters staff are allotted monthly. How's that? Tempting, right? With each benefit Kizaru mentioned, Ichen's eyes lit up a little more. Kizaru noticed this change and chuckled inwardly. Kid, I'm the ancestor of slacking off. It's a piece of cake to reel you in. This is the treatment at the headquarters really this good? Chen murmured to himself. But wait, it's not over. I've already quit smoking, so... A glimmer of amusement flashed in Kizaru's eyes behind his sunglasses as he added the final straw. I can allocate you my monthly quota of the special cigars for high-ranking officers at the headquarters. A better environment for slacking off, higher salary, and more things you can get for free. This is too tempting. Admiral Kizaru, you really have a keen eye. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It's recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find the novel you're reading. Chapter 8. You're quite skilled. Old me. It seems you've used the black blade to row quite a bit. The follow-up to the situation progressed unusually smoothly after Chen agreed to go to the headquarters. Kizaru immediately called the headquarters to confirm the approval and specifically asked Admiral Sengoku to transfer Chen under his command as an aide. The new 186th Division head is already on the way and is expected to arrive at the branch in about half a month, with the handover process lasting about another half month. After negotiations from all sides, Chen will set off for the Navy headquarters in a month, officially promoted to colonel at the Navy headquarters. On that day, at the dock of the 186th Division, a massive warship slowly docked. The ship's hull was enormous and imposing, with a large yellow character boldly written on the sails, rustling in the sea breeze. The Navy soldiers were busy preparing to disembark, their footsteps echoing on the quiet dock. They would stay at this remote branch for a month, waiting for Major Chen to complete all handover procedures before boarding this Admiral Kizaru's warship to report to the headquarters. Chen stood on the dock, Kizaru at his side, while Mihawk leaned against the railing nearby, seemingly enjoying this moment of tranquility. I want to say too much. Mihawk looked intently at Chen, his tone carrying a hint of admiration, congratulating him on finally getting promoted. His words were simple, but conveyed a deep recognition. Chen smiled, saying there was still a month before reporting. When I get to the headquarters, I will be a colonel. He stretched lazily, appearing somewhat relaxed, but thanks, old me. Over the years of knowing each other and chatting, he understood that Mihawk's implied meaning was not just congratulations, but also recognition. No matter what, receiving recognition from others is always a pleasing thing. Ding! The host feels the sincere recognition from one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye Mihawk, feeling pleased. Pleasure value, 5,000. What thanks, I'll just go directly to the Navy headquarters to find you later. Mihawk nodded slightly, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, saying that there will be many things regarding the breath style to discuss with you then. No problem. Just don't forget to bring stuff. You brat. Mihawk snorted lightly, then turned and stepped toward his coffin-shaped ship, the coffin boat. Standing at the bow, Mihawk's figure remained tall. In the afterglow of the sunset, his proud silhouette appeared even more profound and unshakable. They'll take my leave. The sails trembled slightly in the wind, the surrounding sea breeze blowing his robe, but he seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, standing silently at the bow like a statue, quiet and resolute. Chen smiled, watching this scene, and teased softly. Old me, aren't you leaving yet? Kizaru stood nearby, smiling and observing it all. His observation haki quietly blossomed, seemingly catching some unique aura, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and interest. Something fun is about to happen. You should head back to the branch. I want to enjoy the scenery. Mihawk said calmly, his voice as composed as he was, as if he wasn't in a hurry to leave at all. How can that be? Chen looked up, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face, then shook his head. I have to see you off. You are my guest. You, brat. Mihawk's mouth twitched slightly, veins bulging on his forehead, wondering why he had never seen you see me off before. Today I must see you off. A bet is a bet. Mihawk snorted heavily, suddenly turning around, dramatically drawing his black blade Yoru from its sheath. Then with an elegant motion, he plunged the black blade into the water like an oar, smoothly and powerfully gliding across the sea. Whoosh! The coffin boat began to slowly sail away from the 186th Division, heading toward the distant horizon. Ha ha! Chen stood on the shore, watching this scene, unable to help but burst into loud laughter. Quite skilled. Old me. It seems you've rode with the black blade quite a bit. He slapped his leg hard, laughing uncontrollably. This scene was so reminiscent of what he had seen in the comics cover story. Ding! The host personally witnessed Mihawk's joke, using the black blade as an oar. Feeling pleased, pleasure value 5,000. Current remaining pleasure value 70544. On the coffin boat, Mihawk tightened his grip on the black blade, and with a cold grunt, he swung the sword violently. A green slash instantly tore through the air, shooting toward Chen. What the hell? Old me's full power sword technique. Chen shouted, then immediately hid behind Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru, save me. This was a furious strike from Mihawk. If he could avoid taking a head-on, that would be best. Kizaru, who was enjoying the spectacle, looked at the incoming slash with a sly smile, exclaiming how terrifying the slash was. I'm just a poor spectator. You all handle your own matters. Just as his words fell, Kizaru's body began to rapidly transform into countless particles of light, disappearing into the air, leaving behind a humorous laugh and fading light spots. Damn, old Huang, you ditch your subordinate at a critical moment. Chen cursed loudly, gripping the demon blade, Qianren tightly, feeling a strong vibration from a hilt. His gaze grew more determined. Taking a deep breath, the sun's rays casting a fierce glow on him, like flames rising from hell. Waves of heat enveloping him. His breathing became rapid and rhythmic, the breath of the sun. With a low shout, a suffocating heat erupted from within Chen, his whole body surrounded by a crimson glow, as if a living fire was burning. Whoosh! As he exhaled a breath of scorching air, a powerful flame surged around him, shaking the very heavens and earth. First form, Sun Halo Dragon, head dance. He swiftly swung the blade cutting through the air like lightning, each swing accompanied by a thunderous roar that pierced the air. Continuous blade edges were released from Qianren, resembling a fire dragon soaring in the sky. The scorching flames burning everything to ashes. The might of the slash was deafening, and the fire dragon formed could almost devour everything. Sun Halo Dragon, head dance. Boom! With a loud crash, Mihawk's green slash collided violently with Chen's fire dragon slash, erupting in a piercing explosion that shook the entire sky. A strong shockwave swept around, the fierce wind blowing Chen's clothes, causing the ground beneath him to crack as the solid dock trembled under this force. Chen took 2 steps back suddenly, stabilizing his body. TSK. Hawkeye Mihawk's full force strike only made me take 2 steps back. My dear officer sang, you are hiding quite deep. A point of light quickly gathered, and Kizaru's figure suddenly appeared beside him, the lazy smile still on his face. Old Huang, how can you still say that? Chen's eyes widened, his face full of helplessness. He was so unreliable at a critical moment. Kizaru was stunned for a moment, his face filled with confusion. Wait, is it not enough that I have been downgraded from Admiral Kizaru to Old Huang? Now, I've been directly downgraded to Old Huang. Officer sang, are you polite? At this moment, standing at the bow of the coffin ship, Mihawk's gaze was like a knife, staring straight at Chen, seeing his astonishing strike being blocked. A highly appreciative smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha! So beautiful! His laughter was like a high-pitched melody echoing across the sea. Chen, this move, so elegant. The Navy headquarters is waiting for me. You better not come. 10 boxes of top-quality red wine. Mr. Me, please hold your hand card. Welcome to Marineford. Ha 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 ha! With the rhythmic movement of the black blade, the coffin ship gradually moved away, retreating from the 186th branch. On the route ahead of the coffin ship, a huge sailing ship with 3 decks, shaped like a black panther at the bow, was slowly sailing towards the Grand Line. The pirate flag on the main mast fluttered in the wind, with 2 hourglasses hanging beside the skull in the center of the flag, appearing mysterious and threatening. A tall man with light purple hair at the bow laughed thunderously. He was robust, wearing dazzling golden armor, and his legs were in black boots, giving off an unbeatable aura. A bright bandana was tied around his head, and his gaze was sharp and confident. "Boys, head toward the Grand Line," he shouted loudly, his voice piercing through the sea breeze as if it were meant to resonate throughout the ocean. "Conquer it. Declare to the world, who am I? A bounty of 17 million berries, the overlord of the East Sea, Admiral Click." The pirates on the ship responded in unison, their morale soaring, like a group of fearless beasts ready to pounce on their prey. Meanwhile, another person standing beside him seemed different from the rest. He was a man of medium build, with unkempt hair and a beard, and deep dark circles under his eyes that seemed to be filled with exhaustion. His lips were thick, wearing a gray-blue striped bandana, and round red earrings hung from his ears, giving him a somewhat peculiar, yet uniquely charismatic appearance. The Demon Man, Chen. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If it still cannot be saved, please remember the contents of the bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, and then log in again and add to the bookshelf. Chapter 9 Old Huang. The nearby entertainment venues are offering discounts in my name. At the intersection of the East Sea and the Grand Line, a massive fleet of pirate ships, densely packed, is sailing smoothly with the wind. The fleet of 50 pirate ships resembles a black ocean, magnificent and vast, appearing like the scales of a giant beast from a distance. The sails shimmer in the sunlight. The sea breeze stirs up layers of waves, and the shouts of the crew intertwine with the crashing of the waves. At this moment, a coffin ship silently approaches. Mihawk stands at the bow, his figure as upright as a mountain, the black blade Yuri gently moving, keeping the ship steady amidst the waves. In his mind, he repeatedly recalls the dragon of the sun halo head dance that Chen had just displayed. That flame-like slash spun with the swiftness of a tornado, filled with power. He murmurs to himself, "Wonderful. The essence of that move is just too wonderful. How many such moves does that kid have? For now, I'll just stay home, and when I get bored enough to want to go out for some fresh air, I'll head straight to the Navy headquarters to find that Chen kid." Just then, a burst of raucous laughter from a nearby pirate ship breaks Mihawk's train of thought. "Haha, Admiral Klitsch. Look, someone is actually using a sword, as in, or to row a boat, really? Pwahaha, it's killing me. Chen, come over and see. There's a guy rowing a boat with a black sword. Hey kid, how about joining the East Sea Overlord, Admiral Klitsch's crew, so you can use a reel or to row?" Mihawk, already irritated by the interruption, felt even more displeased upon hearing the mocking words, raising an eyebrow. His heart filled with extreme displeasure. "So Chen joke about me is one thing, but you guys?" He tightened his grip on the black blade in his hand, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The mocking laughter continued to ring in his ears, and Mihawk's anger surged, his battle intent gradually coalescing. "You! What do you think you are?" He coldly snorted, then swung his blade. The blade of night sliced through the air, instantly producing a deafening explosion. With Mihawk's swing, a green slash tore through the sky, directly targeting the large fleet ahead. Boom! The foremost pirate ship was unexpectedly cut in half by a single blow, its hull cracking with a deep rumble and quickly sinking to the bottom of the sea, sending up a splash of water. The pirates and the entire fleet stared at each other, dumbfounded. "What?" Klitsch and Chen stood frozen, eyes widened, unable to believe the scene before them. In just one strike, a pirate ship was sunk. Mihawk did not stop, unleashing slash after slash like the wrath of thunder, mercilessly cleaving towards the front. Each slash carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and the pirate ships were sunk one after another as if they were made of paper. The sound of breaking ships echoed across the sea, the waters surged, and the sunken vessels produced massive booms that shook the entire area. "Run! Quick run!" Klitsch's voice was filled with panic and fear, his eyes nervously scanning the surroundings. Clearly not expecting Mihawk to destroy their fleet so easily, he hurriedly turned to Chen, ordering the crew to disperse and draw attention. "We're heading back to the East Sea to regroup." The flagship of Klitsch drew an arc on the sea surface, quickly turning its bow, fleeing in the direction they had come from. The pirate ships began to scatter, and the entire fleet was thrown into chaos, their once arrogant momentum instantly collapsing. Mihawk watched this scene with a slight smirk. "Run? Can you escape?" He lightly swung the black blade Yuri, and the coffin ship immediately accelerated like an arrow, steadily pursuing them. Ahead, East Sea, Samba Sea area, the Sea Restaurant Verdi. In the 186th branch, Kizaru glanced at Chen with a mocking smile on his lips. He patted Chen's shoulder, speaking lazily. "That old man is just wandering around the East Sea. I'll see you at the headquarters later." The mission is basically complete, and Chen's transfer order has been confirmed. He just needs to return to the headquarters on a warship. For him, this trip to the 186th branch was more about passing time. During the month waiting for the handover with his aide saying, he enjoyed leisurely days in the EC. The fun of life is about to begin. Kizaru cast a lazy glance at the soldiers accompanying him, signaling them. Do you all know how to report? We know. The soldiers responded in unison, their expressions calm. Helping Admiral Kizaru cover was a common occurrence. Chen stood aside, watching this scene, his eyes flickering slightly, finding it somewhat amusing. This was too similar to when he went out to play while his subordinates at the branch helped cover for him. And he couldn't help but blurt out, Admiral Kizaru, to understand the actual situation of each branch in the EC. Is it worth the trouble for you to personally inspect all the branches? A hint of amusement flashed in Kizaru's eyes as he gave Chen a thumbs up and smiled. Smart, he took out a box of top-quality cigars from his pocket and casually tossed it to Chen. This was for me to relieve boredom. You take it first. Chen caught the cigar box, took out one, and gently sniffed it, immediately feeling a rich aroma wafting towards him. Clearly a very high-grade cigar, the quality impeccable. No wonder it was special supply for admirals. He secretly sighed in admiration. Ding! Host has scored a box of top-quality cigars for free. Feeling happy. Happiness value 500. Chen couldn't help but smile, looking up at Kizaru, who transformed into a point of light flying into the sky, shouting, Old Huang, the nearby entertainment venues are offering discounts in my name. Kizaru floated away, leaving only his lazy voice in the air. Yoshi. That night, inside the Navy soldiers' dormitory, the tranquil night sky poured in through the windows, and the silence was only broken by faint breathing sounds. It was a quiet yet restless night, as if no one had slept. Among the beds, faint sounds of turning over occasionally broke the silence, and the soldiers seemed to be reflecting on the events of that day, their hearts churning with different emotions. Suddenly, a low voice echoed in the dormitory. Have the brothers all fallen asleep? The young Navy soldier who had first shouted support for Chen to go to the headquarters spoke up. Not yet. You're still awake? None of us are asleep. With a voice, the young Navy soldier sat up from his bed, looking somewhat confused but also a bit anxious. Did you all hear what the major said? What are your thoughts? What thoughts? What should we do after the major leaves? The dormitory fell silent for a moment, and then a soldier patted his beer belly, speaking lightly but with a hint of self-deprecation. What should we do? Just keep pretending. The young soldier retorted forcefully. Pretend what? We all saw Major Chen's strength. He is a man who can compete with Mr. Mihawk. He has at least a rear admiral's level. What level are you? What do you use for the impact? After encountering pirates, are you going to use your belly for a charge? Brother, your words are really hurtful. And Major Chen is slacking off because he can't bear to part with us. A soldier sighed, his tone filled with helplessness and deep emotion. Now that he has been transferred to headquarters, I want to apply for a transfer to headquarters too. The young soldier stood up, his eyes firm, as if his determination was set. I want to follow in Major Chen's footsteps. But for branch soldiers to apply to go to headquarters, they need strength and achievements, right? Another soldier reminded, his tone full of concern. Then I will get stronger and earn military merits. The young soldier said without hesitation, a spark of fighting spirit shining in his eyes. I know what I need to do. Then he began to put on his military uniform, his quick and decisive movements showing his inner determination. No, buddy, what are you doing? I'm going to train, he replied, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Huh? How long has the training ground not been clean? Then I'll clean it and start training afterward. Seriously? Not joking? Another soldier couldn't help but ask, a hint of surprise in his tone. The young soldier didn't respond, quickly organizing his gear, putting on his boots, and stepping out with determination. The other soldiers in the dormitory exchanged glances, seemingly weighing something silently. The air was filled with a heavy silence. No one spoke, and everyone could feel the intensity of this young soldier's determination. Even a soldier with a beer belly stopped laughing. In the end, a few of them exchanged complex looks and sighed softly, but did not speak. Rustle, another slight sound, and another soldier began to put on his gear, quietly walking out the door. His steps were light, yet revealed an undeniable steadfastness. He too decided to follow his beloved Major Chen and take his first step. Rustle, with the departure of the second soldier, the dormitory fell into a brief silence. Soon after, there was another sound of fabric rubbing together, and the third soldier also began to put on his gear. No, the beer-belly soldier muttered softly, looking around. Am I the only one left? A deep sense of loneliness suddenly struck him. Damn, The girls at headquarters should be more attractive. After saying that, he also began to pack his things, following in the footsteps of the others. Whoosh! A cool night breeze quietly blew into the dormitory, carrying a hint of moisture and fluttering the curtains. The air was filled with a faint tranquility and solitude, and the dormitory was silent, in stark contrast to the dormitory's desolation. The atmosphere of the training ground was becoming increasingly intense. 1-2-1. Under the night sky, figures filled with exercise and effort were everywhere. At this moment, Major Chen was lying in a sweet and soft embrace, completely immersed in a gentle haven, blissfully unaware of it all. Chapter 10. Major Chen. If you don't get transferred back to headquarters, who will? Half a month later, at 5:30 in the morning, the training grounds of the 186th Division were already bustling with activity. Groups of naval soldiers were shirtless, sweat streaming down their backs as they ran with determination. Their steps solid and powerful, each stride exuding youthful vigor and a fighting spirit, striving to become stronger. Following the major, heading to headquarters, their shouts were like thunder, filled with passion and enthusiasm, as if the entire division was working together toward a brand new goal. At that moment, the newly appointed head of the 186th Division arrived a few hours early with the help of a smooth ride. He stood at the edge of the field, watching the energetic soldiers before him, filled with confusion and surprise. Wasn't the 186th Division supposed to be the worst in the EC? This certainly didn't look like a division that was slacking off. With this kind of momentum, it wouldn't be long before the 186th Division took the title of the strongest division in the East Sea from Rogtown. He glanced at the soldiers in training, especially the young soldier at the front, whose handsome face showed a resolute determination, his steps strong and purposeful. That must be Major Chen, he thought to himself, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. No wonder the headquarters had taken notice of them. The misunderstanding from the world about the 186th Division was too great. How much slander had they silently endured? The term shame of the Navy was completely unfair. He stepped forward towards the young soldier and extended his hand, politely saying, Major Chen, hello, I am the new major taking over the 186th Division. Just as he finished speaking, the young naval soldier stood at attention, straightened his back, quickly saluted, and replied firmly, Hello, Major. Report. Major Chen should still be asleep right now. The new head of the division was taken aback, his brow slightly furrowed. What? Still asleep? He looked around in confusion, clearly unable to imagine the scene. This group of soldiers was so full of energy, yet their commander was still sleeping? At 11 o'clock, in the office of the 186th Division, light streamed through the curtains, and a lazy atmosphere filled the air. Chen sat behind his desk, still looking a bit sleepy as he watched the new division head enter. The major preparing to take over the 186th Division paused for a moment. Surprised, this seemingly disheveled, yet handsome man is Major Chen? I'm very sorry. Chen yawned, stretched lazily, and appeared somewhat dazed. Because he was about to leave the 186th Division, he had a lot to handle recently. So he had been busy until late at night and got up a bit late. He then glanced at his happiness level, current happiness level, 85663. This past half month had been incredibly comfortable. During work hours, it was all about slacking off and coasting. The soldiers in the division were training like they were on steroids, and even he couldn't persuade them to take it easy. They had even taken over their own tasks. And this proactive attitude had startled him a bit. If they wouldn't listen, he was happy to enjoy his leisure. However, they all claimed they were working hard for him, yet when he needed them, none were around. Now, during work hours, no one was there to play mahjong or land cards with him. After work, no one was there to have fun with him either. They only knew how to train, and that young guy leading the charge looked like he was on the brink of death. Speaking of after-work fun, knowing he was about to leave here, the ladies from the red light district were crazily lining up at his door. If it weren't for his superhuman physique, being caught between all those beautiful ladies every day, he would have surrendered long ago. Sigh, these young ladies, fiery as flames and gentle as water, had validated all his past life as study materials. It was simply fantastic. Understanding. There were many tasks to handle with the job transfer. Seeing this, the new division head smiled and nodded. He realized he had misjudged Major Chen, thinking he was a lazy person. But it turned out he was working late into the night. This was the kind of example he aspired to. Major Chen, if you don't get transferred back to headquarters. Who will? Chen slightly nodded. He was already prepared for the transfer to headquarters. Although being the aide to Admiral Kizaru didn't involve overly heavy work, mostly dealing with daily affairs, it was still the Navy headquarters, and many issues required a higher level of rigor and consideration, especially in decision-making. where a slight misstep could lead to huge problems. As for combat, he would dodge if he could. If he couldn't, then he would deal with it. For opponents he could defeat, it was simple and straightforward. Just a slash would solve it, and he could show off a bit. If he couldn't win, he would just call Old Huang. Isn't he one of the top combat powers at headquarters? Perfect for blocking blades. Mental labor could indeed be a bit taxing. If he couldn't find a book by its title, he could try searching by the author's name. Maybe it had just been renamed. Although he could fully handle it, sometimes, if someone could do the work, why do it himself? Moreover, his superior, Old Huang, Admiral Kizaru, would rather slack off even more than he did. Therefore, he needed a think tank, a human Palu with exceptional workability to avoid trivial matters interfering with his laid-back lifestyle. He had a few candidates in mind for this intellectual role. Black Cat, Croc, the guy with a bounty of 16 million berries, though a pirate, was clever enough to impress anyone. Black Cat Croc. He was personally recognized by Oda as a wise man, with an IQ second only to Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates. This guy was cunning, sharp-witted, and absolutely a capable assistant for managing affairs. The mayor of Water 7, Iceberg, who was renowned for his outstanding administrative capabilities in the original story, was beloved by the citizens. If he could recruit him under his banner, it would definitely provide significant support. As Kizaru's aide, he could easily bring him due to his position. Lastly, the CP9 members who would eventually be defeated by Luffy. Rob Lucci had decent combat power and would be suitable as a muscle. Bruno, though a bit slow in thought, was very meticulous. Such qualities had irreplaceable advantages in handling some complex tasks. Khalifa, as Iceberg's secretary, had unquestionable abilities and would surely excel in supporting roles. After their defeat, they would be pursued by their former superior, Spandam, and before they returned to the CP system to become CP0, he would directly intercept them. As Kizaru's aide, keeping them safe should be no problem, especially since Old Huang was the one who seemingly obeyed the 5 elders' orders the most. Whenever something happened with the celestial dragons, it was always Old Huang rushing around. Relying on this connection, it's not excessive to ask a few people to come over for myself. However, for those cunning guys, some restrictions need to be added at the beginning. A big date and a big stick have already been prepared. Chen tossed the badge in his hand and then took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Demon God-S Guide. Excellent blue item. Current star rating. 3 stars. Highest is 3 stars. Consume vitality to gain the possibility of breaking through your talent limit. The higher the star rating, the greater the probability of breakthrough, and the higher the talent limit increase. Only available for those with original talents below the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters. After a breakthrough and fully digesting the item S effects, talent can reach the level of Elite Rear Admiral in the headquarters. Excellent blue items reaching 3 stars can be broken through using pleasure points. To break through to the ceiling level, required pleasure points, 100,000. After breaking through to the ceiling level of purple items, the breakthrough rate reaches 100, and talent can reach the level of Admiral in the headquarters. I have not used pleasure points for lottery draws, just to break through the Demon God-S Guide to the ceiling level. This way, when one of them uses it to enhance their strength, I can gain a capable assistant who possesses both wisdom and power, and they will be loyal to me to save their own lives. Lao Huang, you said back then that after I completed my duties, I could slack off, right? You didn't say I couldn't find someone to do it for me, did you? If I recruit some highly capable subordinates with my own abilities, and they do the work for me, that's not against the rules, right? If my idea can be realized, it's equivalent to me receiving a salary from the headquarters while they handle all the tedious tasks for me, and I only need to occasionally go out and fight. This step is simply a win. Fairy Bean. Excellent blue item. Current star rating. 2 stars. Highest is 3 stars. Can repair vitality consumed due to accidents. Recover external and internal injuries. Ineffective against common physical illnesses. The higher the star rating, the better the effect. Required pleasure points to upgrade from 2 stars to 3 stars. 10,000. At that time, I will first give the person using the Demon God-S Guide a 2-star fairy bean, letting him taste the sweetness and whet his appetite. Once he is willing to serve me, I will then upgrade a fairy bean to ceiling level for him, completely eliminating the side effects of the Demon God-S Guide. At that time, let us see who I encounter first. If necessary, I can send someone to forcibly bring the iceberg over from Water 7. Open the door. Raise your hands. The Navy headquarters is forcibly requisitioning. It feels really good to have someone behind me. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but show a smile full of expectation. Meanwhile, in the EC, the Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village, The morning sun shines on the earth. The sea breeze gently blows. Seagulls soar in the blue sky, and their melodious calls echo in the air. Sunlight pours through the clouds, illuminating this quiet and peaceful land, as if sending blessings to the adventurers who are about to set sail. A simple wooden boat is slowly departing from the port of Windmill Village, the boat gently swaying with the waves. On the boat, a young boy wearing simple clothes and that iconic straw hat stands at the bow, shouting loudly towards the distant sea. "I want to become the Pirate King. Set sail." Gentlemen, the new book is setting sail. Please urge updates, leave good reviews, and offer rewards. Thank you. If you can't find the book by name, try searching for the author. Maybe it has just been renamed. Chapter 11, Colonel. The road has widened. Half a month later, the 186th branch. Old man Huang Yuan waved his hand, easily solving the military funding issue. The report indicated that he had deliberately tested Major Chen's strength, accidentally damaging the branch. And this accident also led to the smooth approval of military funding. In the East China Sea, General Huang Yuan could damage anything he wanted. Once the funds were in place, the construction of the new branch was in full swing. After nearly a month of busy construction, the new 186th branch had been completely transformed. With a heavy whistle, the huge warship began to prepare for departure. The ship slowly approached the dock, and all the naval soldiers of the 186th branch gathered at the dock, showing a hint of reluctance on their faces. The local girls from the red light district also came to the scene, dressed beautifully, chattering as they bid farewell to the departing Major Chen. "Major Chen, next time you come for tea, remember it's free. Major Chen, you know where my house key is. You're always welcome to come. Posture is not a problem. Time is not a problem, as long as you come back." Listening to these warm farewells, Chen smiled slightly and waved. They just wanted a home. Beside him, the highest-ranking colonel in the Navy who came with Huang Yuan rubbed his forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief. If he hadn't seen the damaged 186th branch with his own eyes, he could hardly connect this warm, smiling person with the man who could rival Mihawk. Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was one of the strongest among them. Boom! The engine of the warship roared to life as it slowly departed from the dock. All the naval soldiers of the 186th branch lined up on the shore, shouting farewell in unison. "Major Chen, thank you for your contributions to the 186th branch over the past 3 years. Major Chen, come back often. You will always have a home here." Clap. A synchronized military salute echoed across the dock. All the naval soldiers stood silently, their eyes filled with reluctance and respect. Snap. Chen returned a military salute, a complex emotion rising within him. Over the 3 years, although most of the time was spent in idleness and laziness, during those days he had shared meals, lived, and fought alongside these soldiers, establishing a deep bond. People are not wood or grass. Who could be heartless? Today's farewell, though simple, was also profound. "Major Chen, we can't bear to part with you." A young naval soldier's eyes were filled with tears. Unable to contain himself as he shouted, his voice crisp, echoing across the open space of the branch. Chen waved his hand gently. "You brat. Just don't stab me in the back again." Although he said so, a part of him was touched. Once he settled in the headquarters, he would help out the people from the 186th branch more. After all, they were his own. As the ship's massive mainmast turned, the flag with yellow lettering fluttered in the morning breeze. The warship accelerated away from the dock, heading towards the vast sea. The naval soldiers of the 186th branch maintained their salute until the ship gradually drifted away, eventually disappearing at the horizon. "Major Chen, do we need to go through the doldrums to reach the headquarters?" Suddenly, a voice broke Chen's contemplation. The colonel standing beside him spoke respectfully and formally. Since the departure, he had already started addressing Chen as colonel. Naturally, the command of the entire warship had also been handed over to Chen. Chen took a breath, gently pressed his lips together, calming his emotions. Can we avoid the doldrums? Although the doldrums is the fastest route. He wasn't in a hurry to return to headquarters. Old Huang was still out there having fun. Should he go back and help him deal with the mountain of military affairs? That essay joke, taking a longer route and continuing to enjoy his free time, was the right way. Sure, the colonel replied straightforwardly, if they didn't go through the doldrums. The longest route back will be via the Grand Line. After a month of interaction, he had figured out the temperament of this newly promoted general's adjutant and understood why General Huang Yuan favored Colonel Chen so much. Because he was the real Huang Yuan, 100 times more handsome, with extraordinary strength, yet always thinking about how to slack off and fish for a living. Since Colonel Chen asked this way, he definitely didn't want to return to headquarters quickly. He just needed to help him determine a scenic and lengthy return route. He even came up with an excuse for the detour. The colonel continued, saying that during the return journey, they encountered a bounty-hunting pirate, which led to a pursuit that deviated from the planned route. But because the pirate was cunning, they inadvertently let him escape. This caused the return time to exceed slightly. Colonel, the road has widened. Chen gently patted the colonel's shoulder. You will achieve great things. Hee. A hint of a smile appeared on the colonel's face as he continued. By the way, Colonel, 10 days ago, the 153rd Branch sent a message requesting us to escort Colonel Morgan back to headquarters. Colonel Morgan was dismissed for abusing his power. Oh, Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Then he stroked his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. Colonel Morgan? That means Luffy has already defeated Axam Morgan. This also implies that he has joined forces with Zoro. Next up will be Usopp and Nami, then Sanji. However, this has nothing to do with him. They could fight it out while he just wanted to take a nice nap. So, Chen waved his hand at the colonel and said casually, no need to pay attention, just act as if you didn't receive the message. He looked up at the distant horizon. His voice relaxed. The route issue is up to you. Yes. Chen stretched lazily, casually waved his hand. I'm going to take a nap first. We'll talk about other things after I wake up. After saying that, he walked towards the cabin of the warship, his steps leisurely and relaxed. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, in West Rob Village, cheers. Excited cheers echoed across the sea as the Going Merry slowly sailed away from West Rob Village, the straw hat emblem on the mast proudly fluttering in the wind. The straw hat boy, Luffy, along with his future Vice Captain Zoro and the little thief Nami, defeated the Black Cat Clow, and Sniper Usopp successfully joined the Straw Hat Pirates. To find an excellent cook, they set sail towards their new destination, the Bartai restaurant. In the waters near the Bartai restaurant, the waves were turbulent, and the smoke of battle had not yet fully dissipated. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, a pirate ship gradually sank, leaving only some burning debris floating on the surface. As if narrating the recent carnage, the Clype fleet, except for the main ship carrying Governor Clype, had all been completely sunk. All arrogance and pride had been crushed by absolute power. The once mighty fleet was now left in ruins. Mihawk stood coldly atop his coffin ship, his eyes devoid of any compassion. The wind rustled his cloak, creating a sharp sound. Mihawk's gaze pierced through the smoke, watching the flagship of Krieg fleeing in the distance. His eyes filled only with endless indifference. The overlord of the East Blue? The governor? Just a bunch of frogs in a well. Mihawk did not linger long. He plunged his black sword into the water and made a gentle slash. The waves crashed against the sides of the coffin ship, and the vessel glided swiftly across the surface, chasing after Krieg's flagship. If you can't find the book title, you might try searching for the author. Perhaps it has just been renamed. Chapter 12 Little Zoro. Let's test out the sword technique I just learned. Ha! Chen stretched lazily and walked out from the cabin. Feeling refreshed, a good nap had put him in a great mood. Ding! Host Mimi took a nap and is in a good mood. Joy value 20. As he stepped out, he saw the lieutenant colonel waiting for him on the deck and quickly saluted him. Colonel. Where are we now? Chen waved his hand lazily and casually asked. We just left the Moonlight Archipelago, and since we are maintaining the lowest speed, it will take nearly a day and a half to reach Lowtown. The lieutenant colonel stood at attention and replied, should we notify Colonel Smoker in Lowtown so that he can inspect the local situation? Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the lieutenant colonel with interest. Oh? As the colonel of this headquarters, your rank is equivalent to a rear admiral in the branches, so it is reasonable for you to inspect the work of various branches. The lieutenant colonel continued to explain. However, since Colonel Smoker in Lowtown is a friend of Admiral Kazan, it would be best not to cause any conflict when we go there. Of course, public expenses, official meals, are not a problem. After all, for us naval personnel from the headquarters who are out at sea, it is acceptable to stop at branches for supplies and rest. Not bad. Chen rubbed his chin, pondering thoughtfully, his eyes flashing with a hint of interest. Lowtown, as the largest naval branch in the East Sea, is indeed worth inspecting, and it would also be nice to enjoy the scenery there. Although there might be some unruly pirates in Lowtown, it doesn't matter. After all, the ship he was on was a giant vessel of the naval headquarters, easily dealing with weak pirates, and for strong ones, as long as they don't provoke him, he would pretend not to see them. In any case, he treated this journey as a paid vacation, catching a few small fry to show he wasn't slacking off. But the Moonlight Archipelago? Why does that name sound a bit familiar? A hint of doubt flashed through Chen's mind, and he turned to the lieutenant colonel and asked, we just left the Moonlight Archipelago? The lieutenant colonel nodded. Yes, the Moonlight Archipelago, where West Rob Village is located. West Rob Village. Chen's eyes lit up slightly, as if he suddenly remembered something. West Rob Village. Isn't it the place where one of the tool people he had been thinking about, Captain Kuro of the Black Hat Pirates, was located? Considering the time, that kid Luffy should have already defeated Kuro. Even if he hasn't defeated him, it doesn't matter. For the sake of his future, easygoing life at headquarters, he could personally persuade him. Kuro was a person with exceptional strategic ability and high intelligence. As long as he was successfully brought back, his future life at headquarters would definitely be better than old Huang's. With this thought, Chen's mood became particularly relaxed, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He looked at the lieutenant colonel and instructed, "Change course, head to West Rob Village." Huh? The lieutenant colonel was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Perhaps the colonel wanted to catch more fish along the way, to pass the time. After all, this colonel was famous for slacking off and goofing off. Yes. The lieutenant colonel saluted and quickly turned to relay the order. The massive hull of the warship slowly turned in the waves, heading towards West Rob Village. Chen walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant sea, a meaningful smile on his face. He murmured, "Kuro, from now on, it all depends on whether you are willing to hustle for my leisurely fishing life." On the sea restaurant, Bar Tai, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Luffy had successfully found his desired chef Sanji, but there was no time to discuss these matters now. "Oh my god, that is the flagship of the East Sea Overlord, the Buggy Pirates." A customer in the restaurant pointed at the distance, screaming, his voice filled with disbelief and fear. But that flagship looked as if it was about to fall apart. Another customer muttered, his tone filled with deep unease. The whispers in the crowd gradually rose. All eyes focused on the battered flagship. After being defeated by Mihawk, the remnants of the Buggy Pirates had fled to Bartai in a sorry state. The broken flagship resembling a drifting ghost. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, Kuro and his subordinate Jin, with weary faces, led the surviving pirates onto the deck of Bartai. Kuro had multiple wounds on his body, his armor shattered, and exhaustion and rage were evident in his eyes. "Hey, prepare meals for hundreds of people and plenty of water, and do it quickly," Kuro shouted coldly, seemingly oblivious to the terrified gazes around him. "That damn Hawkeyes is still chasing us. We don't have time." He turned his head, looking at Bairdie's sturdy hull, a glimmer of greed flashing his eyes. "This ship is not bad. I want it," he shouted arrogantly, "giving you 10 minutes to get off my ship." "Hey, I'm still not full." While chewing on a delicious piece of meat, Luffy mumbled, showing no signs of fear in his eyes. After all, he was going to be the Pirate King. What was there to be afraid of? Hawkeyes? Zoro's ears caught the keywords, and his expression suddenly became serious and excited as he turned sharply to look at Kuro, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. In this world, the only man who could be called Hawkeyes is that man. Just then, a dazzling slash came from the distance like lightning splitting the sea, directly cleaving Kuro's flagship in two. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the flagship was sliced in half, the hull letting out a mournful cry as it gradually sank into the sea. In the distance, a coffin-shaped ship slowly floated over, and sitting on it was the man exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's Mihawk? Zoro's voice was slightly low, filled with uncontrollable excitement. His eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit, and the blood in his veins seemed to boil, making his breath quicken. Zoro slowly raised his hand, tying the green bandana that symbolized his determination tightly around his forehead. The moment the bandana was tied, he seemed to enter a special state, all distractions fading away, leaving only the man in front of him and the insurmountable goal in his heart. "Let's have a duel." Zoro's eyes were fiery, gripping his two swords tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He was acutely aware that the man standing before him was the legendary world's greatest swordsman, the ultimate goal of all swordsmen. The long-awaited duel he had dreamed of for years was finally here. Mihawk looked at the young swordsman, whose eyes were filled with obsession, a hint of amusement and appreciation flickering in his gaze. He slightly raised his eyes, looking at Zoro, his sharp gaze seeming to penetrate the other's soul, discerning his determination. "Good eyes," Mihawk said lightly. He recalled the way Chen wielded his sword and that unique breathing technique, which still left a deep impression in his mind. "Well," Mihawk smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint arc, just enough to test the swordsmanship he had just learned. Chapter 13. You and I are a bit far from Chen. In the waters near Ziluobu village, the warship sailed steadily amidst the waves. Chen and the colonel stood at the bow, while several Navy soldiers were on lookout, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Ichen's gaze lingered on the distant horizon before turning to the colonel beside him, a slight smile on his lips. Colonel, how much of a bounty can I rescind on a pirate with my current position? Or should I ask Old Huang for special permission? He already had a plan in mind, wanting to bring Kuro under his command. Aside from persuading him, he also needed to resolve Kuro's identity as a pirate and have his bounty removed from the Navy's list. However, he wasn't sure if his current authority was sufficient to do that. Rescind a bounty? The colonel looked at Chen in surprise, confusion filling his eyes. Are you planning to rescind a bounty worth hundreds of millions on a pirate? Hundreds of millions? Chen stroked his chin, recalling that Kuro's bounty seemed to be only 16 million berries. He should be a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million berries. The colonel paused for a moment before laughing. Colonel, you still haven't fully grasped your identity and status. You are the only aide to the highest combat strength of the headquarters, Admiral Kizaru. Although your rank is colonel, your actual power can rival that of a rear admiral. For pirates with bounties under 100 million, you only need to write an application and submit it for approval from the headquarters. It can basically be rescinded. Is that so? Not bad. Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seems the aide's identity can indeed handle some small matters. He was quite pleased with this. Just then, a Navy soldier rushed forward, standing straight and saluting, his expression serious as he reported, Report. A dilapidated pirate ship has been spotted ahead. According to observations, it seems there are still some remnants of pirates on board. Remnants? Chen raised his eyebrows. What flag are they flying? Report. Is the flag of the Black Cat pirates. Black Cat? Upon hearing this name, Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile crept onto his face. His gaze filled with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Is it that cunning Kuro's Black Cat pirates? Yes, confirmed. The soldier nodded firmly. Great. Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've finally found you, Kuro. He waved his hand and ordered, approach that pirate ship. Take them all down. The colonel's eyes widened as he stared at the gradually approaching, dilapidated pirate ship, his expression filled with shock and doubt. He thought to himself, this must be the side that failed after a pirate-on-pirate conflict, right? Did the colonel plan this in advance? If you remember correctly, Black Cat Kuro, East Blue Overlord Click, and Arlong of the Arlong Pirates were the top 3 bounties in East Blue. He had thought the colonel was just going to play around, but he never expected his target to be the top pirates in this sea area. Truly, as expected of Admiral Kizaru's aide, aiming directly at the top-tier pirates in this sea area. All hands, listen up. The colonel adjusted his emotions and then shouted to the soldiers, let us assist Colonel Chen and capture these remaining pirates. Meanwhile, Chen stood at the bow, cigar in mouth, a playful smile on his face, feeling that everything was under control. Kuro Palu, this colonel is coming. A better life at headquarters is coming with this colonel. At the same time, not far from the warship, on a pirate ship shaped like a black cat, Kuro's subordinates were running around in a panic. One pirate hurriedly approached the just-awakened Kuro and anxiously reported, Captain, a Navy warship is rapidly approaching us. Are they here to chase us? Kuro, wrapped in bandages, looked displeased and snorted coldly, a fire of anger burning within him. Even a clay figure has some fire. He gritted his teeth. The East Blue Navy was nothing but trash in his hands, yet they dared to chase him here. His perfect plan, which he had been planning for 3 years, was disrupted by a fool, and he was now very angry. Let's kill a few Navy soldiers to vent my anger. Kuro strode onto the deck, followed closely by a group of pirate subordinates, his face displaying an angry and cruel expression. But when he looked up and saw the outline of the warship, his expression froze instantly. What the hell? A giant ship from the Navy headquarters? Kuro's eyes widened, unable to hide his shock. Why is a giant ship from the Navy headquarters appearing in East Blue? The massive Navy warship slowly approached on the sea, its enormous shadow like an unmovable mountain, pressing down on the Black Cat pirates, making them feel as if a dark cloud was looming over them, the invisible pressure making it hard to breathe. Before Kuro could react, the fierce Navy soldiers began to jump onto the Black Cat pirate ship, with the leading colonel rushing straight for Kuro. Damn it! In the sea restaurant, Bar Thai, Zoro's eyes were filled with unprecedented seriousness and desire. He stared intently at Mihawk, the man hailed as the world's greatest swordsman. Just as he had set sail, he encountered the ultimate goal of his dreams. Perhaps it was too early. He might not yet have sufficient strength. But he was definitely not the kind of man to back down in the face of challenge. Should I try out my newly learned sword technique? Zoro felt a twinge of doubt, furrowing his brow tightly. In this world, who could teach the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, new sword techniques? He must have heard wrong. This was absolutely impossible. Mihawk, to be honest, I didn't expect to run into you so soon. Zoro raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. But, whether it's early or not, I will give it my all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro firmly held the Sandai Kitetsu in his mouth, the sword that embodied the belief he inherited from Kana. He slowly assumed his three-sword style stance, the blades glinting coldly in the sunlight. Mihawk looked at Zoro, a faint smile appearing on his face. He glanced around and casually picked up a standard knife that had fallen on the ground. I'm sorry to use you to test my newly learned sword techniques, Mihawk said slowly, his voice carrying a hint of exploration and curiosity. But I really want to know how much my understanding of the breath style differs from what that Chen demonstrated. What? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to believe his ears. He looked at Mihawk in astonishment, countless questions flashing through his mind. Is there really a new sword technique? Is there really someone who can teach Mihawk a new sword technique? Isn't Mihawk already at the pinnacle of the sword path? Breath style? What kind of sword technique is that? And who is he, Chen? But there was no time to ponder these questions now. Zoro took a deep breath, an endless fighting spirit igniting within him. His goal was right in front of him, and he could not retreat, with his hands tightly gripping the swords. Zoro forcefully stomped the ground, his figure exploding forward straight towards Mihawk. The sword Wado Ikemanji clutched in his mouth. He whispered, "Three-sword style, go slash." The blades in his hands attacked Mihawk in a cross position, as if trying to lock his opponent down, while the third sword in his mouth sealed off any possible escape routes for Mihawk. This strike was like a full-throated roar, carrying the young swordsman's entire belief. Mihawk slightly stomped his foot, causing a column of seawater to rise, splashing around him. He gently adjusted his breathing, elegantly swinging the standard sword in his hand, skillfully guiding the rising seawater to the blade's edge. Who? Mihawk's breathing gradually steadied, and he softly said, "First form, surface slash." As the words fell, he swung the standard sword, the blade shimmering with water. A brilliant blue stream of water slashed at high speed, violently colliding with Zoro's go slash. The two figures intertwined, the clash of blades and water creating dazzling trails in the sunlight. Poochie! In the next moment, Zoro suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. He looked down at the deep knife wound on his chest, blood staining his collar. Zoro gritted his teeth, trying hard not to fall, but his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. Mihawk looked at the young swordsman before him, his gaze calm and sharp. He lightly flicked the blood off his blade and said coldly, "Is that all? Compared to that Kitty-chan, you're a bit far off. The breathing style I comprehended is also quite distant compared to that Kitty-chan." Chapter 14. One day, you will meet him. Colonel Chen of the Navy headquarters. Ah! A piercing scream echoed on the Black Cat pirate ship, the sound crashing against everyone's eardrums, sending chills down their spines. On the Black Cat pirate ship, one pirate after another was brutally subdued by the Navy soldiers' assault, with no chance to fight back, struggling helplessly on the ground. Damn it, this kind of combat power. Kuro gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the fierce attacks of the lieutenant commander in front of him. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness, frequently scanning the surroundings in search of any chance to escape. It can't be wrong, the Navy in the East Blue definitely doesn't have this kind of combat power. This is the absolute elite of the Navy headquarters. Why? Kuro growled softly, a look of disbelief on his face. Why? Would the elite of the Navy headquarters appear in the weakest sea, the East Blue? Is heaven trying to destroy me? Kuro's face darkened, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He looked at the Navy officer in front of him, whose justice cape was fluttering behind him. The officer's cold and stern attack pressure made it hard for him to breathe. If this continues, he will be completely suppressed, captured, and imprisoned, with no chance of turning things around. He wants to live. He can only use his strongest move. Kuro gritted his teeth and roared, "Shakusher." Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his body. His figure moved like a blurred shadow at high speed, the cat claws in his hands swinging like sharp blades of cold light, launching indiscriminate and deadly attacks. His speed was so fast that even he couldn't be sure where his next strike would land. All of you die. Just as Kuro launched his deadly assault, a cold smile flashed in the lieutenant commander's eyes. He slightly sidestepped, his weapon swinging out sharply, accurately blocking Kuro's first strike. The lieutenant commander calmly analyzed this move and said softly, "Soru? No, it seems to be a weakened version of Soru." Before he finished speaking, the lieutenant commander suddenly stepped down, instantly transforming into an afterimage that disappeared in front of Kuro. So, in an instant, the lieutenant commander's figure appeared in front of Kuro, his speed so fast that Kuro didn't even have a chance to react. What? Kuro's eyes were filled with horror. Not only did he block his shakusure, but he also appeared in front of him in an instant. Bang! The lieutenant commander's fist struck Kuro's abdomen hard. A violent pain surged through his body like a flood, causing him to instantly lose all his strength. A painful retching sound escaping his throat as he collapsed weakly onto the deck. The lieutenant commander looked coldly at Kuro, who was lying on the ground. A hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Your talent is good. You have initially grasped the essence of Soru through your own efforts. No wonder Colonel Chen has high hopes for you, even preparing to apply for the withdrawal of your bounty. Colonel Chen? Kuro gasped for breath, enduring the severe pain in his abdomen, his heart filled with confusion and suspicion. He looked up at the officer who had seemingly defeated him effortlessly. This person was not the strongest on this warship. Is there someone even stronger? Is this the strength of the Navy headquarters? This kind of power is too despairing. Step, step, step. The steady and powerful sound of military boots stepped onto the deck of the Black Cat pirate ship. As he approached step by step, Ichen's figure gradually became visible. Very good, very nice. Chen, with a cigar in his mouth, glanced at the completely subdued pirates, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The elite of the headquarters dealing with these small pirates in the East Blue is simply a dimensionality reduction strike, without any suspense. Standing on the warship, he watched a good show. This feeling of being able to control everything without having to take action myself is really nice. It seems that accepting Old Huang's invitation was indeed a wise choice. Ding! The host achieved the goal of subduing Kuro without taking action, feeling pleased. Pleasure value 500, Kuro half knelt on the deck, his hair disheveled, breathing heavily. He struggled to raise his head, looking at the figure slowly walking towards him. The person in his eyes looked particularly young, with a handsome face showing a hint of laziness. Is this Colonel Chen? Chen slowly approached Kuro, his gaze calm yet sharp. He stood in front of Kuro, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Then he slowly reached out, pulling a badge from his pocket, casually flicking it. The badge traced an elegant arc in the sunlight, glimmering as it flew through the air. Kuro, the 100 schemes. Ichen's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable aura. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Cough. Zoro's chest rose and fell violently, blood seeping from his wound, his breathing becoming heavier. Just one strike, and he was completely defeated. This can't be possible. Zoro felt disbelief in his heart. Does such a huge gap really exist? Too strong. The man in front of him is really too strong. Zoro murmured in his heart. This was the first time he truly faced someone standing at the pinnacle of the world, suddenly realizing his own helplessness. And that last move was a sword technique he had never seen before. Is this the technique used by Chen mentioned by Mihawk? That is a technique that he currently cannot understand or reach. This sea indeed conceals countless strong warriors. The strong are like clouds, and he still has a long way to go. However, it is precisely because he has seen such strong warriors that a fierce fire ignited in his heart. His belief in becoming the world's greatest swordsman became even more resolute. He must become stronger. Chen, Mihawk, they're all objects he needs to surpass. Is that all? Mihawk said to Zoro. He looked at the young swordsman in front of him. Although his moves were good, they were indeed lacking compared to Ichen's techniques. Each cut from Chen was filled with creativity and ingenuity, while the young man in front of him, although somewhat talented, was not yet brilliant enough. Hey, there should be a limit to looking down on people. Zoro gritted his teeth, determination burning in his eyes. If you can't find the book title, you could try searching for the author. Maybe it just changed its name. He bit down hard on the Wado Ikemanji, his gaze sharp as a blade. Using his strongest move to prove himself, Zoro slowly assumed his stance, spinning the two swords like a windmill, generating a strong wind. Then he shouted, as if condensing all his strength, slashing all three swords towards Mihawk. Three-sword style, Oogie. 3,000 worlds. Zoro surged forward like a storm, the blades slicing through the air, unstoppable. Ordinary swordsmen, facing such an assault, could only panic, utterly defenseless. Mihawk saw Zoro's attack, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Nodding. This move is quite impressive. He bent down, tightly gripping the standard sword in his hand, slowly adjusting his breathing, his front foot and back foot gently separating, gathering strength and preparing strike. Let's try this move. Huh. With a breath, Mihawk suddenly erupted, transforming into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing in front of Zoro. First form, lightning flash. A figure as swift as lightning flashed by, and the sword light drew a brilliant arc in the air. Crack, crack. The sound of two blades shattering echoed through the air as the two swords in Zoro's hands were completely severed, sharp fragments scattering across the deck. Swoosh! In the next moment, a deep gash sliced across Zoro's chest, intertwining with the earlier shallow wound, forming a shocking cross. Cough! Zoro felt a sharp pain in his chest. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face turning pale instantly. Total defeat. His strongest move was easily countered. Too strong. Clang. With a crisp sound, Wad Ikemanji slipped from his grasp, falling onto the deck. Zoro felt his body unable to support him any longer and fell forward at an angle. Even so, he still exerted every last bit of strength, desperately turning himself to fall onto his back. Oh! Mihawk raised an eyebrow, looking at the fallen Zoro, who, despite being injured on the ground, still maintained an upward-facing position, unwilling to face the earth. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A will to move forward? Not bad. Cough! Zoro coughed violently, the pain in his chest making his vision blurry, but his gaze remained resolute and persistent. Outmatched this time, I lost, but I will not stop here. One hand trembling, Zoro groped on the deck and finally grasped Wad Ikemanji that had fallen. His eyes sparkled with determination as he raised Wad Ikemanji high and shouted at Mihawk, I will surpass you. I will surpass that Chen. His voice echoed in the sea breeze, carrying an indomitable will, as if to break through the sky. Mihawk looked at Zoro, his lips curling slightly upward, revealing an appreciative smile. I recognize your will. He paused for a moment, then slightly lowered his head, his voice carrying a solemn tone. Boy, state your name. A smile appeared at the corner of Zoro's mouth as he gritted his teeth and said, Roronoa Zoro. Good, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk nodded gently. His voice, as clear and sharp as a blade, continued to advance towards the throne of the strongest in the world. Before that Chen surpasses me, try to surpass me. Zoro gasped and looked at Mihawk. Who is the Chen you mentioned? He recalled the battle just now. Every move Mihawk made carried a brand new style, a unique swordsmanship he had never seen before. The moves you just executed, were they all used by Chen? Yes, Mihawk nodded slightly. Both moves are from his breathing style. However, there's one more move that I'm still pondering. A contemplative look flashed in Mihawk's eyes as the image of Chen using the solar eclipse dragon head dance once again appeared in his mind. The intricacies of that swordsmanship were not yet fully grasped even by himself. Zoro's eyes widened in shock. What? You also have moves you haven't completely understood? He found it unbelievable. The man before him was known as the world's greatest swordsman. Even Mihawk couldn't fully comprehend some moves. Chen, who exactly is he? This name began to carve deeply into Zoro's heart. Meanwhile, many passengers watching from the Baratai began to discuss among themselves. Oh my god! Even the pirate hunter Zoro was easily defeated by the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk, yet he admits to having sword techniques he hasn't fully understood? Impossible. What's impossible? Mihawk himself admitted it. Who is this Chen? Is he also a great swordsman? Why have I never heard of him? Perhaps true masters remain anonymous? That is a possibility. Wait, Chen, why does this name sound familiar? A passenger living near the 186th branch said, thoughtfully. I remember the captain of the Navy branch near my home is also called Chen. Could it be? Impossible. That man is known as the shame of the East Blue Navy. Indeed, I have also heard of his name. The major who calls for reinforcements upon encountering pirates, bringing shame to the Navy. I heard that major he knows how to slack off at work. After work, he strolls around the red light district, charming all the ladies there. This. Is it possible that he is just hiding his strength? Impossible. If he really had that strength, I'll eat a pound upside down. One passenger pounded his chest to guarantee. Mihawk slowly tossed the ordinary standard sword in his hand onto the deck, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Today's battle was very enjoyable for him. Time to go home and sleep, and, after waking up, continue to ponder the profundities of the move Solar Eclipse Dragon. Head dance. Chen, who exactly are you? Zoro muttered to himself while gasping for breath. Looking at Mihawk in front of him, Mihawk turned to glance at Zoro, slightly raising the corner of his mouth, his tone carrying deep meaning. Continue sailing, Roronoa Zoro. One day, you will meet him, the Navy Headquarters Colonel, Chen. Chapter 15, Zoro. Main objective updated. Defeat Colonel Chen. Restaurant at Sea Baratai. When Mihawk declared Chen's identity, the entire restaurant fell into a dead silence in an instant. In the atmosphere of hushed whispers, everyone's faces were filled with surprise and confusion. Colonel Chen? Someone in the crowd muttered. Same name, same rank. Could it be that the Colonel Chen mentioned by Lord Mihawk is just a coincidence with a Major Chen from the 186th branch that we know? Some speculated quietly, their voices tinged with uncertainty. There are so many people in the Navy. It must be a coincidence. Yes, it must be a coincidence. More people nodded in agreement. A colonel from headquarters and a major from the East Blue branch are worlds apart. The difference is too great. How could a major, known as the shame of the East Blue, possibly be promoted to a colonel at headquarters overnight? That's absolutely impossible. Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Others quickly chimed in. How could he have such luck to rise so quickly? Right, huh? Damn Chen. I almost had to eat. The person who just claimed he would eat a pound standing on his head now sulkily said, his voice filled with relief and disdain. However, their self-comfort did not last long. Mihawk slowly scanned the onlookers, his gaze sharp as a knife, directly silencing the noise in the air. That kid Chen indeed comes from the 186th Navy branch. Mihawk said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. He is the shame of the East Blue that you all speak of. At this point, Mihawk paused slightly, his fierce gaze locking onto those who had mocked Chen earlier, his observation haughty, sensing every word they spoke clearly. The first time might be forgivable. That kid indeed likes to slack off, but for the second time, you dare to continue mocking? Do you think Chen is just lucky? Listen up. Mihawk sneered, his voice deep and powerful. Chen is a man I acknowledge. He will become the next person to sit on the strongest in the world throne. Will you all to dare gossip here? Mihawk's words were like a bone-chilling wind, freezing all mockery in the air. His imposing presence silenced the passengers, each one lowering their heads, not daring to utter another word. Disappointing. Mihawk scoffed disdainfully, lightly lifting his cloak, then turned without a second glance and stepped onto the coffin ship. Whoosh! After Mihawk left, someone in the restaurant finally let out a long breath, but the heavy, oppressive feeling still lingered in everyone's hearts. What? Someone trembled and asked, is it really that Chen? It really is. How could this be possible? Mihawk said it himself. Can it be fake? Someone weakly retorted, but their voice had already lost its previous confidence. Dude, didn't you say you would eat a pound standing on your head? A man couldn't help but approach, teasing, with a smile on his face. The man who just claimed he would eat a pound standing on his head was suddenly sweating profusely, tightly locked in the gaze of those around him, feeling as if a heavy stone pressed down on his heart. He forced a dry smile. I want to eat fried rice, huh? I love Barity's fried rice. That's fine. The man smiled meaningfully, then took out a camera bug from his pocket and said loudly, then you can start. I'm a reporter from East Blue Daily. Buddy, you're going to be famous. Damn, this site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling your browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find the novel you are reading. On the other side, Zoro lay quietly on the deck, eyes closed, breathing rapidly, the wounds on his body aching faintly. But a new flame ignited in his heart, burning every inch of his will. Colonel Chen. Zoro recalled Mihawk's words, a surge of unnamed fighting spirit rising within him. Someone really is close to the strongest in the world throne. Although he lost the battle against Mihawk, it made his goal clearer. Before surpassing Mihawk, he must first overcome a more realistic target, Chen. Mihawk, Zoro whispered, gripping the remaining Wado Ikemonji tightly, his eyes filled with steadfast belief. Next, I will definitely surpass Chen and move toward the strongest in the world throne. Just then, a piercing sound of mockery came from inside Bartai, as if to vent the accumulated fear and unwillingness. Ha 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 ha. That terrifying hawk-eyed man finally left. Kirok laughed triumphantly, his chest heaving violently from laughter, as if he had just returned from the brink of death. That utterly foolish three-sword-style idiot dared to confront such a monster head-on. Kirok's eyes were filled with disdain as he sneered. Who does he think he is? And what happened now? Now he is badly injured, right? Deserved it. The remnants of Kirok's pirate crew followed suit, laughing heartily, filling the entire restaurant with their boisterous laughter. Each one seemingly relieved to have escaped a calamity while feeling immense satisfaction at another's misfortune. To win, any means necessary is correct. What swordsmanship spirit, what fairness. Those are all jokes. Kirok's gaze was cold, his words full of sarcasm and disdain. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Kirok's triumphant laughter made his subordinates laugh even louder, but at that moment, a heavy slap landed on his back. Huh? Kirok was stunned by the hit and turned around abruptly, only to see an unexpected guest standing in front of him. It was a boy wearing a straw hat, his face serious, his fists slowly clenching. Hey! Luffy's voice was filled with intense anger. You can't talk about my partner like that. The usual playful expression on his face had completely vanished, replaced by determination and fury. That was a duel between swordsmen. You have no right to mock. Before Kizaru could react, Luffy's fist was already rapidly pulled back. A tearing sound echoed in the air. Rubber. Rocket. Boom! With a loud bang, Luffy's fist hit Kizaru's chest like a cannonball, the immense power instantly shattering his golden armor, shards flying everywhere. And Kizaru was sent flying like a rag doll. Cough! Kizaru crashed to the ground, kneeling, blood spewing from his mouth, as if all the strength in his body had been instantly drained. The remnants of the clique pirates were already starving and exhausted. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp struck one after another, leaving them powerless to fight back. The remaining pirates were knocked down, and the area around Baratai was in disarray. On the Yellow Monkey's warship, the air in the cabin felt somewhat oppressive. Kuro was sweating profusely, and facing Ichen's gaze, he felt an unprecedented pressure. The air in the cabin seemed to grow heavy, and the question, do you want to die or live, felt like a fork in the road of his fate. Kuro struggled to suppress the panic inside. His throat felt dry, and he swallowed hard. Without a doubt, he wanted to live. As a cunning man, he was unwilling to easily give up his life, especially in front of this person, where he sensed a faint glimmer of hope. Since Colonel Chen had given this choice, it meant he had a chance to survive, and he absolutely could not miss this opportunity. I want to live. Upon hearing this, Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Good. It's great that you want to live. If you can be persuaded, I don't want to resort to violence. It's too troublesome. He looked at the lieutenant beside him. Lieutenant, I need to talk to him alone. The lieutenant nodded, showing understanding, and immediately turned to leave the cabin, closing the door behind him, creating a closed space for them. The suffocating silence returned to the air, and Kuro felt an invisible pressure. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Chen slowly spoke. Kuro, follow me, and you can live. Chapter 16, Colonel Chen, Navy soldier, Chloe, reporting in. Is following you the way to survive? Chloe was taken aback for a moment. He understood the weight of those words. He wasn't entirely clear on what following Chen meant, but at least it meant he could live. Unlike other pirates who ended up in prison, living a dark and hopeless life, ultimately facing execution. A complex mix of emotions surged within Chloe. Living meant everything. He had to seize this opportunity. Taking a deep breath, his gaze became resolute, and he lowered himself, kneeling before Chen, and quietly said, Colonel Chen, I want to live. This short phrase carried a sense of submission and a desire for survival. Good. Chen smiled, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He liked smart people. Talking to them was clear and easy, but surface loyalty wasn't enough. What he needed was complete loyalty, someone he could fully trust to handle the tedious matters. Have a seat. Chen gestured to the chair beside him, indicating Chloe to sit down, then asked, besides living, what else do you want? Chloe hesitated, furrowing his brow slightly. Memories of his days on the run, hunted by the Navy, flashed through his mind, helpless and without a home. I'm tired of the pirate life. I want stability. Stability? Chen nodded. No problem. Come with me to the Navy headquarters. There's no place safer on this sea than the Navy headquarters. Before the Marineford War, it was almost the safest place in the world. Even the Holy Land, Mariewa, had been invaded by Fisher Tiger, but the Navy headquarters stood firm and steady. Even the Golden Lion Shiki had to suffer defeat at the hands of Sengoku and Garp right outside its gates. During the Marineford War, he could enjoy the show like Old Yellow, relaxed and carefree. The Navy headquarters? Chloe listened to Ichen's answer and nodded slightly. Indeed, the Navy headquarters was the core force of the world government, a place pirates avoided, far safer than any corner of the East Blue. Ichen's gaze was intense as he looked at Chloe and asked again, anything else? Chloe paused, lowering his head in contemplation. He thought of the plan he had spent 3 years devising, now disrupted by some inexplicable rubber boy, filling him with unwillingness. He clenched his fists, a determined look in his eyes. I want to become stronger, much stronger. Only with greater power can I live safely. Oh, Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised yet finding it reasonable. In this vast sea, power was everything. Without power, how could one have stability? Chloe's desire was evident, and Chen was deeply satisfied with this yearning. After a moment's thought, he smiled slightly, glanced at his remaining joy points, and then at the badge in his hand. Remaining joy points, 101,520, Devil's Guide. Excellent blue item, current star level, 3 stars. Maximum is 3 stars. Consume vitality to gain a chance to break through your talent limit. The higher the star level, the greater the probability of the breakthrough and the higher the talent limit. Can only be used by those with original talents below Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters. After breaking through and fully digesting the item's effects, the talent can reach the elite Rear Admiral level of the headquarters. Excellent blue items reaching 3 stars can all be upgraded using joy points. To break through to the ceiling level, joy points required, 100,000. After breaking through to ceiling level purple items, the breakthrough rate reaches 100, and talent can reach the level of an admiral in the headquarters. His original plan was to save up 150,000 joy points and then spend 100,000 joy points to promote the Devil's Guide to purple, but unexpectedly, he encountered Chloe so soon, and he happened to have a need to grow stronger. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. He might as well go with the flow and let him break through directly. Why break something that could be solved in one go into 2? How troublesome. Beep. The host spends 100,000 joy points to promote the Devil's Guide to ceiling level. Remaining joy points, 1520. Chen gently toyed with the badge in his hand and then handed it to Chloe. This can make you very powerful, but comes at a cost. A small badge can make one strong. Chloe frowned in confusion. You can give it a try, Chen said calmly, his tone carrying a hint of temptation and undeniable power. However, using it will consume your vitality. And he paused, a meaningful smile on his face, can help you recover the vitality you lose. Chloe's heart sank as he understood the implication. Using the badge would deplete his vitality, and Chen could help him recover it, which meant as long as he remained loyal, Chen could ensure he would not die from the loss of vitality. However, once he harbored thoughts of betrayal, what awaited him would only be the depletion of his vitality and the fate of dying of old age. This truly was a condition that allowed no room for regret. Chloe murmured softly, his tone filled with bitterness and helplessness, yet his eyes sparkled with a determined light. As a former pirate, he knew well that betrayal was rampant in these seas, and such measures were indeed necessary. He took a deep breath and grasped the badge tightly. A small silver needle on the badge suddenly shot out, piercing Chloe's finger. Chloe winced as pain surged through him, but he did not let go. Power surged through his blood, igniting an unprecedented fervor. He deeply sensed that his talent was undergoing a transformation. The most immediate feeling was that he could now fully comprehend the shave technique used by the lieutenant colonel who had defeated him before. It was an advanced version of a shave. Now he could clearly understand the force application and technique of this move, as if it had belonged to him from the very beginning. Is this the power of a talent breakthrough? Chloe murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. An unprecedented vision appeared in his mind. If he could persistently hone this power, his future height could reach the level of an admiral in the Navy headquarters. Black Cat Admiral. A hint of excitement and anticipation tugging at the corners of his mouth. Truly an enticing goal. Meanwhile, Chloe felt the color of his hair subtly changing. His originally deep black hair gradually interweaving with white, a sign of vitality depletion, symbolizing the price he was paying for power at this moment. Chen quietly watched all of this, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. What he wanted was Chloe's awareness and loyalty, so he would become a sharp and reliable blade in his hands. Then, Chen took out Senza Bean from his pocket and handed it to Chloe. Celestial Bean can restore vitality consumed by accidents, heal external and internal injuries. Ineffective against common physical ailments. Chloe was slightly taken aback, then without hesitation, took the Celestial Bean, bit down on it, and let the vitality spread throughout his body. He felt the warm energy rapidly repairing his body, gradually restoring the vitality he had overdrawn from using the badge. However, although his vitality had improved, he understood that the power of this celestial being was far from enough to compensate for all his losses. Chloe stood there, clenched his fists, felt the changes in his body, and his eyes showed deep gratitude and determination. He had never imagined that one day he could possess such power, a power capable of changing his fate and reshaping himself. And giving him all this was not some mysterious devil fruit, nor was it a plan he had painstakingly managed in the EC, but the man before him, a seemingly casual and cynical man who was actually unfathomable. Chen. This was definitely not an ordinary colonel. Chloe took a deep breath. He understood his identity and realized that from today onward, he could never return to the past. The Chloe who once strategized and prided himself on being a cunning pirate had become history. Now he was a naval soldier, a subordinate of Chen. There was no need for doubt, no need for hesitation. Chloe silently told himself that he just needed to do his best and handle every task assigned by the colonel well, completely shedding the shadow of the past failure. He straightened his back, brought his feet together, placed his hand on his forehead, and looked at Chen with determined eyes, bowing deeply. Colonel Chen, Klo said in a calm, yet powerful voice, Naval Soldier Klo, reporting to you. Colonel Chen looked at Klo, who was bowing before him, with satisfaction, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Good, the best tool is now in place. Next, what awaits me will be a pleasant life at the headquarters. Old Huang, when their SA mission, you could just keep busy. As for me, I've already got my first tool and taken a big step toward casually lounging around in the headquarters. I am the king of naval slacking. Chapter 17, Shocking. The world's #1 swordsman Mihawk admits to encountering. EC. On the deck of the warship, a small table is placed in the center of the deck, with 3 people gathered around it, intensely playing cards. Wangjia. Kuru expressionlessly plays his highest card, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Can't win. The lieutenant colonel sighs, gently placing his cards down. Pass. Chen shrugs. Kuru's smile widens as he looks at the cards on the table, and then at his remaining hand, contemplating his next move. According to the rules, he and the lieutenant colonel are on the same team, aiming to work together against the landlord, Colonel Chen. At this moment, the colonel has only 6 cards left. Based on his calculations, the colonel holds a medium straight and a small card. To allow the colonel to win, he must dismantle the 4 threes in his hand, and then play a small straight for the colonel to run. Kuru's eyes light up as he quietly says, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Chen squints slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Play it. He skillfully plays his card and then confidently calls out, single report. Can't win. Hey, I'm out. Chen claps his hands, stands up, and smiles broadly. This. The lieutenant colonel shakes his head helplessly. At this moment, a Navy soldier hurriedly runs over, stands at attention, and salutes. Colonel, here is today's EC Daily. Good. Chen takes the newspaper, casually sits back down, and begins flipping through it. For him, reading the newspaper during work hours to learn about major events at sea has become a part of his daily life. He enjoys this lifestyle. Well then, Colonel, I will go confirm the route and see if there are any deviations. The lieutenant colonel stands up, salutes Chen, and then leaves the cabin. Kuru follows closely behind, silently observing and learning how to adapt to his new life, how to play his role as a soldier in the Navy, and understanding the responsibilities and discipline behind this identity. Kuru has never been so serious, as he knows that his identity as a pirate has completely become a thing of the past. Now, he is a sailor, a soldier under Colonel Chen. To fully integrate into his new identity, Kuru's life seems to vibrate on 2 strings, one for learning and the other for training. Learning is to better grasp the affairs of the department, aiming to become Colonel Chen's right-hand man in the future. Training is to enhance his combat strength to deal with various troubles he might encounter in the future. As for the colonel, being this strong, what is the point of slacking off? At the colonel's request, the bounty for the Black Cat pirates has been revoked, and other capture members have been arranged to various branches along the way for reformation, with those performing excellently, even having the chance to join the Navy and turn over a new leaf. Kuru understands that he has no way back, nor does he need one. Becoming stronger and stable is his goal. Following Colonel Chen, he can achieve his goals. Therefore, the colonel's demands are his own goals. As Chen's subordinate, he will handle all affairs systematically, for Chen and for himself. Go ahead, go ahead. Chen waved his hand, watching Kuru leave, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The progress of his new subordinate is rapid. In just a few days, Kuru has adjusted his positioning and stance. Now it seems that his decision to return to West Rob Village was extremely correct. Kuru is the key to his happy, leisurely life at the headquarters. He can help manage those tedious affairs and completely free up his time. Thinking about how he can leisurely sit in the Navy headquarters office reading the newspaper in the future, Chen smiled. Beautiful. He lit a cigar, took a deep puff, the smoke swirling around his lips, filled with a sense of relaxation. He casually flipped open the EC Daily. Shocking. The world's #1 swordsman Mihawk admits to encountering an incomprehensible sword technique. Upon seeing this headline, Chen's eyes lit up. Old me's news. Let's take a look. He smiled playfully and continued to read. Mihawk defeated pirate Hunter Zoro with 2 moves. Moreover, he admits that these 2 moves are from a colonel in the Navy headquarters, and 1 move that even Mihawk himself has not yet comprehended. Due to not having Mr. Mihawk's authorization, the names of the techniques and names will not be disclosed. This reporter is quite thoughtful, afraid of being cut by old me. Chen flicked the ash off his cigar, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Damn. Old me's insight is truly incredible. He actually managed to steal my techniques. If he doesn't bring 2 bottles of fine red wine as compensation the next time we meet, I won't easily let this matter go. Just as he was thinking this, Chen's gaze lingered on the last few pages of the newspaper, suddenly revealing a hint of amusement. Oh, he flipped open the photo in the newspaper, which clearly showed a man doing a handstand, struggling to stretch his head and neck downward, trying hard to eat a bowl overflowing with fried rice. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckled. Who is this so pathetic? Actually eating such a big bowl of fried rice upside down? Who did he offend? The man in the photo had an extremely pained expression, as if he was exerting his utmost effort, but ultimately in the next photo, he clumsily lost his balance and fell down, landing in a very awkward position. The crowd watching burst into laughter, many even laughing to the point of tears. Ha ha ha, this guy is too funny. Chen clutched his stomach and laughed heartily, the sound echoing in the cabin, his genuine joy overflowing. Ding! The host reads the newspaper and slacks off during work hours. And today's newspaper is more interesting than yesterday's. The host is in a good mood, pleasure value 500. At this moment, the cabin door gently opened, and the lieutenant colonel quickly walked in, his expression serious as he saluted and reported. Colonel, the course is all normal. It is expected to take half a day to reach Rogue Town. Chen nodded, gently closed the newspaper, and thought to himself, Rogue Town, coming to the pirate world, traveling to various places is also nice. Let us take a scenic route back to the headquarters. Moreover, by the time they return to headquarters, Kizaru should be fully familiar with various military affairs and will handle everything with ease. By then, he can completely free himself from those tedious affairs and live a truly relaxed life. EC, Arlong Park, accompanied by a resounding rubber battle axe. Luffy's figure leaps into the sky like an arrow, his feet forcefully extending upward, suddenly crashing down with destructive power. The foot struck heavily on Arlong's head, tearing through the air, and a violent shockwave exploded in the sky. The terrifying force descended like thunder, knocking Arlong directly to the ground, causing the entire Arlong Park building to collapse instantly under the immense power. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the sound of the walls collapsing echoed like rolling thunder. Debris and tiles flying everywhere, and thick smoke and dust filled the sky. Arlong's once arrogant smile also vanished in a thin air. Ah! A piercing scream came from the chaos, belonging to the rat colonel from the Navy's 16th Division, who was trying to take advantage of the situation but was coldly blocked by Zoro. The Straw Hat Pirates battle not only overthrew Arlong's rule, but also thoroughly exposed the corrupt Navy that had oppressed the people and colluded with the fishmen, leading to a just judgment. This battle also officially brought the Straw Hat Pirates into the Navy headquarters site. Several young figures stirred up a tremendous wave on this sea. With this major event, Monkey D., Luffy's bounty of 30 million berries quickly made this young pirate, fresh on the scene, the focus of the entire East Blue. As the sun set, the orange-yellow afterglow spilled over the wreckage of Arlong Park and on the distant sea. The Going Merry was sailing towards its next destination against the sea breeze. The Grand Line. Usopp stood at the stern, gripping tightly with both hands, his eyes flashing with fear and desire for the unknown. Don't forget the supplies needed for the journey, Nami reminded with a smile, her eyes slightly squinted, as if already calculating the necessary expenses. Nami-chan Zoro was still resting with his eyes closed on the deck, arms behind his head, looking indifferent, but the faint smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his anticipation for future challenges. Meanwhile, the cook Sanji smiled as he lit a cigarette, looking towards the slowly receding ruins of Arlong Park, his eyes filled with trust and camaraderie for his companions. The Going Merry swayed in the sea breeze, its sails billowing in the wind, and the Straw Hat Skull flag flew high. Let us go. Luffy stood at the bow, excitedly waving. The next stop, the town of beginnings and endings, Low Town, before the Grand Line. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates this site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find a novel you are reading. Chapter 18, you will only be carefree by yourself. While I think of my brothers all the time. Rogue Town. The sea breeze gently blows. In the office of the Rogue Town Navy Branch Chief. Brew, 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 the sound of the phone bug suddenly rang out, loud and urgent. Smoker, biting a cigar, frowned impatiently and reached out to pick up the phone bug. Hello? Smoker opened his mouth, his words revealing a hint of coldness. Major Smoker. Colonel Chen from headquarters will arrive in Rogtown in 2 hours. The voice on the other end made Smoker's expression change slightly. After listening for a moment, he bit down hard on his cigar, his brow furrowing tightly, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, it's actually true." He abruptly took the cigar out, biting off a piece, ash falling to the ground. Anger and disdain flashed in his eyes. That disgrace of the East Sea has really been recalled to headquarters. What are those guys at headquarters thinking? A bunch of decayed, old men. Why don't they just expel someone like him from a navy? The soldiers nearby were already accustomed to it. Major Smoker was just that kind of person who acted on his own and did not obey orders. Confronting superiors was the most normal thing. Bang! The sound of the door opening interrupted Smoker's anger. Colonel Smoker, Tashiji walked in, tightly holding a newspaper, her face showing some tension and urgency. "Look, is there something big?" "Yes." "Colonel." Tashiji quickly walked up to Smoker, handing him the newspaper. Her voice a bit excited. "Another new great pirate has emerged in the East Sea." "Oh." Smoker's interest was piqued, his eyebrows slightly raised. "A bounty of 30 million berries for Straw Hat Luffy." Tashiji took out the bounty notice clamped in the newspaper and handed it to Smoker. Smoker took the bounty notice, his eyes fixating on the face that was smiling boldly. His expression gradually became serious, his fingers lightly tapping on the bounty notice. "Luffy, a man like this cannot be unprepared to head to the Grand Line. Right here in Rogtown, we will arrest him." "Yes." "Major Smoker, there is one more thing." Tashiji pointed at the headline of the newspaper. "One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye My Hawk, encountered a Navy headquarters colonel in the East Sea, meeting a sword technique that even he could not see through." "What?" Smoker was taken aback, his brow furrowing, his expression quickly turning severe. He snatched the newspaper, quickly scanning the contents, his gaze becoming more and more grave. "Damn, why does it feel like a storm is coming? My Hawk, the man known as the world's greatest swordsman, how could he appear in the East Sea? And he encountered a headquarters colonel in the East Sea? Even more outrageous. This headquarters colonel has a sword technique that even my Hawk cannot see through? This is simply unbelievable." Smoker couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. Rubbing his brow, anxiety surging. Although he did not like pirates closely related to the world government, he had to admit that Mihawk's strength was indeed formidable. A headquarters colonel recognized by Mihawk? Who is it? Damn EC Daily. Could you write it clearly? Major Smoker, the most popular headquarters colonel in the East Sea recently. Should only be Colonel Chen, right? Tashiji said uncertainly, her voice carrying a hint of hesitation, but she couldn't help but propose a bold guess. "Could it be? It can't be him." Smoker interrupted her directly, his brow furrowed, his eyes flashing with a determined light. He took the cigar away from his mouth and fiercely flicked off the ash. "That lazy guy. How could he possibly master a sword technique that even my Hawk cannot see through? He was just a slacker who got recalled to headquarters through connections. He has no real skills at all. He is the disgrace of the East Sea. If he could just roll out of the East Sea this time, I would be so happy I'd celebrate with fireworks." Smoker became angrier as he spoke, his mind starting to recall the man's appearance, his lazy posture, even unable to stand straight. A guy who just eats and waits to die. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fire. If such a person could also be recognized by my Hawkeye. Smoker did not continue. He waved his hand and said to Tashiji, "By the way, prepare. That bastard is about to arrive." "What?" Tashiji was stunned, her face revealing an incredulous expression. "Isn't Colonel Chen returning to headquarters through the comm belt?" "Oomph. Thinking of slacking off, not going through the comm belt, so he can spend more time enjoying the journey." Smoker snorted coldly. "Go prepare. Let that guy see the momentum of the Rogtown branch." "Yes." Watching Tashiji leave, Smoker lit his cigar again, the smoke slowly rising in front of him. He looked coldly out at the sea from the window. It seemed like it was going to rain. Woo! A long whistle echoed in the skies above Rogtown, resonating throughout every corner of the town, like a roar from the deep sea. A huge warship slowly sailed into the port of Rogtown, the flag on the main mast fluttering in the wind, boldly emblazoned with yellow letters, symbolizing the extraordinary origin of this ship. This giant ship of the Navy headquarters caused a stir around the port. Many people curiously gathered around, watching this unexpected guest. The hull was as large as a small mountain, docked at the port looking extremely imposing. On the deck, Chen, biting a cigar, stood at the bow, leisurely scanning the Rogtown right in front of him. The sea breeze made the Justice cloak behind him flap loudly. He raised his head, squinting at the gloomy sky, as if smelling the humid scent in the air, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. "Oh, is it going to rain?" he murmured to himself, his voice not loud, but carrying a sense of nonchalance. Snap! A delicate umbrella was quietly opened. Kuro stood behind him, silently holding the umbrella to shield him from the potential rain. Who? Chen gently exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist dispersing in the air. He slowly turned his head, looking at the busy streets of the port, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Not bad, very prosperous. Much more prosperous than the 186th branch I was at before. This time I will definitely have fun. Lao Huang, you go out and enjoy yourself. And I will enjoy with my brothers. This is the difference. He waved his hand, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Let us go have some fun. All expenses charged to the Rogtown branch. Yes. In a hotel in Rogtown, a man dressed in a dark green coat suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp and cold. His expression was serious, with a head of black hair casually draped over his shoulders. On his left cheek, there was a conspicuous red square tattoo, making him appear especially striking and mysterious. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, the father of Straw Hat Luffy. He had specifically come to Lowtown because he had learned a special piece of news. His son, Monkey D. Luffy, was about to set sail from the East Blue, heading towards the Grand Line. He knew that this sea did not belong to the faint-hearted, nor would it favor those unwilling to take risks. Every person who set sail had an indelible belief in their hearts, and as a father, Dragon understood this well. Therefore, he chose to come to Lowtown, not to stop him, but to see him off. What reason is there to stop a man from pursuing his dreams? Dragon muttered to himself, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and a fleeting warmth flickered in his eyes. For his ambition to change the world and to protect his son, he had not lived a single day with Luffy. But now, he was just a father who hoped his son could freely chase his dreams. Dragon's gaze was fixed on the window, but his tightly furrowed brows betrayed the turmoil in his heart. Outside the window, a massive warship was slowly entering the port. On its white mainsail, a yellow character stood out prominently against the stormy weather. This, as a former vice admiral, Dragon was well acquainted with the Navy's internal structure and the specifications for different types of warships. Yellow. This is the warship of a Marine Admiral. Why? Why is a Marine Admiral's warship appearing in Lowtown? Please, gentlemen, if you don't give it, Little Yang will. Pokebutts? Chapter 19. The Dragon of the Solar Halo, Head Dance. Mihawk's version. New World, Red-Haired Pirates Base. A coffin ship of the red-haired pirates slowly sailed into the harbor, emanating a unique chill that seemed to freeze the air around it. The crew of the red-haired pirates immediately became alert, their eyes fixed on the approaching coffin ship. Wow, Hawkeye, what brings you to our base? But Mihawk showed no reaction. His gaze was cold, his steps calm, and he silently walked towards the depths of the base. Hey, Hawkeye. A familiar voice came from the side. The person was tall, wearing a deep blue cloak with spiral patterns, his gray hair slicked back, and a cross-shaped scar on his left temple. It was Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. Captain, Beckman called softly as Shanks leisurely stepped out from the ship. Shanks wore an unbuttoned white shirt paired with brown three-quarter pants and flip-flops. His gaze lingered on Mihawk for a moment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mihawk, you're quite the rare guest. Here to challenge me to a duel? Mihawk snorted lightly and replied calmly, Humph, what is the point of dueling with this one-armed man? He took out the East Sea Daily from his pocket and gently handed it to Shanks, saying, take a look. Shanks raised an eyebrow slightly, took the newspaper, and casually flipped it open, his eyes quickly scanning the familiar text until he reached the bounty list. At that moment, the image of a character caught his eye, the iconic smiling face of Monkey D. Luffy, both familiar and amusing. Holding the bounty notice, Shanks scrutinized it for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Luffy, you've come. Haven to you? He casually passed the newspaper to Beckman beside him, his eyes filled with satisfaction and anticipation. I'm waiting for you in the New World. Shanks turned to his crew, still smiling, and commanded, hey, you guys prepare a feast. We have something to celebrate today. Mihawk, why don't you join us for a drink? Not interested. I had a great time on this outing and plan to go home and rest. Mihawk shook his head slightly, having intended to go home to sleep. But upon seeing this and recalling what you mentioned about that kid from the East Sea, I thought I'd bring it to show you. At this moment, Beckman looked up and pointed at the headline of the newspaper, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Ask him, Mihawk, is what it says true? A sword technique you cannot comprehend. Mihawk glanced at the newspaper and nodded. Indeed, that Kitty-Chin sword technique is quite profound and imaginative. He paused, his gaze flickering, but I've already figured out some tricks on the way here. Oh, Shanks, who was calling his crew to prepare the banquet, turned around, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Chen? He raised an eyebrow, The one you mentioned before, that slacker major from the EC? I always thought the breath style he spoke of was just a scam. Mihawk fell silent for a moment, his eyes deep, and replied in a low voice, Shanks, do you think I will be fooled by such tricks? Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed even more heartily, his laughter booming, and a glimmer of mockery sparkled in his eyes. Well, you never know, right? After all, you love to stay at home and ignore people. Who knows when you might get fooled? Mihawk's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, his voice low and threatening. Shanks, I see you're really looking to duel with me again. His hand slowly reached behind him, grasping the legendary black blade. Yuru, just what I wanted. Shanks shrugged, his hand resting on the griffin at his waist. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If it still cannot be saved, please remember the contents of your bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies and log in again to add the bookshelf. Now, let me see what is so extraordinary about your breath style. Then just watch. Mihawk's voice was cold, and as soon as he finished speaking, he drew the black blade Yoru from behind him. In an instant, an astonishing sense of oppression spread from him. The air around seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. The members of the red-haired pirates displayed expressions of shock. It wasn't their first time witnessing a duel between these two powerhouses, but today's atmosphere felt particularly different. Everyone get back. The captain and Hawkeye are about to fight. Beckman keenly sensed the change in atmosphere and immediately waved his hand, signaling the surrounding members to retreat quickly to evacuate the ordinary crew members who might be affected. The people around began to panic, fearing they would be caught up in the battle between these two top-level warriors. Mihawk looked up at the sky, where the sunlight was blazing. He closed his eyes slightly, feeling the warmth of the sunlight and the direction of the wind, his breathing gradually stabilizing, his aura slowly merging with the surrounding nature. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed to burn with flames, and his entire momentum erupted. Mihawk took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his breathing rhythm, gripping the black blade Yoru tightly, the blade shimmering with a cold light under the sunlight. At that moment, he seemed to become the medium between the sun and the dragon, the blade and heart combined, heart and nature united. The 11th form, Mihawk murmured softly, then, like a fire dragon soaring, his movements suddenly erupted, the blade shadows resembling a dragon taking flight, charging towards Shanks with fiery, killing intent. Upon seeing Mihawk strike, Shanks's pupils instantly contracted. His observation hockey had already seen the future of this strike, and he realized the immense power of this blow, causing his heart to race. Damn! Shanks cursed under his breath as a strong sense of unease surged within him. The sharpness of the sword intent had exceeded his understanding of Mihawk. I was careless. This strike before him was definitely not ordinary swordsmanship. The blow Mihawk was about to unleash was incredibly strong. The technique was stronger than the blade itself. This strike would tear the entire island apart. He had to stop it. Stop Mihawk. Wait! Shanks hurriedly called out to stop him, but it was too late. In Mihawk's eyes, there was only the impending blade shadow, his movements like lightning, swift and merciless. Solar Halo Dragon, head dance. Mihawk shouted. The black blade Yoru swung out like lightning, the blade edge seemingly igniting the surrounding air, its scorching sharpness dazzling like the sun, illuminating the entire battlefield. The sword energy transformed into a massive fire dragon, dancing in the air, coiling and soaring, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure directly towards Shanks. In that moment, Shanks's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. He could feel that this strike was not just simple power, but a brand new, limit-defying sword technique. The breathing style mentioned by Mihawk actually exists, and it even possesses a wondrous aura that can counter the forces of nature. What exactly is this breathing style? Who is that mysterious Navy captain? Chen? Shanks' surprise continued to churn within him, but clearly, there was no time to explore these questions now. He saw the fire dragon roaring towards him, the temperature around him rising instantly, and the air was filled with scorching energy. There was no other way. He had to respond with all his might. It had to be like this. Shanks tightened his expression, gripping the griffin at his waist tightly, the bright red conqueror's hockey enveloping the blade like flames, radiating a red glow around him. He let out a fierce roar, and the hockey behind him manifested as a red griffin, accompanied by a cry reminiscent of both a lion and a griffin. Shanks swung the griffin, the hockey-laden blade slicing through the air directly towards the fire dragon. Divine avoidance. I will not avoid the divine avoidance. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save it, Please remember the contents of your bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies. Then log in again and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 20. The Navy, a great monster emerges. In the New World, while Mihawk and Shanks were fiercely battling it out, the mastermind, Chen, was confidently leading the elite troops of the headquarters, preparing to land at Rogue Town. Drip, fine rain quietly fell, gently patting the roofs and streets of Rogue Town, enveloping the entire small town in a hazy, moist atmosphere. Inside the Navy branch of Rogue Town, a tense atmosphere spread. Hurry up, that bastard who got promoted through connections is arriving. Smoker's voice was deep and urgent as he gritted his teeth, his cigar almost slipping from his mouth. Everyone, get your spirits up. Let that guy see the spirit of our Rogue Town branch. The Navy soldiers standing behind Smoker wore solemn expressions, quickly getting ready, adjusting their uniforms, and checking their weapons. They then followed Smoker out of the branch, marching in unison towards the dock. As they approached the dock step by step, the massive and majestic Navy warship gradually came into view, evoking a sense of awe. Chen stood at the bow, cigar in mouth, looking relaxed with a slight smile on his lips, exuding a playful arrogance. The Justice cloak on him fluttered in the sea breeze, appearing particularly comfortable and proud. Following closely behind was a lieutenant colonel, holding an open black umbrella to shield Chen from the falling rain, demonstrating a sense of duty. Kuro stayed on the ship to guard and did not follow ashore. During this time, he had only one goal: to become stronger. Ever since Kuro had elevated his talent to the level of a Navy admiral through the Demon God guidance, he had set a very strict training regimen for himself, exercising day after day without slackening. He knew well that the unfathomable means by which Chen had elevated his talent to such an extent required him to become even stronger for a more stable life and greater power. He had to continuously surpass himself and become Chen's most powerful assistant, clearing away all potential obstacles for him. Let him make a fuss. Chen glanced at Kuro, who was still training on the deck, narrowing his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. If Kuro became stronger, he would have to intervene less in the future and could focus more on enjoying a relaxed life, leaving all the troubles to his underlings. While he lounged around in the back, wasn't it the ideal life? He thought proudly to himself, the smile on his lips becoming more pronounced as smoke slowly rose from his mouth. Let's go. Chen waved his hand, leading the elite troops of the headquarters down the deck and towards the dock. The onlookers at the dock turned their heads, even holding their breath in the fine rain. That laid-back bastard. Smoker saw the familiar figure from a distance, and the anger in his chest surged, the cigar in his mouth becoming tighter, the smoke growing thicker. Thud, thud, thud. The elite troops of the headquarters marched in unison and with power, directly overshadowing the momentum of the finest soldiers of the Rogue Town branch in the EC. The onlookers watched the soldiers descending from the warship, buzzing with curiosity. Wow, wasn't it said that Rogue Town's Navy branch is the most elite force in the EC? Why do I feel that these soldiers coming down from the warship have an even more extraordinary presence? Yes, Colonel Smoker is the White Hunter, one of the strongest in the EC. But the man leading the descent from the warship looks even more handsome and composed than Colonel Smoker. A sharp-eyed member of the crowd noticed the large characters on the mainsail of the warship and exclaimed, "Yellow. No way." Mixed in the crowd, Monkey D. Dragon's gaze flickered slightly. When he saw the yellow characters fluttering in the wind, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just Kizaru's warship. Dragon silently breathed a sigh of relief, a barely noticeable smile appearing on his lips. This meant that Luffy still had a chance to safely leave the East Sea and embark on his own great voyage, facing the unknown adventures and challenges. If it were a Kainu coming, then today Rogue Town would probably turn into a battlefield filled with blood and flames, a scene he absolutely did not want to see. However, even with Kizaru's warship, he had to remain cautious. Dragon's thoughts raced as he focused on the massive warship, a bold idea flashing through his mind. If this warship were attacked at the right moment, causing it to be forced to stay at the dock for repairs, the headquarters elite would be powerless to stop Luffy from successfully setting sail. After pondering for a moment, Dragon already had a plan in mind. He took a deep breath, feeling the moisture and coolness brought by the sea breeze, quietly waiting for the best moment to arrive. When Luffy was ready to set sail, he would create chaos, no matter what, to pave a smooth path for his son to the Great Route. New World. Boom. Flames and red light clashed violently in the air. The explosion sounds deafening, shockwaves rippling and stirring up layers of airwaves, as if the entire world had lost its balance in that moment. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, as the fire dragon and the red griffin entangled in the sky, airwaves swirling. debris on the ground being lifted by the energy raining down around like raindrops. The entire island seemed to be at the center of a storm, with countless supplies being swept up into the air by the powerful currents, flying around like out-of-control kites. The air was filled with scorching energy fluctuations, as if even the sky were about to be sliced apart. Mihawk easily retreated using the power of the god avoidance, lightly tapping his toes and leaping onto the coffin boat like a black phantom. He looked up at Shanks in the sky, his expression calm. "Are you using Conqueror's Haki as well?" Mihawk said softly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "This / I haven't completely comprehended yet. Once I return and get a good night's sleep to fully grasp it, then come back." Hearing this, Shanks furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly serious. He was unable to calm down. This strike's intensity exceeded his expectations, far surpassing his estimation of Mihawk's strength. Sun Halo Dragon, head dance. This move, merely a glimpse of what Mihawk had learned, possessed such terrifying destructive power. As the top swordsman of the New World, the man who sat on the throne of the four emperors with haki and swordsmanship, Shanks naturally recognized the terrifying power contained in this slash. Although Mihawk was the world's greatest swordsman, the power of this move made Shanks re-evaluate the depth of the breathing style. He had initially thought it was just something Mihawk mentioned in jest, but now that he witnessed it firsthand, he knew he was wrong. Seriously wrong. "Chen," Shanks murmured softly, a flicker of unease and curiosity crossing his eyes. That Navy major, the mysterious figure spoken of by Mihawk, what kind of strength did he possess? What mysteries lay within the breathing style that even Mihawk held in such high regard? Mihawk did not say more, sheathed the black sword Yuru, turned, and stood steadily on the coffin boat, waving at Shanks. "Shanks, see you next time. I'll bring the complete Sun Halo Dragon." Shanks gazed at Mihawk's departing figure, his heart still surging with emotions. He stood there, one hand gripping the griffin at his waist, his red hair slightly swaying in the wind, and a rare seriousness shone in his eyes. The Navy has produced a great monster. Gentlemen, do you have any super good-looking pictures of pirates hidden in your pants? Don't keep them to yourselves, hand them all over. Here's the cover of the previous book to set the tone. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find the novel you are reading. Chapter 21. The Lazy Handsome Guy and the Overtime King. Rogue Town, drizzling rain. Smoker and Chen faced each other in the light rain, raindrops falling into the space between them, as if adding a layer of faint mist to the tense atmosphere. "Hey, old Smoker, are you trying to intimidate me with your aura?" Chen said with a playful smile, a cigar in his mouth and a lazy grin on his face. Although Smoker always referred to himself as the shame of the East Blue Navy, Chen didn't care about that at all, because towards Smoker, he only felt gratitude and appreciation. After all, for the past 3 years, being able to enjoy a relaxed and pleasant life at the branch was largely thanks to Smoker, the Overtime King. Due to Smoker's relentless attitude towards pirates, whenever the 186th branch encountered trouble, Chen would call him for support. Naturally, in the East Blue, a place where the average bounty was 3 million berries, the natural type was nearly invincible, as long as Smoker came to assist. The pirates in the jurisdiction would be swept away, and Chen could just sit back, drink tea, and watch the show. Over these 3 years, he had earned quite a few pleasure points, and life had been quite enjoyable. Ding! You see Smoker coming to support again. Eliminating the pirates, causing trouble in the jurisdiction. Pleasure points, 100. Ding! Today is the 5th day since Smoker came to support the 186th branch, and the pirates in the host jurisdiction, fearing the host's ability to call for support, don't dare to show their faces and cause trouble anymore. Another peaceful and sunny day. Pleasure points, 200. Look at this, look at this. This kind of Overtime King colleague is one of my favorite partners as a slacker. Shut up. You disgrace of the East Blue Navy. Smoker looked at the lazy guy in front of him with disdain and said sarcastically, "Now you're even smoking a cigar? Don't say it like that, have one. This is a special supply for admirals." Chen took out a cigar from his pocket and handed it to Smoker, then casually pulled out 5 cigars from Smoker's vest, the action smooth, clearly a habitual offender. Smoker paused for a moment, looking at the cigar in his hand, then immediately smelled it. As an old smoker, he instantly sensed the uniqueness of this cigar. Its rich aroma made him raise an eyebrow. This is a top-tier cigar, special supply for admirals, without caring about how many cigars Chen had taken from him. Smoker eagerly lit the top-tier cigar in his hand, taking a deep puff, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "You little brat. You wouldn't be the child that Kizaru dropped in the sea back in the day, would you? Get lost. I only have mutual admiration with old Kizaru. Chen laughed and scolded, blowing out a smoke ring, his eyes revealing a hint of teasing as he lazily replied, "That's the resonance from a salted fish." Smoker's heart stirred, and he silently clicked his tongue. He had to admit, both Kizaru and Chen exuded a natural laziness that made people want to explode with anger. "You brat, now that you're in my road town, behave yourself a bit. Don't worry, old Smoker, we've known each other for a while now, don't you know me?" Chen said lazily, "The thing I fear the most is trouble." After saying that, Chen waved his hand and casually instructed the lieutenant behind him, "Let's go. Take the brothers out to have some fun." The lieutenant behind him held an umbrella, silently following Chen, while the elite members of the headquarters neatly followed Chen towards the market in Road Town. First bloodbath, then a massage. Smoker watched as Chen's group gradually walked away, taking a deep drag from his cigar and muttering under his breath, "Damn it, the Admiral's special supply really does have flavor. It's strong. I can't find the book title. You might try searching for the author. Maybe it just changed its name. I need to get a few more from Kazan later." Dasky stood quietly behind Smoker, watching Chen's lazy figure and the neatly arranged elite members behind him, a sense of doubt rising in her heart. The soldiers following Colonel Chen showed no signs of unruliness, as if they willingly accepted his command. Moreover, the one holding the umbrella behind Chen was the lieutenant of the headquarters, right? The rank difference was only one level. Yet he was willing to hold an umbrella for Chen? Was this due to faith in Colonel Chen's personal abilities, or because of his identity as the aide to Admiral Kizaru? Dasky was filled with questions. She always felt that the mysterious figure reported in the newspaper, who even my hawk couldn't see through his swordsmanship, might just be this seemingly laid-back handsome colonel. Everyone, be alert and patrol Road Town. Stay vigilant, and don't let any pirates slip into the Grand Line. Smoker's gaze was sharp, his voice as firm as steel. "Yes," the Navy soldiers replied in unison, each one spirited, quickly dispersing to start a thorough patrol inside and outside Road Town. Meanwhile, in the waters near Road Town, the Mary was sailing steadily through the waves, with land already in sight ahead. "We're almost at Road Town," Luffy exclaimed excitedly at the bow of the Mary, radiating boundless energy. "Forward, forward!" He raised his fist and shouted excitedly, his voice echoing across the sea. The sails of the Mary filled with wind, accelerating towards Road Town. Right behind it, a pirate ship flying the clown flag quietly followed, the sound of suppressed commands carried by the sea breeze. A man dressed as a clown stood at the bow, holding a telescope with a white skull pattern painted on his forehead, blue stripes around his eyes, and a strikingly large red nose. He squinted, the image of the Mary appearing in the telescope, a malicious cold smile creeping onto his lips. "That's right. That's the ship." He slammed his hand against the ship's side, his eyes wide with fury, as if he wanted to devour the image in the telescope. "Damn Straw Hat Luffy. That ignorant brat dared to disrespect me, Buggy the Clown, and even called me Red Nose. I must teach him a good lesson." His voice roared, with anger and resentment exploding in his chest. Buggy the Clown clenched his fist tightly, as if he had already grasped Luffy in his hand. Then, he turned to his partner beside him, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. "What do you think?" "Alvida? Please call me the beautiful Miss Alvida." A woman leisurely approached, wearing a white cowboy hat, a pink checkered shirt, and white shorts. Draped in a cloak with heart patterns and simple slippers on her feet, looking casual yet charming. She slightly raised her chin, but I have no objections. "Capture him. I love strong men the most." Alvida's beautiful picture is presented as for her initial image. I doubt any gentleman would want to see it. There won't be any peculiar preferences Alvida after eating the slippery fruit. If you can't find the book title, you could try searching for the author instead. It might just have been renamed. Chapter 22, I can be 200 sure that Colonel Chen is that man. Wow. As soon as Luffy stepped onto the land of Road Town, he exclaimed, "Is this Road Town? It's so big." The Straw Hat crew steadily docked the Mary at the pier, and the crew jumped off the deck one after another. The bustling crowd and lively market in front of them made them momentarily dazzled by the busy and vibrant atmosphere of Road Town. "I want to see the execution platform where the pirate King Roger was executed." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but jump around. For him, this place carried great dreams and symbols. Then I'll go buy some ingredients. The food on the ship is indeed a bit insufficient, especially since some big eaters have finished the supplies. Sanji took out a small notebook, looked down at the inventory list, and sighed softly, "I need to restock." After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Luffy. The certain foodie was completely oblivious to the cook's words, peering around Road Town. I'm going to look for some good weapons. Usopp tightened his grip on the slingshot, looking serious. The weapons on the ship cannot fall behind. Zoro gently touched the sword at his waist, the wad Ikemonji, and said firmly, I also want to find 2 new swords. I can't lack good sword for my 3-sword style. In that case, everyone can act separately. But remember to be quick. Nami put her hands on her hips, slightly frowning as she looked at the gathering dark clouds in the sky. Look at this weather. It's about to rain heavily. If we delay too long, we won't be able to set sail. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. She didn't want to linger here, especially in Road Town, where the Navy patrolled tightly. This was the location of the strongest Navy branch in the EC, and it was home to the fearsome branch chief. The White Hunter Smoker was stationed here. She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes sweeping towards the huge Navy warship not far away, flying the Navy flag, and the overwhelming pressure made her shiver. Remember, everyone, act quickly. Once you're done with the supplies, come back immediately. We need to set sail as soon as possible. Nami reminded them again, her tone filled with unease. She knew what their presence meant, and that every second they lingered would increase the risk. Got it. Luffy scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, completely unaware of Nami's worries, then turned around and walked into Road Town with a big smile, full of excitement. Following Luffy's steps, the Straw Hat crew scattered in different directions, gradually blending into the hustle and bustle of Road Town. In the shadows not far away, Dragon quietly watched the scene at the dock. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, and his cloak swayed with the wind, revealing a hint of soft light in his eyes. Luffy, you have found your own companions. His voice was deep and warm, filled with a father's care and pride. Dragon's gaze shifted to the giant Navy warship docked at the pier, his expression turning cold. Let your father escort you, Luffy. The moment you set sail, I will strike and sink this warship, delaying the Navy's pursuit for you. Meanwhile, in the gym of the warship, Kuro was fully focused on training. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his body. Every punch and kick was filled with power and fury. 3 years, a full 3 years. Kuro's eyes were fierce as he recalled the plan he had devised for 3 years, which was instantly shattered by the interference of Straw Hat Luffy. It's ridiculous that I was defeated by a boy. I am the man known as Kuro of 100 plans. I once toyed with the Navy and the EC, and that fool Colonel Monka actually thought he killed me. It was just a little trick on my part. Kuro panted, clenching his fists, anger almost burning from within. My plan was not wrong. The only problem is that I was too weak. His gaze was filled with unwillingness. With my original talent, I could only reach that height. If I want to continue breaking through, I can only go to the Grand Line and fight stronger opponents. But I am already tired of the pirate life. The days of being hunted have left me exhausted. Suddenly, Kuro's mind conjured the image of Chen, the Navy colonel who had appeared in his life, revoking the bounty, granting protection, and bestowing upon me the power to break through. Kuro felt the power surging within him, a strength he had never experienced before. He chuckled to himself, realizing how naive he had been to think of himself as powerful. But now I know what true strength is. Thinking of Luffy, Kuro sneered. Stahl hat Luffy. A bounty of 30 million berries right from the start? I am now on the side of the Navy. Capturing you is perfectly justified. He paused his movements, recalling Ichin's advice. Despite his desire for revenge, his benefactor had reminded him that Luffy's background was not simple. No matter how much I want to capture you, I will not go against Colonel Ichin's wishes. Kuro sighed. All right, Straw Hat Luffy, I'll let you off this time. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked out at the endless sea. What I need to do next is repay the favor. Kuro clenched his fists, secretly deciding. Every month, I will need the magic beans provided by Colonel Ichin to restore the vitality I have lost. This means I cannot harbor even the slightest thought of betrayal. Otherwise, the loss of vitality will leave me with no place to die. As for thoughts of betrayal and plunder, a person from a pirate background might easily have such thoughts, but that thought had disappeared the moment he saw the East Sea Daily. He had combined it with discussions with his Navy colleagues on the warship. I can be 200 sure that the swordsmanship that Mr. Mihawk cannot comprehend comes from my benefactor, Colonel Chen. Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, and even he could not comprehend the technique. The 7 warlords of the sea. Kuro trembled slightly, filled with awe for power and a desire for the future. Colonel Chen, since you are willing to give me this opportunity, I will do my utmost to follow you. The first step is to keep an eye on Colonel Ichin's current vessel. This is the most basic element for Mr. Ichin to travel and enjoy himself. The giant Navy ship I am currently on. Regarding the issue of saving bookshelves across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save, please remember the contents of your bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, and then log in again and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 23. Sorry, it's my pants' fault. The market in Rogtown was bustling with activity. The noise of the crowd mingling with the shouts of the vendors, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. The elites from the Navy headquarters were weaving through the crowd, and as the team leader, Chen was naturally busy, his eyes constantly scanning the various stalls. Boss, how much is this tea? Chen approached a tea stall, picked up a canister of tea leaves, and gently inhaled the aroma, wondering if it was suitable for drinking while slacking off at work. The vendor, a friendly uncle, immediately smiled upon hearing this. This handsome officer, this tea is perfect for slacking off at work. Drinking it will make you feel completely relaxed, allowing you to slack off more comfortably. Great, Chen exclaimed, wrap it all up. I'll take it all. He waved to the Navy soldiers behind him, signaling them to carry all the packed tea. After all, these bills would eventually be sent to Smoker, and officers from the headquarters needed to be well supplied at the branch. Would he really have to pay out his own pocket? Not far away, a vendor at a dessert stall was calling out loudly. Hey there, try our specialty snacks. Sweet and perfect for work, they'll lift your spirits. Oh, Chen stroked his chin, picked up a piece of dessert, and let the flavor melt on his tongue. The sweetness making him feel incredibly comfortable. Wrap it up. Chen bought all the desserts in one go. Hey, take a look at our catalog. It's a boredom buster during work hours. The vendor with the catalog chimed in. Sure, wrap it up. Chen was not hesitant at all. Anything that could make him happy was worth buying. He waved his hand, and the soldiers hurriedly helped him pack everything. Suddenly, Chen felt a chill on his leg, followed by a loud smack. He quickly looked down. A cute little girl was standing awkwardly by his leg, holding a cup that only had a little yogurt left. She looked up at Chen with a hint of panic in her eyes, while Chen's pant leg was covered in white yogurt stains. Clearly the result of the little girl accidentally bumping into him and spilling her yogurt. The surrounding crowd immediately fell silent, everyone holding their breath. Oh no, a bystander whispered, having heard that this was an elite Navy officer from the headquarters, and this young officer was a big shot. The Navy from the headquarters should be more amiable, right? Someone speculated quietly, recalling how this officer seemed quite friendly and easy to talk to just moments ago. That is hard to say, another person muttered uncertainly. The uniforms of headquarters officers are not ordinary, perhaps custom-made and extremely expensive. How about asking Colonel Smoker to mediate? He has a good reputation in Rogtown and seems to be from the headquarters as well. But look, even if Colonel Smoker comes, his status might not be higher than that of this young officer. For a moment, the crowd was whispering, and an uneasy atmosphere filled the air, with all eyes focused on Chen and the little girl. The little girl was clearly frightened, nearly dropping her yogurt cup, tears welling up in her eyes as she seemed on the verge of crying. Big brother, she called timidly, her voice trembling. I didn't mean to. Before she could finish, tears rolled down her cheeks, and she finally burst into tears. Chen looked at the little girl's nervous face, sighed softly, crouched down, and gently patted her little head, showing a warm smile. It's okay. I'm sorry. It's my pants that are the problem. They drank your yogurt. He glanced at the yogurt stall nearby, using his observation skills to sense the situation, and instantly understood. Chen smiled. Did you come here all by yourself to buy yogurt? That's impressive. You're so little and can buy yogurt on your own. He gestured to the major. The major quickly understood, pulled out a handful of berries, and handed them to the yogurt vendor. The vendor immediately handed over a new cup of yogurt, and Chen took it, smiling as he handed it to the little girl. As compensation for my pants drinking your yogurt, you can come to the yogurt stall to drink yogurt for free from now on. I've already paid for you. The little girl wiped her tears and softly said, but Mom said drinking too much yogurt is not good. I see. Chen blinked and lowered his voice. Then let us keep this as our little secret. Okay? When you want to drink, just sneak over. The little girl broke into a smile and nodded gently. Okay. Thank you, big brother. Big brother is the coolest. She happily held the yogurt and skipped away, and the surrounding people breathed a sigh of relief, their faces returning to smiles. Chen stood up, watching the little girl's retreating figure, unable to help but chuckle. This little girl has good taste at such a young age. He proudly ruffled his hair. I really am the coolest. Just then, a familiar voice came from beside him. Officer, the tea leaves I sold you earlier are now buy one get one free, and this is the free part. The uncle who sold tea approached with a large bag of tea leaves, a flattering smile on his face. Ah, my desserts are also buy one get one free. Take it handsome. The dessert vendor was also not far behind, handing over a bag of desserts. Hey, these catalogs are a gift for you. High-definition versions, wrapped beautifully. The catalog vendor mysteriously stepped forward and stuffed several catalogs into Ichen's arms. Chen looked down at the cover of the catalog, which read encyclopedia. He raised his head suspiciously. Boss, is this catalog legitimate? I don't read anything that isn't proper. The vendor winked at him and whispered, it's wrapped. It's not proper. Chen smiled knowingly, waved his hand. All right, pack it all up. I want to critique it well when I'm at headquarters. Ding. The host has received enthusiastic treatment from some residents of Rogtown. Doing a good deed. Merit has reached 3,000. The host is in a good mood. Happiness value, 500. This scene was captured in its entirety by Dasky, who was patrolling nearby. She walked over. Colonel Chen, you truly are a good Navy officer. Oh, Dasky. Chen heard the voice, turned his head, and a lazy smile appeared on his lips. He skillfully lit a cigar, the smoke gently dispersing with his breath. One hand casually resting on the magic blade 1,000 blades at his waist, the other hand holding the cigar, his posture relaxed. Dasky's gaze naturally fell on the knife at Chen's waist, her eyes involuntarily brightening a few degrees. As a knife enthusiast, she was extremely curious about all famous knives in the world, especially unique magic knives like this one. She took a deep breath, unable to suppress her curiosity, and finally spoke. Colonel Chen, may I take a look at your knife? At that moment, Zoro, who was completely lost in Rogtown, walked past. Weapon shop. Weapon shop. Where the hell is this weapon shop? Wait. Zoro suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chen? He frowned and murmured softly, Chen. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Colonel Chen. The Chen that Myhawk mentioned? This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find the novel you are reading. Chapter 24. The Greatness of the Prison System. Oh, want to see the 1,000 blades? Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Dasky in front of him. He noticed her deep brown eyes, sparkling with focus and desire, fixated on the knife at his waist. Every subtle change in her expression revealed her extreme interest in the weapon. Dasky clearly had developed a strong fascination with the 1,000 blades, a hint of fervor showing in her eyes. As a knife enthusiast, she was naturally drawn to this weapon, filled with both menace and aesthetics. But right now, Chen was a bit troubled. He had already finished his bloodletting. The next step was to lead the team to the red light district of Rogtown, enjoy a fantastical massage, and prepare to welcome those gentle ladies. Yet at this moment, this knife enthusiast Dasky had latched onto him. Knowing her personality, she wouldn't let it go easily without properly appreciating this knife. If he really got tangled up with this knife fanatic, it would be a big deal. Dasky would undoubtedly follow him into a private room. At that time, while he was enjoying himself, Dasky's face would suddenly appear at the door. Colonel, can I see your knife? By then, not just the knife, but even his gun would be seen. Sigh. Chen sighed, silently resolving in his heart. Quickly distract her, showed Dasky the knife. And then she should get busy with her own things. He smiled slightly, took the magic knife 1,000 blades from his waist. With a gentle grip, the blade quivered slightly, its fierce aura instantly retracting, becoming calm and gentle. What sharp knife! Dasky exclaimed as she took the 1,000 blades, examining it carefully. Then a hint of confusion and curiosity flashed in her eyes. But why is this knife not listed in the famous knife manual? Chen was taken aback. This knife was from another world, of course. It wouldn't be in the famous knife manual of the pirate world. This is, for decoration, it can't cut people. So it's normal that it's not in the manual. He hurriedly tried to distract the girl. He wanted to go enjoy himself. Dasky seemed somewhat unconvinced. Really? It doesn't look like it. Really? Chen hurriedly interrupted. Have you finished looking? Go on your patrol. Don't waste time. There are many pirates waiting for you to catch. Just as he was about to take back the 1,000 blades, a voice suddenly came. Good knife. Chen turned abruptly, seeing a young swordsman with his hand on the knife at his waist, seriously staring at the magic knife 1,000 blades in Dasky's hand. He had green short hair, 3 teardrop-shaped golden earrings on his left ear, a dark green scarf tied around his left arm, wearing a white t-shirt on top, a green belly band around his waist, dark green pants below, black long boots on his feet, and a white dagger hanging at his waist. Chen was slightly stunned. Oh, isn't that Zoro? How'd he end up here? His appearance meant that Luffy had also arrived in Rogtown. Was he preparing to set off for the Grand Line? Smoker is coming to life. But this had nothing to do with him. He had no interest in provoking the Straw Hats. That guy was like an invincible cockroach, always causing trouble, and had a colossal background. Just thinking about it felt troublesome. Right now, he only wanted to enjoy the warm embrace of the lovely ladies of Rogtown. Zoro walked closer, his thoughts somewhat chaotic. Originally, he had come to confirm whether he had misheard, having heard the name of his new target, Colonel Chen of the Navy headquarters, on Roguetown. But as he approached, he found that things were far more complicated than he imagined. The young female naval officer in front of him bore a striking resemblance to his childhood friend, Kuna. But that wasn't the most crucial part. The most crucial part was the knife in her hand, which gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight, the metal's reflection almost making it hard for him to look away. Although this knife seemed to lack some fierce killing intent, its exquisite craftsmanship and contained aura made Zoro instantly determine that it was definitely extraordinary. As a three-sword style swordsman, he currently only had one sword usable, the Wado Ikemanji. And this knife before him was undoubtedly the weapon he dreamed of. A good swordsman can't be without a good knife, can he? This knife. Zoro's voice was deep and filled with anticipation. Is it for sale? If a knife's owner was willing to part with it, he could borrow money from Nami. He would definitely get his hands on it. Ah. Dasky was taken aback, her expression slightly stunned. This knife isn't. She opened her mouth to finish her sentence when suddenly, the thousand blades emitted a faint hum, the blade quivering slightly, and in an instant, the killing intent surged, almost freezing the air around them. Dasky jumped in shock, nearly dropping the thousand blades. She hurriedly tried to steady the hilt, but the blade trembled again. Buzz, at that moment, a long, powerful hand steadied the thousand blades. Chen appeared beside her, catching the almost falling weapon, and then he gently stroked the blade. The thousand blades calmed down like a lion being petted, retracting its killing intent and becoming peaceful. Sorry, this knife isn't for sale. Chen smiled slightly, slowly putting the thousand blades back at his waist. In this world, besides himself, no one had been able to claim the thousand blades. Even Mihawk couldn't. This is the greatness of the prison system. I see. Zoro quietly watched Chen sheathe the knife, a vague understanding dawning in his heart. The knife wasn't devoid of killing intent. Rather, it contained all its killing intent within the blade, waiting for the right moment to explode. At this moment, the aura of the thousand blades resembled a sleeping beast, dangerous yet formless. This knife had clearly recognized its master. As for its owner, Zoro carefully examined Chen in front of him. Handsome, he wore a naval officer's uniform that seemed tailor-made for him, perfectly highlighting his tall stature. He stood a bit lazily, his demeanor very relaxed. But to be able to subdue such a fierce knife, he must also be a swordsman of considerable skill. Should we have a duel? Zoro's gaze sharpened, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes, his words carrying a hint of provocation. A duel? Chen chuckled lightly, his eyes flashing, as expected of Zoro, wanting to duel as soon as he sees someone. But I'm in a hurry right now. I have neither the time nor the interest to play with you, sorry. My swordsmanship is still in training. My teacher says I can't easily duel, or my cultivation will fail. I see. Zoro felt a bit disappointed. Though somewhat unwilling, he could understand this reasoning. After all, every swordsman has their own path of training and cannot just accept challenges casually. Since this knife had recognized its master, there was no need for him to linger. Excuse me, how do I get to the weapon shop? Go straight and then turn left and then. Chen readily pointed the way. All right, thank you. Zoro waved his hand and walked in the direction Chen indicated, his steps firm and decisive. Chen watched Zoro's figure gradually fade away, a hint of a relaxed smile appearing in his eyes. Finally, he could relax and enjoy himself. Here I come, bouncing into your embrace. Colonel Chen. At this moment, Dashki's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of grievance. Didn't you say that this knife is just a decoration? As a colonel of the Navy headquarters, how could you lie? Just as Zoro was about to walk away, he stopped in his tracks. He definitely heard that right. Navy headquarters, Chen, Colonel. Chapter 25. I am Colonel Chen. You have the wrong person. Zoro suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed on Chen, who was arguing with Dasky not far away. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away, leaving only the man in the Navy uniform before him. This man? Zoro's heartbeat quickened, filled with questions. It was hard to imagine that he was the one Mihawk spoke of, the person whose swordsmanship even the world's greatest swordsman could not fully comprehend. But with all the elements gathered, Navy headquarters, Colonel Chen, and the master of a deadly sword, there was no doubt. This handsome, laid-back man was the one Zoro had to surpass before he could surpass Mihawk. Certified by Mihawk himself, he would be the next man to ascend to the throne of the world's strongest. Chen. Zoro gripped Sandai Kitetsu tightly, feeling the coldness of the hilt and the sharpness of the blade. Having been defeated by Mihawk, That failure pierced his very bones like a sharp sword. It was at that moment that his mindset completely changed, from confusion to determination. That was the power at the peak of the mountain. He needed to grow stronger, and stronger, continuously surpassing himself, unafraid of failure. Only by standing at the very top could he ensure that Kuina would hear his name in heaven. Let me. Zoro's eyes sparkled, his fighting spirit burning fiercely within him. Let us see the gap between us. He quickly removed the deep green bandana tied to his left arm and secured it firmly on his forehead. This was his symbol of determination and respect for battle, worn only when he fought with all his strength. Zoro held Sandai Kitetsu tightly, his steps resolute and decisive, his eyes ablaze with intense fighting spirit. He stared straight ahead, locking onto Chen, who was conversing with Dasky, his mind already made up. Today, no matter what, he had to test the swordsmanship of this young Navy colonel. Chen was talking to Dasky when he noticed Zoro approaching and raised an eyebrow slightly. Zoro's gaze was hot and persistent, and Chen's heart stirred. He seemed to understand something. This was bad. Ahem. Zoro no longer hesitated, raising Sandai Kitetsu, the tip of the sword pointing at Chen, interrupting. You are Colonel Chen of the Navy headquarters, right? Let's duel here. Chen? I'm not. Chen denied it vehemently. But Zoro's persistent gaze and the fighting spirit nearly igniting in his eyes made it clear he had recognized him. Mihawk must have said something about him at Bartai. Damn it, old Mihawk. Next time you visit the headquarters, bring 2 more cases of top-notch champagne. I know who you're looking for. Chen smiled slightly, his mind turning as he explained. The newspapers mentioned that the person who uses the swordsmanship that Mihawk cannot comprehend is the great swordsman, Colonel Chen of the Navy headquarters. And Chen paused for a moment, gently shaking his head. I am Colonel Chen, just promoted to colonel at the headquarters, previously a minor major at the 186th branch. I am not the person you are looking for. You have the wrong person. Hurry to the Navy headquarters. He is waiting for you there. Zoro continued to stare at him, and after a moment of silence, he smiled. Mihawk had said it was Chen who was promoted from the 186th branch. So, that must be you. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Chen Drusit Inyardli. Dumb. Why did Mihawk say so much? Old Mihawk, shouldn't your persona be that of a cold and aloof swordsman? Why are you so talkative? Chen looked up at Zoro, filled with fighting spirit, and sighed slightly. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Given Zoro's nature, he would likely chase him into a private room. That would be incredibly awkward. So, he leisurely lit a cigar and took a slow puff, his tone lazy but revealing a hint of interest. What else did old Mihawk say? Zoro's eyes brightened, joy filling his heart. It seemed Chen was agreeing to his challenge. Great. This was an excellent opportunity for him to get close to the breathing style that the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, had mentioned. Mihawk had said that he would be the next man to ascend to the throne of the world's strongest. Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, responding thoughtfully, Oh, old Mihawk thinks so highly of me. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still can't save it, please remember the content of the bookshelf, clear your browser's cookies, and then log in again to add it to the bookshelf. However, I'm not interested in that throne. I'm just an ordinary person who loves life. But you must have a reason to ascend to that throne. That's right, my goal is to surpass you. Surpass Mihawk, and become the world's strongest. Chen nodded gently, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Then let's move towards that goal. After this battle, don't bother me anymore. No problem, Zoro replied, his eyes shining with determination. Good. Chen waved his hand, signaling the lieutenant and the Navy soldiers behind him to start dispersing the crowd of onlookers. After all, this was the busy market of Rogue Town, with a large flow of people. Moreover, the previous vendors were enthusiastic and friendly. He quite liked the place. It wouldn't be good if they were accidentally hurt during the duel. Soon, a large area was quickly cleared, and the surrounding vendors and citizens were orderly driven to the best viewing positions, a tense and excited atmosphere quickly spreading. Oh no! Colonel Chen is going to duel with that guy holding a sword, a vendor said cautiously in a low voice. Will the colonel win? After all, he asked from the headquarters. Hard to say. Many colonels from the headquarters were promoted for other reasons. Impossible. The colonel is so nice. He will definitely win. I recognize him. Suddenly, a man pointed at Zoro and exclaimed, That guy with the sword is pirate hunter Renoa Zoro. Huh, really? Isn't he that super famous bounty hunter from the East Blue? Gasps erupted from the crowd. Yes, I recognized him too. Another person immediately echoed. It's him, the renowned bounty hunter. Oh no, this is bad. The colonel might not be his match. What should we do? Forget it. Let us cheer for the colonel. Go. Colonel Chen. Go. Handsome brother, go. A clear voice rang out, causing Chen to turn his head. He saw the little girl who had accidentally bumped into him earlier, holding a cup of yogurt, standing not far away, raising a small hand to cheer for him. Chen returned a brilliant smile, and a thought surged in his mind. Why not pull off a small big move? Something explosively cool? He gently raised his eyebrows and silently decided. With one move, I'll defeat Brother Su. Once he truly feels the gap, he should give up. Let us do it. Chen took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and his eyes revealed a steadfast gleam like iron. As he slowly grasped the hilt of the demon blade, Qianren, the entire atmosphere suddenly changed, and the surrounding air became stagnant. Buzz. The blade trembled slightly, like a fierce beast being awakened, exuding waves of chilling aura. The audience's gaze instantly focused on Chen, and everyone unconsciously held their breath, feeling the immense pressure radiating from him. Brother Sual, let me give you a lesson. He spoke, his voice carrying a hint of coldness, then exhaled a breath of hot air. Whoosh! Faint patterns appeared on Chen's head. The blood-red patterns were like ominous signs, heralding a catastrophe. Chen felt his body temperature rising sharply. This was a technique that required burning life to use, as per the original work of the Demon Blade. But in this world, it was an ability he automatically comprehended after mastering all breathing techniques. The most important part was that using it had no side effects. It was just a bit tiring to use, and he wouldn't normally use it casually. But now, his little fan was watching from behind. Looking cool was all that mattered. The head can be severed, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. Patterns. Let us unleash them all. Not far away, the other 4 members of the Straw Hat Pirates were making their way to the market. Chapter 26. This crew will fall apart without me. The market in Road Town was bustling and lively, with crowds flowing like a tide. People moved back and forth between the stalls. Amid the crowd, Nami walked lightly, her gaze sweeping over the booths. Her figure stood out in the noisy market, tall and elegant, like a blooming flower, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. However, there was a hint of helplessness on her face. Just as she passed a stall selling clothes, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Nami? Usopp's voice came from the crowd, filled with surprise. Aren't you supposed to be buying clothes? Nami turned her head and saw Usopp standing among the crowd. Don't say it. Nami waved her hand, looking a bit tired. The clothes over there are too expensive. She sighed, a hint of helplessness at the corner of her mouth. I've been to several shops, and every piece of clothing looks exquisite, but the prices are giving me a headache. Later, a kind shopkeeper recommended I come to the market, saying the clothes here are affordable. What about you? Why are you at the market? Usopp shrugged. The regular weapon shops don't sell gunpowder, and the ammunition supply on the ship is seriously insufficient. I need a lot of gunpowder to develop new weapons. The weapon shop owner said I could check the market for some unlicensed goods. I see. Nami nodded, a bit curious, her gaze sweeping around. She noticed something unusual about the atmosphere in the market. The crowd seemed to be gathering towards a certain direction, as if there was an inexplicable attraction in the middle of the crowd. Strange, why does it seem like everyone is converging in the center? Suddenly, her vision was filled with a bouquet of fresh flowers. Nami paused slightly, and when she looked up, she saw Sanji's confident smile. Beautiful Miss Nami, do you like the flowers I specially bought for you? Sanji held a bunch of vibrant flowers in one hand, while the other hand carried a big bag filled with various ingredients. Sanji. Nami immediately held her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. She sighed, her voice filled with helplessness. You bought unnecessary things again. I don't like flowers, they're just extravagant. What I like the most is berries. As the only woman in the Straw Hat Pirates and the crew's financial expert, Nami understood the importance of money better than anyone else. On the sea, money was always needed, especially for someone as thrifty as her. She couldn't stand even a little waste. The big men on the ship didn't understand saving at all. Luffy never thought he had enough food and didn't know what it meant a budget. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp had almost zero concept of money and didn't realize the importance of spending. The entire crew's expenses relied solely on her. Nami felt a wave of emotion in her heart, unable to help but rub her temples, her eyes showing some fatigue. This crew will fall apart without me. How can you say that? Sanji put on an innocent expression and explained with a smile. I came to the market to buy these cheap and meaty super big fish to save money. Suddenly, he changed the subject and said softly, but I heard some news on the way. What news? Nami raised her eyebrows, looking at Sanji with curiosity. That green-haired guy is going to duel a colonel from the Navy headquarters, and the location is right here in the market. No wonder. Nami nodded thoughtfully. She looked around at the crowd, continuously pouring into the market, and suddenly understood. So the gathering of the crowd wasn't a coincidence. Everyone had a strong interest in duels, especially in a confrontation that could happen at any moment. How could there not be a crowd to watch? Just then, a familiar shout came from the crowd. Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Luffy. The three turned almost simultaneously, seeing Luffy rushing over with an excited expression, panting heavily as if he had been running fast. Quick! Luffy strode up to the three, looking extremely excited. I heard from passersby that Zoro is going to duel someone, and I skipped going to Roger's execution platform and came straight here. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Nami's and Usopp's wrists, eagerly starting to run toward the center of the market. Let's hurry and cheer for Zoro. Luffy, wait. Nami was caught off guard by his pull, but quickly followed. But why does Zoro want to duel a Navy colonel? Sanji took a puff of his cigarette beside her, his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Because, he said softly, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke, his gaze slightly heavy. This person is Colonel Chen from the Navy headquarters. Colonel Chen? Nami was taken aback, clearly confused. Sanji glanced at her, his expression somewhat complicated. Yes. Because Nami had previously seen Arlong's bounty and chose to drive the Going Merry back to Arlong Park, she hadn't participated in the Battle of Bartai. She was unaware that Mihawk had personally acknowledged Chen as a man he favored. But Sanji had been involved in that battle the whole time, so he knew all the details. As the person on the ship who had the most conflict with Zoro, yet the most tacit understanding, he knew that ever since the duel at Bartai, Zoro had changed his goal from surpassing Mihawk to first surpassing the man who mastered the mysterious swordsmanship, Chen. Sanji paused slightly and continued. He is green-haired guy's new target. Ever since the duel at Bartai, he wanted to surpass this guy first before challenging the higher goal, Mihawk. Now that they met here in Road Town, it would be strange if he didn't propose a duel. Is that so? Nami frowned, clearly puzzled, her gaze scanning the surroundings before turning back to Sanji. What kind of person is Colonel Chen? Is he a really strong swordsman? Before Sanji could answer, the four of them had already pushed through the increasingly crowded crowd, and the center of the market gradually revealed an open space. In the center of this space, Chen and Zoro were facing each other, the atmosphere so tense it was almost suffocating. The surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, and everyone's gaze was focused on the two. The silence only broken by their breathing. Luffy's excited expression suddenly froze, his eyes locked on the two confronting swordsmen, a momentary tension appearing on his face. The expression that had been full of anticipation quickly turned serious with Sanji's words. He finally remembered who Chen was, the man who had defeated Zoro in just 2 moves, acknowledged by Mihawk himself. Even someone as optimistic as Luffy couldn't help but feel a hint of unease about the process of this duel. This duel, I'm afraid. Colonel Chen is very impressive. Sanji's gaze remained fixed on the handsome man in the Navy uniform. After a moment of silence, he answered Nami's earlier question. He is a terrifying guy, personally acknowledged by the warlord of the sea and the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. He is also the original user of the breathing style. And the breathing style is a top-tier swordsmanship that even Mihawk, who sits atop the world's strongest throne, cannot fully comprehend. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find a novel you are currently reading. Chapter 27. The Flash of Thunder from Piracy. Can you grasp part of the essence from the Flash of Thunder? Then how about this move? Huh? Nami's eyes widened, clearly not expecting that Zoro's chosen opponent would possess such strong abilities. What? Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the man who admitted it himself? Her words were filled with shock, and he even had swordsmanship that even Mihawk couldn't see through. Yes, Sanji nodded, quietly adding, with a hint of helplessness and awe in his tone, that against such an opponent, the green-haired guy would probably have to fight for his life. But even if he risked his life, he didn't know what his chances of winning would be. Oh my god. Nami looked towards the center of the battlefield, seeing the extraordinary-looking Navy colonel opposite her. Her gaze continued to rise, landing on a face that was strikingly handsome. Her heart suddenly raced, her pupils slightly dilated, and she couldn't help but murmur, I didn't look closely just now. Her face flushed slightly, wondering if all Navy headquarters colonels were this good-looking. Sanji's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly throwing his cigarette to the ground in frustration. He couldn't believe his ears. His goddess had actually praised that Navy colonel. What was so good about that colonel? Was he just a little bit handsome, a little bit tall, a little bit strong? Damn you, Chen. I'm going to chop him up right now. Sanji was filled with rage, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable anger. Just as Sanji was about to lose his temper, A hand suddenly grabbed the back of his collar, pulling him back forcefully. Sanji, that's Zoro's choice, isn't it? After understanding the situation, Luffy grabbed Sanji by the collar, not allowing him to interfere in Zoro's battle. Since it was Zoro's choice, let him go. Luffy patted Sanji's back lightly, revealing his signature smile, saying that all they needed to do was cheer for him from the sidelines. Hee, Zoro will definitely win. I believe that. In the face of such a strong opponent, even a slight loss is a win. After all, their crew could never lose. There would only be small wins, medium wins, or big wins. Oomph. Sanji let out a slight grunt, turning his gaze back to the battlefield. He also understood that the most important thing right now was not to interfere in Zoro's duel, but to believe in him and give him strength. Because they were partners in a pirate crew, weren't they? In the center of the battlefield. The atmosphere was so tense, it was almost suffocating. The air seemed to press down on everyone around, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the occasional sound of the wind and the deep breaths before the battle could be heard. Zoro's gaze was sharp, cold, and determined, staring directly at Chen in front of him. The intense momentum seemed to solidify the air, and he gripped the hilt of his sword, the Wado Ikemanji, leaning slightly forward, muscles tensed, feet steady. His heartbeat quickened with the surge of battle intent, and his breathing became increasingly steady. Since stepping onto this sea, he had experienced countless trials and challenges. Each struggle, each confrontation brought him closer to his goal, to become the strongest swordsman in the world, climbing to the throne of the world's strongest. Especially the two moves demonstrated by Mihawk, one style, surface slash, and one style, flash of thunder. These two moves had given him immense inspiration. They benefited him greatly and allowed him to appreciate the profound connections between techniques. Now, standing in front of him was Chen, the original user of these moves. Zoro suddenly felt as if he were facing a mentor, that feeling of being guided and tested. But no matter who you are the one I must surpass. Zoro's eyes locked onto Chen like a fierce beast, as if a cheetah was lying in wait in the grass, ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. His body crouched slightly, the sword hilt firmly positioned at his waist, his breath completely suppressed, concentrating on the moment of explosion. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, and his aura instantly became razor-sharp. Thunderblade, Iato flash. Zoro almost instantaneously drew his sword, and in that moment, the sword light cut through the air like a flash of lightning, and one could almost hear the sound of sword energy piercing through the air. The blade traced a sharp arc in the air, carrying a world-destroying momentum, followed by a massive shockwave sweeping out. It was an indescribable speed and power, the lightning-fast sensation almost leaving people unable to react. Oh! A hint of surprise flashed in Chen's eyes, and then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a strange smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As expected of Zoro, he was able to grasp part of the essence from Mihawk's pirated flash of thunder. He whispered softly, feeling a mix of admiration and astonishment. However, facing Zoro's thunderous attack, Chen showed no sign of retreat. Patterns full release. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his entire aura instantly condensed. The surging power within him suddenly gaining direction, concentrating in the Qianren in his hand. Chen tightly gripped the hilt, feeling the resonance between the sword and his heart. As his power surged, flame-like patterns rapidly spread, extending along his arms and eventually climbing up to his cheeks. These patterns converged into a scorching red pentagram. Imprinted on Chen's forehead, the pentagram shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, as if announcing that some powerful force was about to erupt. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this aura, and intense heat waves radiated from his body. A faint sound emerged, and Chen's body emitted bursts of steam due to the rising temperature, the surrounding air starting to bend slightly from the heat. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat sounded like a war drum, deafening, each beat seemingly propelling his blood to flow faster, the power boiling within him, ready to explode. Then, he said in a low voice, his eyes devoid of any previous ease and playfulness, replaced by a cold battle intent. I'll use this move to return the favor. He took a deep breath, the aura within him gathering like thunder. He slowly exhaled, and his entire presence instantly surged, thunder breathing. The power of lightning gathered in his hands, dazzling electric light flashing on the Qianren, the blade beginning to tremble slightly, as if it was about to unleash world-destroying power at any moment. In the next second, Chen suddenly exploded with astonishing speed, his eyes flashing like lightning. The blade slicing through the air, creating a dazzling light, as if thunder was descending. 7 Style, Fire Thunder God. Chapter 28. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to enjoy life. Thunder Slash. 7th form, Fire Thunder God. 2 low roars erupted almost simultaneously from Zoro and Chen, deafening and echoing through the market of Rogue Town. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. All eyes focused on the 2 swordsmen. A powerful sword aura swept out, the oppressive feeling making it hard to breathe. Zoro's Thunder Slash was a technique he had derived from his duel at the Baratai, inspired by Mihawk's lightning breath, 1st form, Thunder Flash. He combined his own Iato strike with a lightning flash to create this move. Ichen's lightning breath, 7th form, Fire Thunder God, originated from the original work of Demon Slayer, created by Zenitsu Agatsuma. Both are forms of lightning breath, one a copy of a copy, the other the strongest legitimate strike. In an instant, Zoro drew his sword, the blade slicing through the air like lightning, the pressure in the atmosphere causing all onlookers to instinctively hold their breath. In that moment, the blade passed through, like thunder, shattering the silence, and one could almost hear a buzzing sound in the air as the sword aura shot towards Chen with a world-destroying momentum. At the same time, Chen did not hesitate at all. His body erupted like thunder, moving so fast that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The 1,000 blades in his hand cut through the air, creating a suffocating airflow. Just as the strike was released, a golden thunder dragon soared from behind Chen, resembling a combination of lightning and flames, emitting a dazzling light. The thunder dragon seemed to be the embodiment of destruction, its power so great that it could sever everything. Roar! The thunder dragon howled, as if challenging the limits of the sky, its massive body tracing a curved trajectory through the air, carrying unimaginable destructive force as it pounced towards Zoro. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 blades clashed violently, the sound of metal striking metal deafening, sparks flying fiercely, as if the air itself was being torn apart at that moment. In that instant, a strong shockwave rippled out, causing the surrounding buildings and ground to tremble slightly. Even the dust in the air was blown away by the shockwave. Clang. The 1,000 blades returned to their sheath, and Chen slowly turned around, gently lighting a cigar. The Justice Cape behind him fluttering in the breeze. Smoke rose slowly, enveloping him, carrying a lazy yet undeniable pressure. A deep cut appeared on Zoro's chest, blood seeping through his clothes like a fountain, staining the gash red. Being struck by the 1,000 blades was instantaneous, too fast for even Zoro to see clearly. His body trembled slightly, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Cough! Zoro coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to steady himself. His gaze pierced through the swirling blood mist, locking onto Chen's figure, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. I was too naive. Chen, truly a man recognized by Mihawk. Strong, so strong, definitely not someone I could touch right now. Zoro took a deep breath, feeling the pain in his chest, yet sensing his heartbeat still strong. But it is because there are people like this ahead that I have a target to chase. Who? Chen gently exhaled a smoke ring, watching Zoro, who was doing his utmost to stay upright. His strike had held nothing back in terms of sword technique, yet he hadn't used any additional enhancements. This was respect between swordsmen. Just like before, when Mihawk had not used haki, it was merely a full-powered strike in swordsmanship. The Fire Thunder God in full pattern was one of the strongest techniques among the 3 sword styles he currently mastered, the breathing style. Although the patterns looked impressive, in the world of pirates, where everyone has monstrous physiques, it simply meant more severe injuries. If combined with haki and physical strength, it would just be a serious injury for Zoro. Hey, blood gushed from Zoro's chest, but a smile remained on his face. Images of Chen executing the Fire Thunder God constantly flashed in his mind. That strike had once again shattered his entire world. It turned out that beyond Thunder Flash, there were even more powerful techniques. I really am too weak, too weak. What a beautiful strike. He couldn't help but chuckle, cough. Ha, so beautiful. Dong. However, with that loud laugh, Zoro's body finally could not hold up, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The ground trembled slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze for a second. Sanji and the others rushed over, helping Zoro up and anxiously checking his injuries. Seeing that he was not in life-threatening danger, Sanji breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Luffy and the others with a reassuring expression. It's not serious, just a bit weak. Once he's bandaged up, he'll be fine after a good rest. That's good. Chen stood to the side, his gaze sweeping over the Straw Hat Pirates, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. This group of people was definitely not to be underestimated. They were a source of trouble, especially their captain, Monkey D. Luffy. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, is his father. The legendary Marine Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Garp, is his grandfather. The Yonko, red-haired Shanks, is his benefactor. Therefore, it's best for him to not get too entangled with them, if unnecessary, to avoid trouble coming his way. After all, once trouble gets tangled up with him, his peaceful daily life would be affected. Enjoying a quiet life at headquarters, slacking off at work while reading the news, and listening to music after work is his biggest wish, rather than chasing after the straw hats like Smoker, eating their tailwind. With this in mind, Chen turned around, ready to leave. Dasky had already finished observing the Thousand Blades, and Zoro had been defeated by his strike. Now it was time to head to the red light district. Cough. At this moment, Zoro suddenly spoke, his body appearing somewhat weak from blood loss. Chen. His voice carried a hint of request and gratitude. Colonel Chen. Ichen's steps paused slightly. That move you just did. Fire, thunder god. Zoro's voice held a sense of respect and longing among swordsmen. Can I take it for myself? Every sword style has its rules, and now, the original technique was right in front of him. As long as Chen agreed, he could confidently absorb its essence. His eyes sparkled with fervent light. Fire, thunder god. Although I cannot fully comprehend it yet, just witnessing it once has already benefited me greatly. Thank you very much for your guidance. Who? Chen smiled slightly, gently exhaling a puff of smoke, the mist swirling in the air. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, truly worthy of you. Just watching once is enough to gain something. Brother Soazi is indeed one of the few with the highest swordsmanship talent in the pirate world. He waved his hand. Go ahead. Take this move to challenge old me. The throne of the world's strongest. I'm not interested in that position. I mentioned it from the very beginning. Chen, holding a cigar, looked relaxed. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to enjoy life. After saying this, Chen turned around, accompanied by the colonel and the elites of the headquarters, walking leisurely towards the red district of Rogtown. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were stunned by what they had just heard. You're so strong. How dare you still call yourself an ordinary person? Shameless. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still can't save it, please remember the contents of your bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, then log in again and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 29, You Stole the Thunder God? I stole the jet. We both have a bright future in the market of Roadtown. Although Chen has already left, the streets of Roadtown are still filled with discussions about him. People gather together, excitedly discussing the recent battle, their voices rising and falling, emotions running high. Oh my god, did you see that move from Colonel Chen? A curious onlooker asked. No, I could barely catch the bounty hunter's movements, but when Colonel Chen made his move, another person shook his head, furrowing his brow, looking somewhat confused. I only heard a thunderous sound, followed by a dragon's roar, and then the battle was over. Oh my god, the famous bounty hunter was taken down in one move. That's unbelievable. Colonel Chen truly is a strong man from the Navy headquarters. Do you think all colonels from the Navy headquarters are this strong? What are you joking about? My relative is a lieutenant colonel in the Navy headquarters, and the gap between him and Colonel Chen is like heaven and earth. Compared to Colonel Chen, my relative is like a clown. Dude, do you think your relative knows that? So what if he knows? The expenses for him to study at the Navy headquarters were all paid by me, his uncle. Does he dare to say a word? The air was filled with a shocking atmosphere, and almost everyone's gaze was filled with awe for Chen's powerful strength. As the topic deepened, almost everyone began to speculate about the news that had already spread. I have a theory. What theory? Did you all read the East Sea Daily a few days ago? Didn't it reveal that a colonel from the Navy headquarters had received the recognition of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk? You mean, Colonel Chen is the one recognized by Mihawk? Do you think there is anyone else? That swordsmanship, that stunning strike, it was simply amazing. Yeah, I think so too. That person can only be Colonel Chen. Hey, so that is how it is. A vendor who had just stuffed a few world encyclopedias into Chen's arms patted his chest and excitedly shouted, Come and have a look, everyone. The world-class encyclopedias praised by Colonel Chen, who is recognized by Mihawk. When Colonel Chen is slacking off, he loves drinking my family's tea. Our desserts are delicious. Colonel Chen can't go a day without eating my family's desserts. The street immediately erupted with enthusiastic selling voices, the vendors' voices intertwining, filled with the flavor of the market. At that moment, a cute little girl, holding a cup of yogurt, happily ran towards home, her voice as clear as a lark. Mom and Dad. My super cool and strong brother bought me yogurt. My brother said that if I drink yogurt, I can become strong like him. The little girl blinked her big eyes and shouted mischievously, "Now, you can't stop me from drinking yogurt every day." These little daily moments intertwined with the hustle and bustle of the street, yet left behind the legend of Chen's strike on this land. Among the crowd, the Straw Hat crew walked towards the dock after purchasing supplies. Zoro, after a simple bandaging, could barely walk, relying on his superhuman recovery ability. He had achieved his purpose for coming to Road Town, with 3 swords hanging at his waist, 2 of which he had just chosen from the weapon shop after coming out of the market. Sandai Kitetsu and the good quality sword, Yuki. However, he did not look cheerful. Instead, he appeared dazed, as his mind was filled with the movie Chen had just displayed, the Thunder God. A strike as fiery as fire and as swift as thunder. Thud! Zoro's steps were unsteady, and he suddenly bumped into Luffy's back. Saw thee. He absent-mindedly lowered his head to apologize. Zoro. Luffy stopped and looked at Zoro, his expression thoughtful. Are you also thinking about that move used by the Navy Colonel? The Thunder God? Yeah. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes instantly lit up, excitedly asking, do you also think that move was super cool? Jet? Zoro stroked his chin, seeming somewhat puzzled. He closed his eyes, recalling Chen's movements before he unleashed the Thunder God, piecing together the moment from fragments of memory. Indeed, before the Thunder God was unleashed, gas had burst forth from Chen's body. That should be Chen accelerating his breathing somehow, causing his body temperature to rise and blood to flow faster. He softly analyzed, this way, he can enhance his body's strength and increase the explosive power of his strike. Increase breathing. Accelerate blood flow? Luffy muttered thoughtfully, seemingly contemplating something. The light in his eyes grew brighter then. Can I do something similar with my rubber body? The gum fruit made him a rubber man, so his veins could withstand extremely high blood pressure, taking in a large amount of gas in one breath to energize himself, thereby accelerating blood flow and enhancing his body strength. At that time, not only could he enhance his power, but he would also expel super cool gas. Then I could be as cool as Chen. Luffy stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling, fully immersed in his own fantasy, and the moves would definitely be super flashy, hee. In his imagination, steam burst forth from his body, and as his rubber body exerted power, all the pirates on the Grand Line would be ruthlessly hammered away. However, a sudden roar interrupted his daydreaming. A figure of a clown with a red nose rushed out from the crowd, waving his arms with a sinister grin. Old Man Buggy finally found you. Buggy's bright red nose was particularly conspicuous in the sunlight, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. You destroyed my carefully managed base in Orange Town, and now you will pay the price in Rogue Town. To take revenge on you. Little Buggy has gone through a lot of hardships. Now, let you know the consequences of provoking old Buggy. I thought it was someone else. Upon hearing Buggy's voice, Luffy raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. So it's you, Red Nose. You want to die? Buggy was so angry that he almost jumped up, his red nose looking even more glaring. Don't call me Red Nose. He was most sensitive about others mentioning his nose. Buggy waved his hand, roaring, go. Let them see the power of the Buggy Pirates. He pointed at the Straw Hat crew, his eyes filled with hostility. Immediately, Alvida and his subordinates approached the Straw Hat crew, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp immediately prepared for battle, standing in a tense stance, ready to strike at any moment. But just then, Nami raised her head and looked towards the distant sky. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of unease flashed in her eyes. Dark clouds began to gather rapidly on the horizon, casting a heavy shadow that almost covered the entire sky, creating a sense of oppression in the air. Nami's expression grew serious as she felt the unsettling atmosphere intensifying. Everything needed has been purchased. Her voice was low and calm as she quickly turned to Luffy and the others, saying, Zoro is injured. We've lost an important fighting force. Her words caused everyone to fall silent instantly. So let's not linger. Hurry back to the ship and prepare to set sail. A storm is coming. With a wave of her hand, she began directing the Straw Hat Pirates to retreat towards the port. Seeing this, Sanji stepped forward and lifted the still somewhat incapacitated Zoro onto his back. You curly-browed idiot, put me down. Let's talk, Sanji said, quickening his pace while carrying Zoro. The Straw Hats hurriedly retreated towards the port, with Buggy and his crew hot on their heels. Near the Navy branch in Lobetown, Dasbani walked slowly and heavily, her eyes vacant as she moved forward. Dasbani, her gaze was hollow, as if she had lost focus, and she unconsciously murmured, liar, big liar. Her thoughts were like frayed threads, tangled and chaotic. Ever since she witnessed Chen perform that move, the Fire Thunder God, she had been left in a state of shock. Even when Luffy appeared before her, she did not react, forgetting that he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. Her mind seemed to be stalled, unable to recover from the shock of that move. Liar. She whispered to herself, her mind in chaos. I had a feeling before that Colonel Chen might be the one mentioned in the East Blue Daily, the great swordsman acknowledged by Mihawk. It wasn't until I witnessed that move that I truly confirmed it. Colonel Chen is indeed the great swordsman personally recognized by Mihawk. He even lied to me, saying the blades he carries are collectibles, just for show. What kind of collectible can deliver such a cutting blow? If I had such collectibles, give me a dozen. I want to deliver that cut too. Colonel Chen. You big liar. Des Bonnie complained softly again, reflecting on the past when supporting the 186th branch. Colonel Chen would always pretend to be powerless and act like he was incapable, leaving it to Colonel Smoker to deal with the pirates. It turned out that everything was just a facade, and he was hiding such an unparalleled strength and swordsmanship. Big liar. Wait, where's Colonel Chen? Des Bonnie gradually came back to her senses and looked in the direction where Chen had left. Colonel Chen seems to have gone that way, towards the red light district of Lowtown. The rumors are true. Major Chen is going to lead a team to the massage parlor. Des Bonnie stomped her foot, Letcher. At that moment, Chen, who was stepping into the red light district, suddenly sneezed. Achoo, oh. Is it that little girl from the 186th branch who misses me? Too bad. You love the sea, and I love the waves. Shaking his head, Chen smiled at Mama-chan and said, give me a super leopard-themed little girl. Chapter 30. Is the sister sweeter or the younger sister? Daki walked into the Navy branch in Roadtown, her heart heavy and lost. Inside the branch, Navy soldiers were busy preparing, and the atmosphere was tense and urgent. A soldier rushed over, his expression serious and his voice slightly hurried. Captain Daki, according to the latest news, the Straw Hat Pirates and Buggy Pirates are all heading towards the dock. Colonel Smoker is preparing to capture them all at the dock. He has already left for the dock. Oh, Daki suddenly came to her senses, as if something had struck her mind. Now was not the time to be confused. Capturing the troublesome pirates was her duty. Her expression gradually became clearer, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. All right. She shook her head, clearing her chaotic thoughts, quickly adjusting her state, and then ordered the busy soldiers, get ready for battle, immediately head to the dock, and support Colonel Smoker. We must annihilate the Straw Hat Pirates and Buggy Pirates at the Roadtown dock. Yes. The Navy soldiers responded swiftly. Daki did not hesitate to lead them towards the dock. Now, she had to focus and complete the mission to protect the safety of Roadtown. At this moment, dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky, the gloomy clouds swallowing the last rays of sunlight, and the oppressive atmosphere made it feel like a storm was about to arrive. The air was filled with moisture, and raindrops began to fall, gradually turning into heavy rain. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Each drop of rain sounded like a warning bell striking the earth. At the dock in Roadtown, the heavy rain poured down, the cold raindrops hitting everyone like blades. Nami tightly clutched her raincoat, her hair already soaked and sticking to her forehead. Every time she glanced around, she could see the rainwater sliding down her cheeks, blurring her vision, but she didn't take care. Hurry, hurry, prepare to board. Her voice was high-pitched and urgent, filled with uncontainable anxiety. If the rain got any heavier, it would be bad for sailing. The longer they stayed in Roadtown, the more variables there would be, because Roadtown had not only the Buggy Pirates but also the Navy station there. Fortunately, the handsome colonel they encountered earlier wasn't too interested in them and left after defeating Zoro. Otherwise, with his monstrous strength, none of them would be able to escape. No, wait, I'm so beautiful. Why are you not interested? Sanji, carrying Zoro on his back, hurried into the cabin of the Mary. Usopp, you go on board first, I'll hold him off. After handing the supplies to Usopp, Luffy turned around and saw Buggy and his pirates following closely, like a pack of wolves chasing their prey. He stretched out his hand, quickly preparing his move, rubber, pistol. With a low roar, Luffy's right arm suddenly stretched out, rapidly extending like rubber, the rotating force creating a violent vibration in the air as it lunged towards Buggy. Bang! Shattered. Buggy quickly split his body, instantly dodging Luffy's attack. Missed. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a thick white smoke surged from the air, quickly wrapping around Buggy's body, like an invisible net tightly binding him. What? Buggy's eyes widened in shock, his voice filled with confusion. Buzz, A low rumble of a motorcycle echoed from a distance. As the sound got closer, the air in the heavy rain seemed to grow heavier, as if the entire world was being pressed down, struggling to breathe. A Waterland three-wheeled motorcycle, emitting white smoke, appeared in everyone's sight. The vehicle was drenched in rainwater, the engine roaring sharply, exuding a strong sense of power. Smoker slowly stepped off the motorcycle, his figure shrouded in a cloud of white smoke. With each step he took, the thick smoke spread, permeating the air. The troublesome pirates. Are you garbage? Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, wore a provocative smile. I originally wanted to see you dogs fight among yourselves, but since some of you want to escape, he lightly exhaled a ring of smoke, raising an eyebrow. Then I'll have to step in and take care of all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker raised a hand, and the white smoke instantly spread again, rapidly enveloping the entire dock. The smoke surged like a raging wave, obscuring their vision. Smoke bomb. With Smoker's low roar, the smoke rushed toward the buggy pirates like a huge tide, directly imprisoning all of them. What? I can't move. Me neither. What is this? I remember now. It's Smoker the White Hunter. That natural-type monster. We're doomed. Fear and helplessness appeared on the faces of the pirates as they struggled desperately, only to find they could not escape that invisible pressure. The white smoke engulfed them like a monster that devoured everything, completely wrapping their bodies, rendering them immobile. In the East Blue, where the average bounty is only 3 million berries, a natural-type ability is like an insurmountable mountain, possessing the power to suppress everything. Stay here. With Smoker's cold laugh, the white smoke quickly solidified, binding the buggy pirates tightly like an iron prison. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates who witnessed all this were stunned. A hint of panic crossed Nami's face, her eyes flickering with unease. In just one strike, even fierce pirates like the buggy pirates were subdued. Is this the White Hunter of Rogue Town? They must set sail quickly, or they wouldn't be able to leave. Hurry. Now's the time. Set sail immediately. Nami shouted anxiously, her voice urgent and tinged with worry. We can't wait any longer. Luffy, get on board. Want to run? I won't let you set sail. Smoker's voice was low, filled with intense hostility. White fist. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm quickly transformed into smoke, bending and stretching like liquid, instantly forming a huge fist of smoke. He swung his smoke-formed limb violently, launching the fist towards the Mary, that punch carrying overwhelming power, as if it would smash the ship to pieces. Seeing this, Luffy's eyes flashed with determination. The Mary was essential for sailing and also one of his companions. It could not be destroyed by Smoker. Rubber, rocket. He spread his hands wide, quickly stretching back, using the elastic recoil of rubber. His hands shot towards Smoker's fist like a rocket. But Luffy's attack had no effect on Smoker, who had transformed into smoke. What? Before he could be shocked further, a white smoke appeared behind Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy, you are under arrest. The figure of Smoker emerged from the white smoke, coldly stating, his voice like the whisper of death. Smoker suddenly pressed one hand firmly on Luffy's head, pinning him to the ground. In his other hand, he held the sea stone cross behind him, ready to apprehend Luffy right there. At that moment, a large hand suddenly landed on Smoker's back. Thunder rumbled, and rain poured down. Smoker, that may not be the case. A calm and deep voice sounded from behind Smoker. Smoker turned sharply, instantly recognizing the newcomer. The world's most notorious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. You. How would you be here? Smoker's pupils dilated uncontrollably. Dragon looked at Luffy, who was subdued by Smoker, and slowly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had been waiting at the dock for Luffy's departure. Otherwise, that kid would have definitely fallen into Smoker's hands today. You still have a long way to go, Luffy. In a luxurious room in the red light district, Chen leisurely sat on a soft sofa, enjoying a careful massage from one of the twin girls. Her delicate and soft jade fingers gently pressed on his tired shoulders. Every movement filled with endless gentleness and warmth. Chen's eyes were half closed, clearly immersed in this comfort. This is life. This is enjoyment. More flying and more happiness. Double the joy. In the streets of Rogue Town, there were unexpectedly twin girls that headquarters must. I dare not imagine. It seems that choosing to go to the headquarters was the right choice. The abundance of the headquarters is unmatched by the 186th branch. Moreover, if I remember correctly, there is also the largest entertainment venue on this sea, the Golden City. At that time, I could go to the Golden City for an official inspection. Meanwhile, another twin girl was elegantly peeling fruit for Chen. She handed a peeled fruit to his mouth and gently asked, Brother, is it sweet? Chen smiled slightly, took the fruit, and took a gentle bite. Sweet. Is that sweet for me, or sweet for the fruit? Do I even need to ask? I guarantee it's sweet. Is it sweet for me, or sweet for my sister? The gentle little hand behind him also paused, waiting for Chen's answer. Chen wrapped his large hand around her delicate body. Well, that's hard to say, come. Let the dove try a taste. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save it, please remember the contents of the bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, then log in again and add to the bookshelf. Chapter 31. What is the best thing to do on a rainy day? Of course, it's to have a good sleep. The heavy rain poured down, with raindrops fiercely hitting the dock and ships, creating a series of piercing sounds. A rumble of thunder split the sky. Lightning illuminated the sky, casting light on Smoker as raindrops slid down his chin. He held a cigar that had been extinguished by the rain, his brow furrowed. Smoker looked at Dragon, standing behind him, and asked, "The world government has been after your head for a long time. Why would a man like you appear here?" Dragon merely smiled slightly, a flicker of elusive light in his eyes. That's not important. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind quickly swept up, the storm almost causing everything around to go out of control. The powerful wind instantly blew away the white smoke that had imprisoned Buggy and the others, scattering it like torn cloth. The Navy soldiers on the dock didn't even have time to react before being blown over, falling to the ground. Even Smoker was pushed back a few steps by the strong wind, releasing his hold on Luffy. "You." Before Smoker could finish his sentence, a gentle breeze appeared again. The wind gently lifted Luffy, making him feel as if he was being held by an invisible hand. His body spun rapidly in the air and finally fell heavily onto the deck of the Going Merry, producing a muffled thud. A sound of him hitting the ground echoed on the ship. This relieved all the Straw Hat members. Nami smiled at the scene. Now that everyone was present and the supplies were fully replenished, with the strong wind at their back, if they didn't set sail for the Grand Line now, when would they? Set sail. With the help of the favorable wind, the Going Merry slowly set off, the sails rising quickly, heading towards the Grand Line. The wind stirred up waves on the sea, and the Going Merry bravely sailed into the distance amidst the swells. On the dock, Crack, Smoker coldly lit a new cigar, his gaze fixed on Dragon and the departing Going Merry, surrounded by swirling smoke. "Are you intentionally helping him? Helping the Straw Hats, Luffy?" He slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, his eyes filled with questioning and a hint of anger. "What is your relationship with him, Dragon?" Dragon did not respond. His gaze remained calm and deep, turning to look at the giant Navy ship docked at the harbor. He quietly contemplated the upcoming situation. Now that Luffy and the Going Merry had successfully set sail, their journey to the Grand Line had begun, and the only thing that could potentially disrupt this was the Navy troops that had landed in Roadtown. Although he was not clear about their specific purpose for landing in Roadtown, the fact that they hadn't intervened during the dock incident indicated that the troops were not here to pursue the Straw Hat Pirates. Having observed closely, he noted that there were no admirals from the Navy headquarters accompanying them this time, only the Vice Admiral, Captain Chen. As a former elite commander of the Navy headquarters, he knew the strength of the headquarters very well. These Navy elites should not be underestimated. Dragon assessed in his heart, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Luffy and his companions, with their current strength, were not enough to deal with the elite forces of the headquarters. Smoker's strength was not particularly strong. He was only established in the East Blue due to his devil fruit ability. But even so, he could easily subdue Luffy and the others. One must understand that the Navy, as the overlord of these seas, had many monsters within the headquarters. Especially the three admirals at the top. They were true super monsters. Opponents that even he had to exert his full strength to face. Luffy and his companions needed more training. At their current level, they were completely no match for those Navy personnel who had mastered hockey. If the troops from the headquarters knew what had happened at the dock, Dragon muttered to himself, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes, they would likely initiate a pursuit to completely eliminate Luffy and the others. Therefore, he needed to minimize this possibility, directly sinking that warship. Let Luffy and the others have no worries and smoothly reach the Grand Line, embarking on their own adventure. Dragon's gaze was like a sharp blade, firmly locking onto the massive Navy headquarters ship at the dock. Despite the raging storm and torrential rain that made it hard to open one's eyes, the warship remained firmly anchored there, like an unyielding castle, unwavering. Smoker stood nearby, following Dragon's gaze and gradually understanding his intentions. He spoke softly, his voice icy. "This is a headquarters warship. You must know that. The consequences of attacking a headquarters warship As the world's most wicked criminal, do I still care about that label? Dragon's lips curled slightly, revealing a nonchalant smile. Do as you wish. Smoker exhaled a ring of smoke lightly, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He indeed was not Dragon's opponent. If Dragon wanted the Straw Hats to leave, he could not stop him. However, he held another card in his hand. According to that kitty Chen, although he did not know the exact location of Admiral Kizaru, he was still in the East Blue. If Dragon really attacked this warship, Admiral Kizaru's intervention would be almost inevitable. At that time, Admiral Kizaru would stop Dragon, and he would set sail to pursue the Straw Hats. The result would be the same. You can't escape, Straw Hat Kid. Whoosh, Dragon's hand waved slightly, and with his movement, the surrounding storm erupted instantly. The force released from his body tore through the air like a wild beast, carrying an irresistible momentum. Dragon flung the gathered storm from his hand, and the violent airflow surged like a massive shockwave. The storm quickly expanded, becoming larger and larger, almost like a vortex that devoured everything, sweeping toward the massive warship. A thunderous roar echoed in the wind, and the strong wind lifted the moisture from the sea surface, creating waves like tides. At this moment, the sea appeared to tremble in anticipation of the impending conflict. On the deck of the giant ship, Kuro was busy tidying up the scattered items. As the chief steward beside Chen, Kuro was clear about his responsibilities. He managed all the trivial matters for Chen, allowing the captain to relax more comfortably. However, the sudden storm had scattered items all over the deck, and the wind had blown everything into disarray, making the entire deck look particularly chaotic. This won't do, he murmured to himself, anxiety and unease evident on his face. What will I say to Captain Chen when he comes back to see this mess? He took a deep breath, preparing to brace himself against the storm and continue tidying up. But at that moment, a more violent storm swept in, and Clue involuntarily looked up, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. On that dark horizon, the storm approached him like a giant beast. His heart raced, and a trace of undeniable surprise appeared on his face. Why was this storm heading towards the warship? Thunder rumbled ominously over the red district, as if it were going to tear the sky apart. Lightning occasionally pierced the darkness, and raindrops pelted against the windows like bullets, producing a crisp, knocking sound. Chen lay on the soft bed, the mattress gently rising and falling with every slight movement. In his arms, two delicate bodies curled up tightly together, as if protected by something, their heads resting on his chest, like two little kittens nestled in a warm embrace. Their hair was slightly damp, carrying a unique fragrance, and their delicate skin was warm and soft. Chen felt the weight in his arms naturally wrapping around them. The thunder outside seemed to echo the rhythm in his heart, noisy yet soothingly relaxing. He tilted his head and looked down at the two in his embrace, smiling gently, a sense of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The taste of flying was self-evident. Oh, is it raining heavily? He slightly parted his lips, his voice deep and languid. The sound of thunder intertwined with the rain, creating a unique melody, as if nature had woven a background score for this moment of tranquility and warmth. What is the best thing to do on a rainy day? Of course, it's to enjoy a good, long sleep. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save it, please remember the content of your bookshelf, clear your browser's cookies, and log in again to add to your bookshelf. Chapter 32. What I must do is protect everything about Colonel Chen. The fierce wind raged, and the storm quickly swept toward the warship, as if a gigantic beast was pouncing on it. Standing on the deck, Chloe fixed his gaze on the impending storm, his brows deeply furrowed. His eyes pierced through the mist of the tempest, landing on the turbulent air currents that wreaked havoc like a monster. The path of the storm was almost directly aimed at the warship he stood on. If it continued on its current trajectory, this storm would violently collide with the steel beast beneath him in a matter of minutes. Chloe knew well that the warship was sturdy enough to withstand most storms. But even so, an inescapable unease lingered in his heart. Even such a powerful battleship could suffer severe damage in the face of this tremendous storm, and there was even a possibility of it sinking. At that time, how would he, as part of the personnel left behind, face Colonel Chen? How could he explain his inaction? He took a deep breath, a flash of determination in his eyes. Although he sensed that something was unusual about this storm, as if it were not naturally occurring, but rather manipulated by someone, now was not the time for hesitation. Chloe made up his mind. No matter what, he had to hold this ship. He gently pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his wrist, a habit formed particularly before battles, allowing him to focus better. Moreover, Chloe murmured to himself, his eyes shining with fervor, a slight smile on his lips. I am no longer that black cat from before. In the next moment, Chloe's figure ignited like a flame, unleashing powerful energy. Shearing shadow. His body instantly entered an extreme state. Utilizing this basic technique to achieve speeds that almost caused the air to tremble, the surrounding scenery blurring into streaks, leaving behind afterimages. In a rush of airflow, Chloe almost instantaneously surged to the forefront of the storm, facing the ferocious winds without a trace of retreat. Chloe's gaze was steadfast. He forcefully pushed off with his legs, leaping high into the air, like a nimble leopard heading straight into the heart of the storm. Leopard's dance, giggle, rapidly alternating kicks, filling the air with a sharp, slicing aura. This was a technique he created based on the gale step, compressing the vacuum in the air into powerful shockwaves that struck like razor-sharp blades, fierce slashes shooting toward the storm. Countless strikes flew like arrows through the air, charged with a fierce momentum, ruthlessly slicing into the storm that threatened to consume everything. Boom! The storm collided with the slashes, causing the air to violently shake and a thunderous roar to erupt. Smoker stood at a distance, watching intently. Although he couldn't clearly see who was intercepting the storm, it was evident from the Navy uniform that he was undoubtedly a member of the Navy. To confront such a massive storm head-on clearly indicated an extraordinary person. Such courage and spirit. Smoker murmured, a surge of admiration welling up in his heart. He must be someone from headquarters. Which elite under Admiral Kizaru could it be? As for whether it could possibly be Chen's newly appointed lieutenant, there was absolutely no way. That lazy little brat? Does he have that kind of charisma? What a joke. Now it depends on how Dragon chooses to act. The Navy intercepting the storm, while strong, was clearly at his limit in holding back this storm. If another wave came, he would be at a disadvantage. Would Dragon choose to continue attacking and take down Kizaru's men, or would he hold back and let that Navy officer handle the storm, retreating himself? Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar and looked at Dragon. Dragon seemed to sense Smoker's thoughts, calmly showing no hesitation. Since he had already acted, there was no turning back. Dragon swung his hand again, and the scale of the storm instantly expanded, the air currents surging violently, as if to swallow the entire sea. The surrounding space seemed to tremble, the oppressive air making it almost impossible to breathe. The thunderous roar echoed through the air once more. Rumbling, a gargantuan storm swept in an instant, nearly devouring everything. Chloe, soaked to the skin, stood in the air, facing the increasingly intense storm. His eyes sparkled with light, a smile creeping onto his face. He had truly become much stronger. He felt the immense pressure brought by the storm, but at this moment, he was no longer the little black cat being hunted by the Navy. He was now the hunter standing in the storm. His growth was not just in strength, but also in mindset. Chloe spoke softly, his tone carrying an indescribable confidence. In the past, he could never have imagined that he would one day face such a storm head-on. Moreover, he had no intention of retreating. Perhaps this was the foundation and belief he had gained. Chloe knew that all these changes stemmed from the unfathomable man behind him. Chen, the man who gave him a new life, changed his destiny. He had given him the courage to face the storm. During this time on the warship, it had been the most stable period since I became a pirate. Chloe gently closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past. After all, I had transformed from prey into predator. Handling these tedious little matters was my job, but that was far from enough. What I must do is protect everything about Colonel Chen. At this moment, Chloe's heart was resolute. No matter what storms he faced, he would steadfastly protect Colonel Chen's side. Come. As long as I am here, the ship is here. Chloe roared fiercely, a blazing fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Leopard's divine spear. He shouted, his arms swiftly swinging like a gust of wind, fast and deadly. This was a skill he derived from the 6-power Shurgan technique, concentrating all his strength and focus. Chloe's index finger pointed fiercely forward, all his power coalescing at that moment in his fingertip. That seemingly ordinary finger contained immense energy. The fingertip hardened, sparkling with a brilliance akin to lightning, exploding forth with overwhelming power. The speed of that strike was so fast that almost no one could react. The fingertip shot forward like a bullet, carrying unmatched attacking power, directly penetrating the air and crashing into the oncoming storm. Chloe's hands moved rapidly, his body violently shaking with each release. Countless finger guns shot from his fingertips like a flurry of flying arrows, piercing through the violent storm. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, and at the moment of impact between the storm and the finger guns, the air seemed to tear apart, producing a deafening roar. Boom! After a fierce and intense collision, the storm finally began to dissipate, the space before him gradually becoming clearer. A shadow fell from the sky, like a leaf abandoned by a storm. The figure was covered in wounds, helplessly plummeting toward the sea, finally hitting the surface with a dull thud, sending up splashes of water. Dragon coldly observed everything before him, his eyes showing no signs of emotion, and his gaze then shifted to the giant ship docked at the pier. Now, no one could stop him from destroying this warship. Dragon. Suddenly, Smoker's voice came from beside him as he took out a connected Den Mushy. The voice from the Den Mushy instantly caught Dragon's attention. He frowned slightly, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Hello. A lazy greeting came from the other end of the line, carrying an unmistakable familiarity. Moshi Moshi. Dragon's eyes widened in an instant, as if realizing something. His expression suddenly turned even colder. The Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru, Borsellino. Yo, a lewd laugh came from the other end of the line, a long-lost voice indeed. Monkey D. Dragon. I hear you want to make a move on my precious Vice Admiral and my ship? Chapter 33 at a glance. It's all the handsome looks of my youth. Dragon. What do you want to do with my adjutant and my vehicle? The Revolutionary Army is preparing to go to war with the Navy? The voice of Kizaru came from the other end of the phone, his lazy tone carrying an undeniable seriousness. I finally found an adjutant to my liking. That kitty Chen is so handsome. He looks just like I did when I was young. Handsome, elegant, unrestrained. Now, my adjutant has been beaten up, and Dragon's going to sink my warship. Can I tolerate this? At worst, I could set off for Lowtown right now, catch Dragon, and not let him escape. I could call for reinforcement from headquarters and directly apprehend the leader of the Revolutionary Army in the East Sea. By then, it would be another great achievement. I could apply for a month of leave again. Borsellino. Dragon frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. He never expected Smoker to directly call Kizaru. But even if Kizaru sets off from headquarters now, by the time he arrives in the East Sea, I would have already safely retreated, and Luffy would have successfully reached the Grand Line. The magnetic fields, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents of the Grand Line are all chaotic. At that time, it would be very difficult for Luffy to determine his position. When that happens, no matter how Kizaru chases, it will be of no use. The world is waiting for our answer. Dragon's voice was deep and firm, his gaze sharp as he looked ahead. Kizaru, I want to ensure that a man sets sail smoothly. As for your vehicle, I'm very sorry. His words carried an unchangeable determination and coldness, clearly ready to face all consequences. On the other end of the phone, Kizaru seemed in no hurry to respond, instead casually saying, You were born in the Goa Kingdom. Right, Dragon? What a coincidence. Kizaru's tone held a hint of mockery and ease, but his words concealed deep meaning. Dragon's pupils suddenly contracted as he heard a commotion on the other end of the transponder snail, like the noise of a market. Mixed within the clamor were some unique accents. That was the accent of the Goa Kingdom, the accent of his hometown. Kizaru, in the Goa Kingdom. In the East Sea. This. Kizaru, how can you be in the East Sea? Dragon's voice was deep, filled with disbelief and a hint of anger. A sense of unease rose in his heart. Things seemed to have become more complicated. Of course, there's something important, he said. I'll set off now, and I expect to arrive at Lowtown in 10 minutes. You and the people you need to escort. Kizaru's tone gradually turned grim. There is no way to escape. After saying this, he directly hung up the transponder snail. When Dragon heard Kizaru's threatening words, his heart sank. I miscalculated. I never expected Kizaru himself to be in the East Sea. With his lightspeed abilities from the Pika Pika no Mi, it would take him 10 minutes to rush from the Goa Kingdom to Lowtown. A wave of anxiety surged in Dragon's heart as his gaze unconsciously turned to the warship docked at the pier. If Kizaru encounters Luffy and the others on the way and directly captures them, then sinking the warship would be meaningless. His only purpose for returning to the EC this time was to see Luffy, to check on his growth, and to ensure that he could smoothly pursue his dreams. However, if this plan were disrupted by Kizaru, all efforts would go to waste. If Luffy gets captured, he would have to lead the army into Impel Down or cause a ruckus at Judicial Island to rescue him. But the Revolutionary Army is still in a phase of lurking and isn't ready for large-scale operations. The best course of action now is to follow Luffy's ship and escort them safely to the Grand Line. The rest of the journey will depend on you, Luffy. An incompetent old man with other important matters, overthrowing the world government and giving this world a true answer. With this thought, Dragon took a deep breath, and his gaze became more resolute. He waved his hand slightly, a strong gust of wind immediately lifting him up, and his body shot off like a flying eagle toward the direction where the Mary was last seen. Smoker stood in the distance, cigarette in mouth. his eyes fixed on the direction Dragon flew, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment, he slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, pondered for a moment, and then waved his hand to pull the fallen Navy officer out of the water. He then jumped onto his tricycle motorcycle, accelerated toward the direction Dragon flew. If Admiral Kizaru arrives, he can capture the Straw Hat crew. Virum, with the roar of the motorcycle, the amphibious vehicle quickly surged onto the water surface, creating a splash on the calm sea as it sped away into the distance. Cough. The Navy officer rescued from the sea, Kuro, coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Despite his glasses being nearly shattered from the violent impact, Kuro's eyes were exceptionally bright. Thankfully, the warship is safe, he murmured softly, managing to show a faint smile. Soon, however, exhaustion and intense pain overwhelmed his body. His eyelids grew heavy, and he ultimately lost consciousness, falling into a coma. In a luxurious room in the red light district, dim light filtered through the curtains, casting shadows in one corner of the room, where a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Chen and two beautiful women were sound asleep. Suddenly, brew, 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 the sharp sound of the transponder snail rang out, breaking the silence of the room. Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his thoughts instantly clearing. The major and the headquarters members were resting in other rooms, and Kuro was stationed on the warship. If something happened, he would come to find him directly. No one would call him at this time. Who could contact me? Old Huang. What does he want? Chen quickly sorted through possible scenarios in his mind. Kizaru understood his personality. If it weren't an urgent situation, he wouldn't easily disturb him. Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he activated his observation hockey, covering the transponder snail to mute the sound. Whoosh, Chen deftly moved, his body leaping off the bed like an arrow. The two kittens, feeling the bed lighten in their sleep, barely lifted their heads before comfortably resting back on their soft pillows, continuing to sleep soundly. Chen smiled slightly, holding the transponder snail, and quietly closed the balcony door to prevent the outside wind from disturbing the tranquility inside. Leaning back in a lounge chair on the balcony, he lit a cigar and answered the transponder snail. The moment the transponder snail was connected, its image transformed into that of a lecherous old man wearing sunglasses. Hey, my dear adjutant, your people have been beaten up? Chen's gaze instantly sharpened. My people? Beaten up? Yes. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf for logged-in users across devices, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save it, please remember the contents of your bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, and then log in again and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 34. The light that can roast cold ice and endure molten lava. I can only say, invincible. What is happening? A tightness formed in Chen's heart, suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. The voice of Kizaru became heavy. Dragon has appeared in Lowtown and is beating up our people. He paused, as if waiting for Chen's reaction. Why is he beating up our people? Chen frowned slightly. Dragon? I know he is supposed to appear in Lowtown to send Luffy to the Grand Line, but his matters shouldn't have anything to do with me. I just had a duel with Zoro, and I haven't even spoken to Luffy. How can this involve me? The specific reason was unclear, but Kizaru's tone became urgent. However, Dragon is manipulating the storm, trying to destroy my warship. He paused. The person who rescinded the bounty before, the storm was blocked by him, and then he was severely injured and fell unconscious. Chen's heart raced, and his expression changed. He suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening. Crow. Crow is still on the ship. He nearly jumped up from his chair, hastily biting off the cigar. Damn, Crow got beaten? Severely injured? His heart felt as if it had been tightly gripped, and his breath stopped. Dragon. Kizaru's ship being destroyed is whatever. It's not my own ship. Smoker getting beaten is whatever. As long as he is not dead, it's fine. But who is Crow? He is my appointed chief steward, a key figure who will help me enjoy a leisurely life at headquarters, the foundation of all my comfortable living. Without Crow, Palu working by my side, how can I enjoy life? How can I slack off at work, read the news, and live leisurely? How can I go out after work, drink a little at the bar, stroll down the street, enjoy the warm embrace of the neighborhood, and savor every detail of life? A scene quickly emerged in Chen's mind. If Crow is not there, he would be buried under a mountain of military affairs, with piles of documents on the desk, tasks coming one after another, almost suffocating him. Every day being asked to work overtime until late at night. Even dinner would have to be hastily resolved, leaving no time to enjoy any relaxing moments. Facing endless responsibilities every day, his life would become like a machine, operating step by step. Just think about it. Chen's heartbeat began to quicken. Anxiety swept over him. If there is no Crow, I would face these documents and tasks daily, never finishing. Work would pile up like a mountain in front of me, with no chance to catch my breath. In his mind, Chen saw himself sinking in, busy like a beast of burden, dealing with endless matters. Without Crow, he would no longer be able to live that leisurely and carefree life. No one could ease his stress, and no one could share the burden. This might as well just kill myself. Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his anxious emotions causing his fingers to unconsciously clench tightly. Don't need to take action? I'm on my way to Lowtown. Kizaru's lazy voice came from the other end of the transponder snail, breaking Chen's thoughts. That tone seemed like a light-hearted tease, but Chen knew the danger hidden in Kizaru's words was no joke. Chen took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. After deep breathing, his heartbeat gradually settled, and his face returned to a calm expression. Old Huang, Chen said in a deep voice, his tone resolute and cold. You don't need to worry about this. He paused, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. I will take action. A blazing anger ignited in his heart. He was just a hair away from losing his most important subordinate. Just a hair away from missing out on the long-awaited happy life. Just a hair away from being devoured by those endless military affairs. Dragon. A cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. I must take action. I'm setting off, he said quietly, then decisively hung up the transponder snail. Although Crow was severely injured, as long as he was still alive, with the items he had drawn from the system before, he could help him recover quickly. First, he would go check on him. Then, catch up with Dragon and vent this anger. Chen quickly donned his suit and draped on the cloak, symbolizing justice. He slightly bent down. The ground beneath his feet seemed to resonate with his determination, and he leaped quickly toward the direction of the dock. On the other side, after hanging up the transponder snail, Kizaru's mouth curled into a teasing smile, his eyes sparkling with a hint of relaxation. My aide, Sengoku, is getting fired up. Things are getting interesting. He leaned back in his chair, lightly snapping his fingers, seemingly sighing about something. He recalled witnessing the Move Dragon's halo head dance firsthand at Branch 186. At that moment, the power displayed by Chen's swordsmanship amazed even him. The three admirals of the Navy headquarters, known as super monsters, are not only because of their respective Logia fruit abilities, but also due to their extraordinary physiques and mastery of their fields. And swordsmanship is precisely the area Kizaru excels in. That sword Move Dragon's halo head dance was not only thrilling for Mihawk, but Kizaru also understood some of its essence. However, he was not prepared to boast about it. The stronger my aide, Sengoku, the better, right? A satisfied light flashed in Kizaru's eyes. Such talent could help me share more tasks and military affairs in the future. So, of course, I must keep him well hidden. Kizaru's hand shook slightly, and then a blazing sword of light appeared in his hand. The sword glimmered with dazzling yellow light, emitting high temperatures as if it could melt everything. The blade of the sword not only destroys matter, but also seems to contain an energy that ravages everything. This is a variation created by Kizaru after watching Dragon's Halo head dance, combining it with his Ama no Murakumo sword. He enhanced the heat of the blade, making it not just an ordinary sword of light, but a high-temperature weapon that can burn everything in combat. Once it collides with the opponent's blade, it will surely be twisted and deformed by this scorching power. The sun and the flash? Kizaru murmured softly, skillfully waving the sword of light. Interesting. This move shall be called Radiant Flash Sword. I wonder what expressions Akainu and Akiji will have when they see this move. A light that can roast cold ice and endure molten lava. Kizaru revealed a joyous smile, as if he could already see the shocked expressions of Akainu and Akiji. Although his aide Sengoku decided to take action personally, Kizaru's mind flashed with Chen's lazy and carefree handsome face. Dragon's Halo head dance was indeed stunning, but Dragon was once an elite officer of the Navy. My precious aide cannot be bullied due to carelessness. The old man decided to take a look. The yellow monkey chuckled softly, his eyes revealing a hint of relaxed mockery. If Vice Admiral Sabo gets beaten up, the old man could make a dashing hero's entrance. Immediately, a flash of yellow light shot up into the sky, speeding towards Lowtown. The flash disappeared in the sky like a shooting star, leaving only a dazzling trail of light. Please, 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 everything tips, urging updates, comments, good reviews. Little Young Thomas Bowes in Thanks Chapter 35 Golden Items. Conqueror's Hockey Talent. Navy Hospital in Roadtown. The storm raged and the cold wind howled. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, dressed in a neat suit with a billowing cape, like an elegant flash of lightning, silently imposing as it landed on the damp ground. Chen landed steadily, his footsteps making almost no sound, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze because of him. He quickly walked into Kuro's hospital room. Chen, Colonel. Kuro, lying on the hospital bed, weakly opened his eyes, his throat moving slightly, his voice low and hoarse. His body was wrapped in heavy bandages, clearly indicating serious injuries. Kuro tried to sit up, but the pain in his body rendered him unable to move. You're fine, just lie down. Chen leaned down, his tone gentle yet firm. A hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Seeing that Kuro could still speak, he finally set aside the heavy stone in his heart. Although he knew beforehand that Kuro was only injured and unconscious, seeing it with his own eyes truly dispelled his worries. There simply weren't enough administrative talents in the pirate world. Ever since Kuro pledged loyalty to him, he had performed exceptionally well in every aspect, being not only loyal and reliable, but also having a clear understanding of his role. For Chen, Kuro was an invaluable talent, and he truly couldn't bear for anything to happen to him. With him around, Chen could have more time to relax and enjoy that sense of comfort and ease. Chen took out a fairy bean from his pocket and gently tossed it into Kuro's mouth. Most of Kuro's injuries were superficial, and this bean was enough to help him quickly regain his strength. Kuro struggled to swallow the bean, and in an instant, a warm energy spread from deep within his body, the pain from his wounds almost disappearing in an instant, and his overall condition began to recover rapidly. As Kuro felt the speed of his recovery, he couldn't help but let out a low sigh. This was the miraculous aspect of Colonel Chen. Powerful and mysterious. He had browsed through the books carried on the warship, but had never found any record of fairy beans. Even on the Admiral's ship at the Navy headquarters, there were no such miraculous items. Only by personally experiencing all this could one truly appreciate Chen's extraordinary nature. As the effects of the fairy bean quickly took hold, Kuro felt the strength within him surging back. Although he still appeared somewhat weak, he felt no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with determination. Since he was injured and unconscious until now, Chen had rushed over quickly, personally attending to his injuries, which made Kuro even more certain that he had not followed the wrong person. Colonel Chen, I'm sorry for the trouble. Kuro's tone was sincere, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Don't mention it. Chen patted Kuro's shoulder, his tone comforting, his gaze soft, filled with recognition for Kuro. You've done well. You haven't let me down. Now, who in the entire Rotown Navy doesn't know that you can withstand the storm of the dragon with your body? In the future, when we go out, stand behind me. This is Kuro, who can withstand huge storms with his body. My soldier. Hey, can't deny it. That's impressive. Chen's gaze swept over Kuro, who was already mostly healed, and he nodded lightly, extremely satisfied with the effect of the fairy bean. This kind of efficacy was indeed worthy of being a system product, quality guaranteed. Although Kuro had regained most of his strength, he still looked somewhat fatigued. Chen noticed this and nodded at him, his tone calm, yet filled with concern. Rest well, you've done your best. After saying that, Chen turned around, his cape billowing in the wind, his voice deep and firm. I'll handle this matter. He didn't linger, quickly shooting up into the sky, moving like the wind, gracefully crossing the dock and chasing after the direction the merry-go had disappeared. Chen already had his own plans in mind. Dragon, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, would never attack a Navy warship without reason. After all, this ship belonged to Old Huang, and attacking a ship of an admiral from the Navy headquarters was a serious crime. Logically, Dragon should have left Rogue Town after capturing Smoker and releasing Luffy to the sea, just like in the original story. However, this time, he not only did not leave, but also attacked the warship docked at the port. Dragon's actions this time were likely related to his landing in Rogue Town with his team. Perhaps he had seen Chen's swift defeat of Zoro at the market. Perhaps it was because the elite troops from the headquarters, who followed Chen to the Red District, put great pressure on him, causing him to worry that Luffy wouldn't be able to smoothly reach the Grand Line. But none of that mattered anymore. I didn't do anything, Chen silently thought, and he even taught Zoro a move. Not only did they not show gratitude, but they also beat up his men. He gritted his teeth. The anger within him completely ignited. He almost lost his most capable tool, almost said goodbye to his comfortable life. Dragon. He clenched his fists, his gaze icy. If he didn't vent this anger, he wouldn't feel at ease. How could he maintain a pleasant mood if he wasn't at ease? Ding. Due to the host's extreme displeasure, the Joy system has activated emergency plan number 1. Drop rate greatly increased. 10 consecutive draws will now have the highest probability of obtaining golden god-level items. Oh, as expected of the Joy system, because the host is in a bad mood, it actively adjusts the drop rate to improve the host's mood. Look, the system is quite considerate. Chen silently glanced at his Joy value, 9,036. because he had previously spent a lot of joy value to maximize the effect of Demon God Summon. Although he had been living comfortably and happily since then, he had not gained a particularly noticeable joy value. In the pirate world, the more famous a character was, the more joy value they brought to oneself. This is completely understandable. After all, the joy from Mihawk and Kizaru's praise is entirely different from the joy brought by a random compliment from Karami. Now, because of his extremely poor mood, the drop rate was raised to the highest. However, having over 9,000 joy value only allowed for 9-10 draws, which didn't guarantee any results. Ding! The system detects that the host's joy value is insufficient and that the mood is extremely unpleasant, triggering the system's emergency plan No. 2. The host is now gifted 50,000 joy value. Hope the host can maintain a pleasant mood? Go for it. System. Your path has already become a road to paradise. Chen couldn't help but grin, feeling the surge of joy value. 50,000 joy value was effortlessly granted, and this extraordinary gift method instantly lifted his spirits, dissipating most of his previous anger. Then let's send a warning to Dragon, telling him to keep his revolutionary army away from me, so they don't affect my comfortable and beautiful life at the Navy headquarters. System. Give me a draw. Chen suddenly waved his hand, and all the joy points were instantly consumed. As Chen's voice fell, the lottery wheel in front of him began to spin rapidly, radiating brilliant light, as if reaching an extreme climax. Various colors flashed, seemingly filled with countless possibilities, exuding an exhilarating atmosphere. With a crisp sound, golden light suddenly burst forth, as if the entire space was engulfed by the brilliance of that moment. Golden item, Conqueror's Haki. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find a novel you are reading. Chapter 36. The ceiling emerges. The four emperors bow. Thud, thud, thud. 3 crisp sounds echoed like thunder in Chen's ears, as if opening the door to a mysterious power. 3 golds. Chen's heart raced, his eyes sparkling with unmasked excitement. How long had it been since he had seen a golden item? Too long. He couldn't even remember the last time. But this time, finally, the tides have turned. Today, I am a lucky one. Let me see what golden item has emerged this time. Chen's gaze was firmly locked on the item shimmering with golden light. Every second of waiting seemed to tease his nerves. Conqueror's Haki talent. Only the strong can dominate everything. The system's voice echoed in Chen's ears, steady and powerful, like the resonance of an ancient horn, creating an uncontrollable shock within him. That voice seemed to carry an invisible pressure that solidified the air around him. God-level golden item. Current star level, 3 stars. Highest is 5 stars. 1 star. The host awakens the Conqueror's Haki talent at the 1-star stage, completely unaware of their own power. Usually triggered during emotions like anger, it can stun those nearby, but cannot be finely controlled. 2 stars. With the enhancement of mental strength, control can be exerted according to one's will. From the timing of use to the power and the range of influence, everything is under control. In battles against numerous opponents, it can unleash tremendous power. 3 stars. The true conqueror equipped with heart, skill, and body can unleash the Haki in all directions just by increasing momentum. Can activate Conqueror's Haki at will. Its oppressive force can shake giant ships and even cause seasoned warriors to collapse when passing by. 4 stars. Conqueror's Haki enhanced to God level. The host masters Conqueror's Haki entanglement, wrapping it around weapons or body attacks to enhance power, allowing for substantial attacks on enemies without direct contact within a certain distance. 5 stars. Conqueror's Haki enhanced to ceiling level, surpassing everything. When the ceiling emerges, the 4 emperors bow. With every prompt from the system, a sharp light flashed in Chen's eyes. A wave of joy surged within him. Yes, the long-awaited Conqueror's Haki had finally been drawn out. Moreover, all 3 golds were Conqueror's Haki, directly upgraded to 3 stars. From the initial hazy awakening to the current 3-star stage, Chen could feel his connection with this world becoming increasingly close. The Conqueror's Haki surged from within him, like an invisible force flowing through his body. 3 stars. Just 1 step away from the God-level 4 stars. It was already more than enough for now. Chen muttered to himself, after all, I'm just a colonel in the headquarters. What difficult missions could I encounter? If there are difficulties, find Admiral Kizaru. He couldn't help but chuckle. If the sky falls, Admiral Kizaru will hold it up. But the next moment, his expression became serious. It was time to test the new ability he had just obtained. Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, and the air around him seemed to solidify in an instant, the atmospheric pressure suddenly rising. A powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the air to tremble, the immense pressure creating waves on the sea. This was an indiscriminate hockey attack. Chen took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind. His energy gathered rapidly in his chest like a storm, a massive force quickly swelling, devouring everything around him. Next, it was time for precise strikes. Chen's fists clenched slightly, his arm muscles tense. The conqueror's hockey within him surged out like raging waves, spreading rapidly. Under his conscious control, the hockey sliced through the surrounding air like an invisible blade, gliding along Chen's will, crossing over the distant sea, revealing a sense of invisible oppression. The airflow swept through quickly, shaking every inch of space, as if no object could escape the touch of this power. Chen les yeux lit à cigare, taking a deep puff as the smoke slowly rose in the air. Having tested both indiscriminate and precise strikes, next, let's try a clash of conquerors hockey. Just in time, I was about to pay a visit to Dragon to keep him and his revolutionary army away from me. I've long heard that the Monkey D clan is a family of conquerors, so Chen suddenly stomped hard on the air, his figure shooting forward like lightning, tearing through the air with a speed that resembled the wind, heading straight for the Grand Line. His body merged with the wind, moving so fast, like a beast racing through the night. Dragon, I'm coming for you. Let's test the clash of conquerors hockey. In the East Sea, near the waters of the Grand Line, dark clouds rolled, thunder and lightning flashed. The Mary was struggling to navigate through the storm, the ship swaying violently at times, swallowed by waves. Yet each time it bravely broke through the obstacles ahead, steadfastly heading towards the Grand Line. Behind the Mary, the sound of a pirate ship approached from a distance. The ship, flying the jester flag, was closely pursuing the Mary. As a former apprentice on the Pirate King's ship, Buggy could not stand being easily defeated by a straw-hatted kid. In his view, he had no reason to fail so easily. Even back in the nostalgic Grand Line, he would personally defeat the Straw Hat crew, making Luffy pay for that red nose. Farther out at sea, a tricycle sped through the storm, kicking up waves as Smoker navigated the swells, quickly heading towards the Mary. Not far ahead was the entrance to the Grand Line. Nami raised her telescope, her gaze sharp, a smile on her lips, seemingly eager to embrace the more mysterious waters ahead. This is great, Luffy exclaimed, raising both hands, shouting loudly, Grand Line, here we come. Oh ho! Usopp grinned excitedly, then clapped his hands. Miss Nami, have a glass of my special heart juice. Sanji brought out a brightly colored juice from the kitchen, skillfully avoiding the wind and rain, presenting it to Nami with a loving gaze. The Grand Line will have stronger opponents, right? Zoro leaned against the cabin door, his gaze calm, a slight smile on his lips. Only by challenging true strong opponents can I become stronger. My hawk, Chen, I will become stronger. Zoro silently vowed in his heart. In the high skies of this sea, Dragon, cloaked in green, quietly watched the Mary's journey. The Mary, amidst the storm, appeared so small under his gaze yet so determined. He stood in the air, calmly observing everything, a slight smile on his lips. This smile contained profound anticipation, as well as an unspoken determination and belief. Luffy, your adventure is about to begin. If this is the way you choose, then go ahead and pursue your own future. Suddenly, the dragon sensed an aura quietly approaching, like a dark current in a storm, lurking invisibly. His eyes sharpened, slightly tilting his head, and his brows raised slightly. The aura came swiftly, carrying a strong sense of oppression, as if it intended to eliminate all obstacles. The dragon's intuition told him this was not an ordinary airflow, but a powerful force rapidly nearing. In the distance, within the storm, all the waves and lightning seemed to be torn apart by some invisible power. A figure, like a blade cutting through the wind, sliced through the sky. The person emerged from the storm, standing tall, exuding a calm and authoritative presence. The figure in a suit remained perfectly upright in the fierce wind, seemingly unaffected by the storm, steady as a mountain. The thousand blades gently swayed at his waist, the blade emanating a cold, demonic aura, with faint sounds barely audible in the wind, as if heralding an impending storm. The justice cloak behind him rustled in the gale, carrying an undeniable majesty and determination. Colonel of the Navy Headquarters, Chen. Chapter 37, Are you out of your mind? Are you a match for the dragon? The wind howled, and the sky seemed about to tear apart. The fierce gusts billowed the dragon's green cloak, which rustled ominously, swelling in the wind like a giant wing, exuding an undeniable pressure. The dragon stood in the wind, calm and composed, his gaze deep as he sensed the increasingly heavy atmosphere around him. He let out a soft sigh, his eyes locked onto the front. The young naval colonel. The dragon's gaze fell on Chen before him. A hint of doubt flickered in his heart. If he remembered correctly, this naval colonel was the very aide who had landed in Rog Town with Admiral Kizaru, Colonel Chen. He recalled that when he first met Chen in Rog Town, the man had appeared lazy, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. But today, the Chen before him exhibited an entirely different aura. The imposing presence almost seemed to solidify the air, as if every step he took carried a silent pressure. However, the seriousness he now displayed, could he really possess such an aura? The dragon was secretly astonished. Had the colonels of the headquarters become so formidable now? He narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing, a sense of inexplicable alertness rising within him. Chen now seemed to be intentionally approaching him. This aura and gaze were clearly different from the previous casual attitude. Dragon, Chen spoke in a low voice, his tone icy yet filled with an undeniable sense of threat. He spat out the cigar from his mouth, fixing his gaze on the dragon. You beat up my man and just walk away like this? Beat up your man? The dragon frowned slightly, his brow furrowed, clearly pondering the deeper meaning behind Chen's words. After a moment, his eyes gradually cleared, as if everything suddenly became clear, and he replied in a low voice. That naval soldier, is he your man? The image of the soldier who had shielded him from the storm quickly flashed through his mind, filled with courage and spirit, leaving a deep impression on him. At this moment, the dragon suddenly realized everything. It turned out that Colonel Chen had come for him. Indeed, Chen raised his head slightly, glancing at the overcast sky before returning his gaze to the dragon, his voice calm, yet filled with menace. Klo is my appointed chief steward. If he were to be accidentally killed by you, who would handle those trivial matters for me? His gaze was sharp as a knife, seemingly able to pierce through the dragon's figure and stab deep into his heart. As soon as the words fell, a flash of determination crossed Chen's eyes. This debt. We must settle it properly, dragon. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, as if time had come to a halt, and even breathing became exceptionally heavy. An invisible spark erupted between the two, filled with the pressure of an impending confrontation. The dragon's gaze gradually tightened, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His sight like a blade aimed directly at Chen. A cold sneer rose in his heart. It was I who had beaten up Chen, so it was not surprising that he would come seeking revenge. But then, his expression grew even colder. However, Smoker attempted to stop my son from going to sea, and Chen dared to confront me directly. A strong sense of unwillingness and mockery surged within the dragon. Has the title of the world's most vicious criminal lost its deterrent power? This little colonel of the headquarters is so audacious. The dragon's tightly clenched fist exerted a slight force, his knuckles cracking softly, as if responding to the anger within. The wind began to howl around him, seemingly awakened by his will. His gaze became incredibly sharp, radiating a chilling determination. If that's the case, then let this world once again recognize the power of the world's most vicious criminal. The dragon's voice roared like an ancient thunder, deep and profound, his fury burning in his eyes. Emanating an uncontrollable pressure, he stood in the fierce wind, his green cloak billowing like flames, the roar of the storm growing fiercer, as if all of nature responded to his power. Deep within him, a long-dormant anger was gradually rising. He had not fought with all his might for far too long, and the world was about to forget the name of the revolutionary dragon. Although the revolutionary army was still in a stage of hiding, it did not mean that he was without combat power. The dragon coldly stared at Chen, silently vowing, "Today, let me personally shatter this silence and prove the power that once terrified everyone." The sky seemed to sense the dragon's fury. Dark clouds quickly gathered, forming a huge and menacing vortex. Thunder roared, accompanied by lightning striking down intermittently, as if the heavens and earth resonated at that moment, sounding the war drums for the impending confrontation. Regarding the issue of user login and cross-device bookshelf saving, it has been fixed. If it still cannot be saved, please remember the contents of the bookshelf, clear your browser's cookies, then log in again and re-add to your bookshelf. Come on, Chen. The dragon's voice was deep and powerful, his profound gaze seemingly able to penetrate the hearts of others. His aura seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, the power of the storm raging around him. Endless currents swirling into gusts of wind that whipped around him. Come experience the power of the wind. The dragon's voice was like a low rumble of thunder, filled with boundless might and strength. his cloak swirling wildly in the wind, heralding the arrival of storm. Come. Chen stood opposite the dragon, feeling the increasingly intense aura emanating from him, and nodded slightly. Regardless of whether you're a criminal or whatever, you beat up my man. You must pay the price. Buzz, at that moment, the roar of an engine shattered the tranquility of the sea as motorcycle tires swiftly skimmed across the water surface. Smoker watched the two confronting figures in the sky, his eyes widening in shock. Wasn't that Chen? What was he doing here? Smoker wondered, what was Chen planning? To settle the score with the dragon? Who is the dragon? He is the criminal that the world government desperately wants to eliminate, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, a user of the wind fruit, and a former elite of the Navy. And Chen? That slacker is just a colonel of the headquarters, not an admiral. He is completely unqualified to confront the dragon. Moreover, his colonel rank was only elevated due to Admiral Kizaru's influence. You a slacker, want to confront the world's most vicious criminal? Are you out of your mind? Smoker muttered to himself, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the figure in the sky, filled with concern for Chen. Just one of the dragon's identities could crush your Kizaru's identity. Even if Admiral Kizaru were on his way, you could be defeated in an instant by the dragon. And at that time, who could save you? Smoker took a deep breath, forcefully spitting out the cigar from his mouth, the embers dissipating in the rain. His brow furrowed, anger and worry intertwining, as he pointed dramatically to the sky, shouting loudly, Chen, he is not a man you can contend with. Wait for Admiral Kizaru's support. Once Admiral Kizaru arrives, they won't be able to escape. Don't act tough. Hurry up and get down. Chen stood quietly in the air, watching Smoker shouting loudly below. A smile involuntarily crept up the corner of his mouth. Old Smoker, though his mouth is sharp, has a good heart. Although he always claims to be the disgrace of the Navy, when faced with a strong enemy, he still worries about his comrade's safety. Indeed, he is a good Navy officer. Chen grinned. Old Smoker, shut up. Smoker immediately fell silent. Just watch my performance, and that's it. Chen's eyes sharpened. A resolute thought flashed through his mind, and then his aura suddenly changed. Conqueror's Haki. A red light flickered in his eyes, and the powerful Conqueror's Haki surged into the sky, creating violent air currents that shook the atmosphere, causing the sky to tremble with this pressure. The overwhelming pressure descended suddenly, as if the air in the entire sea area had solidified, and the surrounding storm paused at this moment. Chen's Haki surged out like a ferocious beast, making all living beings feel suffocated. Oh, the angry Vice Admiral Smoker. Just then, Kizaru's voice leisurely came through, as he casually appeared beside Smoker wearing sunglasses, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery, truly terrifying. Chapter 38. Look, the sky is splitting. Boom! A deafening sound like thunder echoed across the entire sea, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. The sky seemed to begin collapsing under this pressure, dark clouds rolling in, creating an atmosphere that was suffocatingly tense. The Red Conqueror's Haki surged like a storm, the sense of oppression and momentum making everything around seem to tremble. Dragon's eyes suddenly widened, filled with shock and disbelief, as if a massive shockwave had directly hit his heart. This is Conqueror's Haki, he murmured softly, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes flashing with incredulity. Since becoming the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he had encountered countless powerful individuals. But the man he regarded as an ordinary Navy colonel, Chen, had unexpectedly displayed such an undeniable aura. Conqueror's Haki is the rarest form of Haki. It cannot be learned through postnatal training. It is a natural kingly qualification. Among millions, perhaps only one person can awaken it. This power is not just a manifestation of external strength. It symbolizes determination, will, and the spirit of a ruler. Moreover, this is not the lowest level of Conqueror's Haki. It is not the kind released unconsciously through intense emotional fluctuations. A moment of blankness flashed through Dragon's mind, and then he suddenly came to his senses, his eyes revealing profound shock. This is a high-level Conqueror's Haki that could be precisely controlled through training? He was stunned, his throat feeling dry, his head almost unable to turn. This is a colonel from the headquarters? Is this just one monstrous colonel from the headquarters? Or are all the Navy colonels this strong now? If they really are all this strong, everyone possesses high-level Conqueror's Haki. What revolution am I even starting? I might as well just surrender. Dragon took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. No, it can't be. The colonels of the Navy headquarters can't all be this strong. Otherwise, Smoker wouldn't have been subdued by me in one move. There should only be this one monstrous colonel. Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. It must be that way. To be clear, in the entire Navy headquarters, the only ones who clearly possess Conqueror's Haki are his father, Vice Admiral Garp, and the highest leader of the Navy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. That's a relief. I almost thought the revolution would fail before it even started. Dragon took a deep breath, trying to calm the panic and shock in his heart. His gaze gradually cooled. The earlier unease began to dissipate, replaced by a steady determination. Immediately, the aura within him changed. A green Conqueror's Haki erupted from his body like wildfire, shaking the surrounding air. That powerful sense of oppression instantly made the space feel heavy. Chen sensed the intense change in the air. His gaze sharpened, thinking to himself, indeed, Dragon possesses Conqueror's Haki. The Monkey D family truly deserves to be called the Haki clan, whether it is inherited talent or the free spirit taught through words and actions. These questions need not be deeply explored. Let's see how Dragon's Conqueror's Haki clashes. A glint of excitement flashed in Chen's eyes. The red Conqueror's Haki erupted from Chen's body, colliding with Dragon's green Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The clash of the two Haki resonated like thunder, akin to a massive explosion, shaking the entire sea area. The air was instantly torn apart. The skies seemed to be split by this might. The powerful pressure swept in all directions like a tsunami, making the entire sea feel frozen. The surrounding sea breeze was scattered by this ruthless force, and everything around seemed to freeze at that moment. That invisible aura was so intense that it was almost impossible to breathe, as if even time had momentarily stopped. Smoker stood beneath Chen and Dragon, feeling the oppressive force descending upon him like a mountain pressing down on his chest. His eyes bulged wide, and everything in front of him seemed to blur. Cold sweat dripping down his forehead, his heart filled with unprecedented terror and disbelief. He opened his mouth, trying to say something, but his throat was dry. His words caught in his throat like a lump, unable to be spoken. Admiral Kizaru gently patted Smoker's shoulder, and Smoker felt the pressure around him instantly ease, as if the air was flowing freely again. Smoker took a deep breath, then tremblingly lit a cigar, trying to calm himself down this way. Admiral Kizaru. His voice carried a slight tremor. What is this? Kizaru nodded slightly, a deep glint flashing in his eyes. This is the clash of Conqueror's Haki. It has been a long time since I've seen this with my own eyes. He slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Chen in the sky. That sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the storm and dark clouds, staring directly at Chen's figure. A complex contemplation and evaluation flashed in his eyes. This kid Chen actually possesses such a level of Conqueror's Haki. I was originally worried about whether Chen could truly compete with Dragon, which is why I rushed here. Now it seems, even if Chen isn't Dragon's opponent, he won't be utterly defeated. However, it was just in time to witness this scene. Kizaru felt relieved. If he had been any later, he wouldn't have been able to witness this clash of Conqueror's Haki with his own eyes. It turns out Chen's potential is much greater than I imagined. This usually lazy and effortless subordinate not only displays strength, but also an astonishing depth. He faced Mihawk's full-force attack with the Sun Halo Dragon, Head Dance, and now, when confronting Dragon, displayed high-level Conqueror's Haki. All of this surprised and delighted him, and Chen's performance filled him with anticipation. A treasure of a subordinate. Kizaru whispered, admiration evident in his eyes. That previous move I could still learn a thing or two from, but Conqueror's Haki. This thing is innate. How can I steal it? Kizaru smiled slightly. And whatever hidden techniques, he had better not be kept in reserve. Just let them all out. In the distant sea, storms raged, the sea churned, and waves surged, as if nature itself was restless for the impending clash. The wind howled, thunder rolled, and lightning split the sky, illuminating the entire dark sea. Why does the air feel increasingly oppressive? Nami frowned slightly, a hint of unease in her question. Look, Luffy suddenly pointed at the sky behind them. His voice filled with shock and excitement. The sky. The others followed Luffy's lead and turned to look. As their gazes converged in the sky, everyone's eyes widened in an instant, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The Straw Hat crew could hardly believe what they were seeing. The sky was violently twisting, as if being torn apart by some invisible force, revealing cracks. The entire sky was torn in half, storms and lightning pierced through, and a suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. The sky is split open. Seeking everything. Thank you, Empress. Chapter 39. You call this a regular person? Can a regular person split the sky? The sky. It's... Usopp gaped, staring in disbelief at the scene ahead, his voice filled with fear and incredulity. His hand instinctively gripped the ship's railing, as if it could provide him with some sense of security. Sanji trembled as he tried to light his cigarette, but the fierce winds of the storm blew out the flame time and again. Damn, this cursed storm. He silently cursed the terrible weather, trying to alleviate his inner panic. Zoro's expression was exceptionally serious, his eyes fixed on the sky that seemed to have been split open, his gaze profound. If this is a natural phenomenon, encountering such a terrifying sight before even reaching the Grand Line is alarming. We must be more cautious on our future journey. But if this is man-made, then it's even more frightening. What kind of powerful being could split the sky apart? Could Colonel Chen, who masters unique sword techniques, or the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk do this? Zoro pondered silently, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, a hint of battle intent and anticipation in his eyes. Hey, Luffy, on the other hand, was exceptionally excited, his eyes sparkling with adventure as he shouted, pointing at the sky behind them. Why don't we turn back and take a look? It must be interesting. Nami raised her fist in anger. Are you crazy? A solid blow struck Luffy's head, instantly causing a large bump to swell on top of his head. Go back, you big-headed idiot. Do you think a storm is a game? Nami glared at Luffy furiously, then redirected her attention back to the storm. She quickly grabbed the binoculars, trying to observe any movements in the distance through the storm. The howling winds and torrential rain almost obscured all visibility. Even the binoculars could only vaguely make out parts of the scene, as if swallowed by darkness and thunder. What? Nami's expression suddenly turned grave. She seemed to have seen something shocking. Deep in the storm, she faintly saw two blurry figures confronting each other in the air. The howling winds roared around them, and thunder crashed beside them. Yet those two stood like fearless warriors against the storm. What's going on, Nami? Usopp noticed the change in Nami's expression and felt a surge of tension in his heart. Nami slowly lowered the binoculars, her brow furrowed, her voice trembling slightly. I seem to see two people standing in that sky. Standing in the air? Sanji and Zoro's expressions turned serious, their gazes filled with doubt and unease. How is that possible? Who could stand in the air in such a storm? Zoro's heart shook. This scene completely exceeded common sense, making him begin to question the reality before him. An unbelievable thought emerged in his mind. Could the phenomenon of the sky splitting just now really be man-made? A chill ran up his spine. But unlike the others, Luffy's reaction was full of excitement and curiosity, his eyes shining brightly. Really? Is there really someone there? Nami, let me see. Saying this, Luffy impatiently snatched the binoculars from Nami's hands, squinting his eyes to carefully observe the direction of the storm. Suddenly, Luffy's movements froze, as if he had seen something incredible. His eyes widened suddenly, and he became excited, jumping high and shouting, Look, look, there really are people there. His voice was filled with excitement and shock. They were right in that storm. Sanji and Usopp were taken aback. Usopp's eyes widened, his voice revealing undeniable curiosity and panic. Really? Let me see. Usopp took the binoculars with trembling hands, trying hard to see clearly through the storm's obstruction. Oh my God. Usopp saw the vague figures in the distance. His voice began to tremble, his legs turned weak, and he collapsed onto the deck, his face filled with terror and disbelief. There really are people there. They're fighting. Is there really someone powerful enough to fight in a storm? Coming from a sniper background, his eyesight was the best in the Straw Hat Pirates. He clearly saw the two figures confronting each other in the storm through the binoculars. Although he couldn't make out their faces, he noticed one detail. Despite the howling winds and rain, their clothes were completely dry. They clearly showed no fear of such a terrifying storm. Usopp's mind went blank. That scene filled him with a deep sense of helplessness. Is this the level of the Grand Line? Is this the true sea warrior? Or should we go back? However, before he could finish his suggestion, Sanji rushed over and tightly covered his mouth, his expression serious. Shut up, Usopp. Usopp's eyes widened. He could only make muffled sounds, fear still swirling in his heart, but he could no longer voice his retreat. At this moment, Zoro took the binoculars, standing on the deck with a serious expression, his gaze piercing through the layers of the storm, looking deep into the heart of it. He aimed the binoculars at the turbulent horizon. The wind and rain like a curtain, but Zoro still saw clearly, the blurry outline becoming increasingly distinct. Despite the storm's fierce winds and rain making visibility extremely poor, Zoro at that moment recognized a familiar figure, a figure with a sword at its waist. Zoro's eyes widened instantly. He murmured, Wait, that figure? He felt his heart racing, his hand holding the binoculars trembling slightly. It can't be wrong. His voice shook with excitement. That figure. I would never mistake it. In countless dreams, he had recalled and contemplated the scene of using that move, the fire thunder god. That powerful figure had long been deeply etched in his mind. It couldn't be wrong. That figure with the sword. That is Colonel Chen from the Navy headquarters. What? At this revelation, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were all shocked, their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. The laid-back, handsome colonel they met in Lowtown is one of the two confronting figures in the sky. The guy who kept claiming to be just an ordinary person wanting to enjoy life. Now he stands in the storm, facing another powerful opponent. He even split the sky apart. You call this an ordinary person? As for the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still can't save it, please remember the contents of the bookshelf, clear your browser's cookies, and then log in again and add to the bookshelf. Chapter 40. Sorry, Dragon. I'm suddenly in a bit of a hurry now. Smoker slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, lifting his head to let the rain pour down, coldly striking his face. In the sky above, two streams of Conqueror's hockey, red and green, clashed with each other, and the violent power seemed to split the sky apart. At this moment, standing next to Kizaru, he could feel the overwhelming pressure had lessened somewhat. However, the previous dominance still seeped into his bones, stirring waves of shock and awe within him. So, this is the Conqueror's hockey that only one in a million might possess. He murmured, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Yes, indeed, Kizaru lazily replied, his eyes squinting into slits as he gazed through the storm at the two figures above. Dragon was no ordinary person, relying solely on Conqueror's hockey. That bratty Chen would probably still be far from avenging Crocodile. How many trump cards does this kid still have hidden? Smoker silently watched all this, discarding the already soaked cigar with a complex mix of emotions. Chen, damn you! He roared inwardly, his tightly clenched fists nearly turning white, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like gnarled old tree roots. You actually have Conqueror's hockey. As a colonel trained in the Marine headquarters, Smoker understood the three types of hockey: armament hockey, observation hockey, and Conqueror's hockey very well, and knew their rarity and difficulty. Conqueror's hockey, a king's qualification. One person could appear among millions. Moreover, the red Conqueror's hockey Chen released was not the primitive hockey released unconsciously. It was a high-level Conqueror's hockey that could be controlled through will. This level of Conqueror's hockey meant that the user's spirit and ambition had reached an extremely high standard, a power that required countless trials and breakthroughs to comprehend. Chen, you bastard, you have this strength? Smoker gritted his teeth, speaking to himself in anger as he glared at the confrontation in the air. His mind recalled the days when he supported Branch 186. When he was the branch chief at 186, how could he have the face to call for reinforcements? Remembering how Chen had lazily requested reinforcements from him, he had always taken it seriously, with the ambition of not allowing a single pirate to pass from the East Sea to the Grand Line. He had rushed into action every time he received a support request, capturing all the pirates around Branch 186. Now it seemed that he was the fool. Every time he recklessly charged into the enemy, while Chen stood by lazily watching, appearing indifferent, it was because those pirates were too weak and not worth his effort. Right. You only play in high-end matches, damn you. And when I desperately advised you not to confront Dragon before, you must have been laughing at me in your heart, right? Smoker's eyes nearly spat fire, his face filled with humiliation and anger. That brat must have been secretly laughing at him, mocking him for being too naive and childish, for overestimating himself, right? Was he laughing out loud? Damn it. Smoker growled lowly, his voice filled with frustration and confusion, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white, having been played by Chen for so long. Kizaru looked at Smoker's almost breaking expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He shook his head, recalling the first time he met Smoker. This young colonel's evaluation of Chen, the shame of the Navy, feeling a bit ridiculous. Who would have thought that brat was hiding so deep? Hey, don't show that expression, Smoker. Kizaru's voice lazily rang out, carrying the usual teasing tone, but his gaze held a hint of seriousness. Even I, your superior, couldn't fully see through Vice Admiral San, you know? Is that so? Smoker's tone was filled with complex emotions. Even you couldn't see through him? Yeah, Kizaru nodded slightly, stroking his stubbled chin, a meaningful smile forming at the corners of his mouth. You don't think that kid is as handsome as I was when I was young? Smoker was taken aback, his expression instantly stiffening. He stared at Kizaru's face, which had no connection to handsomeness, then looked up at Chen in the sky. The figure standing at the center of the storm, confronting Dragon, indeed exuded an imposing and handsome presence. Kizaru, if you weren't a general, if you weren't capable of beating me up right now, I would definitely have some highly personal opinions to express. Behind the Mary, a pirate ship flying the clown flag was violently rocking on the turbulent sea, seeming ready to capsize at any moment. Buggy clung tightly to the main mast, his face pale, shouting in fear, "What the hell? How can the sea conditions get more ridiculous?" His arms trembled slightly from the effort, but he still didn't dare to loosen his grip, fearing the storm would directly throw him into the sea. Suddenly, he looked up at the distant sky. There, the red and green lights intertwined and collided, like two giant dragons battling in the sky. That is, Buggy's pupils suddenly constricted, and he murmured, "The clash of conquerors hockey?" Memories flooded back into his mind like a tide. Once upon a time, he was an intern on Pirate King Roger's ship, having witnessed the clash of conquerors hockey between Roger and Whitebeard Newgate. It was a shocking confrontation, representing the pinnacle of power of that era. And now, the scene before him was no less than back then. Buggy's face turned even paler in an instant. His voice trembled, carrying a hint of despair as he shouted, "This is the East Sea, the weakest sea, the East Sea, not the New World. How can there be two monsters confronting each other here? Alrita, don't just watch. The ship is about to capsize. Think of a way." However, Alrita, standing beside him, seemed to completely ignore Buggy's words, tightly gripping the telescope, her eyes fixed on the people in the sky. The rain and the storm sliced through like swords, but it couldn't touch her body at all. Thanks to the smooth fruit's ability, her skin was as smooth as a mirror, and even the raindrops slipped away without a trace. "It's just so handsome," Alrita murmured to herself, her voice filled with a hint of excitement and obsession that was hard to conceal. This aura, this strength. She stared at Chen's figure, her gaze fervent, as if trying to penetrate through a telescope. This man is so powerful. In the sky, the wind howled and dark clouds rolled. Long slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Chen, his tone revealing a hint of appreciation and emotion. "Very impressive conquerors hockey. On this sea, you deserve a resounding title. In the age of great navigation, having someone like you will surely make it even more exciting, Chen." "I'm not really interested in that." Chen merely curled his lips faintly, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. "Fame scares people, just as being fat scares pigs. Reputation is indeed very useful for those ambitious types. But for someone like me, who just wants to enjoy life, it only brings trouble. Otherwise, I wouldn't have easily agreed to go to the headquarters." Going to the headquarters, acting under Kizaru's name, taking all the spotlight while he only handles enjoying himself. Now that he has tried the Conqueror's hockey collision he wanted to experiment with, and after venting the anger from the previous beating a crocodile, he should withdraw. The two little kittens are still waiting for him to return, so he can't delay too long. "Sorry, Long, I suddenly have a bit of time crunch." Chen's gaze slightly sharpened, and in the storm, he was like a blade drawn from its sheath, sharp and revealing. "Let's use this move." The air around him seemed to solidify momentarily under his imposing aura, and then he softly uttered two words, "No moon." Little Yang seeks everything donations. Updates, comments, good reviews, thank you. Chapter 41 Bankai, Scatter, 1,000 Blades. "Sorry, Dragon, I'm a bit pressed for time right now." Chen stood proudly in the air, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring directly at the dragon across from him. "Oh." The dragon raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes, his tone flat yet laden with meaning. "You come in with such ferocity, yet you plan to leave so casually?" His voice was deep, but it carried a trace of cold laughter. "Just having conquerors hockey isn't enough to defeat me. If your sense of justice stands with the world government, then perhaps you should stay here. A person with your talent choosing to side with the world government would be quite troublesome for us." As his words fell, the storm in the dragon's hand began to gather again. 4 fierce hurricanes swirled wildly in his palm, intertwining to form a howling tempest. The power of the storm gradually expanded until it formed a massive wind dragon. That gigantic wind dragon opened its enormous mouth in the air, roaring as it charged straight at Chen. "Roar, wind dragon!" The wind dragon surged forth with a devastating momentum, tearing apart the surrounding clouds, the gales rampaging, as if the entire sea had fallen into a doomsday scenario. Chen looked up, his eyes sharp as a cold blade, fixated on the approaching wind dragon. The howling wind and torrential rain made it seem like only the roaring giant dragon and his icy silhouette remained in the world. "Bunky, scatter, 1,000 blades." His voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the storm like thunder, carrying an unmatched presence. He then slowly drew the demon blade 1,000 blades from his waist. The blade of 1,000 blades began to emit a blue-purple intertwining light, its brilliance flashing like breathing, carrying an overwhelming pressure that dared not be gazed upon directly. As Chen's low shout fell, the blade instantly shattered, transforming into countless tiny fragments that danced in the air like stars, dispelling the gloom of the torrential rain. Each fragment emitted a faint glow, as if possessing its own life, swirling around Chen, flashing with an extraordinary beauty. Gradually, the light of the fragments dimmed, flowing like a stream around Chen's body. His aura surged violently, his already cold silhouette now shrouded in a thick black aura, resembling the dark ruler that descends when night falls, captivating. This is the ultimate form of the Zanpakuto, no moon, in the world of Soul Reapers. This move requires the cost of losing 1's Soul Reaper powers. However, now, this power is granted by the system. Although there is no permanent cost of losing abilities, there is still a corresponding price. After using this move, all techniques of the Soul Reaper schools cannot be used for a short time. But so what? Chen slightly curled his lips, his eyes filled with disdain and confidence. The Soul Reaper techniques cannot be used. Does that mean I have no other means? No. Besides the Soul Reaper techniques, he still has the breathing techniques and the Fong techniques. Moreover, his Conqueror's Haki has also awakened. The inability to use Soul Reaper techniques is not a big deal for him now. Humph! He snorted coldly, his figure flashing like a ghost before the Wind Dragon. The pitch-black aura around him transformed into a massive blade, exuding unparalleled killing intent. Wanna keep me here? This little mudfish isn't enough. Chen swung the gathered pitch-black blade, fiercely, breaking. Boom! The moment the blade swung out, the air seemed to be torn apart. A crescent-shaped black shockwave rapidly and accurately cleaved towards the Wind Dragon. The Wind Dragon's massive body had no resistance against the black blade's impact, and before it could let out its final roar, it shattered into countless fragments. The howling wind abruptly stopped, the swirling tornado turned to nothingness, and the sound of the torrential rain returned to his ears, low and desolate, as if mourning the fall of the Wind Dragon. One strike, and my Wind Dragon was shattered? The dragon furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze firmly locked on Chen, a flicker of surprise and complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Searching for the book title yields nothing. You could try searching for the author, perhaps it just had a name change. He slowly raised his arm, touching the swirling air around him, his thoughts racing. Chen's pitch-black aura spread, oppressive as nightfall. This power didn't seem to be a manifestation of armament haki. The hue of armament haki should be a metallic deep black, while Chen's completely pitch-black aura, as if devouring everything, was entirely different. But there was no doubt that the terrifying slash possessed the characteristic of destroying wind elements, capable of forcibly shattering his Wind Dragon. The dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of battle intent curling at the corners of his mouth. And how about this move? Can you still shatter it? He took a deep breath, his hands suddenly waving, and in an instant, the wind elements around him surged wildly towards the dragon as if attracted by a mysterious force. The air began to spin at an astonishing speed, the roar of the wind gradually rising. The dragon stood in the eye of the storm, like the master of the tempest. Storm, Dragon King. Accompanied by a low shout, an even more violent power erupted from the dragon's body, quickly coalescing into a massive wind dragon. The wind dragon spiraled upward, the whirlwind mixed with shattered rocks and seawater, unleashing a breath of destruction amidst the thunder. The wind dragon opened its gigantic mouth, its roar deafening, stirring the entire world, as if proclaiming its unmatched power. With the dragon's will, the wind dragon soared into the sky, howling as it charged directly at Chen. Where the wind dragon passed, it tore through the air, carving deep chasms in the sea surface. Roar! Destroy everything! The dragon's gaze was fierce, watching the spiraling wind dragon, filled with confidence and an overwhelming determination. The wind dragon, with its unrivaled might, swept forth with unstoppable force. And Chen's figure appeared exceedingly small amidst the storm. Is being big useful? Chen's lips curled up slightly, a hint of sarcastic cold laughter in his voice as he retorted. Just now, he had merely made a gentle swing in the no-moon state and completely shattered the dragon's wind dragon. Now, the dragon had condensed in even larger wind dragon, seemingly grand and unstoppable. Then, I shall also use my skills. The pitch-black aura continuously gathered on the blade, like a black moon that devours everything. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and Chen did not hesitate to swing down his blade. Crescent moon, heavenly strike. Accompanied by an angry shout, a massive pitch-black crescent strike suddenly erupted. The pitch-black slash swept forward like a sky curtain, extremely fast, vast in range, and violently destructive. like a torrent of annihilation, swallowing everything in its path. Expanding from the trace of the blade's swing, it formed a massive spiritual pressure triangle. The pitch-black crescent strike surged like a giant wave, sweeping across the entire sea area. Where it passed, it seemed as if even time had paused. The Wind Dragon King had no resistance against the strike. Only a loud boom was heard as it was instantly torn into countless fragments, vanishing into nothingness. However, this was far from over. The black crescent strike continued to sweep forward until a crisp and eerie cracking sound echoed above the entire sea area. That was the sound of wind elements being completely shattered. The air currents around suddenly came to a standstill, as if blocked by some invisible force. The wind ceased to flow, and only the rain continued to pour down on the sea, dripping and tapping against the silent surface, creating a monotonous yet profoundly shocking symphony. This is... The dragon's pupils suddenly contracted, unable to conceal the shock on his face, mixed with a hint of disbelief and fear. It can actually shatter the wind element? This is a suppression that the wind fruit has never encountered. A complete sense of powerlessness, as if the forces of nature were forcibly stripped away at this moment, leaving even the wind beyond his control. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Xiao Yang is preparing to occasionally post some unrelated pirate images. Seeking the opinions of the gentlemen, do the gentlemen want to see them similar to the one below? If you want to see it, leave a comment here. If you don't want to see it, leave a comment here. Chapter 42, the final, Crescent Moon Slash. How is this possible? Long's voice was low and filled with disbelief, his gaze fixed on Chen, a sense of unease rising within him that he had never experienced before. This was a situation he had never encountered. Without waiting for Long to ponder, whoosh, the air was suddenly cut through by a figure. Chen appeared before Long like a ghost, his hand raised high, the pitch-black blade emanating a chilling light in the rain. His gaze was as cold as a knife, staring directly at Long, and then, danger! Long's heart sank suddenly. Years of battle experience made him realize in an instant that this strike could be fatal. He hesitated not at all, taking a deep breath, his entire body quickly enveloped in the pitch-black armor of hockey. Then he swung his hands forcefully. Wind fruit, storm shield. He pushed the fruit's ability to its limit, forcibly drawing the wind elements from the distant sea. And although it was difficult, he still managed to construct an impenetrable wind barrier, completely wrapping himself inside. At the same time, his body was completely covered by hockey, with a double layer of defense tightly protecting his form. Under the moonless night, extinguishing everything, Chen's cold voice came through, the black blade flickering with an aura of devouring light. He raised the blade high, as if lifting a dark starry sky. The final, Crescent Moon Slash. With a thunderous roar, the pitch-black blade was swung down fiercely. A massive black crescent slash howled out, as if tearing apart heaven and earth, striking directly towards Long's defense. Boom! The entire sky was cleaved open by this strike, the upper half shrouded in endless darkness, while the lower half reflected a milky white glow, the scene resembling a forced division between heaven and earth. Bang! The black slash collided with the wind barrier with unstoppable force. In an instant, the wind barrier emitted a crisp cracking sound under the immense impact, crumbling layer by layer. Following that, the crackling sound of the hockey defense layer also gradually shattered under the terrifying pressure, ultimately turning into nothingness. Boom! A deafening sound echoed. Long's defense utterly collapsed. His figure was violently thrown back by the residual force of the black slash like a kite with a broken string, tumbling several times before barely stabilizing. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. A deep wound on his chest was shocking to behold, nearly reaching the bone. Cough! Long looked down at his wound. His expression darkened to the extreme. He covered his chest, his eyes fixed on Chen, for the first time revealing an unmistakable wariness and unease. Damn it, if this slash comes again, I will definitely die here. The revolution has not yet succeeded. I cannot die. Escape. I must escape. Right now. Long's heart was struck as if by lightning, instantly waking up. He never expected that this Marine headquarters colonel before him could wield such terrifying swordsmanship. That pitch-black crescent slash not only tore through the Wind Dragon King, but also split the entire sky in half. The power of this strike exceeded his comprehension, even making him feel an unprecedented sense of helplessness. This guy. Long glanced down at the wound on his chest, blood dripping continuously from his collar, the pain serving as a clear reminder of his earlier carelessness. Under that strike, all defenses seemed so fragile. He could not be sure if Chen could deliver a second strike, but he could not take that gamble. He could not die here. The Revolutionary Army still needed him to lead, and this decaying world still required him to carve out a new path. This world is still waiting for our answer. With this thought, Long's eyes sharpened, disregarding the wound on his chest, forcibly suppressing the surging pain. He took a deep breath, his hands suddenly swinging, the air once again coalescing into two strong winds. One gust swept rapidly towards the distant Mary, pushing the ship further into the sea. The other formed a rapidly spinning wind pillar beneath his feet, lifting him up entirely. No more fighting. Long looked up at Chen not far away. The man cloaked in darkness still stood there quietly, his blade unreeled, his gaze cold. Even someone like him, who had witnessed countless grand scenes, could not help but feel a pang of fear. The Marines have produced a formidable monster again. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that this was a creature more troublesome than the strongest combat power of the three admirals. Without further ado, Long suddenly turned. The wind pillar beneath his feet surged with power, propelling him swiftly away. His figure gradually disappeared into the wind and rain, leaving only the low sound of the wind echoing across the sea, as if marking the end of this confrontation. The Marines have produced a big monster. Long's voice faintly came through the wind, carrying a hint of helplessness and complex emotions. He clenched his teeth, the wound on his chest still oozing blood. But it could not stop him from moving forward. In this way, the Revolutionary Army strategy needs to be adjusted. He murmured softly, his expression carrying an unprecedented gravity. The storm gradually subsided, and the sky returned to a brief tranquility. The sea surface was left with a lingering sense of oppression, seemingly still silently recounting the earth-shattering confrontation that had just occurred. Chen's figure slowly emerged from the thick black mist, his breath gradually stabilizing. The pitch-black aura around him slowly dissipating. His gaze followed the direction in which Long had left, his eyes calm, yet containing an indescribable cold authority. Long. Chen spoke softly, his tone flat, yet carrying a firm declaration. Perverted justice is my justice. You and your Revolutionary Army stay far away from me and my people. I am just an ordinary person who wants to enjoy life. In the distance, Long's figure paused slightly, slowly nodded, and moments later accelerated away from the sea area. Chen quietly watched Long's departing figure, making no move to stop him. The final crescent moon slash had already exhausted the power of the moonless night. He muttered to himself, lifting his hand to rub his shoulder, seemingly feeling a bit fatigued. Moreover, the clash of conquerors hockey had also tested. I dealt a heavy blow to Long, venting my frustration. Right now, I just want to return to my warm bed. The task is done, and my laziness is starting to kick in. Chen looked down, his gaze locking onto Kizaru and Smoker. His observation hockey had long since the arrival of the Old Yellow, even feeling the leisurely aura from the other side. If I reveal all my cards, and with Old Huang's help, Long probably won't escape the East China Sea today. Chen slowly stretched, a lazy smile on his face, and then leisurely lit a cigar, taking a nice puff. But forget it. It's not worth the effort. Huang Yuan noticed, Chen's gaze and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Whoosh! A bright yellow light flashed by Chen, and Huang Yuan appeared beside him, speaking in a lazy tone. Should we capture Long? The world government has long been eager for his head. Chen exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting his eyes with a hint of mockery and indifference. You go ahead, Old Huang. You can have this military achievement. I don't want it. This position is just right for me, neither striving for first nor falling to last, comfortably in the middle. This way, I won't attract attention. Killing the world's most vicious criminal? What a joke. If I really did that, the whole world would know Chen's name tomorrow. How would I continue to operate? This is a mess, and I can't even maintain my cover. Chen chuckled, flicking the ash off his cigar, and continued. Old Huang, this level of military achievement is a direct ticket to becoming a fleet admiral. Capturing Long, I dare say those 5 old men above will go crazy with joy. The position of the next fleet admiral will be yours, right? Huang Yuan's expression stiffened slightly, and an image involuntarily appeared in his mind of the Warring States' fleet admiral sitting in the office, dealing with military affairs, looking extremely anxious and troubled. I think Akainu is more suited for that position. He reached up to touch his wrinkled face, his tone revealing a hint of lingering fear. Admiral must often get angry and age quickly. As for me, I'm still in the prime of life. Old Huang, where's your face? Below are my ramblings and heartfelt words first. I want to thank all the readers who have been following this far. I'm super grateful to you all, and I doubt deeply many new readers have joined. And I'm also thrilled to see many old readers from the last book. Seeing your IDs again makes me really happy. The performance of my last book was okay, but I have never seen such a big scene today. The numbers urging for updates seem like a clock that can't stop ticking, rising steadily. As I write this, the urging has already broken 4,000. The most I had in my last book was no more than 2,000. I'm both happy and anxious. Happy that the words I've written are liked by people. Anxious that I might not write the following plot well, and wondering if there are significant loopholes in the earlier plot. After all, I'm just a part-time writer driven by interest. With such a small brain, how perfect can the plots I come up with be? And how interesting can the storylines be? So, when I see negative reviews or fluctuations in data, I often self-doubt. Maybe I should just skip writing today and play games. Since the data is so bad, what's the point of writing? I might as well sleep. However, writing novels really brings a lot of emotional value beyond just the manuscript fees, allowing me to discuss plots with many readers who love One Piece and absorb many interesting ideas. When readers recognize the stories I've written, it gives me a great sense of achievement, so I will keep writing diligently. If you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to mention me directly finally. I hope for a wave of small gifts and good reviews. Thank you, by the way. Future updates will be at noon, 12 o'clock, so don't stay up late, everyone. Well then, good night. Chapter 43, Old Huang. This move is a secret technique of my family. It costs extra. Hey, isn't this handsome face of mine right here? Kizaru lazily spoke, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Old Huang. Chen cast him a sidelong glance, his tone tinged with a hint of disdain. How can that wrinkled face of yours even be associated with handsome? You little brat. Kizaru was not offended at all. Instead, he remained calm, gently stroking his stubbled chin, not understanding appreciation. You know, ahead at this point, he suddenly laughed with a hint of smugness and lewdness. Those young girls in the EC, so fresh they could be squeezed for water, all praise me for being handsome. I must say, Chen's name is quite useful in certain parts of the EC. No wonder he is my precious vice admiral. Just the way the little sisters warmly welcomed him upon hearing his name has already made my vacation more fun and interesting. It's decided. Kizaru silently resolved in his heart that next vacation he would take a good tour in the EC and have a heartfelt chat with the little sisters. However, although he maintained a lazy demeanor on the surface, his gaze quietly became deep, locking tightly onto Chen. You little brat, that move just now. Kizaru's tone shifted, a hint of seriousness breaking through his laziness, his eyes flickering with an elusive depth. Quite interesting. You mean the moonless? That's right. I've been watching closely from below, but to be honest, Kizaru stroked his chin, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. I couldn't discern any tricks. Oh, Chen's mouth lifted into a smile, his gaze teasingly directed at Kizaru. Old Huang, are you interested? Kizaru looked up at the sky. The heavens that had been torn apart by the moonless still retained a chilling aura. His expression was complex, mixed with shock, confusion, and a trace of barely concealed awe. You little brat. His voice dropped a few notches, his tone no longer the usual laziness, but carried a slight sense of repression and contemplation. That blade. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru had a precise grasp of his swordsmanship. If we were to rank the strength of existing swordsmen, he was confident enough to place himself in the top 10. However, that blade Chen just executed left him shaken. Unlike the solar eclipse dragon he had seen at branch 186, that move, while stunning, still held some secrets that could be gleaned from the changes in breathing frequency. By sensing the solar elements in the air through changes in breath, one could understand the structure and intricacies of that move. But the moonless, that blade seemed to come from an entirely different dimension, leaving no trace to follow. It not only tore the sky, but also split the world into 2 completely different realms. What puzzled him even more was that the blade shattered and merged into Chen's body. Subsequently, his aura underwent a tremendous transformation. This state of unity between man and weapon was both unfamiliar and unfathomable. Could it be that blade had consumed a devil fruit? Kizaru speculated silently. Or does that kid, Chen, have a hidden fruit ability? It doesn't seem like it. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, he was acutely aware of the limits of fruit abilities. He had previously argued with his teacher about overly relying on the powers of the fruit. But what Chen had just executed, the moonless, did not resemble anything that could be explained by a devil fruit ability. That blade truly made me feel a fear I haven't experienced in a long time. Kizaru murmured, his tone heavier than ever, his gaze flickering with shock and a hint of unmasked curiosity. Oh, Chen turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Kizaru. Old Huang is shocked. Look at the way his eyes are shining. No way. Could it be that besides old me and brother Saw, even old Huang has secretly learned my move? However, The breath style is indeed not difficult, except for brothers who hasn't awakened his observation haki yet. Old me and Old Huang are both adept at it. By sensing the changes in frequency and rhythm through observation haki, one can explore the mysteries of the breath style. But trying to steal the soul-cutting style? Haha, let's see if you can first achieve a bankai and show your strength. What's up, Old Huang? Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save, please remember the content of the bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, log in again, and add to the bookshelf. Chen's tone carried a hint of teasing as he wore a meaningful smile. Do you want to learn? Kizaru glanced at him, lazily saying, I do have a bit of interest in this indeed. Though his tone was light, it carried some seriousness. Chen's heart leapt with joy. Hey, this old guy is definitely intrigued. However, Old Huang is not a pure swordsman. Why is he so interested in this move? What if Old Me saw it? Wouldn't he be so excited that he'd break down? Of course, both Old Me and Old Huang are close to me. Teaching them at an appropriate price wouldn't hurt. After all, if they become stronger, I could have more robust helpers in case I run into tricky trouble in the future. Thinking of this, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Chen's eyes. He started to envision the scene when he next met Mihawk. He would casually execute the Moonless, stunning everyone with one strike, then sheath his sword and leisurely sit down, crossing his legs, lighting a cigar, and calmly speaking to the dumbfounded Mihawk. Old Me, the techniques of the soul-cutting style are right here. You can set the price. You can name any price. You know me. It will definitely be fair. I want to empty your entire stock of red wine. Chen, will write my name backward. Hehehe. TSK. Chen slightly squinted his eyes, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth, while he began to calculate in his heart. Old Huang, that box of special cigars you gave me is almost smoked out. You've been a general for so many years. Although I'm not clear about your quitting time, you must have a steady supply, right? Saving them would be a waste, wouldn't it? Why not give them to someone in need? I think those cigars are destined for me. If this deal goes through, I will be directly free with cigars. Smoking a special general cigar, one after another, how I smoke and toss, it's all impressive. Old Huang, his tone carried a hint of emotion and seriousness as he looked at Kizaru, speaking earnestly. The Moonless move is a secret technique of my family. Oh, a secret technique? Chen nodded, his expression seemingly carrying a bit more weight. You have no idea how much our ancestors sacrificed for this move. How many generations of effort it took to seal this move as a supreme technique. This is a legacy that the wise ancestors have fought hard to protect. The yellow ape stroked his chin and seemed to find some sense in it. Oh, in that case, it really isn't convenient to pass it on. It seems I've been presumptuous. However, you are my esteemed commander, Admiral Yellow Ape. Chen changed the subject, saying if you want to learn, then, what family legacy, what secrets not to be passed on, I'll take the blame for that. Chen patted his chest and continued. However, Uncle Yellow Ape, in my life, I don't have many hobbies. I just love the cigar, especially the cigars specially provided for admirals. You don't know, if I can't smoke one before I sleep, that feeling is simply sleepless all night. You see the cigar. It's not easy to smoke. After saying that, he stared straight at Yellow Ape, his eyes conveying a sense of you need to take care of this, while his face wore a simple and innocent smile. Yellow Ape looked at him like this and couldn't help but chuckle. Huh. He shook his head, pointed a finger at Chen, his eyes full of helplessness. So you want more money, huh? You rascal. Just say it. How much do you want? Upon hearing this, Chen smiled exceptionally brightly. Admiral Yellow Ape. The boss is generous. Only children make choices. I want them all. You'd as husbands assemble. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf, so clearing browser cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf in case you can't find a novel you are reading. Chapter 44 this move is called Sword 9, 6,000 Miles. You brat. Kizaru shook his head, his tone filled with a hint of helplessness. That's really ruthless. After all the effort he put into accumulating this special allocation of cigars for generals, it was all robbed by Chen. But thinking about it, he hadn't smoked for a long time anyway, so these cigars were just a stockpile for him. Giving them to Chen was no problem. Fine, just go to the headquarters to collect them later and stop nagging me. Kizaru waved his hand lazily, looking like he was slightly at a loss, but too lazy to care. Hehehe. Chen grinned, looking as pleased and satisfied as a cat that successfully stole a fish. His mood soaring at the thought of the days of cigar freedom ahead, making the surrounding air feel lighter. Ding. The host has obtained the remaining special allocation of cigars from Admiral Kizaru, successfully achieving cigar freedom, feeling extremely happy. Joy value 5,000, you brat. Having received my cigars, you better teach me diligently. Kizaru squinted slightly, his tone carrying a meaningful warning. Of course. Chen patted his chest, looking earnest. With a hint of pride in his voice, having received the reward, he would definitely teach well. Suddenly, he retracted his smile, his usual laziness replaced by seriousness and depth. Staring directly at Kizaru, Old Huang, your Amaterasu sword is formed from the shining fruit, and this is far superior to their black blades forged with haki. Because the move no moon. Chen paused, his tone becoming a bit heavier, carrying an inscrutable meaning. It emphasizes completely merging the sword's power into oneself, achieving being the sword. He raised his hand to gesture, as if depicting that state in his mind. If it were a physical sword, it would greatly increase the difficulty of merging. But your Amaterasu sword, being part of your fruit ability, can perfectly integrate into your body, achieving the best state. The core of No Moon is not just the transformation of power, but the perfect fusion of oneself with the sword, concentrating all power into a single strike, delivering a blow capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Chen's tone gradually took on a solemnity, fully integrating the sword's power into the body, becoming one with the sword, transforming oneself into a blade. This is the true No Moon. Being the sword, transforming into a blade. Kizaru stroked his chin, his eyes flickering slightly, his tone revealing a hint of contemplation, quite interesting. However, Chen continued, with a hint of a reminder in his eyes, although I've adjusted and weakened this move to avoid the energy loss that the original No Moon incurs. It will still greatly consume physical strength, so caution is necessary when using it. Of course, this move still has room for improvement. In the future, we can continue to optimize it, and I can help you improve it as well. Kizaru squinted slightly, revealing a playful smile, you brat. When did you become so kind-hearted? Hee. With conditions, Chen smiled slyly, his tone teasing. You can take No Moon and combine it with your own sword techniques to create a new move. He paused, deliberately emphasizing his tone. The name of the move needs to be decided by me. Upon hearing this, Kizaru raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then smiled. That's fine. I don't care about the name of the move. Old Huang. Chen glanced at Kizaru, his eyes gleaming with cunning light. Then, this move shall be called Sword 9, 6,000 miles. Whoosh, a strong wind blew through, carrying moist seawater and an unsettling sense of oppression, as if the very breath of the world had changed. This strong wind was the ability unleashed by the dragon while escaping. The gale swept through the sails of the Mary, producing a sharp, rustling sound, causing the ship's speed to suddenly increase as it sailed towards the entrance of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. However, at this moment, the Straw Hat crew's attention was completely focused on the scene that had just unfolded. A figure stood cold and proud at the center of the storm, expressionless as he faced the Wind Dragon King that seemed ready to devour everything. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and the storm came to an abrupt halt. That person swung the blade in his hand, like a meteor streaking across the sky, sweeping in all directions. The sky was torn apart in an instant, half pitch black and silent, the other half bathed in milky light, resembling the boundary between heaven and hell. The power of that slash was deeply etched in everyone's hearts, making them realize that they were merely fledgling pirates. They were still far from the peak of this world. All the small frays they had experienced before seemed trivial in the face of this terrifying power. This world was far more vast, complex, and dangerous than they had imagined. True power far exceeded their understanding. Is this the top combat power on this sea? It's truly shocking, Nami murmured, her voice barely audible, her eyes revealing unmistakable shock. Yes, Zoro replied softly, still holding the telescope up, his eyes fixed on the distance. It turned out that all his previous perceptions were wrong. When Chen faced his challenge in Log Town, he must have held back. Otherwise, based on the power of that slash just now, there was no way he could have survived until now. Is this the so-called rotten justice? He slightly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, feeling emotional. It really is. Reflecting on his Captain Luffy's bounty, 30 million berries, the #1 pirate in the East Blue. Chen completely disregarded it, as if he hadn't seen it. Is this the demeanor and magnanimity of a strong person? Also, he couldn't forget that slash just now. Was that a strike that a human could deliver? If a colonel of a Navy headquarters possesses such strength, why would there be a great age of pirates? If he is just an exception, then why is he merely a colonel of the headquarters? It's puzzling, so puzzling. Suddenly, a large hand patted Zoro's shoulder, interrupting his deep thoughts. Zoro turned around to see Luffy's excited face, his eyes sparkling. That slash. What is wrong? Zoro asked, somewhat puzzled. Luffy's eyes were bright, filled with anticipation. Zoro, you can definitely replicate that slash just now, right? What do you mean? Luffy grinned widely, excitedly waving his arms. You were able to simulate the move the Colonel used earlier, so you can definitely do this one too. He had already entered his own fantasy world, imagining himself delivering that slash, splitting the sky in two. If Zoro could also cut out a blade like that, then it would be amazing. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the back of Dowie's sword slammed hard against Luffy's head. I'm gonna chop you, big-headed ghost. Zoro's expression darkened. Do you think such swordsmanship is as easy as cabbage? Do you think I don't want to cut out a blade like that? The problem is, I completely can't understand that move from Wuyue. I can't understand it at all. All husbands gather. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history in Bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It's recommended to occasionally take screenshots of your bookshelf to prevent losing track of the novels you're reading. Chapter 45. The gambling god Chen will surely return with a bounty. On the merry. So that's how it is. Luffy suddenly realized, raising one hand and smashing it heavily into the palm of the other hand. There's so much to consider in swordsmanship. Of course. Zoro nodded, a hint of seriousness on his face. The no-moon technique that Chen demonstrated this time is on a completely different level from the previous breathing style. He paused, his gaze deep, perhaps stemming from another inheritance. Luffy's eyes widened, seemingly unable to grasp such complex swordsmanship. The breathing style, I can slightly feel that it's the power brought by the change in breathing frequency, but that last move, no moon, I completely can't understand it. It's beyond my comprehension. As he spoke, Zoro irritably raked his green hair, frowning deeply, clearly dissatisfied with his own weakness. You're just too stupid. Green algae head. Sanji suddenly interjected, a teasing smile on his lips as he lit a cigarette. Curly brow. You're talking nonsense. Zoro instantly got angry, his temper flaring up. You lecherous cook, how dare you mock me? You can't even walk when you see a beautiful woman. How do you have a face to laugh at others? Heh. Sanji lightly exhaled a puff of smoke, raising his chin, his eyes full of provocation. What do you know? A clueless person like you doesn't understand what beauty is. You. Just then, a loud iron fist landed on both their heads. Enough. The strongest fighter of the Straw Hat crew, Nami, hands on her hips, her face filled with angry black lines, shouted, "Stop arguing, you two." Zoro and Sanji rubbed their heads and instantly fell silent. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. You guys. Luffy looked at his companions, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After experiencing the adventures of the Grand Line, will we become just like Chen in them? He whispered, as if envisioning future adventures and challenges. Just as strong, just as capable. As strong as Chen? Definitely. Nami stood at the side of the ship, arms crossed, a slight smile on her lips, confident that her companions would also grow to that cool Navy's level. Of course. Sanji tousled his somewhat messy hair and said, Tonight, I'll make a big feast to reward the future Pirate King's crew. Yay! Charge! Become the strongest warriors of the sea. Usopp excitedly raised both hands, as if he could already see a glorious future belonging to them. The wind gently blew through the sails, carrying the salty taste of the sea, and the moist air felt refreshing. Zoro stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze deep, fingers lightly touching the blade of his sword, a sense of determination and calmness surging within him. Witnessing such a powerful existence only spurred his motivation to move forward. Let us add another hour to the training time every day in the future. Whoosh! The Mary sailed forward through the waves, the ship gently shaking. Splashes of water flying everywhere. Ahead, the entrance to the Grand Line was already close in sight. Next stop, Whiskey Peak. Sword 9, 6,000 miles? Kizaru quietly repeated the name, his brow slightly furrowed. The name of this technique is indeed somewhat strange and hard to decipher. However, since Aiken is willing to help him continue to improve, these minor details in naming aren't worth getting too caught up in. All right, let's go with this name then. He finally nodded, his tone carrying a hint of compromise and ease. Ding! The host successfully named Admiral Kizaru's new technique Sword 9, 6,000 miles. Satisfying his mischievous interests, feeling pleased. Pleasure value, 500. Chen lightly coughed, secretly delighted. When helping Old Huang improve his technique, I'll deliberately make him bend a little, lower his stance, and swing the sword in a hunchback posture. Wouldn't he that capture the essence? Good work. That's a reward. A smug smile appeared on his lips, feeling in high spirits. Kizaru was momentarily taken aback, seeing Ichen's secretly pleased expression. The corners of his mouth slightly raised as he gently shook his head. You brat, that look in your eyes surely means nothing good. However, he paused and then said, I need to prepare to head back to headquarters. On the way back, I'll ponder the technique you just mentioned. You brat, do you want to come back to headquarters with me? You're planning to leave? Ichen was somewhat surprised. Old Huang, ISN, planning to stay in the East Blue any longer? It seems that military affairs he cannot handle himself have piled up to the point where he can no longer delay. The Admiral really has it tough. My current rank, Colonel in the headquarters, is just okay, neither high nor low. A bit of small power, but no significant obligations. I can arrange for my subordinates to handle minor matters and let old Huang take care of the major ones. Colonel is already considered a small middle management position in the Navy, just one step away from the rank of Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral is the threshold for the brigadier level, the starting point for middle ranks in the Navy. Rear Admiral, Major, Lieutenant General, Admiral. Each promotion means gradually accessing more power, more decision-making, and also more obligations. I have no desire for power. Enough is enough. As for obligations, of course, if I can delay, I will. If I can lie down, I will. Can't delay. Can't lie down. Not possible. I am the Navy slacker king. Time to head back to headquarters. Kizaru sighed, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. The military affairs waiting to be dealt with have piled up like a mountain, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku has urged me several times. He paused, his gaze gradually softening, as if reminiscing about something. My time here in the East Blue is coming to an end. Then you can rest assured and head back, old Huang. Ichen gently comforted, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. I want to be going back to headquarters now. What if you drag me to handle military affairs? Kuro still needs some time to continue growing, so you go back first. As your adjutant, I will diligently patrol the various seas of the Grand Line, capturing those arrogant pirates in one fell swoop. As the Navy's slacker king, I will proudly carry your name around while traveling. Pirates? I haven't encountered any along the way. What is there to fight? As for when I can return to headquarters, I will naturally come when you finish handling military affairs. Kizaru slightly squinted his eyes, a meaningful glint flashing in his gaze, having already seen through Ichen's little schemes. You brat want to slack off, he said indulgently. Fine. Let us consider this your vacation before arriving at headquarters. My dear adjutant, do you think I will go handle those boring military affairs? When you return to the headquarters, all those annoying military affairs will be yours. This is the last vacation of your life. Make sure to cherish it. It's still you, old Huang. Where are you planning to go next to fight pirates? Ichen asked with a hint of anticipation. Do you have any recommended places? The best would be lively, relaxed, and with fewer matters to deal with. Since coming to the pirate world, he had basically been staying in the East Sea. His understanding of the broader seas was limited to the pirate manga he had read in his previous life. As a seasoned slacker, Huang, you surely knew more about fun places than he did. In that case, if you want lively, relaxed, and fewer matters, I recommend the member countries of the world government. The Navy will accept rescue requests from member countries and clear out the pirates in the surrounding waters. So, if you want to travel, member countries are one of the best destinations. Member countries? Ichen stroked his chin, deep in thought. Indeed, what old Huang said made sense. The lively and prosperous places suitable for sightseeing were indeed these member countries of the world government. They can apply for Navy support, making them more stable and affluent than those non-member countries. Stability and affluence means safety, which is suitable for travel. However, if I had to name a member country I'm most familiar with on the Grand Line, Ichen's thoughts surged like ocean waves, and a name instantly popped into his mind, Alabasta. There are indeed many attractive places there, including the unique creatures like the running duck and the kung fu manatee, as well as the port city of oilseed flour, famous for its perfume production. Of course, the main highlight is the largest casino in the entire kingdom, the Rain Banquet. As the king of Dodiju who has won 1,000 rounds on a warship, how could he not go in and show off his gambling skills? God of Gamblers Chen will definitely return with a bounty. Sorry, I'm a bit stuck on the writing. Only one chapter at noon. There will be 2 chapters tonight. Little Yang, under the boss's watch, is also trying to slack off to get this written out. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If it still cannot be saved, please remember the contents of your bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, then log in again and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 46, All Revolutionary Army. Stay put, cease all actions. Kizaru looked at Chen, whose eyes were sparkling with excitement. Do you have a place in mind? Alabasta. What do you think, old Huang? Chen's voice was filled with excitement, as he already fantasized about himself rampaging through the rain banquet. Let you see the gambling skills of the god of gamblers. I've never lost a single hand while playing landlord with Kuro and the others. A little rain banquet, it's not like I can't handle it. Let us set a small goal first, make 1,000,000,000 berries. Oh, ISNT that the country where Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, is located? Kizaru raised his eyebrows slightly, clearly having heard of the place's reputation. It's indeed a good destination. As my deputy, you'll be well taken care of there. All right, it's decided. Next stop, Alabasta. Kizaru chuckled softly, his tone still slow and drawn out. Enjoy your holiday. I will give a heads up in advance. He turned and took a step forward, waving his hand lazily, saying, then I'll head back to headquarters first. Safe travels. Chen waved goodbye to Kizaru. Kizaru smiled slightly, not saying more. His figure suddenly transformed into a dazzling yellow flash, swiftly cutting through the sky, disappearing in an instant, leaving only a warm afterglow on the sea surface. Chen turned his head, his gaze landing on Smoker, who had been quietly observing their conversation while smoking a cigar. Yo, old Smoker, Chen, you brat now? Right now. Explain to me clearly about the support application back then. See, you're getting anxious again. Want a special cigar from the Admiral? I'll take one. The Grand Line. Revolutionary Army Headquarters, White Soil Island, Baldigo. The wind and sand swirled, filling the air of White Soil Island with dryness and a sense of foreboding. Bang! A figure draped in a green cloak wobbled in the sky, as if it had lost all strength, and finally fell heavily onto the open ground of the Revolutionary Army's base. That figure is the leader. A sentry stationed at the base was the first to notice the falling figure, his voice filled with disbelief and urgency. His shout quickly attracted other Revolutionary Army members, who gathered around in terror, their gazes fixed on the fallen figure. Mr. Dragon. At the forefront was a blond young man and a lively dressed girl. The man's golden hair flowed like waves, and a deep scar over his left eye added a touch of toughness to his confident face. However, at this moment, the confidence on his face had been replaced by deep shock and worry. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, who is also the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, the sworn brother of Monkey D, Luffy, and Portgas D, Ace. Sabo, beside him was a tall young woman with orange hair and a short dress swaying slightly in the wind. She wore high heels, and her small hat had goggles, making her look capable and lively. The Revolutionary Army's fishman karate master, Carla. Carla, the two rushed to Dragon-S side, their eyes fixated on the ghastly scar on Dragon-S chest. Mr. Dragon, how could you be so severely injured? Sabo knelt beside Dragon, reaching out to support him, his gaze fixed on the deep cut that extended from his shoulder to his chest, trembling as he asked, what happened? Who did this? Carla quickly followed, her voice filled with urgency. Mr. Dragon, hold on. I'll go get medicine. She swiftly stood up and ran toward the medical room of the base, her steps hurried. Sabo's hands trembled slightly, a hint of anxiety and confusion appearing in his eyes. All along, Dragon had been the strongest presence in the Revolutionary Army, a symbol of invincibility. Yet now he was severely wounded. What kind of formidable foe could make Dragon suffer like this? Dragon raised his hand slightly, signaling Sabo to calm down. After a moment of catching his breath, his voice was low and weak. Sabo, immediately notify all Revolutionary Army cadres. Stay put, cease all actions. Cadres of the Revolutionary Army, take cover. His tone was firm, but as soon as he finished speaking, he began to cough violently. A mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothes. Cease all actions. Sabo tightly gripped Dragon-S hand, his expression growing increasingly complex. Mr. Dragon, you must understand. We paid a huge price for these plans. Dragon did not respond to Sabo's question. His eyelids drooped heavily, as if he were briefly closing his eyes to organize his thoughts, or perhaps recalling the shocking moment. Why must all activities be paused? Because the situation at sea had undergone unpredictable changes. The Navy had revealed an entirely unknown super combat power. That slash that cut through the sky was not only directed at him, but also served as a warning to the entire Revolutionary Army. If that strike had landed on any Revolutionary Army cadre, no one would escape the calamity of death. Until they clarified the intentions and attitude of this Marine colonel named Chen, the Revolutionary Army could not act recklessly. Sabo, listen to me. According to plan, take cover. Dragon's voice was hoarse, yet it brooked no argument, carrying a heavy authority. A colossal upheaval had occurred. Until I have new instructions, do not make any rash moves. Sabo fell silent for a few seconds, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Understood. He carefully assisted Dragon, guiding him toward the headquarters secret room. Along the way, Sabo's heart churned. What kind of power could make Dragon take this matter so seriously, even risking the entire Revolutionary Army's actions to come to a halt? After settling Dragon on the bed, Sabo leaned down and asked quietly, "Mr. Dragon, what do you mean by colossal upheaval?" "Exactly." Dragon slightly opened his eyes, his gaze deep as the sea, his voice weak yet carrying an implicit chill. "The Navy has revealed an immeasurable monster. Marine Headquarters Colonel Chen." "Chen?" Sabo was stunned, his pupils suddenly constricting, his expression filled with undeniable shock and confusion. "A mere colonel from headquarters? Does it warrant such a huge commotion?" Dragon slowly raised his hand, pressing it against the already bandaged wound, his brow furrowing slightly as his breathing quickened. This wound was inflicted by him. "Just one strike. One strike." Sabo suddenly stood upright, shocked to the point of almost being speechless. "How is that possible?" "Yes, just one strike." From the moment he swung that strike to breaking through all my defenses, it was merely one strike. Dragon repeated, a deep sense of dread and contemplation reflected in his eyes. He recalled Chen's last words: "Inform everyone in the Revolutionary Army to stay away from Chen and his people." Chapter 47. Once they land in Alabasta, have Chen come to see me personally. Alabasta. Rainy ground. Headquarters of Baroque Works. In a dimly lit room, a faint scent of cigar smoke lingered in the air, and the interior was silent, with only the sound of rain tapping against the glass window, occasionally bringing a dull echo. Step, step, step. The sound of white boots echoed in the corridor as a tall figure slowly entered the room, black hair swaying slightly under the yellow light. "Mississippi. All Sunday." A deep and slightly hoarse voice emerged, carrying an undeniable pressure. The owner of the voice was a man with a cigar in his mouth and a stern expression. He slowly turned around in his swivel chair, his gaze sharp as a knife, directly staring at the newcomer. Crocodile. The man known as Sand Crocodile, a user of the Sansan fruit, and one of the current Shichibukai. He wore a noble black long coat, and the golden hook on his left hand glinted coldly under the light, concealing a deadly poison within its blade, dangerous and lethal. Crocodile sported a neatly styled slicked-back hairstyle, and a long scar across his face made him appear even more menacing. He raised his hand to hold the cigar, taking a deep puff before slowly exhaling a cloud of white smoke. As the smoke curled around him, Crocodile narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze landing on the woman before him, revealing a hint of scrutiny and undeniable coldness. Nico Robin, known as the Demon Child by the world government, a historian. Back when she was with Baroque Works, Robin had long, thick black hair cascading down her shoulders, and her chiseled nose and deep-set eyes gave her a cold and dangerous allure. She wore a white fur coat over a purple miniskirt, white knee-high boots, and a white cowboy hat. He knew very well that this woman was not loyal to him. She was merely forced into a corner with no way out, and chose to take refuge under him, a Shichibukai. Yet even so, he could not underestimate her value. She was currently the only person in the world capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, the final key to his coveted goal. The poneglyphs. Crocodile slightly squinted his eyes, the power of the Sansan fruit subtly gathering at his fingertips, his ambition swirling in his heart like a storm. Through her abilities, he could decipher that stone tablet and uncover the secrets hidden in the river of time. And that secret was what he pursued, the ancient weapon Pluton. "Speak." Crocodile waved his hand. "What do you want from me?" "Boss." Nico Robin's voice was as calm as water, carrying her usual composure and smile. She gently placed a telegram on Crocodile's desk, tapping its edge lightly with her finger, her tone revealing a hint of elusive meaning. "The Navy is contacting us through the world government." "Oh." Crocodile raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Recently, a colonel from the Navy headquarters will arrive in Alabasta for inspection. The world government hopes we can entertain him well." Crocodile's brow furrowed slightly, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. "A colonel? Entertain? The world government really thinks they can order me around, treating us Shichibukai like dogs? Boss, this colonel's identity is somewhat special." "Special?" A glint of cold light flashed in Crocodile's eyes, the golden hook reflecting a glaring shine under the light. His left hand tightening slightly, producing a crisp cracking sound from his knuckles. "He is the aide-de-camp of Admiral Kizaru, the newly promoted colonel. Chen." "The aide of Kizaru?" Crocodile's smile faded slightly, his brow furrowing a bit. Then he snorted coldly, adding a hint of mockery to his tone. "That's interesting. Go on." Robin calmly took out a neatly organized document from her side and handed Ichen's information to Crocodile. Ichen, currently a colonel in the Navy headquarters. Previously stationed at the East Blue 186 branch for a long time, known for his slacker attitude, dubbed the shame of the Navy in the East Blue. Why was he transferred? Crocodile asked, holding the cigar, blowing a smoke ring, and sneering. Of course, his slacker style suited Kizaru's taste. But Kizaru is a genuine monster. What does Ichen have? He extended his golden hook, gently squeezing the telegram until it turned to fine sand, drifting slowly between his fingers. Boss, that. Robin stood quietly by, watching without interruption, just waiting for Crocodile's final decision. Humph. Crocodile's gaze flickered slightly. Then he stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the rainy landscape. A mere slacker colonel from the East Blue? He thinks I will entertain him? I am one of the Shichibukai, not some unknown small fry. He snorted, his expression turning fierce and sharp, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Inform everyone in Baroque Works. Once the Navy lands in Alabasta, have Ichen come see me personally. Lowtown. Virum. The sound of a three-wheeled motorcycle's engine roared at the entrance of the Navy branch, attracting quite a few glances. Ichen jumped off the motorcycle, his movements relaxed and casual. Nice ride, old smoker. Ichen whistled, a hint of teasing in his eyes as he patted the motorcycle's front. Humph, cost me a month's salary. Smoker lifted his chin proudly. This is my baby. He glanced at Ichen, originally intending to maintain a stern expression, but ultimately sighed, too lazy to argue. After all, it was a waste of time to be angry with this guy. It didn't matter that he couldn't beat me. It also didn't matter that I received a box of cigars from the Admiral. The main thing is, I, Smoker, am magnanimous. Oh, Ichen raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. By the way, it seems that Straw Hat Luffy managed to escape smoothly. Smoker's smile instantly froze, his mouth twitching slightly, the veins on his forehead faintly throbbing. As the White Hunter of Lowtown, he had allowed both the Straw Hat Pirates and Buggy's crew to cause chaos right under his nose, only for them to swagger away in the end. Although it was due to Dragon's intervention that they escaped. But if this got out, he would still become the laughingstock of the headquarters. They should have already entered the Grand Line by now. Ichen continued to deliver the finishing blow, speaking nonchalantly as if just chatting about the weather. Should we pursue? Yes. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your rewards and support Xiaoyang. We'll add another Chapter 1. We'll continue to work hard this weekend to attempt a big update. Thank you. Lastly, I asked for a wave of small gifts. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find a novel you are reading. Chapter 48. While others steal knowledge, I plan to ask directly. Chase. Smoker gritted his teeth, his tone filled with anger and urgency. He had to catch the Straw Hats in the Grand Line. He turned sharply, exuding a low pressure, and shouted at the soldiers behind him, "Prepare the ship to head to the Grand Line immediately." Yes, the soldiers responded quickly and began to get busy. Ichen stood aside, watching everything with a leisurely gaze, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He lazily stretched and said casually, "Good luck, old smoker. Go, go, go." After speaking, Ichen turned and walked away, leisurely heading toward the red light district. Let Smoker chase them, Ichen thought to himself, a faint smile on his lips. According to the Straw Hat cruise route, they would first pass through Whiskey Peak, where they first met Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta, then to Little Garden, where they would befriend the giants Dory and Broggy, ultimately defeating Mr. 3, the Candleman of the future Buggy Pirates. Then to Drum Island, where the ship's doctor and pet Tony Chopper would officially join the Straw Hat crew. Finally, they would reach Alabasta. The best way for Smoker to capture the Straw Hats would be to go directly to Alabasta and wait. Ichen whispered to himself, "But I have no intention of getting involved. The Straw Hats are not my target. I'm just going to Alabasta for a real vacation. First, I'll go to Rain Banquet to earn 1,000,000,000 berries, then take this money to buy some specialty perfumes from canola flowers. As for why I want to buy perfume, of course, it's to get to those sun-kissed girls, winning their hearts with gifts and strength. A romantic journey in Alabasta. Now that's real living." Ichen took a deep breath, and beautiful scenes of Alabasta floated in his mind. Unique creatures traversing the desert, the blazing sun pouring over the endless sands, and the pools in the oasis sparkling with clear light. I can ride camels in the desert and enjoy the unparalleled leisure time, soaking in the hot springs at the Oasis Yuba. He closed his eyes, as if he could already feel the heat waves of the desert and the warmth of the hot springs. if I encounter the Kung Fu manatees, I could spar with them using Huaxia Kung Fu, military fist, Ada. Chen laughed out loud, imagining himself competing with the Kung Fu manatees. And what I look forward to the most is riding the fast-running ducks with the little Alabasta girls to enjoy the beautiful night view of Alabasta. After that, everything that happens seems so reasonable. And all of this happens during working hours. Who can withstand that? What? You say I don't work? I meticulously explored, played every area of Alabasta to ensure there were no pirates around. No one has a more serious and responsible attitude than mine. The night breeze gently brushed by, bringing waves of floral fragrance, as if foreshadowing the wonderful holiday that was about to come. Hey, Smoker's deep voice called out to Chen. Aren't you coming? Chen stopped, his expression as laid back as ever. He could sense the confusion in Smoker's eyes, clearly. His previous question led Smoker to mistakenly think he was going to chase the Straw Hats together. Chase the Straw Hats? No, they didn't escape from me. Besides, if I really wanted to capture him, could he get away? You. Smoker was suddenly left speechless, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, recalling Chen's stunning blade. Its power still left him with lingering fear. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression becoming more serious. You kid, with such strength, why not work a little harder? Chen glanced at Smoker, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Work hard? Old Smoker, do you think you read the Deserter King Kobe, and that putting in 200 times the effort will yield results? Smoker, just relying on effort doesn't guarantee success, but not trying is easy and enjoyable. You, what kind of nonsense is that? Smoker's face instantly darkened, a flicker of anger in his eyes. This is the truth of life. Smoker fell silent for a moment, taking a deep breath as if suppressing some emotion. Finally, he softly exhaled, his voice low and firm. Forget it. I'll go chase them myself. Sigh. Chen sighed lightly, thinking to himself, although it was due to his provocation that Smoker made this decision. With his stubborn personality, he would end up tracking the Straw Hats regardless. But even if you catch up, can your speed of getting stronger keep up with the Straw Hats' cheat-like abilities? What is the point of catching up? You just be a background character. It's better to stay in Low Town, at least in the East Blue. With your natural ability, you are practically invincible. Smoker is not a bad guy. You should be persuaded. Smoker. Chen suddenly spoke, breaking the atmosphere as Smoker was about to leave. Luffy and the others have already escaped. The geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents of the Grand Line are all chaotic. Even if you have a record pointer, you can't confirm their location, let alone launch an effective pursuit. It's better to stay in Low Town, continue guarding the gateway to the East Blue, and stop the pirates from sailing out. After all, here, you are invincible. After saying this, Chen turned and walked toward the red light district. He had said all he needed to say. Now, it was time for him to return to his warm bed and sleep. Suddenly, Smoker's footsteps halted, his gaze blankly staring at the distant sea. Chen's words echoed continuously in his mind, like invisible hammers striking his thoughts. Indeed, as that kid said, as long as he didn't leave the East Blue and enter the Grand Line, the probability of encountering powerful pirates was almost zero. His smoke fruit ability could indeed sweep everything in this sea area of the East Blue. However, the sense of justice and responsibility in his heart made it difficult for him to easily give up on pursuing the Straw Hats. He still vividly remembered witnessing Roger's execution in Low Town many years ago, a scene he could never forget. Everything that happened afterward made him deeply understand the harm the Age of Pirates brought to the world. The endless stream of pirates burned, killed, and looted various countries. Straw Hat Luffy. He saw Roger's shadow in him. A dead Roger brought about such events in the Age of Pirates. What would happen if another living pirate king appeared? What kind of suffering will the people of this world endure? Wait, Smoker suddenly came to his senses, and the soldiers in front of him were still busy preparing for the voyage. That kid Chen was right. Blindly chasing after the Straw Hat crew might not succeed. And even if they caught up, if the Straw Hat crew had also learned to use hockey, could he still easily suppress them with his smoke fruit? No, he wasn't strong enough. Chen could afford not to work hard because he had enough strength. Like Admiral Kizaru, he could determine his own pace with his powerful abilities without having to exert effort to chase. And what about him? Although he had a Logia-type fruit like theirs, he was clearly aware of the gap between himself and the dragon. But there was an even greater gap with the three admirals standing at the pinnacle of Logia. There was a world of difference between him and them. However, earlier he had discussed techniques with Chen and Admiral Kizaru. That lazy guy seemed to have his own unique training method. Even Admiral Kizaru had to discuss with him. So, could he learn something from that to bridge the gap between himself and these top-tier powers? with strength, and once he received accurate information about the Straw Hat crew, then, Straw Hat, I will personally capture you and bring you to Impel Down. Smoker took a deep breath and suddenly made a decision. Stop the preparations and find Ashiji. Colonel? The soldiers looked at him in confusion. I want to take that Kitty Chin's ship to the headquarters. Smoker's voice became resolute. On the way, I want to have a good talk with him. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save it, please remember the contents of the bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, then log in again and add to the bookshelf. Chapter 49. Be shocked with me, old friend, cellmate. Office of the Branch Chief in Roguetown. Brew. Smoker sat in a reclining chair, holding a cigar, with smoke swirling around his calm and profound face. He casually turned the dial of the snail phone. After 2 crisp rings, the call connected. Hello, Smoker. It's quite rare for you to call me first. A lazy voice came from the other end, with a tone of indifference, as if it were all inconsequential. Kazan was lounging somewhere in the headquarters, sunlight streaming over him, adding a layer of lethargy to his relaxed posture. Kazan, there are 2 things I need your help with. Oh, you need my help? That's even rarer. Kazan's posture instantly straightened. He stretched lazily, and his expression became more serious. It was indeed unusual for this proud friend, who never took the headquarters order seriously, to actively seek him out. Didn't you say you could block all the pirates at Roguetown? Are you in trouble now? Cut the nonsense. First, I need to be reassigned from Roguetown, but I haven't decided where to go yet. By the time I reach headquarters, I should have an answer. Smoker added, second, I'm leaving Roguetown soon. Send a colonel from headquarters to take charge there. That's a small matter. It's easy for me to reassign a branch chief position in the East Blue. Kazan smiled lightly. After all, as one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, he could facilitate transfers between the headquarters and the branches at any time. However, Kazan's tone suddenly became serious. The problem is what exactly happened. Smoker. His voice was somewhat low, carrying a rare seriousness. You know, I usually don't like to deal with troublesome matters, but you're so eager for my help. Something must have happened, right? You're one of my few friends, and I don't want any problems for you. So, I need to know the specifics. Kazan. Smoker's voice came again, even more grave. Have you ever seen a slash that splits the sky? Kazan on the other end suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, his mind racing with images. Splitting the sky? A Clash of Conquerors hockey could do that. But Smoker mentioned a slash, which was different. It must have been done by a swordsman. There are not many swordsmen in this sea who can achieve that. The Golden Lion Shiki at his peak could, the Lone Redfield at his peak could, but they were all figures from the last era. The passage of time had long diminished their strength. In this current era, the only one who could do this would be Shanks, who has always been under the Navy's surveillance. That leaves only. Kazan's eyes suddenly widened, and his tone shifted. Did Hawkeye go to the East Blue? He paused, the shock in his heart seemingly intensifying. Who did he duel to split the sky? Smoker gently exhaled a smoke ring, a mischievous excitement swelling within him. A smile crept onto his face, feeling secretly pleased. His old friend, usually lazy and unflappable, always appearing indifferent, he really wanted to hear Kazan's shocked voice today. No, it's not that. Who is it? Kazan's tone was now filled with curiosity. One person I never expected. Smoker deliberately kept him in suspense. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air. His old friend was definitely not the type to hide his feelings. Who did he learn this from? By the way, Kazan. Dragon has appeared in the East Blue. Kazan's brows instantly furrowed, his entire demeanor suddenly becoming serious. Dragon? His hometown is in the East Blue. What's he doing back there? Yes, Dragon's purpose for coming to the East Blue has been achieved, but the cost is quite high. Smoker leisurely took a puff from his cigar, waiting for Kazan's reaction. Cost. Yes, that person with one slash not only split the sky but also severely injured Dragon. The world's most evil criminal, fleeing in disgrace. Smoker savored a puff of his cigar, anticipating Kazan's response. Be shocked by this news, my cellmate. Kazan suddenly stood up, his expression turning serious, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. Dragon was severely injured by someone with one slash? His voice carried an undeniable tremor. Who is Dragon? The world's most evil criminal. He is the son of my teacher, Vice Admiral Garp. I know his strength. He is definitely not someone an ordinary person can mess with. Impossible, someone who could severely injure Dragon with one slash. Even in a sneak attack, their strength would have to be at least that of an elite rear admiral. Kazan took a deep breath, his mind racing. The Navy could not possibly be unaware of such a dangerous individual. Smoker, are you joking with me right now? Kazan's voice suddenly became calm and heavy, laced with a rare vigilance. How could such a person appear in this sea without the Navy knowing? What is every naval branch doing? Kazan's tone became more intense. Where is all the intelligence? Where is the world government's intelligence organization? Smoker smiled slightly, his tone casual. You make valid points. Kazan, the problem is, he is one of the Navy. This sentence was like thunder crashing in Kazan's heart. Instantly, his eyes widened, pupils constricting sharply. His heartbeat nearly stopping. All doubts and fears suddenly converged into a powerful shockwave, pushing deep into his heart, nearly suffocating him. A Navy person? How is that possible? Who is it? Kazan's voice suddenly rose, filled with unprecedented urgency, his brain racing to find a clue from this news. There haven't been any recent applications for admiral candidates. Kazan continued to press, his tone tinged with anxiety. The newly promoted colonel from Navy headquarters, Chen. Smoker gently exhaled a smoke ring, his tone flat. But those words pierced Kazan's heart like a sharp blade. Chen. Kazan's face turned pale, his eyes widened, mouth slightly agape. Hardly able to believe what he had just heard. That new aide to Paulicelino? He muttered to himself, his voice revealing an undeniable shock. As one of the admirals of the Navy, Kazan was naturally well aware of the personnel changes around other admirals. Although he didn't attend the recent meeting, he is also aware that after the assessment, Huang Yuan has promoted a branch colonel to be his aide, and that colonel is Chen. Yes, it's him. Are you serious? Can I deceive you? That sword strike, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Kazan's heartbeat almost stopped at that moment. He held his breath, listening to Smoker continue. That sword strike split the sky. It divided the sky into two. Above the sword mark, hell. Below the sword mark, heaven. That move is called No Moon. Kazan, I am preparing to take his ship to the headquarters. On the way, I plan to ask that kid for advice on how to become stronger. This weekend, Xiao Yang will be writing at Cuckoo, striving for more updates. Please send a wave of small gifts. Thank you. If you can't find the book by its name, you could try searching for the author. Maybe it just changed its name. Chapter 50. That's a custom version. It'll definitely satisfy that kid. Kazan fell silent. The highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters, Akiji, Kazan. He had never seen such a smoker before. This branch chief who stood alone in the East Blue rarely sought advice, even from old friends like himself. Yet now, he admired Chen due to a single move. No Moon. He even took the initiative to mention wanting to seek guidance from him. It seems that move was indeed quite stunning. Kazan pondered inwardly, his brow furrowing slightly. Images from the intelligence he had seen not long ago about Chen involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Chen, formerly a major in the 186th branch, later transferred to headquarters to serve as Kizaru's aide, rapidly rising to the rank of colonel at headquarters. What kind of person is he? According to various assessments, Chen's work attitude was laid back, and many subordinates even jokingly referred to him as the best boss. However, under his jurisdiction, everything was calm, and no serious incidents had occurred. This contradiction inevitably brought to mind one person, Kizaru. Being laid back is an attitude, but when it comes to matters, they are exceptionally effective in their unique style. Kazan gently rubbed his chin, his gaze gradually becoming profound. Such a person, despite being laid back, has qualities that shine through. After all, having been promoted to admiral for so many years, he had seen too many corrupt and degenerate Navy leaders who abused their power, embezzled, treated soldiers as tools, and even plunged the people in their jurisdictions into despair. In contrast, Chen, though seemingly laid back, was approachable, had no airs with the soldiers, and maintained good order in his jurisdiction, making him completely different from these corrupt leaders. He is indeed an interesting person. A faint smile appeared on Kazan's lips, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. It had been many years since he had encountered someone so intriguing. He couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Chen, as mentioned by Smoker. Then, he picked up the Den Mushi, his voice carrying a rare lightness. Anyway, Smoker, it's great to see you reignited with fighting spirit. His thoughts drifted back to the time when Smoker was reassigned to Lowtown. Clearly, there were better choices and more resources available, but Smoker had actively applied to go to the East Blue, the sea area recognized as the calmest and least challenging. It should be noted that every time Carp-sensei returned to the East Blue for vacation, he would wipe out all the pirates there. Serving as a branch chief in the East Blue not only lacked challenges, but also provided no benefit to one's strength. Over time, it would only lead to stagnation. It seems you're now willing to return to headquarters and rethink your strength. Kazan's voice was low, but there was a hint of unhidden satisfaction in his tone. He knew this was a good thing. After all, in this chaotic era, strength is fundamental to everything. Hey, Smoker on the other end of the den mushy suddenly raised his voice, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Kazan, I've always been full of fighting spirit, okay? It's you. Ever since the O'Hara incident, you've been acting more and more laid back. When will you reignite your fighting spirit? I'm just waiting for an opportunity. Kazan lazily stretched, his tone still casual, but his gaze grew a bit deeper. If one day I can become the fleet admiral, maybe I will have the chance to realize my justice. The other end of the den mushy suddenly fell silent for a moment, and Smoker was briefly silent. He knew that Kazan had once believed in burning justice in his youth, but later he became confused about justice and instead advocated for lazy justice. Forget it. That guy Chen believes in laid-back justice. Smoker's voice rang out again. Yuri lazy justice. You two might have some common topics to discuss. Is that so? Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Then I would really like to meet this Chen. All right, let's go see what kind of person Chen is. After all, among the current high-ranking Navy officials, aside from the influence of the older generation, the three admirals each represent three major factions. Our faction led by me, the Hawk faction led by Sakazuki, and a neutral faction represented by Borsellino. In the future competition for the position of admiral, Borsellino might remain neutral, but according to Smoker, could this Colonel Chen become a variable in the mix? Let's go see. I can also visit an old friend along the way. A familiar figure surfaced in Kazan's mind, Nico Robin. The information he received earlier was that she had joined Crocodile, and Crocodile was in Alabasta in the Grand Line. Kazan's thoughts gradually became clear. He picked up the den mushy and said in a deep voice, "You will be returning to headquarters via the Grand Line, right? Then I will go find you in the Grand Line." What? Smoker's tone was filled with confusion. You're leaving headquarters? Yeah. Kazan's tone was casual. Kizaru is already on his way back to headquarters. I just finished a mission, so I can take a little break. Good. After hanging up the phone, Kazan sat quietly, slightly squinting his eyes, a trace of an elusive smile rising at the corners of his mouth. First to Alabasta to check on Robin's situation. He stood up, draped his cloak over his shoulders, and walked leisurely toward the window. The sunlight outside shone down, his gaze becoming profound. Then he would go find Chen and Smoker. Lowtown, in the office. Smoker, who had just hung up the phone, was still sitting in the recliner, leisurely smoking a cigar. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the office door, followed by a crisp voice. Knock, knock, knock. Colonel Smoker? Dashiki's voice came from outside the door. She gently pushed the door open and quickly walked in, her gaze locking on his Smoker, her expression vaguely showing some anxiety. You were looking for me? You guys ran off too quickly before. When I led the team to the dock, the soldiers left behind told me that you had already chased after the Straw Hat crew. You know, the person Hawkeye My Hawk mentioned earlier is actually Colonel Chen. I already know. Smoker looked up at her, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. You already know? Yeah. Not only do I know that Kitty Chen is the person My Hawk mentioned, but I also saw it with my own eyes. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar. That kid's true strength. Dashiki, get ready. We will take Chen's ship to headquarters. Huh? Dashiki was stunned, taking a moment to react, but what about the defense of Lowtown? Don't worry. Smoker replied. A hint of barely noticeable determination flashed in his eyes. I've already made arrangements. But will Colonel Chen agree to let us hitch a ride? Don't worry, I have a trump card. Smoker's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He took a deep breath, slowly touched his withered wallet, feeling a bit reluctant in his heart, but his eyes were full of confidence. After all, it was a customized version. Chen, don't you like my motorcycle? This time, I've really splurged and arranged for you the highest spec customized version. The owner of the motorcycle shop is already waiting. He just needs you to make your request. I spent half my savings on it, so he'll definitely be satisfied. This boat, I'm definitely hitching a ride. Smoker's Motorcycle Chapter 51. In the future, lousy subordinates are talented and skilled in both civil and military affairs. Old Huang, what do you have to fight me with? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on the bed. Chen slowly opened his eyes, the air filled with the refreshing scent unique to the morning. He gently climbed out of bed, moving lightly, afraid to disturb the two little kittens still fast asleep. He looked down at the two people lying in bed, tenderly brushed their hair, and then softly kissed their foreheads, leaving behind a faint smile before quietly exiting the room. At the door, Colonel and Chloe were standing there, their postures straight and their expressions alert, like two silent gatekeepers. Good morning, Colonel Chen. They both saluted simultaneously, their voices clear and firm. Chen nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes as his gaze swept over their faces. How do you feel? Chen Simidet. patting Chloe's shoulder, his tone relaxed yet tinged with concern. After sleeping well and getting a hug, I feel great, Chloe said, excitement flashing in his eyes. The effect of the fairy beans was truly miraculous. His external injuries had healed. After a good sleep, his mental state had also recovered. That's good, Chen replied. You are my person. A dragon attacks indiscriminately. Chen smiled slightly, his gaze gentle. So, I took care of that guy for you. Colonel. Chloe looked at Chen with gratitude, warmth filling his heart. He knew very well that Chen's character meant he was indifferent to most matters and people. But after he was hurt, Chen had unhesitatingly taken action for him, even personally pursuing the enemy to avenge him. This delicate yet resolute concern made Chloe feel a long-lost warmth. At that moment, Chloe knew he had truly found a sense of belonging. Colonel, I really haven't followed the wrong person. No matter what happens, I will follow you forever. Chloe's voice grew more excited, his emotions almost overflowing as he gazed intently at Chen, his eyes burning with a vow-like determination. It's nothing, just minor matters, Chen replied lightly, his tone carrying an imperceptible ease. He took out a cigar from his pocket, skillfully lit it, his fingers trembling slightly as the flame flickered in the air. Although it had indeed startled him at first, at that moment, he almost thought he was going to lose his first subordinate. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Chloe was fine, and he had awakened his conqueror's haki. Although everything began in danger, it ultimately turned into a blessing in disguise. Chen's gaze shifted slightly to the distance, his thoughts drifting. One must know that although the situation in the vast sea appeared calm at present, dark currents had already begun to surge behind the scenes. With Luffy setting sail, the entire sea would be thrown into chaos. Old Huang had been forcibly recalled to headquarters by Admiral Sengoku to handle the endless military affairs. The chaos and challenges brought by the era of great pirates were constantly consuming the Navy's resources and strength. Chloe could not afford any slip-ups. He was the most basic guarantee of Chen's leisurely life at headquarters. However, future challenges would not only be confined to the busy military affairs. More troubles would arise from clearing up the threats posed by pirates. Chloe could not use the shadow clone technique, so relying solely on himself would be difficult to handle the various situations that might arise in the future. Looking to the future, he needed more power. CP9, the top spy organization of the world government, was quite good. Although they had been defeated by Luffy, the potential of their members should not be underestimated. Rob Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and others were all worth cultivating as combat power. Califa was also a rare talent in political affairs. After being defeated by Luffy, they were slandered by their former superior Spandam, and the organization members were disqualified by the world government overnight, even pursued by the Navy back to their hometown. To prepare for Lucci's medical expenses, Kaku, Gabra, and Bruno resorted to street performances. Kaku transformed into a giraffe and played the role of a slide in the square, while Califa became the city's sweeper, cleaning up abandoned corners. Regardless of how the world government later brainwashed and re-recruited these individuals, promoting them to CP0 and restoring their power and glory, the time they spent being hunted was certainly the most difficult period for them. He could take this opportunity to rescue them from their predicament, providing them with a new path for rebirth. Afterward, he could try to use Old Huang's connections to recruit these capable individuals under his command, paving the way for future endeavors. In this way, the strength of his subordinates would be greatly expanded. Lucci and Kaku in combat, Chloe and Califa in intellect. For ordinary matters, he wouldn't need to take action himself, right? He could just prepare to enjoy retirement at the Navy headquarters. For the future, he already had a clear plan. Next, after leaving Alabasta, he needed to arrange for Chloe to gather relevant intelligence, ensuring they seized the opportunity to recruit CP9 at the best time. Rogue Town had been explored thoroughly, so it was about time to set off. Chen took a deep puff of his cigar and said to Colonel and Chloe, "Let's go." After saying that, he stepped forward, turning around and walking out with Chloe and the Colonel, his steps light and powerful. "Colonel, where to next?" The Colonel asked cautiously, a hint of anticipation on his face, clearly accustomed to following Chen and obeying orders. "Alabasta." "Yes." The Colonel nodded, turning without hesitation to prepare for the navigation pointer to Alabasta. The Navy, as the strongest military force on this sea, had navigation pointers for most islands on the Grand Line. They just needed to retrieve the relevant pointers to sail directly to the correct destination. At that moment, a familiar buzzing sound broke the brief silence. The roar of a three-wheeled motorcycle gradually approached. Chen looked up to see Smoker riding his motorcycle, dust flying, with a cigar in his mouth. Chen smiled, a hint of teasing in his tone. Old Smoker, you didn't leave? He was somewhat surprised. It seemed Smoker had indeed listened to his advice, staying to guard Roadtown instead of heading directly to the Grand Line. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, looking relaxed. I didn't leave. That's right. Chen laughed, patting Smoker's shoulder. Staying in Roadtown is a good choice. Why go to the Grand Line? The risks are too high. Get in the car, let's go. Smoker said with a smile, waving for Chen to get in. Huh? Get in the car? Chen was taken aback, looking at Smoker in confusion. Where to? Motorcycle ride. Huh? Little Yang is still typing in the cuckoo. If it's not posted today, it will be posted tomorrow. Anyway, there are 6 updates over the weekend. If I don't update, come and scold me. Chapter 52. You guys, what's up? Buzz. A roar shattered the tranquility of Rogtown streets. The sound of the engine was deafening, like thunder. The buildings on either side of the street swayed in the strong wind, dust swirling around. The 3-wheeled motorcycle rushed by like a wild horse, creating a whirlwind. It seemed to be chasing that unrestrained freedom. Woohoo awesome. Chen's hair danced like ribbons in the wind. He tilted his head slightly upwards, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the power of the wind. The scenery around him quickly receded like fleeting shadows, the roar of the motorcycle vibrating in his ears. Indeed, motorcycles have always been one of the romances belonging to men. It's not just about speed, but also about that sense of freedom. That thrill of going against the world. Screech. A sharp brake cut through the air as the 3-wheeled motorcycle made a perfect stop. The tires squealed against the ground, coming to a steady halt in front of a luxurious and uniquely designed motorcycle shop. When Chen got off, he was greeted by a motorcycle shop that was extravagantly decorated. The glass windows reflected the sunlight, and the interior lights sparkled, making every showcased motorcycle look dazzling. The shop sign was made of metal, adorned with exquisite patterns, resembling a modern motorcycle sanctuary. He couldn't help but feel a strong urge to spend. Chen squinted slightly, surveying the luxurious facilities of the motorcycle shop, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Old Smoker, why did you bring me here? Is Smoker going to become Rogtown's top salesman and sell me a motorcycle? Chen chuckled to himself. Just now, in the exhilarating rush of the wind, he indeed experienced an unprecedented thrill, especially when the motorcycle sped down the street. That feeling of soaring freely almost made him feel one with the wind. If he could sit in the driver's seat and experience that rush of acceleration, it would definitely be even more exciting. He couldn't help but glance at the motorcycles around him. Although these 3-wheeled motorcycles were not racing-class 2-wheelers, the unique designs, especially the amphibious models that could speed across the sea, held a different kind of charm. For him, the allure of this new experience was undeniable. In fact, buying one wasn't a big deal. Chen thought to himself. After all, he never hesitated to spend on things that brought him joy. Money is meant to be spent, so why not enjoy the present? Bye. Let's talk. Smoker waved his hand, signaling Chen to follow him. Welcome. At this moment, the shop owner and several employees walked out to greet the two. The owner, dressed in a neat uniform, wore a broad smile, his eyes radiating professional confidence. When his gaze fell on Chen, it flashed with curiosity and enthusiasm, clearly having prepared for this esteemed guest. This was the biggest customer of the day, the man who could make the renowned White Hunter of Rogtown, Colonel Smoker, dig into his own pockets to curry favor. Please follow me, gentlemen. You can choose from all the models, and I'm sure today's transaction will leave you satisfied. The owner's voice was gentle and respectful. Chen scanned the surroundings. The motorcycles before him were a dazzling array, their sleek bodies reflecting brilliant light under the illumination. You choose, I'll pay. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, waving his hand grandly. Chen looked around. The variety of motorcycles was vast, from classic models to custom versions, each one exuding a sense of power. His gaze wandered, finally resting on Smoker. I choose. You pay? Old Smoker, have you lost your mind? Let's talk. Any model, any style is fine, and with the highest configuration possible. Smoker's tone was filled with confidence, adding that special requests could be customized with the owner. And he had already paid the deposit. He had spent half of his savings today. He and Chen were going to be the gods of the motorcycle shop. Because of Kuzan, although I'm stationed in the EC, I've always enjoyed benefits from the headquarters. Besides smoking cigars, my only hobby is hunting pirates, and the salary and bounties accumulated over the years are substantial. Today, I'm going to spend half of that to buy Chen a top-spec customized motorcycle. Oh, a playful smile flickered in Chen's eyes. Smoker was making such a big expenditure. He must have something to ask of him. This gift was practically delivered to his pillow. It would be unreasonable not to accept it. even if the situation was somewhat complicated or troublesome. Wasn't he there still old Huang? He tilted his head slightly, looking at the owner. Top-spec customized motorcycle? Yes. The owner nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with anticipation, clearly having prepared for such a big order. The top-spec model you want, all configurations can be met. Can the color be customized? Of course. What if the overall appearance is red, with golden embellishments? No problem. Then let us add 2 red flags on the back for more dominance. Small issue. Put a golden pentagram sticker on the front. Completely fine. Chen nodded in satisfaction, then lit a cigar, the smoke wafting between his fingers. He turned to Smoker and smiled. Old Smoker. You guys, what's up? What do you need from your brother Chen? I'll definitely arrange it for you. Umph. Smoker snorted lightly. Now you're calling me brother? A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. I and Tashiji are planning to head to the headquarters, and I want to hitch a ride on your ship back. He paused, then added, on the way, I plan to ask you for some methods to get stronger. Hitching a ride to the headquarters? Chen was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. You want to ask me for some methods to get stronger? Yes. Smoker nodded, his expression becoming serious. You're so young and already this strong. You must have unique methods to get stronger. I've also checked the records of the Navy soldiers who resisted the storm overnight and found out you are not simple. The former pirate Black Cat Kuro. Although he was one of the top bounties in the EC before his bounty was revoked, Smoker continued, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. But originally, he couldn't possibly withstand the storms of the dragon. You must have some unique ways. My unique ways to get stronger? Chen was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit helpless. His eyes flickered, secretly mumbling to himself. I'm just hanging around. However, Chen lowered his head to glance at the motorcycle he had already chosen, a trace of contemplation rising in his heart. Helping Smoker get stronger is not too big of a problem. Although the combination of Demon Goddess Pull and Fairy Beans may not be very suitable for Smoker, he still has other system items in his hands. With this in mind, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and he already had a plan in his heart. No problem. He responded casually, but our next stop is Alabasta. Smoker nodded calmly, then revealed a slight smile. Alabasta? I'm planning to earn some pocket money first. If you can't find the book title, you can try searching for the author. Maybe it has just been renamed. Chapter 53, the problem is, who can't use fire? A dull roar emanated from the enormous warship docked at the Rogtown Pier. The warship slowly set sail, cutting through the water and sending up splashes. As the ship gradually moved away, the sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying a salty and moist scent along with a hint of wave movement. Following friendly negotiations, PY transactions, Smoker and Tashiji would follow Chen's ship back to headquarters. Smoker's former subordinates temporarily remained in Rogtown, awaiting the arrival of a new colonel dispatched by Kazan, and would decide whether to continue to stay here after receiving final instructions. On the dock, 2 eye-catching tricycles were parked. Their unique design was full of power, especially that bright red motorcycle, which was particularly striking. The bright red body shone under the sun, and the golden decorations complemented the red, exuding an understated luxury and depth that couldn't be overlooked. The golden pentagram logo at the front sparkled, radiating a sense of majesty and power. The red flags hanging from the sides of the motorcycle fluttered in the gentle breeze. The bright red of the flags appeared as bright as fire under the sunlight, perfectly matching the golden accents of the motorcycle. Chen walked joyfully towards his new vehicle, gently caressing the body, feeling its cool and hard texture, his eyes sparkling with a hint of satisfaction. What a great thing to get for free. He mused inwardly, overwhelmed with joy. Ding! The host has obtained a top-spec customized motorcycle for free, with all the color schemes and decorations perfectly matching the host preferences. Detected that the host is in a good mood. Happiness value 5,000. He turned to look at the other motorcycle beside him. Smoker's tricycle drew its power from his smoke fruit, while his motorcycle was powered by flames. Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing a bit, and suddenly his aura changed. Sizzle, flames ignited on his fist, flickering at his fingertips, exuding a magical force. The problem is, who can't use fire? Suddenly, shouts rang out. Colonel Chen, Colonel Smoker. As the voices approached, the citizens of Rogtown gathered at the dock to bid farewell to the 2 naval officers. Most of them were there to send off Smoker. After all, he had been stationed in Rogtown for many years, guarding the peaceful land, and was deeply loved by the people. The title of White Hunter had long been ingrained in everyone's hearts, becoming a part of the pride of the people of Rogtown. But Chen also had his little fan. Handsome brother, you're leaving. A little girl with braids, dressed in a cute dress and carrying a small bag, ran excitedly to Chen, her eyes filled with reluctance. She reached out her small hand and tightly grabbed Chen's pant leg, as if afraid he would leave just like that. This was the little yogurt girl who had accidentally bumped into Chen before. Chen bent down, looking at the innocent little girl with a gentle gaze and a hint of a smile. He gently stroked her hair, the warm touch stirring soft feelings in his heart. Yes, Big Brother has important things to take care of. Then, the little girl's eyes flickered with hesitation, as if pondering something. She tightly held her small bag, suddenly pulling out a bag of rice crackers. Her eyes held a hint of determination, as if this small gift could express all her feelings. This is my favorite snack. For you, handsome brother. Her small voice carried a rare seriousness. Ah, rice cracker. Chen took the bag of snacks, a smile spreading across his face, and carefully tucked it into his pocket. Big Brother loves them too, and since you gave them to me, I love them even more. The little girl beamed with a bright smile, clapping her hands with joy. Hee, that's great. Goodbye, handsome brother. She excitedly waved at Chen and then ran off. Chen smiled and waved back goodbye. As the little girl ran away, her laughter was crisp and pleasant, echoing in Chen's ears. He watched her figure gradually fade away, warmth and emotion surging in his heart. The small joys of life sometimes hide in such moments, in a simple farewell and a small bag of snacks, bringing unexpected softness and warmth. Smoker walked over, patting Chen on the shoulder with a relaxed smile. Let us go. Chen returned the smile, standing up with a glint of excitement in his eyes. He walked alongside Smoker towards the parked motorcycles, their steps light and powerful, as if heralding the impending rush of speed. The two almost simultaneously mounted their motorcycles, gripping the handlebars tightly, their bodies leaning slightly forward. Vroom, vroom. The two motorcycles roared to life almost at the same moment, the thunderous sound reverberating throughout the dock, shaking the air. The roar of the motorcycle engines was as fierce as thunder, shocking everyone who heard it. The sharp sound of the wheels grinding against the ground seemed to press the start button for this quiet little town. Everything was instantly filled with energy and passion. The two motorcycles surged forward, their powerful engines lifting the vehicles almost off the ground, like two wild beasts racing out. The wheels kicked up clouds of dust, the speed dazzling to the eye. Boom, boom. The motorcycles almost synchronized as they leaped into the water, splashing and sending up white waves. The sound of the vehicles skimming the water was wild and challenging, as if two beasts were engaged in a mad race on the surface. Water splashed everywhere, ripples expanding outward, the entire scene filled with the beauty of speed and power. Boom! As the speed of the motorcycles continued to rise, the two vehicles charged toward the distant warship like wild horses breaking free. Whew! Chen took a deep breath, his chest brimming with a surge of power, his hands gripping the handlebars tightly, his heartbeat quickening with the speed. Suddenly, flames erupted from his palms, swirling in his hands, instantly enveloping the entire motorcycle. Boom! The motorcycle roared like a beast, its body glowing in the embrace of flames, resembling a fiery rush from hell, filled with an overwhelming sense of power. Ha ha! An excited smile spread across Chen's face, his voice cutting through the roar of the engines. Old Smoker, let us chase after the warship. What the hell? Smoker's eyes widened, letting out a surprised curse, his tone a mix of anger and astonishment. Chen, your bike is top spec. The two motorcycles surged toward the distant warship almost simultaneously, speed and passion reaching their peak. As the distance increased, the two motorcycles gradually disappeared over the horizon of Road Town, leaving behind ripples that slowly faded and the distant sound of roaring engines. The air was filled with the scent of burning, and the entire dock seemed to still resonate with that uncontrollable fervor, until everything returned to calm. Next stop, Alabasta. Chapter 54. 3 Missing 1, Hurry. The Grand Line. The sound of the warship's engine echoed across the vast ocean, as the ship sailed steadily through the waves. The hull swayed slightly, and the brilliance of the distant sea shimmered on the water's surface, resembling a golden long road spread out. Inside the warship's training room, thud, thud, the sound of intense physical collisions resonated in the enclosed space. Kuro and Smoker sparring was in full swing, with power and momentum permeating their punches and kicks. Kuro delivered a powerful punch to Smoker's chest, carrying an overwhelming force. Crack! Smoker was suddenly knocked back, his body arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. On Kuro's hand, a faint black metallic sheen flickered, indicating the recently condensed armament hockey. Cough! Smoker gasped for breath, coughed slightly, then straightened up, brushing off the dust on his chest, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He could condense armament hockey so quickly? His tone carried a hint of disbelief, along with surprise at Kuro's growth. Smoker knew Kuro's identity, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro. According to the information he had gathered, Kuro had not been with Captain Ace for long. Before becoming a Marine, he couldn't possibly have mastered armament hockey. Otherwise, his bounty wouldn't be just 16 million berries. But now, he was already able to hit his elemental form with armament hockey. The progress was too fast. Was this the power given to him by that brat Ace? Yes, Colonel Ace has endowed me with extraordinary talent. Kuro steadied himself, his gaze firm, a flash of resolute light in his eyes. His current talent ceiling was at the level of a Marine Admiral. This was the peak achievable without a devil fruit. Colonel Ace's suggestion was to wait for a suitable fruit. So, for now, his main focus was entirely on honing his physical skills and handling affairs. But unlike Smoker, who was training with him, he possessed a particularly domineering Logia-type devil fruit, the Smoke fruit, which gave him a unique advantage in battle. Smoker's training relied not just on physical skills. He also needed to concentrate on developing the potential of his fruit as per Colonel Ace's advice, seeking to unleash even greater power. Indeed, Smoker's tone was slightly subdued, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixating tightly on Kuro. However, Kuro, your current strength. Your rank is still just a regular Marine private. Is that really enough? Smoker. Kuro did not shy away from Smoker's gaze. He took a deep breath, calmly turned his head, his eyes still shining with determination. Rank is not important to me. What matters is being by Colonel Ace's side. This statement flowed from his heart like a promise, without a hint of hesitation. Smoker was momentarily taken aback, the sharpness in his eyes replaced by surprise, and then he couldn't help but chuckle lightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but recall the scene in Lowtown. This kid really has a unique charm. Indeed, Smoker gently shook his head, a hint of a helpless smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That kid is not only terrifyingly strong, his understanding is always exceptionally advanced. He lit a cigar, taking a deep drag, the smoke wafting through the air, seemingly taking away some of his cluttered thoughts. Then he put on his jacket, the movements skilled and natural. However, unlike before, the jacket no longer had a cigar pinned to the front, but several special test tubes. These were new equipment he had recently acquired, with each tube containing different liquids and elements, helping him to better unleash the potential of the smoke fruit. As the test tube shimmered, Smoker's thoughts involuntarily returned to the past, to a deep conversation he had with Ace just before setting off for Alabasta. Old Smoker, put away your motorcycle. Regarding the issue of saving bookshelves across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save, please remember the contents of your bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, then log in again and add your bookshelf. Ace's words still echoed in his ears. I will do my utmost to assist you in becoming stronger. You know that Logia-type fruits are not invincible. Those who can skillfully use armament hockey can effectively hit the elemental forms of Logia users. Additionally, some Logia-type fruits have natural fatal weaknesses, like the sand fruit. It not only fears seawater and sea prism stone, but also pure water. Sand cannot disperse when it encounters water. Then there's the thunder fruit, which cannot electrocute rubber. But it is undeniable that, aside from these weaknesses, the power of Logia-type fruits is beyond question. Ace's voice remained steady, so there are 3 directions for your growth. He held up 3 fingers, his eyes shining with determination. First, hone your physical skills in hockey. After all, hockey transcends everything. Without Conqueror's hockey, you need to reach the limits of armament hockey and observation hockey. Armament hockey allows your attacks to have penetrating power, while the ultimate form of observation hockey can let you anticipate your enemy's movements in advance. Defense and offense complement each other to achieve flawlessness. Second, Ace continued, you need to keep developing your fruit abilities. There are many directions. Based on smoke, you can incorporate acidic or toxic elements, making the smoke not only obscure vision, but also possess corrosive or toxic properties. For example, releasing acid mist and poison mist can not only dissolve the enemy's weapons and equipment, but can even corrode parts of the battlefield, poisoning the enemy. Smoker's heart jolted. This suggestion lit up his mind. He had never considered that his smoke ability could develop into such complex and versatile attack methods, right? His pure white smoke only had the properties of smoke, but by adding acid and poison, he could create acid mist or poison mist. As a smoke man, he wouldn't fear these negative effects, but the enemies would be further weakened. In this way, his chances of winning would increase. You can also achieve complex tactical maneuvers by finely controlling the smoke, altering its form, density, and even manipulating its density. For example, filling the air in an area with smoke to create a vacuum. Even more, by manipulating the gas components in the smoke, along with certain specific chemical reactions, you can create massive explosions. Ace's voice was low and enticing, knowing that explosions of certain scale could inflict significant damage on powerful enemies. Smoker's eyes sparkled with surprise. He realized that he had only scratched the surface of using the smoke fruit before. Ace's words opened a whole new door for him. Indeed, he could change the components in the smoke, making them flammable. Then, the smoke in the sky was ignited, forming huge fireworks. The opponent would not die, but would still suffer. Thirdly, Chen chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of mystery, saying, "When we get to the headquarters, I'll tell you. The third thing is I've helped you cheat. Let's go, it's time for a break." Colonel Chen said that we should balance work and rest. Kluo smiled slightly and turned to Smoker, which instantly brought Smoker back to his senses. "Is it time for a break?" Smoker was momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes, but soon he revealed an expectant smile. "Then let's hurry." His voice carried a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal, as if at that moment all fatigue was completely cast aside. Although the intensity of the training was heavy, each day's break became the moment he looked forward to the most. This method of balancing work and rest indeed brought great satisfaction. Every day's training helped him improve, but relaxation during breaks was equally important, especially with the board game that Chen brought out. It was really interesting. Chen called it Mahjong. Chapter 55, Smoker. "Oh, Smoker, you need to pull yourself together. It can't go on like this." A refreshing sea breeze blew through the window into Smoker's bedroom, gently flipping the pages of the diary on the table. On the first page of the diary, Smoker had written in somewhat uneven handwriting, "Year 1520 of the Sea Circle. Month X, Day 15. I'm starting this diary to record the changes I've experienced after leaving Road Town and being on the ship with Ace. Go. Year 1520. Month X, Day 16. Following Ace's suggestion, I've been working hard to develop the abilities of the smoke fruit. I also trained in martial arts with Crocodile. After Crocodile left, I continued to practice for another 2 hours. Come on, become a stronger version of myself, Smoker. Month X, Day 17. Training, practice for 2 more hours. Passing by the cabin, I saw Ace, Crocodile, and the Colonel sitting together, playing cards. I went over to take a look. That card game looked quite interesting. Then Ace pulled me over to play a board game, saying something about needing one more player. Afterwards, Mahjong? Interesting. Month X, Day 18. Training, practice for 1 hour, played cards. Month X, Day 19. Training, played cards. Month X, Day 20. Smoker. Oh, Smoker, you need to pull yourself together. It can't go on like this. Tomorrow, I need to resume extra training. Tomorrow, I need to practice for 3 hours. Month X, Day 21. Training, played cards. However, as the gentle breeze swept by, the next few pages of the diary were blank. Clearly, the diary was not continued. On the warship, the air in the cabin was filled with a leisurely atmosphere, accompanied by the faint sounds of cards clashing. "Four of a kind." "Wait," Smoker shouted, a cigar in his mouth. Pong. He placed 2 of his 4 of a kinds together with the Colonel's 4 of a kinds. Then he reached for a card and slowly placed it in front of himself. This made Ace, who was about to draw a card, a bit annoyed, his brow furrowing slightly with a hint of impatience. "Hurry up. What's the rush?" "Red Dragon." Smoker discarded a card he didn't need. Then Crocodile deftly drew a card, pondered for a moment, and discarded a 1 circle. "1 circle. Hee pong." Ace laughed proudly, took the 1 circle card from the table, and then drew a card in sequence. "Wow." Ace suddenly stood up, excitement flashing in his eyes, pushing his cards forward and speaking with a hint of provocation. "Self-draw. Hey, I've never lost." He smiled smugly, feeling pleased and enjoying the victory of the game. Immediately, he picked up his cigar, lit it, took a puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke, feeling relaxed enough to almost melt into this tranquil moment. Ding! Host wins 100 consecutive Mahjong games. Feeling happy. Happiness value 500. Excuse me. At that moment, Dasky, disguised as a waitress, came over with a plate of exquisite desserts and drinks. She smiled and placed a glass of juice in front of Ace. "Coroneles, would you like a glass of juice?" Ace looked up, smiling at her. "Thank you very much, Dasky." He took the juice, raised the glass, and took a sip, feeling the sweet fruit aroma seep into his heart. "You're too polite." Dasky lowered her head, speaking softly with a hint of shyness. "I haven't thanked you for teaching me swordsmanship." Her words carried sincerity and gratitude. Ace smiled gently, his eyes filled with encouragement. "You're improving quickly. Keep it up." He paused for a moment, recalling how he had seen Dasky diligently practicing her sword skills more than once while wandering around the ship. Every time he saw her practicing with such focus, he would unconsciously stop to teach her some simple yet practical techniques. Although these techniques weren't complicated, each detailed instruction allowed Dasky's swordsmanship to progress rapidly. After all, there aren't many female swordsmen in this world. Witnessing Dasky's all-around growth is quite nice. Yes, Colonel Ace. At that moment, the ship's engine emitted a slight vibration. Vroom. The warship began to slow down, and the smooth sailing started to become sluggish. Ace stood up, stretched, and gazed at the vast sea surface on the deck, feeling a refreshing sea breeze hitting him. The sea before him gradually opened up. The distant skyline began to reveal contours, followed by the appearance of a city, its outline becoming clearer and clearer before his eyes. Ahead lay the port city of Alabasta, Canola Flower. The Grand Line. A pirate ship sped swiftly across the surging sea, the vessel swaying slightly with the rise and fall of the waves. The pirates on board were laughing and joking, the atmosphere lively, seemingly celebrating their harvest once again. Ha ha! Another day of returning fully loaded. A burly pirate laughed heartily, raising his cup of wine to celebrate with his companions. The other pirates responded enthusiastically. Cheers erupted, and the smell of alcohol filled the air, almost drowning the entire ship in this festive revelry. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out, breaking the noise on the ship. "Hello, have you seen someone named Teach? He seems to have changed his name to Blackbeard recently." The voice was clear and carried an undeniable seriousness. The pirates' laughter immediately stopped, and they turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, seeing a person squatting at the bow of the deck, calm in expression, with a slight smile on his lips. The pirates on the ship were momentarily stunned, exchanging puzzled glances, completely unprepared for someone to appear on their ship. "What?" someone whispered, a hint of alertness flashing in their eyes. "Teach? Never heard of him." The person did not rush to stand up, his appearance catching everyone's attention, with jet black hair and a few faint freckles on his cheeks. His left arm bore a tattoo reading ASC with the S crossed out, looking particularly unusual. He wore an orange cowboy hat, with two badges pinned to the brim, one smiling and the other sad. A red bead necklace hung around his neck, tied with a skull tag. A dagger was tucked into his waist. But what drew the most attention was the pattern behind him. It was a majestic bone cross, with the iconic crescent mustache of a certain great pirate in the center. Sabo, sworn brother of Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. User of the natural type, Flame fruit abilities, Port Gas D. Ace. "Hey, do you know who you're talking to?" A pirate stood by the ship's railing, provocatively staring at Ace, his tone filled with disdain and arrogance. "Our captain is," before he could finish his sentence and boast about his captain's fame, he was suddenly grabbed by a strong and powerful arm. "Shut up." The atmosphere on the ship instantly became tense. The laughter of the pirates abruptly stopped as they turned to look at the person who had spoken. It was their well-informed pirate captain. "Hey, how'd a guy like you end up here?" The captain's gaze locked onto Ace, cold sweat breaking out on his face. "The bounty of 550 million berries. Fire, fist Ace." Ace raised an eyebrow slightly. "You know me, then that makes things easier. I'm after someone." Ace's gaze became sharper, and his tone turned serious. "His name is Marshall D. Teach. He is a traitor." Chapter 56. "Old Ace, it's time for you to take action." "Teach? Never heard of him." "What about Blackbeard?" "Never heard of him either." Ace adjusted his cowboy hat, a hint of a headache showing on his face. His brows furrowed, his eyes slightly squinted, filled with confusion. Where on earth had Teach, the guy who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, run off to? To cruelly kill his own comrades for that devil fruit. Such a thing was absolutely not allowed in the Whitebeard pirates. He couldn't understand it, nor could he accept it. Where the hell had that bastard gone? Ace muttered to himself, his anger burning like flames in his chest. No matter how far Teach hid, no matter which sea he ran to, he would definitely catch him and give him the punishment he deserved. For the honor of Old Man Whitebeard. Then, Ace paused for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes, as he took out a wanted poster from his pocket and handed it to the captain. The photo of the person on the poster was clearly visible, showcasing a large face that exuded a unique aura. The captain took the wanted poster, examined it carefully, and then suddenly gasped, the notorious pirate who had recently been gaining fame in the East Blue, Straw Hat. "Luffy? Yes. Have you seen him?" The captain was silent for a moment, shaking his head. "No." "All right." Ace sighed, his gaze firm. "If you encounter him, tell him I will be waiting for him in Alabasta for 10 days. He paused slightly, a deep light flashing in his eyes. his voice low and powerful. "I won't wait beyond that. Please let him know." After saying that, Ace leaped lightly and swiftly onto the deck of his small boat. Boom! The power of the flame fruit activated instantly, surrounding Ace in searing flames, a strong heat wave hitting him. The small boat's booster roared, igniting with a blazing tail flame, rapidly accelerating towards Alabasta. The sea breeze swept past Ace's orange cowboy hat, the brim fluttering slightly in the wind as Ace stood at the bow of the boat, his eyes gazing at the distant sea. "It's been a while since I've been out. I wonder how Old Man S health is doing? But no matter what, first I need to catch Teach, then see my brother, Luffy, whom I haven't seen in years, and then I'll return to the New World to check on Old Man." As the small boat accelerated, Ace's figure gradually disappeared into the undulating sea. That silhouette, like a burning flame, merged into the horizon, disappearing without a trace. The pirates on the ship watched Ace leave. One of them couldn't help but whisper, "Captain, who is he? It's good you didn't say anything arrogant." The captain shot a fierce glare at the pirate, his eyes revealing a hint of authority and warning. "He is Fire Fist, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." He paused, his tone becoming heavier. "The Grand Line is divided into the first half and the second half. The Whitebeard Pirates are a royal pirate crew in the second half, the New World. In the New World, their influence and strength are terrifying. Any captain among them is a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are nothing but child's play in their eyes." The crew fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly becoming tense and serious, as if even the sea breeze dared not break this oppressive feeling. The captain continued to quietly remind, "Remember, if you just speak ill of their crew or joke about them, the chance of something happening is not high." His gaze like a knife, sweeping over everyone. His tone even more serious. "But if you dare to slander the meaning of that pattern on their back and the person it represents, then you're as good as dead." Who is that person? One of the 4 emperors in the New World, known as the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. Alabasta, Canola Flower Port. A huge warship slowly docked at the empty pier, the ship swaying gently in the sea breeze, making a dull sound. However, strangely, the dock was unusually quiet, with not even a hint of a bustling atmosphere. An ominous silence enveloped the air, as if even the sound of the waves had been swallowed by this emptiness. "Jill, what's going on?" Chen bit down on a cigar, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, casting his gaze around. His brows furrowed slightly, filled with confusion. He was just about to bring people into a bloody fight over canola flour, and the tea and snacks he bought in Rowtown had all been consumed. There was no choice. When playing cards, one always needs to have something in their mouth to keep the energy up. He lightly stroked his chin, his gaze focused on the empty pier, his brows slightly furrowing. This atmosphere, how should he say it, felt a bit strange. Just as Chen was about to use his observation hockey to sense the surrounding atmosphere, Kuro suddenly spoke. "Colonel." Kuro's gaze was also locked on the silent pier, his eyes alert, his finger pointing into the distance, his gaze deep and focused look. Chen followed his direction and saw scattered goods piled on the dock, appearing extremely chaotic. The wind blew, scattering the fallen wooden boxes and torn packaging bags. Some boxes even toppled over, exposing the clutter inside. The empty scene and scattered items made the entire port look as if it had just experienced a sudden chaos, as if a fierce conflict had just ended. These were supposed to be the goods to be transported. It seems pirates have come to canola flour. Kuro analyzed quietly, his eyes flashing with keen insight. Those goods clearly had not been transported as planned, leaving only traces of chaos. Chen nodded. "Oh, if they're pirates." He turned to look at Smoker beside him, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Old Smoker, it's your turn to take action. Now that I think about it, having Smoker on board has another advantage. If we encounter pirates, I won't need to take action myself. After all, the power of a logia fruit in the first half of the Grand Line is hard to come by." "Hey!" Smoker suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with displeasure. "You brat, I'm not your subordinate. Don't want to try out your newfound strength? Practicing with Kuro all day, can that really showcase your rapid progress?" Chen, however, was unfazed, smiling slightly. "Oomph." Upon hearing this, Smoker sneered coldly, then stepped forward. "Let us go. I'll take action and wipe out all the pirates." Passing through the dock, the scene suddenly opened up, making people involuntarily stop in their tracks. A group of pirates stood in front, imposing and arrogant. However, surprisingly, the surrounding populace did not appear flustered or scared. Instead, they showed expressions of joy and excitement, as if they had survived a disaster. It seems that although surrounded by pirates, These people do not feel threatened. Instead, they appear to be eagerly anticipating their long-awaited freedom. Everyone's gaze unconsciously converges at a high point, where a man stands on a platform, tall and imposing. His black fur coat flutters gently in the wind, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The man sports a slick-back hairstyle, a cigar clenched between his teeth, with a hint of coldness and indifference in his eyes. Crocodile. Chapter 5. This is the first time Xiao Yang has typed so much in one day. After waking up in the morning, he sat at the computer until just now. And he really did it. Xiao Yang is very happy. First time with a massive update, asking for a wave of small gifts, thank you. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to take occasional screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find the novel you are reading. Chapter 57. Such strength? If it's true, he's definitely a candidate for a general. First of all, I sincerely apologize. Xiao Yang reviewed the 5 chapters from yesterday and found that the last chapter had a lot of unnecessary talk and meaningless descriptions. I was really confused while writing it. Xiao Yang has made some cuts and edits. Those who want to read can do so again. Concise version. Ace did not receive news about Blackbeard and Luffy, but instead asked about Chen's news because his friend Bista inadvertently learned information from the EC Daily. The pirate captain, who was questioned by Ace, had just replenished supplies in Lowtown and informed Ace about Chen, after which Ace notified Bista. New World. At the Whitebeard Pirates base, the sea was tumultuous. A massive pirate ship docked at the base's pier, its shape peculiar, resembling a giant white whale, majestic and imposing. It was the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, Moby Dick. Step, 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 steady footsteps echoed on the deck, the pace somewhat hurried. A tall, strong, broad-shouldered man walked towards the depths of the ship's cabin. His skin was dark, with 2 curved black mustaches on his face, and he wore a deep blue top hat. He was dressed in an open, deep blue shirt, exposing a thick mat of chest hair paired with a black cloak. Earrings hung from his ears, and white gloves complemented his powerful arms, while his pants were light blue, with 2 sharp western swords hanging at his waist, exuding an air of authority and menace. He was Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, nicknamed Flower Sword. Bista walked straight towards the depths of Moby Dick's cabin. Cough, cough. A low, deep cough came from the depths of the cabin, followed by a hoarse yet concerned voice. Old man, your body. Bista frowned slightly, stopping in his tracks. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a man with a golden punk hairstyle, a dagger at his waist, and the Whitebeard Pirates emblem tattooed on his chest. Sitting there, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the de facto number 2 in the crew. Cough. The coughing continued. Bista's gaze subconsciously shifted towards the source of the sound. As his vision deepened, he saw a large and robust man, his stature towering like a majestic mountain, nearly filling the space around the captain's seat. The man wore a black headscarf and a white cloak, its edges gently swaying with each cough. He had a curved white beard, shaped like a crescent moon, curling upwards. The ruler of the New World, one of the 4 emperors, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Gururara, don't worry, Marco. I'm Whitebeard. Just a few injuries. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his voice rough and powerful, resonating throughout the cabin. I want to get drunk. Old man, you can't drink anymore. Marco approached him, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, clearly worried about the old man's condition, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. Marco, you foolish son. Whitebeard grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Alcohol is my medicine. He boldly picked up a wine bottle and tilted his head back, drinking heartily. The liquid slid down his throat, bringing a wave of comforting warmth. Refreshing. He turned his gaze to Bista, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Bista, do you need something? Bista's expression was complex as he took a deep breath. Old man, I want to go to paradise. After learning about Colonel Chen's news from Ace, he rushed to report to Whitebeard. As a swordsman, he was eager to see the man recognized by Mihawk and his unparalleled swordsmanship with his own eyes. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes upon hearing Bista's words. Paradise? It's been a long time since I heard that word. Yes. Ace found the information I need over there. I want to go. Is it the information about that colonel from the newspaper? Marco interjected, a hint of interest in his eyes as he whispered, the one whose swordsmanship even Mihawk couldn't see through. It was he who had initially brought that newspaper to Bista. When he first saw that newspaper, his immediate reaction was that some unscrupulous journalist exaggerated for attention. After all, a swordsmanship that could baffle even Mihawk sounded like a fairy tale. However, as he read the detailed description and saw the photo of Mihawk battling another swordsman. The authenticity was assured. He then brought that newspaper to Bista, knowing that as fellow swordsman, this news would surely interest him. Sure enough, after reading the newspaper, Bista was restless, clearly deeply moved by the news. As a swordsman, a strong curiosity and desire for a challenge ignited in his heart. However, the incident occurred in the East Sea, one of the four seas, too far from the New World, and there was no specific information about that colonel. Blind actions were certainly unwise. Coincidentally, Ace was heading to Paradise to hunt down Teach, so Bista asked him to gather intelligence. Now it seemed Ace should have obtained accurate information. A flicker of curiosity and exploration shone in Whitebeard's eyes. The fact that even Marco was interested made him pause his drinking. His gaze turned to Bista. The newspaper? Let me see it. Bista did not hesitate to pull out the newspaper from his pocket and handed it to Whitebeard with both hands. Whitebeard took the newspaper, unfolded it, and his eyes fixed intently on the text. Colonel of the Navy Headquarters? Swordsmanship that even Mihawk cannot see through? Whitebeard quickly scanned the newspaper, and the light in his eyes gradually changed, eventually becoming sharper. His pupils slightly constricted, as if realizing the seriousness of the matter. Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. His swordsmanship is considered unmatched. Whitebeard murmured softly, his gaze deep, as if pondering something. There is actually someone who can elude his perception? This news stirred waves in Whitebeard's heart. Although Bista and Marco might only be interested in this unknown swordsman, as one of the four emperors, Whitebeard's perspective was clearly broader, considering aspects far beyond others. Swordsman? He chuckled lightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Becoming a swordsman is not something one can do casually. Powerful swordsmanship requires a strong physique and combat skills to support it. And what do these two mean? They mean powerful armament hockey and observation hockey. Moreover, the fact that this person's swordsmanship has been recognized by Mihawk means he has already touched the peak of swordsmanship. If the world government can find a natural-type devil fruit or a sufficiently strong mythical Zoan-type devil fruit for this colonel, then, without a doubt, a new candidate for admiral will emerge. After a few more years of honing, a rising new admiral of the Navy will undoubtedly appear. Every admiral-level combatant has the power to influence the balance of the scales. The new world is likely to undergo earth-shattering changes because of this. For the sake of his sons, he must prepare early. Whitebeard pondered and then asked, has Ace found this person's whereabouts? Yes, Ace has found his exact information. Vista nodded. His eyes filled with certainty. He is Colonel Chen from the Navy Headquarters, the new aide of Admiral Kizaru. He is currently in Paradise on the Grand Line. Chen? Whitebeard repeated the name softly, Kizaru's aide. His tone carried a hint of doubt, clearly showing a strong interest in this name. He paused for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned to Vista, his gaze revealing a hint of command. Vista, go make contact with this colonel, see his attitude, and understand how he views justice. Yes. Vista nodded without hesitation, a determined look flashing in his eyes. However, Whitebeard's orders were not finished. His gaze swept around again, suddenly landing on a person standing nearby. The person had a resolute face, sharp facial features, and sparse eyebrows, giving off a cold aura. Jozu, Whitebeard's voice became even lower. You and Vista go meet that colonel. Jozu, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, a paramecia-type devil fruit user known as the Diamond. Jozu nodded, his expression still calm. Yes, old man. Vista and Jozu set off together, heading towards Alabasta. 30 years ago. The Whitebeard Pirates. If you can't find the book title, try searching for the author. Maybe it just changed its name. Chapter 58 Crocodile. Clean this up. They're affecting my viewing. Alabasta, Canola Flower Square. Crocodile stood high above, looking down at the crowd in the square, a hint of cold satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The feeling of having everything under control filled him with an indescribable pleasure. Truly wonderful, he muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a cold smile. He relished this position, enjoying the sensation of making everyone mere pieces in his line of sight. Every move, every shift will be firmly grasped by him. His gaze slowly shifted to the naval troops approaching from one side of the square, and a flicker of interest crossed Crocodile's eyes. He immediately recognized the naval colonel leading the way. Smoker, White Hunter Smoker? Crocodile raised an eyebrow slightly, a trace of disdain in his eyes. The famous naval colonel of the East Blue. He chuckled softly, but being able to dominate the East Blue was already commendable. The East Blue, a sea where the average bounty was only 3 million berries. could hardly be compared to the pirates of the Grand Line. In Crocodile's eyes, Smoker was merely a minor character. However, the person following Smoker piqued Crocodile's interest even more. This individual appeared exceptionally handsome, tall in stature, but had a laid-back and relaxed demeanor, as if he naturally possessed a casual nonchalance. This guy, Crocodile's heart stirred. His intuition told him that this Navy officer was likely Kizaru's new Vice Admiral, Chen. So, you're the one coming to inspect Alabasta? A cold smile crept onto Crocodile's lips, his eyes gleaming with profound interest. Do you know whose territory Alabasta is? This thought flashed through his mind, and his gaze sharpened further. It's me, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sir Crocodile, the pirates of the canola flower are all deliberately placed here by me. He felt confident, recalling how he had skillfully manipulated everything behind the scenes, creating this seemingly chaotic yet meticulously planned situation. This performance was the chess game he set up to achieve the theft of Alabasta. His gaze locked on his Smoker and Chen, recalling what he had previously told Robin. After they land in Alabasta, have Chen come to see me in person. It seems you've come specifically to meet me. Crocodile's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with a hint of appreciation. Not bad, a bit of insight. Knowing who truly is the king of Alabasta. With you all lowering your stance like this, it gives me a bit of face. As long as it doesn't affect my national theft plan, I can give a bit of face to the world government. I guarantee you can walk sideways in Alabasta. With that thought in mind, Crocodile exhaled a deep puff of smoke and shouted at Chen and Smoker. Chen kid, Smoker kid, you two are quite good. Hearing that loud shout, Chen and Smoker involuntarily looked up. Huh? Me? Chen was filled with questions, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He looked at the person standing high above, his heart trembling slightly. ISNT that the renowned warlord of the sea, Crocodile, from One Piece, also known as the sand alligator, gender uncertain. Old Sand, you can show off all you want, but why drag me into this? Chen's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself. Old Huang had mentioned he would arrange something, but the way Old Sand was looking down on him with such arrogance didn't seem like how one would treat a distinguished guest, right? Old Huang, is this how you arranged it? I want to take you out next time. You dignified headquarters admiral, losing face. Face, it all depends on the face fruit ability user. Hey, Smoker's anger was ignited, his voice deep and powerful, as if it surged from the depths of his throat, carrying a suppressed fury. Crocodile, what kind of look is that? Always hot-tempered, he leaned forward and yelled at the sand alligator. The world government's appointed warlord of the sea? I'm just a naval hothead. If it comes down to it, I dare to curse those 5 old men. Who do you think you are? You're just a pirate. Warlord of the sea. Just right. Let us see what my current caliber is. Smoker shouted loudly, suddenly throwing a punch, thick white smoke enveloping his fist. The punch creating a storm as it rushed toward Crocodile. Oomph. Crocodile watched Smoker's attack approach, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer, coldly smiling, his eyes flashing with arrogance. A useless colonel daring to be arrogant in front of me. Today, let me teach you a good lesson. He waved his hand casually, and the sand beneath him began to churn violently, instantly forming a fierce sandstorm, grains of sand flying, the air filled with a sense of oppression. This is how the Logia fruit is used. Crocodile shouted lowly, gesturing with his finger, the sandstorm suddenly taking shape and rushing toward Smoker's fist. Sandstorm. A deep roar. The sandstorm pounced like a furious sand snake, meeting Smoker's white smoke fist. The two forces collided in midair, a tremendous sound and shock causing the entire square to tremble. Dust flying, and the air becoming unbearably hot due to the collision. At the edge of the battlefield, Colonel, after all, Crocodile is one of the warlords of the sea. One T blindly starting a fight. The lieutenant spoke with some concern, his tone clearly hesitant, evidently worried about the impending situation. Lieutenant, there is no need to worry. Crocodile calmly replied to the lieutenant. He then turned and adjusted a lounge chair, placing it behind Chen. Afterward, he set up a sunshade and made a gesture inviting Chen to sit. Crocodile is right. Why does Smoker dare to act recklessly and disobey military orders? Chen lit a cigar, exhaling a puff of smoke, his eyes sparkling with a meaningful glint. Since Smoker has made a move, I can just enjoy the show. He then gave Crocodile a thumbs up, adjusted his posture, and lazily reclined in the lounge chair, blissfully blowing out a smoke ring. Because Smoker is one of the few friends of Admiral Akiji. And Admiral Akiji, Kazan. He is a guy who is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, possessing the hottest heart, yet consuming the coldest fruit. He smiled slightly, his gaze passing through the smoke, looking toward the distant battle. If old Smoker has something going on, Admiral Akiji will protect him. Ichen's gaze became even more indifferent, his eyes returning to the confrontation between Smoker and Crocodile. Sparks of battle flew. As for himself, there is no need to worry. Old Huang still needs to rely on his name to have fun in the East Blue. Just then, a noisy commotion interrupted Ichen's viewing. The remaining pirates in the square began to stir. Captain, it seems Crocodile is fighting with the Navy. Isn't he one of the world government's people? The Navy is also part of the world government. Isn't that a good thing? They're just dogs biting dogs. Shouldn't we continue with our plunder and pillage? Isn't that better? Ichen frowned, took a deep puff of his cigar, and gently exhaled a wisp of smoke, his gaze growing colder. He then slowly turned his head to look at Kuro, who was standing straight behind him, and said in a calm tone, Kuro, clean this up. They're affecting my show. Yes. Kuro's eyes suddenly sharpened. He raised his head, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. None of these pirates will leave the rapeseed flower field alive today. Today we'll still have 2 chapters, with slight adjustments. Starting tomorrow, Xiaoyan will attempt to update 3 times a day. Thank you requesting some small gifts. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find a novel you are currently reading. Chapter 59. The King Under the Sea Group's Gold Medal Sparring Partner. Crocodile. Ugh. Ugh. A series of screams echoed in the rapeseed flower square, the air filled with tension and panic, as if every scream told a story of pain and fear. Damn it. How could this happen? The pirate captain stared in terror at Crocodile before him, his lips trembling slightly, his voice barely audible as if suppressed by something. His heart raced violently, disbelief flashing in his eyes. This Navy officer, slender and seemingly unremarkable, had effortlessly defeated every pirate under his command. Before the pirate captain could gather his thoughts, the screams around him erupted once more. Those pirates attempting to attack the rapeseed flowers had no chance to resist before Crocodile. All their attacks were easily neutralized, and they were crushed like paper, all falling to the ground. Damn it, you will die for this. The pirate captain gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering with mad fury. He raised his heavy blade and swung it at Crocodile. Humph. A cold smirk crossed Crocodile's eyes, shadow step. In an instant, Crocodile's figure vanished like a ghost, leaving only the sound of air being torn apart. What? The pirate captain's eyes widened in an instant, but was already too late to react. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Crocodile's fist slammed into the pirate captain's stomach. That punch carried immense power, as if it would crush the captain's insides, causing him to bend over, coughing painfully. Crocodile reached out and accurately grabbed the pirate captain's collar, while his other hand leisurely adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist. Sunlight streamed down from the gaps above the square, reflecting cold glints off Crocodile's glasses. The glare was like a sharp blade, piercing and icy, striking the pirate captain's heart, making him involuntarily shudder, a chill rapidly spreading down his spine. A smile crept onto Crocodile's lips, a smile filled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, is this the current me? Once he was just an obscure pirate on these seas, gaining some fame in the East Blue through schemes and wisdom. Fighting? He was not skilled at it back then. But now, standing on the Grand Line, facing these pirates who once made him feel insignificant, they were merely targets that he could easily crush. This is growth. Crocodile slightly closed his eyes, reminiscing about the time spent following Colonel Chen, feeling a surge of emotions. The enhancement of his talent and the improvement of his combat skills were the reasons for this transformation. And all of this stemmed from the Colonel's guidance and training. Praise the Colonel. He looked down at the pirate captain, who was almost unconscious from fear, his tone as cold as an ice blade. Goodbye. Then, with a swift gesture, he pointed, drawing a lightning-like trajectory in the air, leopard hunting gun. All his strength concentrated on his index finger. The rapidly hardened fingertip had astonishing penetrating power, swiftly piercing through the pirate captain's body like a gunshot. The force of that strike sent the pirate captain flying, his body tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Remember, in your next life, don't disturb the Colonel's enjoyment. Crocodile calmly dusted himself off, his movements elegant and composed. He walked slowly to stand behind Ichin, standing straight, his figure like a mountain, solid as a rock. Not far away, smoke and dust intertwined in the air, creating a chaotic yet shocking scene. Thud! With a heavy thud, the battle finally ceased, and Crocodile and Smoker each stepped back, creating distance. Crocodile's gaze coldly swept across, lingering for a moment on the fallen pirate captain from the sky. The pirate captain was half buried in the sand, blood seeping into the earth, clearly having gone to hell. His gaze did not linger for long, quickly scanning the entire square. All the surrounding pirates had fallen. Not a single one escaped. A glimmer of deep meaning flashed in his eyes, finally resting on Crocodile behind Chen. All the pirates were cleared out by that Navy soldier. Crocodile's eyes instantly tightened, the chill deepening within them. That Navy soldier, dressed in a standard Navy uniform and hat, appeared to be just an ordinary soldier, yet he effortlessly took down those pirates, showing no signs of strain. Such strength was completely inconsistent with the level of an ordinary Navy soldier. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was well aware of the ranking system within the Navy, a direct violent organization under the world government. Soldiers below the rank of private must wear the basic Navy uniform, while those above the rank of sergeant have the right to choose their attire. Officers at the rank of colonel can wear the justice cloak that signifies their status, symbolizing their unique position. This was to instill panic among the masses while also better winning hearts as their hero made an appearance. He had deliberately allowed these formidable pirates into Alabasta, attempting to create a shocking spectacle. But the result was that this seemingly refined Navy soldier so easily defeated those pirates, effortlessly ruining his plans for a heroic entrance. Even more surprising was that Smoker was not simply relying on his smoke fruit abilities as he had previously understood. His physique and martial arts were extraordinary, clearly surpassing the level of an average branch Navy captain. This was not right. Something was definitely amiss. Before Crocodile could contemplate further, a cheeky voice broke his thoughts. "Hey!" Smoker stood to the side, his gaze coldly locking onto Crocodile, a challenging smile on his face. As he clenched his fist, a white cloud of smoke poured out from his palm, spreading instantly, with a metallic black sheen flickering on his fist. In their previous clash, as both possessed Logia-type abilities, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. This had led them into a subtle stalemate. However, because of this, their clashes were more about pure physical and bodily confrontations. Smoker had already felt the threshold of Busashoka haki in their recent exchanges. Smoker fixed his gaze on Crocodile, as if he had come across an extraordinary cigar. This was a sparring match at the level of a warlord. If I can fully master the most basic observation haki here, Crocodile, I would call you the gold medal sparring partner of the warlords. How exhilarating. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, filled with fighting spirit. Come on, continue, Crocodile. Keep honing my temperament. Let's continue the close combat. Let's keep improving my armament haki. Crocodile looked at Smoker's unabashed fighting spirit and challenge, a surge of indescribable anger rising within him. The original plan for the hero's appearance had been disrupted by that Navy soldier. That's fine. He could just plan another one. It was only natural for the Navy to kill pirates. But Smoker now actually wanted him to be his whetstone? This is intolerable. His hands moved slightly, instantly covered by a layer of shining metallic-colored armament haki, the power causing the surrounding air to freeze, as if an invisible pressure was bearing down. Smoker, you have already paved the way to your death. Chapter 60. Coach Chen is warming up. The yellow sand filled the air, covering every inch of the rapeseed flower square. A tense atmosphere permeated the air as the crowd gathered in the corners of the square, whispering about what had just happened. A mix of panic and curiosity on their faces. Oh my God, when those fierce pirates charged over just now, I almost thought I was done for. Don't worry, mister. Crocodile is here. He asked the guardian of Alabasta. It's all good. Yes, that's right. The man next to him nodded, trust sparkling in his eyes. But why would Mr. Crocodile fight with a Navy officer? Isn't he one of the 7 warlords of the sea? The 7 warlords of the sea are part of the world government, and the Navy is also part of the world government. I don't know, but Mr. Crocodile will win, right? He definitely will. He is super strong. You all are too optimistic. If you ask me, it's 50-50. A more composed person shook his head, his gaze scrutinizing the situation in the square. Did you see that pirate captain? He was defeated by that Navy officer in just a few seconds. Couldn't he even hold out for one move? Yeah, it was too fast. Almost in an instant. All the pirates were cleared out. Look, that Navy officer who cleared all the pirates is standing behind a lazy recliner. That person must be his superior, right? Another person suddenly said, focusing on Chen in the distance. I think I just heard Mr. Crocodile call the 2 Navy officers Chen and Smoker. Yes, the one fighting is Smoker. Mr. Crocodile just called out his name. The Navy officer lying back and smoking a cigar must be Chen. It should be. Another person nodded, his gaze filtering through the bright sunlight onto Chen, unable to help but exclaim, what a young and handsome Navy officer. However, someone skeptically curled their lip, a hint of jealousy flashing in their eyes. How can he be so leisurely lying there? Perhaps it's because he holds the highest rank? The highest? The highest officer among this group of Navy? With that lazy demeanor, he the highest officer? Just then, a girl's voice gently chimed in, tinged with shyness and excitement. What laziness? That's called cool nonchalance. As soon as she finished speaking, the nearby group of infatuated girls immediately burst into excited laughter, exchanging shy and thrilled glances. My sister is absolutely right. However, the Chen who was being discussed at that moment was staring intently at the battle between Smoker and Crocodile, his expression serious. Old Smoker, after special training on the ship and practice with Crocodile, has gained a preliminary understanding of the Busashoku Haki. However, practicing with Crocodile is not real combat, which is why Old Smoker has yet to break through that invisible barrier. Now, this opportunity is indeed great. Old Smoker can try to master Busashoku Haki by continuing to battle Crocodile. But Crocodile has already mastered Busashoku. In this respect, Old Smoker will be at a disadvantage. In a battle against a Logia-type Devil Fruit, if the Logia user does not elementalize in time, they could be hit by Busashoku Haki and take damage. Since their Devil Fruit abilities do not affect each other, Smoker and Crocodile are currently engaged in hand-to-hand combat. If Old Smoker's reactions can't keep up, Chen quietly thought, his brows furrowing. Getting hit by Crocodile will hurt a lot. Sure enough, the situation Chen was worried about happened. Whoosh! Crocodile suddenly swung a punch. The fierce wind tearing through the air, rushing towards Smoker with immense power. Boom! The fist heavily struck Smoker's chest, a dull impact ringing in his ears with a heart-pounding force. Smoker's body jolted violently, his face turning pale in an instant. Cough! Smoker cough! Damn it! He cursed under his breath, filled with regret. No wonder he's a formidable figure in the Grand Line. He had wasted too much time in Logtown. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out again as Crocodile's second punch came crashing in like lightning. Smoker reacted quickly, slightly shifting his body, but still didn't completely evade it. Boom! This punch struck hard against Smoker's shoulder. The heavy impact made his whole body shake violently. However, Chen, who was watching from a distance, brightened his eyes. Old Smoker's body had instinctively predicted this strike, even though he didn't completely dodge it. This reaction was the initial awakening of Bunchaku Haki. Chen took a gentle puff of his cigar, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. I can provide some guidance to help Old Smoker deepen his understanding of Bunchaku Haki in battle. Whoosh! Another punch came whistling in. Old Smoker to the left. Chen's voice was calm and steady. Hearing this, Smoker reacted in an instant, his body instinctively darting to the left, successfully avoiding Crocodile's attack. This time, his movement was smoother than before, as if he had grasped some patterns. Whoosh! Crocodile didn't pause, fiercely swinging his left hook directly at Smoker's chest. Above, Chen's voice was slightly slower than before, but still filled with precision and calmness. Smoker decisively lowered his head, unhesitatingly dodging the incoming hook. Compared to his previous movements, this reaction was quicker and more agile, as if he had started to master the rhythm of the battle. Below, as Chen's voice sounded, Smoker completed his movement at the same time. Smoker executed a backflip, elegantly dodging Crocodile's sweeping kick, his movements clean and crisp. Phew! Chen lifted his head, contentedly exhaling a smoke ring, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Old Smoker's Bunchaku Haki has already awakened steadily. Just now, Smoker had already made the correct reaction while I was reminding him, which is the best proof. In the future, he just needs to continue honing and gradually improve. Chen murmured softly, his gaze involuntarily falling on the furious Crocodile. Not bad, old Crocodile. This sparring deserves a 5-star rating. Damn it. Crocodile glared at the gracefully landing Smoker, his anger almost consuming him. How could he not see it? Every attack of his was making Smoker's senses sharper, and the gradually awakening Bunchaku Haki allowed him to predict attacks and avoid danger. Now he had already stepped into the door of Bunchaku Haki. Smoker slowly smiled, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Is this Bunchaku Haki? He took a deep breath and said softly, Not bad, Crocodile. You shut up. Crocodile's expression grew increasingly gloomy. One of the Shichibukai, was actually being treated as a sparring partner by these two naval colonels. Smoker had already awakened his observation Haki. If he continued to fight him, wouldn't that just help him? But Chen had been standing by, providing guidance, without any intention of participating. It was Smoker who rushed into the square first. Normally, stronger naval officers would be at the front. According to this logic, Ichen's strength was clearly inferior to Smoker's. So, was he just a laid-back colonel with outstanding observation hockey? That should be the case. Oomph. Has he no idea how high the sky is just because he mastered some observation hockey? He dares to point fingers at me, treating me as a sparring partner? Crocodile was filled with resentment and anger at this thought. He glared and shouted at Ichen. Ichen kid, get up here. Huh? Ichen pointed at himself, looking puzzled. Me? I go up. Haha. Smoker couldn't help but laugh, proudly lighting a cigar and quietly stepping out of the center of the battlefield, ready to watch Crocodile get beaten. Yes. Crocodile nodded fiercely. I'll take back my honor from you. All right then. Ichen smiled slightly, a confident curve on his lips, slowly standing up and stretching lazily. He then took off his justice cloak and tossed it to Croc. Old Croc is known as the god of war with a 50-50 record. He can lose to the Straw Hats, who just set sail, but can also go all out in the Marineford War. I still want to recruit CP9 in the future. It just so happens that I need a top-notch sparring partner who can exert external pressure and force my subordinates to keep improving. I think, Old Croc, you fit the bill perfectly. If all this could be achieved, it would be so much fun. Just thinking about it is delightful. Thank you all for your gifts. Xiao Yang is still typing, and we'll finish the 3rd chapter tonight, to be released together with tomorrow's 3 chapters. Thank you. Lastly, I request a wave of small gifts. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find the novel you are reading. Chapter 61. Old Sand, give me a New Year's greeting first. Magnetic Drum Island, Iron Barrel Kingdom. As night falls, a bright full moon hangs in the sky, casting a silver glow. Bang! Bang! The deafening roar of cannon fire shatters the silence of the night sky like thunder. Shells carrying special substances streak across the air, leaving dazzling trails of fire, and the sound of explosions echoes throughout the island. Pink snowflakes gently fall from the sky, soft as feathers, adorning the dark night like a shower of cherry blossoms from above. Those are the cherry blossoms of Sir Crocodile of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, the user of the Suna no Mi. His defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates announces their victory. Tony Chopper successfully boards the Thousand Sunny, becoming an official member of the Straw Hat crew. This arduous adventure has ended on a perfect note. The Thousand Sunny, under the soft morning light, swiftly sails toward its next destination. As the voyage accelerates, the scenery of Magnetic Drum Island fades away. The next stop, Alabasta. In a canola flower square, the crowd's attention is focused on Chen, who is walking toward Crocodile. Look, Chen is about to take the stage. A low murmur spreads, and many fix their gaze on Chen, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Did everyone see? Smoker has taken a few punches from Mr. Crocodile and probably can't continue fighting. So it's time to switch? That should be it. No matter who comes in, it's the same. Mr. Crocodile is a warlord. His strength far surpasses that of these Navy officers. Alabasta doesn't need these Navy officers. Just having the Guardian, Mr. Crocodile, is enough. In this battle, I bet Mr. Crocodile will win. That's right. However, a sweet-looking girl with a wheat-colored complexion gently shook her head, mischief glimmering in her eyes. Her voice was soft yet firm. I don't think so. She pointed at Chen, who stood in the distance, her eyes brimming with admiration. That Navy officer has an extraordinary presence. He looks really impressive. How can you not support Mr. Crocodile? But the Navy is also just right. The Navy can also drive away pirates. Have you forgotten who took down those pirates? No, you don't even know that officer. How can I not know? His name is Chen. The problem is, he doesn't know your name. He doesn't need to know you. You love-struck fool? Yes, I am a love-struck fool. What's wrong with that? As her words fell, the spontaneously formed support group for Chen among the girls around immediately responded enthusiastically, laughter and chatter ringing out. We're love-struck fools, so what? So what? In the center of the battlefield, Chen stood firm before the Sand Crocodile, a slight smile on his face, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He had heard every word of the discussions in the square. The enthusiasm of Alabasta citizens was truly fiery. What to do about this? Firefighter Chen was about to show off his skills again. However, Old Sand was indeed a talent, understanding strategy and management. He knew how to put on a show and win people's hearts, using the power of the crowd to counter the system. This was particularly prominent in this sea, which generally relied on brute force. If Chen wanted to build a power to change the world, he could try to subdue him. But he did not seek fame or fortune, nor did he have the grand ambition to change the world. He just wanted to live a comfortable life. wandering around, fishing, basking in the sun, and enjoying the beauty of life. Otherwise, what was the point of coming to Alabasta this time? Chen was here to relax and travel. He had almost forgotten that Old Sand was now the regent of Alabasta. As long as he could defeat Old Sand, it would mean better service, more suitable viewing positions, and more cough. Moreover, Old Sand's 50-50 attribute could also help him out. During the Judicial Island period, CP9 had not even mastered the basic hockey of armament and observation. The only thing they could bring to the table was the 6 powers. But that troublesome iron block. Better not. The current CP9 was a bit too weak for him. Weak subordinates were not easy to use. He couldn't wait for them to grow slowly. He needed to put enough pressure on them in the process. And from the practice match between Smoker and Sand Crocodile, it was clear that Old Sand was an ideal sparring partner. With a Logia-type fruit, if he didn't have armament hockey, he could not be subdued at all. And Sand Crocodile not only mastered armament hockey, but could also better hone them during practice. So Old Sand, how do you want to fall? Chen slowly drew out Qianren, the blade shimmering with a cold light in the sunlight. After defeating Old Sand, he would find a place to smoke a cigar together. That would solidify their relationship. A big stick followed by sweet dates. He had no worries about him not putting in the effort to arrange things for himself. A sword? The corner of Sand Crocodile's mouth curled into a cold smile. Swords are nothing to me. Whoosh, indeed, but what if the slash carries water? Chen slowly exhaled, and with a sudden swing of Qianren, a fierce wind surged. Water-breathing, 8th form, waterfall. A powerful slash came down from above, like a waterfall splitting the air. The surrounding atmosphere instantly sliced apart, followed by a violent water column crashing down. Hoochie! The blade of Qianren sliced through the air like lightning, deeply cutting into Sand Crocodile's chest. Water droplets splattered from the blade, the sound of dripping water intertwined with the seepage of blood, and a deep cut appeared on Sand Crocodile's chest, the pain rapidly spreading throughout his body. What? Sand Crocodile's eyes widened as he looked down at the bright red bloodstain, the accompanying moisture making his shock indescribable. There's water on the blade, and one of the things his Suna no Mi feared the most was water. Before he could fully react, a massive water column suddenly surged toward him. So much water. Sand Crocodile's eyes instantly filled with shock and fear as his body was hit by the water column, instantly soaking him, the droplets on his fur coat seemingly mocking him in silence. Now, he could no longer elementalize. Damn it! Sand Crocodile gritted his teeth, his body drenched as he glared at Chen, roaring, "You've grasped my weakness. What does that count for? Chen, let us have a fair fight." Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "I've already released my power. What more do you want?" However, he caught a glimpse of the support group girls who had just been amazed by his earlier strike. They're dancing with their hands raised, watching these girls dance for themselves. Sigh. Chen sighed, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. A wave of helpless joy surged in his heart. What a happy trouble. It feels like there's not enough time. Since that's the case, let's bring in someone even cooler. Can't let my support team feel disheartened, right, Lao Sha? Chen's tone suddenly turned cold, his eyes sharpened, and the aura inside him surged like a flood. The air seemed to tremble due to the airflow within him, and the atmosphere in the entire rapeseed flower square became oppressive and heavy. "First, give me a New Year's greeting." A cold light flashed in Chen's eyes, instantly releasing a massive conqueror's haki. The red waves of energy swept through the entire square like a thunderstorm. Oomph! Chen snorted lightly, and the Crimson Conqueror's haki seemed to receive a command, instantly pouncing towards Sha Alligator, the pressure in the air causing the surrounding airflow to tremble. Sha Alligator immediately felt an overwhelming pressure rushing towards him. What? This is... Sha Alligator's pupils constricted sharply. He could hardly believe his eyes. Isn't this something only monsters in the New World possess? Why? Why is it appearing on a colonel who has been promoted from the branch to the headquarters? This is Conqueror's haki. Sha Alligator gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. The Crimson Conqueror's haki surged towards him like an invisible giant wave, pressing down on him to the point where he could hardly breathe. Boom! The center of gravity under Sha Alligator's feet instantly became unstable, and he fell forward like a statue that had lost its support, kneeling on the ground, unable to stand again. Chapter 62. Let you become the true guardian of Alabasta. In the Canola Flower Square, as the battle came to an end, a wave of hushed panic and discussion spread instantly. The air was filled with tension and unease, but soon, this atmosphere was replaced by an unexpected excitement. "Oh my God! A voice exclaimed, followed by more whispers. Mr. Crocodile has been defeated. The tone was filled with disbelief. Almost no one could believe what had just happened. How? How is this possible? I told you, Brother Chen is very strong. Suddenly, an excited voice broke the silence of the square. This was followed by a chorus of surprised cheers. Wow, so cool. Did you see that look in his eyes? C'est dominating. I love it. Such a powerful gaze. Just one look makes me weak. I need someone to support me, ugh. Little hoof. I'll help you. Ugh, disgusting. I want Brother Chen to support me. You shameless. Put aside your modesty and dance, sisters. Some girls, unwilling to be outdone, shouted as if declaring their allegiance. Mr. Chen, amidst the laughter. The cheers of Chen's Alabasta support team once again echoed through the square. In the center of the battlefield. Damn it. Sand Crocodile gritted his teeth. Filled with anger and unwillingness, he struggled to hold himself up, forcing himself not to be stunned by the Conqueror's haki. A hint of resilience flashed in his eyes. This pressure, he was too familiar with. This overwhelming, powerful aura. There was no way to mistake it. This was the quality of a king over the sea, Conqueror's haki. He had witnessed it firsthand when he challenged Whitebeard. At that time, the Conqueror's haki that erupted from Whitebeard was like a natural disaster, impossible to resist. And before him, Chen also possessed such terrifying power. This aura was no less than Whitebeard's Conqueror's haki. Moreover, this was high-level Conqueror's haki. A storm surged within Sand Crocodile's heart. The overwhelming pressure that had just come made even the ground tremble. However, the surrounding navy and the people of Alabasta were not affected in the slightest. This is the characteristic of high-level Conqueror's haki. Chen is a true conqueror who possesses both heart and skill. A naval colonel who rose from a branch to the headquarters actually has such strength. How did I choose such an opponent? Sand Crocodile was filled with regret. He recalled the information he had received earlier. Before Chen ascended to the headquarters from the East Sea, this guy had been hiding in the East Sea, not revealing his sharpness. This led to his misjudgment. Damn it. Now it seems this is an extremely strong monster lurking in the East Sea. Now he has emerged from the East Sea. An existence capable of overturning the entire ocean situation has appeared. Step, step, step. Chen's footsteps gradually approached, each step like a heavy hammer striking Sand Crocodile's heart. He barely held himself up, his body feeling as if pressed down by a 1,000-pound stone. Eventually, he flipped from his kneeling position and lay down on the ground, heavy breaths echoing in the silent air. Ha! Sand Crocodile exhaled deeply, his eyes fixed on Chen. All his preconceived notions collapsed in an instant. Once, he thought that the hero's appearance plan he had carefully laid out could easily control everything. But the man before him shattered it all with a single blow. Chen. Sand Crocodile gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, so terrifying when, did such a monster appear in the Navy? Chen slightly leaned forward, staring at Sand Crocodile. Don't worry, old Shah. I'm not planning to kill you. If you die, without you as the local tyrant, who will take me to have fun, to enjoy the tenderness of sun-kissed skin. Huh. Sand Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen wasn't planning to kill him, then that was great. As long as he waited for Chen and Smoker to leave, he could continue plotting for Alabasta. No one would be able to see through his plans. Once he obtained the ancient weapon, Pluton, everything would start anew. Chen gently turned back, looking at the young ladies in his support team. Although they were dressed in rags and dirty clothes, their youthful, radiant, and charming faces could not be hidden. If these young ladies could change into exquisite outfits and showcase their original beauty, oh my, that would be something. Chen's gaze glanced at Sand Crocodile, seeing the expression of relief on his face. Old Shah, are you thinking that after you leave, you can continue with your plan to usurp the country? That won't do. Look, under your governance, these young ladies are starving. They're not even round. They need proper nourishment. You will be responsible for this, and you will bring them all back to health. They still need exquisite clothing. This has nothing to do with what I want to see. I simply think they deserve a better life. Sand Crocodile. Chen's deep voice slowly spilled from his lips. The leader of the criminal organization Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. 0 Foot. Sand Crocodile's face instantly turned pale, his heart pounding heavily like a giant stone. He stared in shock at Chen, listening as he unveiled his most secretive secrets. How is this possible? How does Chen know this? On the surface, Baroque Works' goal was to steal Alabasta. Chen continued slowly, in reality, your true goal is to obtain information on the ancient weapon Pluton. Sand Crocodile's heart trembled violently, as if struck hard. In that moment, his mind went blank, and Chen before him felt like an inescapable nightmare. gradually pushing him into a dead end. This is impossible. Sand Crocodile's eyes instantly became hollow. Fear surged within him like a tide. Chen even knew his ultimate goal. What the hell was going on? Fear rushed over him like a wave, and it felt as though all the blood in his body was flowing backward. It's over. Sand Crocodile murmured softly, a deep fear welling up in his eyes. He could hardly suppress the tremors from deep within. All the meticulous arrangements, every subtle chess game, now crumbled before him like a sandcastle. If the world government and the Navy knew the truth, I would be finished. The world government would never let me go. I would be stripped of all titles and powers, have my bounty restored, and become prey in the hands of the Navy once again. Moreover, with monsters like Chen in the Navy, how could I possibly escape from such a monster? I will be thrown into the infinite hell of impelled down. The Sand Crocodile is almost wailing in his heart, a bottomless abyss that will never see the light again. The Sand Crocodile takes a deep breath, trying to calm himself with this simple action. However, the deep-seated fear spreads like a tide, almost making it impossible for him to control his breathing. He must seize the last opportunity to fight for a glimmer of hope for himself, even if it means submitting to the naval colonel in front of him. Mr. Chen, how do you know? The Sand Crocodile's voice is low, with a hint of barely perceptible trembling, although his lips are tightly pressed. The fear inside has long been exposed. Old Shah, even after I leave, you will still fail. Chen gently lights a cigar, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. But now, I can show you a road to heaven. Let you become the true guardian of Alabasta. Let the red will spread throughout Alabasta. Is there a greater road to heaven than this? Thank you to user 40194348 for the generous support. Thank you to His Majesty Queen Esteth for the 2 great gifts. Thank you to the other lords for their gift. Xiaoyang is still working hard to write. We'll post once finished. No need to wait until tomorrow. There are 2 more chapters to go. This site uses cookie technology to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing browser cookie data or reinstalling the browser will make your reading progress disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find a novel you are reading. Chapter 63. Perceiving with Observation Hockey? Am I the shameless gambling god? In the waters near Alabasta, amidst the sound of a gentle breeze, a bicycle was slowly moving across the surface of the sea. The rider sat lazily on the seat, moving neither too fast nor too slow. As the wheels turned, ice blocks continuously extended from the tire tracks, forming a long, narrow path of ice. Not far away, on the horizon, the shadow of land gradually emerged. Alabasta was not far off. Kazan slowly stopped the bicycle, his gaze fixed on the approaching land. The sea breeze gently brushed against his face, bringing a slight chill. However, at that moment, an inexplicable pressure suddenly filled the air. Kazan frowned slightly, a hint of alertness flashing in his eyes. This aura seemed somewhat unusual. Boom! A low rumble suddenly resonated, as if the sea surface was being torn apart by an irresistible force. A red shock wave abruptly swept out, as if even the ocean was feeling this overwhelming pressure, with splashes of water rising like towering waves, tumultuous and fierce. Then, the red shock wave suddenly halted. It seemed to have received some sort of guidance, as the air gradually coalesced into a powerful vortex, concentrating towards a specific location in Alabasta. Kazan slowly withdrew his lazy gaze, furrowing his brow. Just now. That was Conqueror's Hockey. The initial release of Conqueror's Hockey, followed by precise guidance, quickly converging to a specific area in Alabasta. This was not the beginner's, newly awakened Conqueror's Hockey. This was advanced Conqueror's Hockey. Kazan murmured to himself, a glint of vigilance in his eyes. In the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise? Are there such characters? Who could it be? Could it be the Chen that Smoker mentioned? No, he only mentioned swordsmanship then. Wait. Smoker. Kazan's heart jolted, and an alarm rang in his mind. This was bad. If Smoker encountered such a person in Alabasta, no matter who it was, he had to hurry over to take a look. He gripped the handlebars of the bicycle tightly, pedaling fiercely, urgently accelerating. Whoosh! The wheels skimmed across the sea surface, emitting a low rumble as they raced towards the direction where the Conqueror's Hockey had just appeared. Chen, the Celestial Road? Sand Crocodile's tone was filled with doubt. The true guardian of Alabasta? Yes, the Celestial Road. Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. His voice was calm and unhurried, as if he were stating an already established fact. There was no road more correct than this. Chen extended his hand, gently pulling up Sand Crocodile. Let's go. We'll talk over there. Beside them, The enthusiastic supporters were still excitedly waving their hands. Chen waved back with a radiant smile, leading Sand Crocodile towards the direction of a lounge chair. The girls' screams grew even louder. Smokers silently observed this scene, knowing that an important conversation was about to unfold. He lit a cigar, took a deep puff, and stepped forward to keep pace with them. Chen, I still don't understand. Sand Crocodile finally couldn't help but speak up, his voice tinged with urgency and unease. After all, this was not only about his future, but also whether all his plans in Alabasta could continue. Chen casually sat back in a lounge chair, his gaze deep, lips slightly curling upwards. Sit. He pointed to the chair that Kuro had just arranged. After a moment's hesitation, Sand Crocodile chose to obediently sit down. Old Shah. Chen's eyes sparkled with a playful light. Actually, if you spend more time with me, you'll know that I'm a very kind person. Have one. Chen took out a special cigar for admirals from his pocket and handed it to Sand Crocodile. Sand Crocodile froze for a moment, rolling his eyes internally. What kindness! You almost killed me. But he still reluctantly accepted the cigar from Chen, sniffed it lightly, and his eyes immediately lit up. Damn, this is top-notch stuff supplied internally by the Navy. This was a premium product that could not be bought for any amount of money outside the Navy. Chen is generous. Thank you, Chen. Sand Crocodile said with a joyful expression as he lit the cigar, a look of relaxation flashing in his eyes. He took a deep puff, savoring the unique tobacco aroma, and his smile gradually deepened. Smokers stood beside them, leisurely exhaling a ring of smoke, as if the whole world had quieted down. The three old smokers began to puff clouds, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Kuro, accompanied by a major, tossed the defeated pirates into the sea. Those burly pirates were not charming, beautiful ladies. Lying there, weren't they just obstructing the view of the major? Old Shah. Chen exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze becoming languid. First of all, we came here for a vacation. Smoker. Vacation? Sand Crocodile was taken aback, clearly not catching on, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. You first beat me up, and then tell me you came for a vacation? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so, I would have arranged the top-notch itinerary for you, ensuring all your needs were met to send you off comfortably. Yes, mainly to see the customs of Alabasta, to feel the warmth here, you understand, right? Chen smiled lazily, a hint of light-hearted playfulness at the corners of his mouth. No problem. Sand Crocodile immediately regained his vitality, his eyes brightening, his voice filled with confidence. I will arrange the best quality service for you, guaranteed to satisfy you. It's really a vacation. As long as I don't end up in Impelled Down, this is a small matter for me, the unofficial king of Alabasta. You should know that since its construction, only one person has escaped from Impelled Down, and that is one of the legends of this sea, Gold Lion Shiki. Without external help, it's impossible for anyone to escape from there. We have a dedicated waterway to transport tortoise, Bingchi. Sand Crocodile continued to promote his premium services, pride seeping through his words. The top-tier working agency in Alabasta, Baroque Works. We can provide the highest quality escort service throughout for you. As for the warmth, I guarantee you will be satisfied. The girls in Alabasta are unmatched. Chen nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, clearly pleased with Sand Crocodile's arrangements. Additionally, we are planning to visit the Rain Feast, so please arrange that as well. The Rain Feast? Sand Crocodile's eyes slightly brightened, clearly catching the key phrase. No problem, but... He paused, as if weighing how to express his thoughts, his gaze darkening. Chun Xiao, with your strength, using observation hockey. His voice lowered, filled with awe, fearing that no one could outplay you. Chen's lips curled slightly, a trace of disdain appearing. Old Shah. Who do you look down on? He leaned back in his chair, proudly exhaling a puff of smoke, his voice filled with unparalleled confidence. Do I need observation hockey for my gambling skills? Within 3 hours, I'll make you bankrupt. I'm the record holder for 1,000 consecutive wins in Do Diju and 100 consecutive wins in Mahjong on the warship. Using observation hockey to gamble? Am I shameless as a gambling god? At this moment, Chloe, who had just cleared the pirates, was standing straight behind Chen, and hearing this, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. The colonel's card skills are actually quite terrible. There's one more chapter Xiao Yang will stay up late to code it out. You gentlemen should rest early good night if you can't find the book title. You could try searching for the author. Maybe it just got renamed. Chapter 64. Even if this world is against you, I will protect you. Old Shah, since everything else is arranged, let's talk about what you care about the most. Chen's tone slightly darkened, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Since Old Shah has arranged the best pleasures for himself, He would also point him towards a bright path. He leaned forward slightly, ready to get to the point. Shark Crocodile noticed his sudden change and felt a tightness in his heart. Finally, it was time to discuss the most important matter. How could he get out of this disaster unscathed? Ichan's gaze pierced through the table, deeply staring at Shark Crocodile. Old Shah, among the current seas with the Navy, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords in a 3-way stalemate. Who do you think the true overlord is? As soon as this question was posed, the atmosphere instantly became heavy. Shark Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, a flurry of complex thoughts racing through his mind. After pondering for a moment, the towering figure of Whitebeard emerged in his mind, along with his overwhelming presence that shook the seas. He slowly said, "Is it one of the 4 emperors?" Ichan slightly shook his head, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown appearing on his lips. Wrong. Who is the overlord of this sea? Is it the king among pirates, one of the 4 emperors? Or you 7 warlords who are adept at maneuvering? Ichan shook his head again, his tone exuding a confident firmness. No, none of those. He paused, his gaze sharp and clear. The righteous army, the Navy, is the true overlord of these seas. A wave of shock surged in Shark Crocodile's heart, as if a time bomb had exploded in his mind. Outside the canola flower dock, a person with the observation hockey opened up due to worry for his friend, slowly stopped pedaling his bicycle. Kazan slightly raised his head, a deep light flashing in his eyes. Through his observation hockey, he sensed Smoker sitting with a young, handsome Navy colonel. And conversing with him was one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile. The righteous army, the Navy, is the true overlord of these seas. Ichan's voice came through Kazan's perception. Kazan's gaze tightened slightly, silently sighing. Sai's hands naturally dropped, and, in the next second, a cold aura suddenly burst forth from his side. On the sea, with Kazan's movement, a transparent ice wall suddenly rose from the surface of the water, forming a barrier that separated him from the outside world. Kazan quietly leaned against the ice wall, his eyes slightly closed, focusing his mind. The righteous army, the Navy, is the true overlord of these seas. That was well said, but the current Navy is not so pure in justice. Ichan lazily leaned back in his lounge chair, a hint of deep meaning at the corner of his mouth, continuing from his previous words. Although the Navy is powerful and ranks first in overall strength, who can truly see through the intricate relationships within, especially the pressure from above, which constantly looms over the entire Navy? He pointed at the sky above, a complex light flashing in his eyes. He is a child raised under the red flag and has too much authority to speak about the outdated system of the pirate world. This world has a huge tumor and a group of scattered viruses. The tumor is the world government that oppresses everyone. The viruses are the pirates running rampant and committing crimes. Military expenses are the biggest factor that allows the world government to restrain the Navy. But do these enormous military expenses come from the world government? No, they come from the member states of the world government, from the hard work of countless ordinary citizens within those member states. As his speech progressed, Ichan's tone grew increasingly cold. However, this world is sick. This has led to the justice that should have been upheld being unable to be realized. Everyone is bound by these hypocritical systems, and even higher-ups of the Navy are merely pawns in the cracks. But one must believe in the will of the world. After being sick for too long, it will eventually be corrected. As long as the people of this world realize that the rule of the world government is wrong and unjust, they will rebel, because the will of the people is the most powerful force. Ichan, Smoker felt a shock in his heart, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect the usually lazy Ichan to express such subversive views, filled with extreme disdain for the existing system. Is this still the same lazy colonel who prefers to lie down rather than sit? Ichan raised his hand in a relaxed gesture, indicating that Smoker need not worry. He was just shooting his mouth off. Anyone can talk big. If it really came down to action, he would rather not. Saving the world is too tiring. With this time, it will be better to sleep a little longer. Moreover, even if he was really found out, so what? He is lazy, but that doesn't mean he has no temper. If those 5 old men and him really pushed him too far, he would lead a rebellion right then and there. Let them taste the power of the Red Ocean. What should I do? Shark Crocodile listened to these words, feeling an inner turmoil, his gaze somewhat confused. He didn't expect a simple conversation could reveal such profound political thoughts beneath the surface banter. Vaguely, he began to understand Ichan's meaning, but how exactly to proceed remained unclear. Ichan smiled gently. Old Shah, your way of putting on a show to win the hearts of the people is correct. The people are indeed the key to everything. However, the people are not fools. Over time, your methods will surely be seen through. The moment your hypocrisy is noticed, it will be fully exposed. Chen continued. So, the best way is to turn the show into reality. Use your wisdom and strategy to truly build Alabasta. Put your heart into it rather than just putting on a fade. Only by doing this can you genuinely win the hearts of the people and take root in this land. Alabasta has great potential, and you have a good start. Chen slightly straightened his posture, his gaze deepening. If you truly achieve this, if Shark Crocodile builds Alabasta into a thriving nation with bustling streets filled with joy and commerce, when he steps onto this land again, seeing a country more vibrant than any other, seeing a brand new and lively Alabasta, if he could truly feel a hint of prosperity in his homeland, even if this world is against you, I will protect you. Woo. Finally finished typing. To be honest, this chapter was really difficult to write. From now on, I, Xiao Yang, will never boast again. I really don't have that capability. I will return to updating twice a day. A large reward, close to 100 yuan, will earn an extra update. And I will also try to add updates on weekends. Good night, plus version. If you can't find the book title, you could try searching for the author. Maybe it just has a new name. Chapter 65, Ding, the pleasure begins. The sunlight over the canola flowers is warm and dazzling, and a faint floral fragrance fills the air. Everything around seems to be coated in a layer of gold. Chen stood up, stretched his stiff body, and let out a long yawn. Talking so much at once really tired him out, although pouring out a bunch of red thoughts felt great as a life coach. Looking at the confused expressions of Sand Crocodile and Smoker, he knew. These two didn't fully understand. It's no use being too advanced in thought isn't good either. Well, how much you can comprehend depends on your own insight. Chen patted Sand Crocodile on the shoulder. That is all for now, old Shah. Sand Crocodile nodded, somewhat understanding but still confused, his eyes showing uncertainty, not yet having fully digested Chen's thoughts. Is the people really the foundation of everything? Shouldn't it be strength? Why would such a powerful person pay so much attention to the weak, like ants commoners? Perhaps he still needs to ponder this. Meanwhile, Smoker, standing nearby, squinted slightly and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Why is this kid, Chen's speech, so roundabout? It always feels like he understands something, but also like he doesn't. Can't he just speak plainly? Let us go. Departing, next stop, Rain Banquet. Chen waved his hand and stepped forward, ready to embrace the wonderful journey ahead. Why did he bother to act and lecture? Isn't at all to enjoy the beautiful journey in Alabasta more comfortably? Sand Crocodile followed closely behind Chen, took out the transponder snail he carried, and called for the special waterway transport turtle from Baroque Works, Bingchi. With Bingchi's arrival, Chen was also greeted by two youthful tan ladies. They smiled, surrounding him with respect and enthusiasm. Colonel, if you have any questions, feel free to call me. Kuro watched from the side, gently opening the car door for Chen, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Bingchi and the two young ladies were clearly prepared for the colonel's vehicle, while the rest of them would take a slightly smaller transport turtle at the back. At this moment, anyone daring to disturb the colonel's enjoyment could try their luck with their Black King gun. Chen nodded, then gave Sand Crocodile a thumbs up. Old Shah, this arrangement is spot on. This colonel is very satisfied. He was then chattered into Bingchi's private compartment by the two young ladies. This kid. Smoker shook his head, a helpless smile creeping onto his lips. Really? He sighed softly, turning to Sand Crocodile. Although I didn't fully grasp your conversation with Chen. However, I roughly guessed that you didn't do anything good in Alabasta. Sand Crocodile's heart suddenly sank, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes. Of course, what good could a former pirate, one of the 7 warlords, do in a member country of the world government? But since that kid is willing to give you a chance, I have to give him this face. Sand Crocodile, I'll give you a piece of advice. Do as he says, don't harbor any crooked thoughts. That kid Chen is 100 times more terrifying than you can imagine. Smoker extended a finger, pointing at Kuro. You saw Kuro's strength just now, right? Half a month ago, he was just a small pirate from the East Blue. Half a month later, he is not someone who can be defeated with a single punch in a grand line. All these changes are due to following Chen for half a month. Sand Crocodile trembled slightly, his face turning ashen. Half a month? In just half a month, Kuro could grow to this extent. Then Chen must be terrifying beyond measure. You'll find out later. Conqueror's hockey is just one of the tools in his hands. Smoker leaned slightly forward, whispering, he once cut Dragon severely with one strike. Dragon? Sand Crocodile widened his eyes, asking in disbelief, this dragon couldn't he be? Yes. Smoker's gaze was firm, his tone unwavering. Monkey D. Dragon, the world's most notorious criminal. That's him. Sand Crocodile was stunned, his lips trembling slightly. Dragon, the world's most notorious criminal. Compared to him, my usurpation of a country is child's play. What he aims to seize is the lifeblood of the world government. The Revolutionary Army has not been completely suppressed for so many years. His strength is evident. But even so, he was severely injured by Chen with a single strike. Too terrifying, extremely terrifying. Who? Sand Crocodile took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Let us go. I won't do anything unnecessary anymore. He turned and led Kuro and Smoker toward the slightly smaller transport turtle. I still want to live. I don't want to be casually cut down. From now on in Alabasta, Chen's words will be my words. Inside Bing-Chi's compartment, the young ladies sat side by side. Chen comfortably leaned over, squinting his eyes, enjoying the tranquility before the storm. Everything around seemed to slow down, sunlight pouring into the compartment, and the air was filled with the freshness of a sea breeze. Ding! Pleasure begins. Who? Two transport turtles, one large and one small, sped towards the location of the rain banquet, rainy land. Outside the canola flowers, the sunlight spilled onto the shimmering surface of the sea, and a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. Who? Kazan slowly exhaled a breath of cold air, his observation haki gradually retracting. He raised his head slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and contemplation. Just now, he clearly sensed every word Chen said. Sand Crocodile deceiving the people? Is there some hidden truth behind Alabasta as his territory? But none of this matters. What shocked him most were Chen's words just now. People, the masses, will. These words echoed continuously in Kazan's mind, stirring a resonance deep within him. This coincided with his initial intentions. A brand new thought ignited the burning heart that had been dormant for years due to confusion. What an unheard of idea. Kazan gazed at the rolling sea, lost in thought. In his youth, he was filled with passion for the future of the Navy, and his concept of justice was fiery justice. However, after the O'Hara incident, Sakazuki's attack on the refugee ship not only went unpunished, but was also rewarded by the world government. The world government deemed that those who study history are evil, and even the innocent civilians around them were seen as accomplices. But what crimes did those people actually commit? They're just ordinary people, completely ignorant of the so-called history. This is the justice proclaimed by the world government. This kind of justice is not the justice they initially upheld. That kid Chen said that this world is already beyond cure. When it's sick, it needs to be corrected. But how should it be corrected? Who? Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air, but the hot blood in his heart was boiling. Regarding justice, that kid must have an answer. The image of Chen passionately talking about the sand crocodile appeared in his mind. Is the place they're going to the Rainland? Let's go back and take a look. Kazan got back on his bicycle, his gaze firm, heading toward the direction of the Rainland. Thank you all for your gifts. Thank you. Convincing the sand crocodile in this plot is a flaw, right? I promised not to write anything red. But I couldn't help it. The side effects of the previous book, I'm sorry for some of the tearing if you don't like it. Just delete the book. Little Yang is a bit tired. There is only one chapter today. Chapter 66, The Ritual of the Gambling God. At the dock of the Canola Flower, a small boat spewing flames steadily docked at the shore, stirring up waves. A step down from the boat, feeling the warm sunlight of Alabasta shining on him. The dock was gradually restoring order, but discussions about Colonel Chen were becoming more and more heated. Have you heard? Colonel Chen has been invited by Mr. Crocodile to Rain Base? Yeah, I heard that too. TCH, what secondhand news you all have? I have even more explosive exclusive news that I usually don't share with others. A hint of boastfulness was in the voice. Really? Then tell us. Quick, quick. I heard that Colonel Chen is a gambling god. The person lowered his voice, as if afraid someone would hear. What? A gambling god? The people nearby instantly widened their eyes. Is it true? Absolutely. Let me give you another exclusive scoop. Do you know why Colonel Chen came to Alabasta this time? What for? Colonel Chen is planning to bankrupt Alabasta's biggest casino, Rain Feast, in 3 hours. The person chuckled softly, seeming pleased with his information. What? But ISN Train Feast, Mr. Crocodile's casino? Yes. But Colonel Chen won against Mr. Crocodile in a duel. As the saying goes, the victor is king. So Mr. Crocodile rolled out the highest treatment to host Colonel Chen. Then, is today the doom of Rain Feast? Hard to say. It all depends on how much gambling skill Colonel Chen is prepared to showcase. Their discussions gradually faded away. Crocodile? Chen? Meanwhile, A stood aside, slightly frowning and silent. He listened to the conversations around him, filled with doubts. He was the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Of course, he knew Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea who had challenged his father. But how could he be connected to the Navy's Colonel Chen now? This Colonel Chen should be the target of his friend Vista. Vista was already on the way, so should he wait here for Luffy and the others? Or go over to Rain Base to take a look? Ace paused for a moment, suddenly making a decision. In this vast sea, as long as one continued to sail, encounters would always happen. But news about Chen was hard to find. If he missed this opportunity, who knows when he would get accurate information next time. With this in mind, Ace spoke to the shopkeeper at the dock. Hello, boss. If you see a boy wearing a straw hat, please tell him I'm waiting for him at Rain Base. Thank you. Then he boarded his small boat and sailed towards Rain Base. The dream city of the Alabasta Kingdom, Rain Base, was filled with an atmosphere of luxury and prosperity on its bustling streets. Two shuttle turtles of different sizes slowly drove into the grand entrance of Rain Feast, their wheels rolling over golden stone bricks, emitting a steady sound. The reception team had already been notified, and the entire Rain Feast was preparing to welcome the distinguished guest about to arrive. The grand doors of Rain Feast gently opened. Accompanied by a light breeze, an upbeat and warm atmosphere filled the air. Two rows of beautifully dressed young ladies stood in neat lines, like blooming flowers, with sunlight casting a soft glow on their clothes. Their smiles were warm and full of vitality, exuding a youthful aura. Chen stepped out of the carriage, looking refreshed as the sunlight bathed him, the warmth in the air making him appear exceptionally calm. Two girls with wheat-colored skin helped each other get out of the car, their awkward steps revealing a hint of shyness. Chen smiled slightly and turned to look at them. Go back and rest well. The two sisters nodded gently, their faces slightly flushed, and then they tacitly stepped aside. Watching the grand welcome ceremony in front of him, Chen couldn't help but smile, his gaze sweeping across the crowd of greeters, landing on those tall, beautiful girls. Different body types, different heights, different sizes, even different races. This was exciting. He took out a cigar and handed it to the nearby Sand Crocodile, Old Sand. This arrangement is to my liking. Look at this setup. Two rows of beauties lining the way. The entire Rain Feast is welcoming me. After me, the treatment will definitely be of imperial level. Later, I'll enjoy the best service while effortlessly raking in 10 billion. It's worth the trouble of both showing off and giving a lecture. Sand Crocodile accepted the cigar, nodding slightly, a smile tugging at his lips. As long as the colonel is satisfied, it's all worth it. Chen patted his shoulder and waved his hand. You should go back and rest too, Old Sand. I'll handle the rest myself. All right, then I wish the colonel great success. Sand Crocodile nodded slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of complexity. Colonel Chen's matters at Rain Feast had already been arranged, everything based on his enjoyment. Money was a small matter. If life was lost, everything would be lost. However, he indeed needed to go back and think things through. Regarding the words Colonel Chen had said, he had been pondering them all the way. However, the answer to the question was like a hazy fog. Although he vaguely grasped something, he still couldn't completely sort it out. Sand Crocodile secretly made up his mind. He needed to go back and clarify his thoughts. After bidding farewell to Chen, Sand Crocodile walked heavily towards the headquarters of the Baroque Works. Chen watched Sand Crocodile's figure gradually disappear, his heart slightly moved, and then turned to wave at Crocodile. Crocodile quickly stepped forward, holding a brand new white shirt and a black suit. Everything is ready, Colonel. His tone conveyed a sense of professional delicacy. Chen nodded, took the clothes, and walked towards the carriage behind him. The car door gently closed behind him. Chen quickly removed his iconic justice coat and naval uniform, changing into the tailored suit. The fabric shimmered under the light, revealing an unusual aura. Immediately after, Crocodile and Smoker quickly changed into black and white tailcoats, looking exceptionally neat yet dignified. Once dressed, Chen stepped toward the resplendent door. Crocodile and Smoker silently followed him. Chen kid. Smoker couldn't help but murmur softly, "This outfit is a bit strange." Chen tilted his head, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "Old C, what do you know? This is specially customized by me in Rogtown." He ran his fingers through his thick, dark hair, styled into a slick back that made him look even more capable and stylish. Chen exhaled a ring of smoke, his gaze dreamy. "This is the ritual of the gambling god." The young ladies lined up at the entrance were instantly captivated by the scene, their eyes sparkling with endless starlight. Every detail about Chen tugged at their heartstrings. "This aura of decadence is just too handsome," they whispered in awe, eagerly pushing forward. The two spots next to Chen became the battlefield they fought over. Ha ha ha, don't fight, don't fight. Take turns. Chen laughed, waving at Klo and Smoker. Let us go. Let the killing begin. Xiao Yang bowed. Thanking the readers for their encouragement, Xiao Yang saw it all, super grateful. It was Xiao Yang's own issue. A perfectly good chapter almost turned into a ruined win. My tonight I have to go out with the boss for socializing. So I'm posting this chapter first. I'll continue writing when I get back. This slacker is more efficient, and Xiao Yang feels shy to ask for gifts. Just some good reviews. Thank you. Chapter 67. Lousy said long ago, 1 billion berries, simple as that. All in. A loud and confident shout from Chen echoed throughout the rain banquet. He pushed his chips without hesitation to the center of the table. Leaning back in his chair, a smug smile on his face, he slowly took a puff of his cigar. This feng shui, isn't working, he muttered to himself, but inside he remained steadfast, having already put in so much. But his gambler's intuition told him, this is the hand. Just go all in and it'll be done. The turnaround of 1 billion berries is all in this hand. A beautiful lady beside him was frantically making eyes at the dealer. What the hell is going on? Colonel Chen has already lost 10 hands in a row, and you're still not making your move? This is a super VIP, don't you understand? The dealer also appeared unusually nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he lowered his head and sneakily glanced at his cards. I've done my best. Panic surged within him. He had already put forth all his skills and brought the best hand to this VIP, yet still could not win. This VIP not only has terrible skills, but also bad luck. What can be done? Oh, you little brat, going all in again? Smoker walked over with a pile of chips, sitting down casually next to Chen as he spoke. Old C, you're not doing well. Cheating with sight color, huh? Chen glanced at Smoker's chips and immediately concluded that he was cheating. What a joke. Someone who has never won against me on the warship can earn this many chips? Smoker snorted coldly, his tone disdainful. You're talking nonsense. I won all of this easily. At that moment, Kuro approached the dealer with a mysterious smile, whispered a few words, and then took the dealer's position to start dealing. Chen's eyes lit up, seeing Kuro's meticulous demeanor. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Kuro, now that's more like a thank you for the compliment. Kuro replied with a slight smile. Colonel, please reveal your cards. Chen flipped over his whole cards. Oh wow, one. The luck is turning around. Oh, one again. Awesome. All in. Ha ha ha. In this hand, Chen didn't even look at the cards, confidently tossing them with both hands. Kuro, you are my good luck charm. Kill. I've said it long ago, 1 billion berries, simple as that. Headquarters of the Baroque Works. A mysterious and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the dimly lit room. In the empty room, only the heavy footsteps of Crocodile echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Robin was sitting on the sofa, stroking the lazy banana Crocodile. Suddenly, she raised her head and saw Crocodile walking into the room, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Mr. Zero, you're back? Crocodile did not respond to her greeting. His gaze was lowered, seemingly weighed down by some heavy thoughts. Without pausing, he walked straight to his boss chair and sat down heavily. Thud! The chair creaked under his weight as Crocodile leaned back against it. His eyes no longer held their previous sharpness, but instead, there was a hint of confusion. Robin noticed Crocodile's appearance, and a trace of astonishment crossed her face. Is this the Crocodile I know? Crocodile had always been shrewd and ruthless. Why has he changed like this? Crocodile lay back in a boss chair, pulling out a cigar from the drawer. After lighting it, he took a deep puff. Thick smoke swirling around him, creating a heavy atmosphere. The dense smoke obscured his facial expressions. Mr. Zero? Robin's brows furrowed slightly, unable to suppress her curiosity as her gaze lingered on Crocodile's gloomy face. Searching for the book title yields nothing. You might try searching for the author. Perhaps they just changed their name. Shouldn't Mr. Zero be putting on a show at the Rapeseed Flower Festival? Why has he suddenly returned, and in such a disheveled state? Crocodile's voice was hoarse, breaking the silence. Do you think the people are important? Robin was taken aback, her eyes widening. How could Crocodile ask such a question? He had always regarded the people as fools, looking down upon them. In his eyes, only those with utilitarian value were worthy of a glance. The rest were merely tools and pawns, worthless. Moreover, Crocodile only calls her Robin when he is very serious. Usually, he calls her Mississippi. All Sunday. This is really strange. What has happened? Why bring up this topic all of a sudden? A wave of confusion washed over Robin, her eyes narrowing slightly, her voice calm but laced with caution. Crocodile was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, his voice hoarse and deep, and asked again, Robin, do you really think the people are important? This time, Robin sensed Crocodile's seriousness. His gaze pierced through the thick smoke, yearning for the answer to this question. He had never directly asked anyone this, especially regarding a term he had always scorned, people. This time, Robin knew Crocodile was earnestly inquiring. He craved the answer to this question. But what are the people? Memories of the O'Hara incident flooded Robin's mind. The events surrounding her mother, Dr. Clover, the historians who died at O'Hara, the attempt at justice by Vice Admiral Saul, the bombarded refugee ship, and so on. Robin opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say 1,000 things. But in the end, she softly replied, I don't know either, boss. Crocodile gently exhaled a ring of smoke, his gaze becoming complex and serene. Forget it. I didn't expect you to give me an answer. On one side is Colonel Chen's lofty ideals. On the other is the painstakingly built results of years. He thought of the revolutionary, dragon, a knife, and heavy injury. It's not fear, it's respect for the strong. Crocodile closed his eyes tightly, taking a deep breath, and the inner turmoil was released at that moment. He murmured to himself, let us give it a try. A long-lost determination surged in his heart, and the sharpness returned to his eyes. Once he had climbed to this position step by step through wisdom and shrewdness. But now, he needed a new force to propel himself into the future. Then, he turned to Robin, his voice resolute. Gather all the high-ranking commanders of Baroque works. Robin nodded slightly and silently left, leaving Crocodile alone in the room. He leaned deeply against the chair, silently gazing ahead. So, what is your decision? Suddenly, a cold hand rested on Sand Crocodile's shoulder. The icy touch instantly alerted him, and his body stiffened. Sand Crocodile turned around abruptly, his eyes widening. You, one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, Kazan? What are you doing here? So, Sand Crocodile, what is your decision? Kazan's voice was deep, carrying an undeniable pressure. I am prepared to follow Colonel Chen's suggestion and start making amends. Kazan nodded slightly, exhaling a breath of cold air. A wise decision. P.S. The latest explosive news from One Piece. Oda-sensei is at it again. Two shadows pass through the Black Thunder to the Giant Country. One of them, red-haired Shanks, has just left the Giant Country. Regarding the issue of users saving their bookshelf across devices, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save, please remember the contents of your bookshelf, clear your browser's cookies, then log in again and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 68. Half-dressed is better than not dressed at all. The Rain Banquet. Under closed, careful operation, Chen has already achieved 10 consecutive victories at the poker table, betting larger and larger, winning more and more. The chips in front of Chen have piled up like a mountain, resembling a small pyramid. The manager of the Rain Banquet stood by, his face pale, feeling anxious inside. If this gentleman keeps winning like this, the entire casino might end up losing everything. However, the boss, Crocodile, has given a strict order. Let Chen come and go as he pleases. Now, everyone in the casino is helping to cheat. Isn't this ridiculous? Chen casually reached out and grabbed a handful of chips, randomly stuffing them into the hands of the two beauties beside him. His voice was relaxed and lazy, telling them to buy some things they like: food, clothes, accessories, anything they want. The two beauties took the chips, carefully tucking them away. Thank you, Colonel. You're the best. You're the most handsome. Their faces blossomed with sweet and radiant smiles, their eyes filled with love hearts. This pile of chips was astronomical for them, likely more than a year's salary. Colonel Chen not only spent lavishly and was handsome, but was also the VIP among the VIPs of the Rain Banquet. This was too tempting. Tonight, they must eat it all up. Ha ha ha. Chen was amused by their compliments, a hint of pride in his eyes. Then, he grabbed another handful of chips and handed them to them, laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? The two young ladies' pockets were instantly stuffed full. Their faces flushed even more, feeling increasingly excited and anticipatory. They must show their best skills tonight to prove that these chips were rightfully theirs. Chen stood up, stretched, and moved his slightly tired arms. He waved his hand at Chloe and said, I'm a bit tired of playing, Chloe. Clean up a bit. We're wrapping up for today and heading back early. Yes. Chloe swiftly began to tidy up the chips on the table, which were the spoils of the Colonel's hard work. At this moment, a staff member quietly approached and whispered a few words to Chloe. Chloe paused in his tidying and turned to Chen, walking over. Colonel, someone from Crocodile's side came to ask. Chloe slightly lowered his head, somewhat respectfully. Are we continuing to play at the Rain Banquet tomorrow, or, Chen pondered slightly. With his gambling skills, he had already won 1 billion berries in just a few hours. Winning too much indeed started to feel a bit boring. Chen lit a cigar and exhaled a thick smoke ring. How lonely it is to be invincible. On this path of gambling, he felt he had reached the end, Why not go to Yuba to soak in a hot spring tomorrow? Hot springs not only help relax, but also, after all, hot springs and bikinis are a perfect match. Because half-dressed is better than not dressed at all. Tell Crocodile that we're going to Yuba to soak in a hot spring tomorrow, Chen said leisurely, a glint of playful mischief in his eyes. Yes, Chloe replied, and turned to walk towards the staff member. Afterwards, he quietly explained the arrangements to Crocodile's staff. You brat. Smoker frowned, his eyes fixed on Chen, who was frolicking with the two beauties, unable to help but mutter, soaking in a hot spring after gambling. You're really here on vacation. What else? Humph. Not serious at all. Chen looked at Smoker, who was tightly clutching the chips, and couldn't he help but smile. Smoker had previously bought himself a customized motorcycle to smoothly board the ship, causing his wallet to bleed profusely and almost empty. He was also an old smoker, finishing the colonel's quota of cigars in just a few days. If it weren't for relying on his own charity recently, he wouldn't even be able to afford cigars. Now, he was acting all serious with himself. Giggle. Chen lazily called out, go tell him that Smoker's 1 chips won't be exchanged for him. Our Colonel Smoker is not the kind of. Before Chen could finish, Smoker quickly interrupted him, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. Wait. I've been feeling a bit tired lately. Let's go soak in a hot spring together to relieve the fatigue. Haha, tell old Crocodile. Arrange 3 first-class VIP hot spring spots. Not far from the rain banquet, the sunlight filtered through layers of clouds. On the street, a bustling crowd continued to flow, and in an inconspicuous corner, Ace was inquiring about Chen's whereabouts. He slightly lifted his chin, scanning the shopkeeper nearby, his voice low yet polite. Hello, have you seen a tall, handsome Navy colonel with a lazy gaze? The shopkeeper looked up at Ace, frowning slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. A tall, handsome Navy colonel with a lazy gaze? The shopkeeper repeated in a low voice, instantly triggering the keyword. ISNT that the distinguished guest at the rain banquet, Colonel Chen? What does this young man want with news about Colonel Chen? Ace raised his eyebrows slightly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Yes, have you seen him? The shopkeeper sized up Ace for a few seconds. I haven't seen him. I'm the tightest-lipped man in Alabasta. I won't tell you that Colonel Chen is at the rain banquet. Got it. Thank you, sir. Hey, the shopkeeper suddenly called after him, looking tense. You can't say I'm the tightest-lipped man in Alabasta. Don't worry. Ace nodded at the shopkeeper, then turned and walked towards the rain banquet. Just as he was walking briskly, the sound of a phone bug rang. Bridu, 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 hedu. Ace, where are you? The voice of Vista came from the other end. We rushed and finally arrived in Alabasta. You guys, Vista, didn't you come by yourself? No. Dad sent Jaws to accompany me. Dad thinks this colonel might be the key to influencing the balance in the future. So he wants us to have a good talk with him. Oh, yes, just a skilled swordsman from headquarters. Ace raised an eyebrow, clearly not understanding. Dad is overreacting. This is Dad's decision. Vista's tone became firm. Ace. After a moment of silence, Ace finally sighed, his tone resigned. All right, I'll wait for you in the rain. Colonel Chen is inside the rain banquet. Okay, we're heading over now. After Vista hung up the phone, he exchanged glances with Jaws and set off towards the rain banquet. Behind them, the Mary slowly approached the canola flower dock, the sails on the ship gently swaying, creating ripples. Regarding the issue of saving bookshelf for logged-in users across devices, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save, please remember the contents of your bookshelf, clear your browser's cookies, and then log in again and add to your bookshelf. Chapter 69. Colonel Chen will make a move. I will die. The sunlight at the canola flower dock filtered through the clouds, illuminating the busy street. Suddenly, a deafening shout broke the surrounding tranquility. I'm starving. Restaurant. 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 Luffy's voice echoed throughout the dock, filled with a familiar sense of hunger, due to the gluttony of a certain Luffy. The food on the Mary had been scarce for quite some time, and everyone was already so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs. As the ship came to a stable stop, Luffy rushed down like a gust of wind, charging straight towards the busiest restaurant on the dock. Luffy, wait for us. Vivi and the Straw Hat crew followed closely behind. This guy can't move when he sees meat. Before long, Vivi and the others arrived at the restaurant. As soon as they entered, they saw Luffy already sitting at a table, piled high with food, happily devouring it. Ah, it's Princess Vivi. The owner recognized Vivi at a glance and hurried over with a surprised smile. Princess Vivi, welcome. My friend eats a lot. Sorry for the trouble, owner. Vivi politely thanked the owner. Oh, it's nothing. The owner smiled and waved his hand, just as he was about to get more food for Luffy. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the straw hat on Luffy's head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Young man, is your hat a straw hat? Luffy abruptly looked up, blinked in confusion, and exclaimed, Huh? You're talking about the straw hat? It's my treasure. The owner's expression suddenly changed as he asked, Do you know someone named Ace? Luffy was taken aback, then quickly reacted, his eyes widening and his mouth stopping. Ace? Is it Ace? Yes, my brother. That's right. Not long ago, a boy named Ace came by. He said that if he met a boy with a straw hat, to tell him, I am waiting for him in the rain base. Rain base? Vivi looked at the owner in shock, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. Isn't that the headquarters of the Baroque Works? Vivi, since Ace is waiting for us in the rain base, let's head there now. Luffy turned to Vivi and said, Since Ace said he is waiting in the rain base, we should go quickly. Huh? Vivi hesitated for a moment, showing a hint of reluctance, but the rain base is the headquarters of the Baroque Works. The boss is there. It's okay, Vivi. Luffy clenched his fists, smiled slightly, steam rising from his hands. Ace is very strong, and I'm strong too. Let us go and beat Crocodile. All right. So the Straw Hat crew set off toward the rain base. Baroque Works headquarters. With the sound of the last footstep, all the high-ranking commanders of Baroque Works gathered together. Everyone sat at a heavy wooden long table, the air filled with tension and oppression. Crocodile sat steadily in the center of the table, lightly exhaling smoke, his expression obscured by the swirling cigar ash. Boss, is there something urgent with the emergency gathering? A somewhat neutral voice came from a man dressed in a swan ballet costume, adorned in bizarre clothing. He wore heavy makeup, his false eyelashes fluttering, and his mouth always curved in a unique smile. He was Mr. 2, the fruit user of the Baroque Works, Bon Clay. Just do as the boss says. A deep voice came from the left side of the table, a burly, muscular man looking towards Bon Clay. He had a deep scar across his brow, dressed in monk attire, with a character one embroidered on his chest and snake patterns on either side, all indicating his formidable identity. He was Mr. 1, the quick/fruit user, Das Bones. Just then, a staff member hurried in and whispered a few words to Crocodile. What? Crocodile frowned slightly, his hand holding the cigar, pausing unconsciously, his expression becoming complex after a moment of silence. Colonel Chen wants to go to Yuba for a hot spring. Going to a hot spring is not the problem, but the issue is Yuba is now a wasteland. His long-term use of sandstorms has turned it into a desert. A hot spring? There's not even a drop of water left. All the water sources have dried up. How should he tell Colonel Chen? Colonel Chen, don't rush to bathe. Wait a few days, let me rebuild the hot spring. Is that even possible? If he dared to say that, he would definitely get cut down. The dragon can inflict serious injuries, and he could just lie down. Huh. Crocodile took a deep breath, forcing himself to pull away from these chaotic thoughts, his gaze cold and determined. The situation has taken a sharp turn, and he can only take more direct and decisive measures. How many people can we mobilize in the entire Baroque Works now? Crocodile asked Robin. These matters were usually handled by Robin. Robin pondered for a moment and immediately replied, Currently, there are 200 members of the Million Elders, who are the chief commander's subordinates and also candidates for executing commands. She paused slightly before adding, there are also 800 members of the 100 Million Elders distributed in various groups. Crocodile nodded slightly. That should be enough. All high-ranking commanders, prepare to head to Yuba immediately. He stood up, emanating a strong aura. Gather resources, build miracles. Restore Yuba to its former glory overnight. You all set off now, and I will follow shortly. Crocodile's voice was unwavering, each word carrying an undeniable determination. This is the only way forward. He must make amends for the mistakes he has made. The air stilled, and everyone fell silent for a moment. Boss, all the high-ranking commanders stood up, their faces filled with shock and confusion. The only one unmoved was Mr. 1, who remained steady as a mountain, a faint light flickering in his eyes. His initial intention to join Baroque Works was simple: trust Crocodile and follow him to greater heights. Whatever Crocodile said, he would do. An hour later, there were no high-ranking commanders who had set off. I will personally take action and eliminate the traitors one by one. Every word from Crocodile was like a heavy hammer, striking at everyone's hearts. After one night, if Yuba has not been restored to its former glory, Colonel Chen will make a move, and I will die. If you can't find the book title, try searching for the author. Perhaps it has just been renamed. Chapter 70, Kazan. I plan to soak in hot springs with Chen and chat about life. Under the death threat from Sand Crocodile, all senior commanders of the Baroque Works were urgently mobilized, and almost all resources were quickly gathered. Everyone was busy preparing to head to Yuba. The vice president, Robin also set off immediately. Her fruit ability is crucial for the construction of Yoba. Sand Crocodile watched everyone leave. Smoke slowly rose, enveloping him. He gently exhaled a smoke ring and turned his gaze to a hidden corner of the room. My arrangements are fine, right? Admiral Kazan. With a faint sound of footsteps, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. Kazan did not immediately respond to Sand Crocodile's words, but stood quietly, deeply staring at Robin's departing figure. His gaze followed Robin as she moved further away, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. It was an image interwoven with the past and present. Nico Robin, the friend of his youth, Vice Admiral Saul, who fought desperately to save her. Back then, he made what he thought was the most suitable decision and let her have a way to survive. After that, she carried a terrifying bounty, often betrayed and abandoned. To survive, she could only struggle in the dark underground world, relying on betraying others to sustain her life. But now, she still drifts in the vast sea of people, unable to find her belonging, unable to find the path that belongs to her. Robin, can she really find her own way? Kazan murmured silently, his eyes filled with deep helplessness. Was the decision he made back then right or wrong? Who could give him the answer? His thoughts were chaotic, and ripples stirred in Kazan's heart. Suddenly, a figure jumped into his mind, an apparently lazy yet extraordinary colonel. That kid can analyze the world's trends with great insight. He should be able to offer advice on Robin's situation. Colonel Chen, go to Yoba to soak in hot springs afterward? Kazan's voice was deep and clear, breaking the silence. Sand Crocodile nodded gently. Yes, he plans to go to Yoba tomorrow. Sand Crocodile, did you destroy Yoba? Sand Crocodile's expression suddenly became complex. He tacitly acknowledged Kazan's question. So you want to mobilize Baroque Works people overnight to repair and rebuild Yoba? Yes. When I previously plotted to steal from Alabasta, I destroyed Yoba. Heh. Kazan smiled faintly. A cold atmosphere spread in the room, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement. You have quite the audacity, Sand Crocodile. But about soaking in hot springs? He tilted his head slightly, a barely perceptible interest flashing in his eyes. That doesn't sound bad. Sand Crocodile, arrange for me a special VIP seat as well. I plan to soak in the hot springs with that kitty Chen and chat about life. Yes. If you can indeed make up for everything in one night, then I can give you a chance to continue to perform. If Sand Crocodile's change is not just talk, but results in real actions, giving him a chance wouldn't hurt. Otherwise, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, knowing that Sand Crocodile attempted to steal specific intelligence from the world government member countries, he could directly apprehend him on the spot. But he wants to see more possibilities. He also wants to verify everything that Kitty Chen said. Sand Crocodile took a deep breath, his gaze lowered, and after a moment of silence, he bit off his cigar decisively, his eyes flashing with determination. Not only does Colonel Chen want to soak in hot springs, but even Admiral Kazan will go along. Tonight, I must restore Yoba to its original state. Otherwise, I will set off immediately. Sand Crocodile's voice was filled with determination as he nodded to Kazan, then stood up and quickly walked out of the room. Kazan quietly watched his back, his gaze filled with some interest. Building with the Sansan fruit? Let's go check it out, he said, slowly rising to follow Sand Crocodile to Yoba. Let us meet up with Chen and Smoker there. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the thin curtains into the luxurious heart-shaped room, warm and lazy. Chen stretched lightly, feeling the relaxation and comfort in his body. He squinted his eyes, looking at the two young ladies still sleeping on the bed, a faint smile appearing on his face. Chen gently leaned down and placed a kiss on their foreheads. Then, he quietly got up, tiptoeing out of the room. Outside, Chloe had been waiting for a long time, accompanied by several Baroque Works staff, the atmosphere filled with a busy yet orderly tension. Chloe was carrying 2 suitcases filled with exactly 1 billion berries, enough to avoid Baroque Works from facing a cash flow crisis after losing a large amount of cash all at once. At the same time, it perfectly satisfied Chen's future needs for a carefree life. After all, without money, how can one have fun? Colonel, everything is arranged. We can head to Yoba immediately. Chloe spoke steadily. Thank you for your hard work. Chen nodded slightly, his gaze filled with approval. Just then, Smoker lazily walked over from his side, stretching and rubbing his eyes. He yawned, clearly tired from last night's activities. Old Smoker, didn't he sleep well last night? Why didn't you sleep? Didn't he want to sleep? Chen glanced at Smoker, his tone teasing. Smoker pouted, responding irritably. He took out a cigar he had purchased after exchanging chips last night and handed one to Chen. I'm worried that following you will seriously affect my justice. Chen took a gentle puff of the cigar, a light smile on his lips as he leisurely exhaled a ring of smoke. Then why don't you go back to the headquarters with Dasky, who is staying with the ship? Oomph. I'm worried that pirates might show up in Yoba, so I want to patrol around. Smoker said, looking around. Go back to the headquarters? Following that kid, Chen. There's food and drink, and you can also grow stronger. It would be foolish to go back first. He was already considering whether to transfer to this kid as command. Let's observe a bit more. Heh, Chen chuckled, shaking his head and waving his hand. Then let us set off. Off to Yoba to soak in hot springs. Soon, a large and a small turtle vehicle started up and headed towards Yoba. They stood at a distance, watching as the two turtle cars gradually disappeared from sight, feeling a wave of emotions rise within him. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone bug, and quickly dialed. Vista, Jaws, have you arrived? Chen has already left the rainy land and is heading to Yoba. Ace, we are already at the entrance of the rainy land. If you can't find the book title, you could try searching for the author. Maybe it just changed its name. Chapter 71. Vista, I won't hold back in this duel. In the rain. Ace, Vista shouted loudly, waving to Ace who was standing not far away. Vista, Jots. Ace quickly walked over, his tone a bit urgent. You guys are a bit late. Chen has already left. Sorry, we rushed over from the New World without stopping, so we took a little break. Jaws said apologetically, sounding somewhat tired but still maintaining his usual calmness. It's fine. Let's head to Yuba now. Vista said without hesitation, there's still time. Ace nodded, okay, let's go. Just as they were about to head to Yuba, a familiar shout came from behind Ace. Ace turned around suddenly, his eyes lighting up. A boy wearing a straw hat was smiling brightly, waving his hands excitedly at him. Luffy. A big smile appeared on Ace's face as he responded enthusiastically. Ace, I found you. Ha ha ha, Luffy, not bad. You've gotten stronger. Ace laughed and patted Luffy on the shoulder. Then he bowed to the straw hat crew behind Luffy, polite and sincere, my foolish little brother. Thank you all for taking care of him during this time. He pointed to the two standing behind him. This is Vista and Jaws. Vista and Jaws smiled friendly at Luffy and the straw hat crew, raising their hands in greeting. The straw hat crew smiled back, and the atmosphere immediately relaxed. By the way, Luffy, do you want to join our Whitebeard pirates? Ace squinted slightly. Our crew is super strong, you know. Luffy shook his head with a smile. I don't want to. I'm on my own adventure. Ha ha, all right. But we're about to head to Yuba. Yuba? Luffy blinked curiously. ISNT, that the base of the rebels? What are you guys going to Yuba for? We're looking for someone. He's heading to Yuba. His name is Chen, a colonel from the Navy headquarters. Colonel Chen? Vivi and Nami widened their eyes in shock, looking at Ace. Is he in this country too? What? Ace was taken aback. Seeing their reaction, he showed a hint of confusion. Colonel Chen. Just then, Vista interjected, his voice filled with intense interest. Do you know him? I'm very interested in him. If you have any information about him, could you share? I would be very grateful. Well, we encountered him before in Logtown. Zoro squinted slightly, clearly interested in the topic, unable to help but interject. What kind of information do you want to know about him? I heard he has a brand new swordsmanship. Vista said gently, his words carrying a hint of curiosity. Although the East Blue Daily is the most authoritative newspaper in the East Blue, it can't be sure of its authenticity. There's no need to have doubts about this. I can tell you clearly. Zoro's lips curled slightly, his gaze becoming deep and firm. What he has is not just one new swordsmanship. Everyone was stunned. Ace frowned, clearly unable to understand. Not just one, and it's a brand new swordsmanship? How is that possible? One of them can cut the heavens. Cut the heavens? Ace, Vista, and the others were taken aback. A hint of doubt flashing in their eyes. Really? That's impossible. Cut the heavens? That is extremely difficult to achieve, even if Chen is someone Mihawk appreciates. But after all, he is just a colonel from the East Blue. If he truly has the power to cut the heavens, why isn't any news about him spread in the Navy? Ace, that's what we saw with our own eyes, Luffy said with conviction. Then, let us set off immediately to Yuba. Vista's eyes sparkled with strong interest and excitement. Chen, since you have such swordsmanship, I won't hold back in this duel. In the Western Trading Center of Alabasta, the former oasis, Yuba, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the gleaming buildings, bringing a sense of warmth and hope. Gulu, two carriages stopped steadily at the brand new city gate. The sound of heavy tires rubbing against the dirt broke the surrounding tranquility. The gate was wide, and the majestic stone walls were embedded with shimmering golden runes. The outline of the city was clearly visible, with buildings arranged in an orderly fashion, colorful, contrasting sharply with the surrounding desert scenery. Chen gently pushed open the car door and stepped out of the carriage. Standing in the spacious square, he slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over this new and somewhat empty city. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds onto the ground, and Yuba's outline appeared particularly clear in the sunlight. With buildings neat and streets clean, it seemed that the city had just undergone some large-scale renovation. But even so, the atmosphere still carried a hint of silence and desolation after the construction. There was less liveliness. Chen sighed, just as he was carefully examining the city. A strong sense of incongruity suddenly struck him. Chen's gaze landed on a group of weary travelers ahead, especially on the sandy crocodile in front, who was covered in mud. Lao Sha, what is this? Who? Sandy crocodile lightly patted the dirt off his body, shaking off a few small grains of sand, and then took out a cigar from his pocket, lighting it skillfully. Yuba has become a bit old, so we renovated it overnight. He paused, a hint of pride in his voice, ensuring that the colonel has more fun. Sandy crocodile paused, his gaze sweeping over the ordinary members and senior commanders that almost covered the entire city behind him. These people worked tirelessly, day and night, 2,000 workers, and dozens of ability users, quickly giving Yuba a new look. The entire city was like a canvas painted with bright colors, revitalized in a short period of time. Colonel Chen, please follow me. Sandy crocodile nodded gently, leading Chen forward. They arrived in front of a newly built hot spring building. The exterior of the building was simple yet elegant, blending harmoniously with the surrounding natural scenery. Wood and stone were cleverly combined, exuding a warm atmosphere. The lobby was spacious and bright, with a high ceiling, sunlight streaming through the large windows, illuminating everything around. Outside was a landscape of green mountains and clear waters. The gentle sound of flowing water intermingled with birdsong. Surrounding the hot spring pool, stone and wood were paired, the water crystal clear and transparent, steam rising lightly. A faint mineral scent permeates the air, bringing a sense of natural freshness that evokes tranquility and comfort. Colonel Chen, this is the top hot spring in Alabasta. The crocodile proudly introduced, ensuring that Colonel Chen would be satisfied, especially with the hot spring he had specifically requested. The entire Baroque Works team was fully committed to this. In order to find a stable water source again, even Admiral Greenbull lent a hand. Not bad, not bad. Colonel Chen looked contentedly at the environment of the hot spring facility. Of course, the most eye-catching aspect was the beautiful scenery in front of the entrance. A group of welcoming ladies dressed in cool bikinis. Colonel Chen, welcome. Chapter 72. May I ask, how do you view justice? Ah, a light sigh escaped from Chen's lips, followed by a sense of complete relaxation. The warm water flowed gently against his skin. Steam filled the air, and every inch of his muscles released the long-suppressed fatigue. Even the air felt softer. Master, a little harder. Chen turned to the scrub master behind him and said. This professional scrub master was skilled and applied just the right amount of pressure. As he rubbed Chen's tired back, each touch felt like lifting a heavy burden off him. So comfortable. Chen closed his eyes, enjoying this drowsy relaxation. Beside him, Sand Crocodile was also lying on another massage chair. Chen noticed he had been covered in mud before and understood that he had worked overnight to arrange a place for the hot spring. He directly brought Sand Crocodile along to soak in the hot spring, washing away the dirt and fatigue. Sand Crocodile had no reason to refuse Chen's obviously friendly attitude, so he followed him in to relax. Brother Chen, you must be tired from the scrubbing. A soft call brought Chen slightly back to his senses. Turning his head, he saw a young lady in a bikini walking over lightly, holding a glass of freshly squeezed juice, her smile warm and bright. She crouched down, her delicate fingers reaching towards Chen's mouth, gently offering the juice. Drink some juice, it's refreshing and quenching. Chen smiled slightly, slowly sitting up to take the juice. He savored the fresh fruit aroma and took a sip. The sweet and sour taste blossomed on his tongue, refreshing and delightful. I'm a bit tired. Although I haven't done anything, I've still worked hard myself. His gaze shifted to Sand Crocodile, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Old Shah, you did a great job. This trip to Alabasta had left him very pleased. If he could satisfy Colonel Chen, that was just perfect. Sand Crocodile let out a slight sigh of relief. Seeing the satisfied expression on Colonel Chen's face, his own life felt securely preserved. Let's go. Let's soak in the hot spring together. Chen patted Sand Crocodile's shoulder, a hint of relaxed smile flashing in his eyes. Although it might be due to his own strength and the threat of death that Sand Crocodile was so obedient and compliant, he felt that from the rain to Yuba, from the rain banquet to the hot spring, he had experienced nothing but the best treatment. Once they returned to headquarters, he would definitely come back. Alabasta would become one of his future favorite vacation spots. Sand Crocodile was worth keeping on this land, continuing to contribute to Alabasta and develop more fun and interesting places. Sand Crocodile watched Chen walk towards the hot spring, nodded, and then got up to follow his pace. In the mixed-gender hot spring area, Chen, Smoker, Sand Crocodile, and Kuro sat quietly in the hot spring, the warm water gently enveloping their bodies, and a sense of relaxation spread throughout. Chen slightly closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the hot spring, his lower body submerged in the water while the upper half was being gently massaged by a young lady. Her slender fingers glided over his back like flowing water, the pressure just right, the gentle and rhythmic kneading almost making him intoxicated. Every time her fingers touched his muscles, it seemed to carry a hint of teasing, making him feel an itch. This rubbing and pressing, he murmured softly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Who can withstand such a combination of firmness and gentleness? The air was filled with the mineral aroma of the hot spring, and tiny ripples formed on the water's surface, accompanied by gentle bubbles making a soft, gurgling sound, making one feel incredibly relaxed. Chen exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze slightly dazed, thoroughly enjoying this leisurely time. Sand Crocodile quietly soaked in the water, his body relaxed, almost falling asleep. As a sandman, the feeling of weakness wrapped in the hot spring water and the fatigue from a busy night made him drowsy. You kid really know how to enjoy. Smoker chuckled softly, his eyes half closed, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. The warmth and humidity of the hot spring felt like a rebirth, the fatigue within him gradually melting away. This kid Chen is really enjoying this, no doubt about it. Following him, the balance of work and rest makes training less tiring, and my pockets are also getting fuller. I need to hold on tight to this thigh. Suddenly, a cold voice broke the tranquility of the hot spring. Smoker, you've fallen too. Smoker abruptly raised his head, seeing Kazan wrapped in a bath towel walking into the hot spring. Humph, Kazan, you finally arrived. Kazan smiled as he looked at them, a faint smile on his face. I've been here for a while, just didn't want to disturb your enjoyment of making money. Kazan then walked over to Chen, extended his hand, his gaze carrying a hint of depth. First meeting, Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kazan. Without any hesitation, Chen smiled and reached out his hand to shake his. Colonel from Headquarters, Chen. The moment their hands shook, the atmosphere in the air subtly changed. The young lady behind Chen noticed and wisely exited the room, leaving enough space for the men to communicate. I know, Smoker has mentioned you quite a bit. The man known as One Cut to the Sky. Kazan stretched his body as he slowly entered the hot spring, a relaxed expression appearing on his face. This hot spring is indeed comfortable. Even I, an Iceman, feel a bit of comfort inside. Although it came with a slight feeling of weakness, an effect of his fruit ability touching water, this effect was negligible for someone of his strength. Is that so? Chen smiled slightly. Settling back into the hot spring, Old Smoker didn't say anything bad about me, right? Kazan, a pacifist admiral among the Marines, had principles and valued loyalty. Chen had a good impression of him and was happy to soak together and chat. No, he spoke of many of your unique qualities. At this moment, Kazan's gaze became somewhat solemn, and his tone turned serious. However, I have some questions I would like to discuss with you. Discuss is a bit much. Just ask. Admiral Kazan, may I ask, how do you view justice? Kazan's words fell lightly, but carried a heavy weight, as if a stone had been thrown into Chen's heart lake, creating layers of ripples. At the entrance of the hot spring, the wind blew against the copper bell hanging outside the door, producing a faint jingling sound. At this moment, a breathless staff member hurriedly ran into the shop owner's office, looking panicked and extremely nervous. Not good, shop owner. The shop owner looked up from behind the desk. What is going on? Why are you so flustered? Because the hot spring shop has been booked by Boss Shah. And the staff member almost shouted, so no one else can come in. But now a group of people is trying to force their way in. Huh. The shop owner suddenly stood up, a look of surprise spreading across his face. Who is trying to break in? Do you know who is soaking the hot springs right now? You want to break into the hot spring shop? They claim to be the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 73. The True Treasure of This Sea. How do you view justice? Kazan suddenly asked, his voice deep and contemplative. How to view justice? Chen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Kazan, filled with confusion. In the original story, Kazan was indeed deeply bewildered about justice at this time. However, this question shouldn't be directed at himself. After all, his own sense of justice was lazy justice. But Kazan's justice seemed to be a relaxed kind of justice. Admiral Kazan wouldn't be coming to discuss how to take a nap in the sun, right? If you're asking that, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Kuzan slowly spoke. Yes, my observation Haki, since what you said to the sand crocodile before. I can feel it. You have a unique perspective on this world. A hint of hesitation appeared on Ichan's face. So was Kuzan's observation Haki that sensed him persuading the sand crocodile. He had grown up under the red flag. Born in the spring breeze, so occasionally, when he felt passionate, he would preach to the sand crocodile. His main goal was to make the sand crocodile improve Alabasta to make his vacation life here more enjoyable. Just look at the treatment he had enjoyed in the rain and with Yoba these past 2 days. To be honest, even Cobra would envy it. However, Kazan asking him about justice. A scene of the master and disciple at odds flashed through Ichan's mind. The rise of Akainu must have disappointed you. Admiral Kazan, especially after experiencing O'Hara, perhaps he should take some time to seriously reflect on the Marineford War. If the war broke out, he would definitely be fishing in troubled waters with Old Huang. But the aftermath of the Marineford War was too significant, especially for the Navy, which underwent tremendous changes. With Akainu's rise, he was promoted to Fleet Admiral, and the Navy began to fully develop its military strength. Following that, a world conscription was conducted, and 2 new admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull, joined. However, Fujitora, while having his own sense of justice, filled with compassion, does not entirely follow Akainu's orders. The other, Green Bull, Aramaki, is actually a fan of Akainu, adhering to absolute justice, a dog of the celestial dragons, but is regarded as a disgrace to admirals, only able to bully the weak. This led to many military affairs piling up on Old Huang's shoulders. Just look at Old Huang after the Marineford War. Where isn't he present? Does he still resemble the former Navy's nail clipper king? Purely a workhorse. Ugh, I look down on him. This situation is something I cannot allow. Therefore, I could try to persuade Kazan to stay in the Navy. After all, his strength is unquestionable. With him around, the military affairs piled on Old Huang would be reduced. If Old Huang has fewer military affairs, that means I have fewer too. If my military affairs are reduced, I can hand them all over to Kuro and the others to handle. Wouldn't that mean I could leisurely fish? That's the idea. With this in mind, Ichan became a bit serious and said to Kazan, Admiral Kazan, although I don't know what you're currently thinking, you can raise any questions you have. I can answer what I know. Kazan looked deeply at Ichan. All right, since I've chosen to ask, I will trust you. Do you know Nico Robin? The Devil's Child? Of course I do. Kazan's gaze swept over everyone present. Ichan was the person he wanted to ask, Smoker was his friend, and the sand crocodile had a hold over him, so he wasn't worried about anyone revealing anything. I personally let her go during the O'Hara incident. What? Smoker and the sand crocodile widened their eyes in shock simultaneously. This? Kazan actually did such a thing. Only Ichan, who already knew the truth, listened in silence. Kazan slowly took a breath, recalling that decision, a hint of barely perceptible pain flashing in his eyes. Sakazuki risked everything to save her. So I chose to let her go, but she has never found her belonging, always wandering. Kazan sighed softly, his expression complex. I don't know if the decision back then was right or wrong. I can't give you advice on that, Admiral Kazan. Ichan finally spoke, his tone calm and firm. After all, matters of right and wrong have different answers for each person. What seems wrong to you may be right for me. Ichan's gaze fixed steadily on Kazan, his tone more determined, but perhaps let the bullets fly for a while, continue observing for some time. I believe you will find your answer. Kazan fell silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on Ichan for a few seconds, before finally nodding, seemingly deciding to set aside his doubts. All right, then let us observe for a while longer. He turned to the sand crocodile, his tone still calm, but with a hint of command. Old Sand. You keep an eye on this too. The sand crocodile nodded, his gaze deep. He had already made plans in his heart, so that woman-esque background is actually Admiral Kazan. It seems an opportunity must be found to send her away. She is a ticking time bomb. Kazan looked at Ichan, his expression slightly heavy, his tone carrying an imperceptible wavering. Also, I want to ask about justice. Because of certain matters, I have changed my sense of justice. But in everyday actions, my methods sometimes contradict my current sense of justice. Admiral Kazan. Ichan's gaze gradually became determined. My advice to you is not to focus on what justice is, but on justice itself. Do what you believe is justice. As a soldier, while following orders is your duty, those orders from the celestial dragons. Ichan's gaze turned cold, his words carrying a hint of disdain. If it were me, I would consider them as nonsense. Those people with their heads filled with mush, their orders are simply nauseating. I think Old Smoker has done this quite well. Let them all eat shit. Hearing this, Smoker unconsciously puffed out his chest, pride glimmering in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curling slightly. I am proud, I am honored. But you must know about the military funding issue. Kazan's tone became serious. He still bore that calm demeanor, always the greatest shackles restraining the internal reform of the Navy. As long as the Navy still needed to rely on the world government for military funding, it could not defy the will of the world government. Military funding? Ichan pondered for a moment, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. That is indeed the case. Kazan's analysis is accurate and sharp, directly hitting the root of the problem. He certainly understands that military spending is not only a challenge faced by the Navy, but also a means for the world government to control the Navy. Admiral Kazan, are you interested in knowing more? What do you want to know? Ichan's tone suddenly became mysterious and enticing. About the real treasure of this sea. What is that? Kazan's eyes flickered, his heart stirred. For 800 years, countless pirates have set sail. Countless pirate ships have almost all sunk in this sea. Ichan pointed towards the distance, and those pirates carrying treasures, all the wealth, are buried in this sea. This site uses cookies to save your reading history and bookshelf. So clearing your browser's cookie data or reinstalling the browser will cause your reading progress to disappear. It is recommended to occasionally take screenshots to save your bookshelf, in case you can't find a novel you are reading. Chapter 74. Kazan, I've already ignited. I can't wait any longer. What? A hint of astonishment flashed in Kazan's eyes. The treasure deep in this sea? However, what Ichan said indeed made a lot of sense. Even in the recently started age of exploration, countless pirates set sail. But in this ocean, bloodshed and silence intertwine, and most pirates have not escaped the fate of death. The wealth they plundered, aside from what was squandered, has mostly been buried forever at the bottom of the sea with the sunken ships. These ownerless treasures are indeed something the Navy can try to claim. It was an enticing proposal. Kazan lowered his head in thought, a faint light flickering in his eyes. If the Navy could extract the treasures from the seabed, it would indeed greatly reduce their dependence on the world government. However, deep in this ocean, there are formidable creatures lurking. Sea kings, the most powerful species in the ocean. They are enormous, diverse, and numerous. They not only have extremely long lifespans, but are also exceptionally fierce. Once encountered, almost no one can escape. Kazan's voice was low and calm. Even the Navy would not easily provoke these monsters. In fact, sea kings are not an insurmountable problem. Ichan smiled, his voice brimming with confidence as he pointed towards the distant canola flower direction. Kizaru's main naval ship was docked there. Since the Navy's warships could be embedded with sea prism stone to smoothly pass through the calm belt, developing a deep-sea mining submarine with sea prism stone embedded on the exterior to evade sea kings would not be too difficult for the Navy. You mean, use sea prism stone and a submarine to deal with sea kings? Kazan was taken aback, his gaze quickly shifting to Ichan, clearly surprised. Submarines do exist, but they are not mainstream vessels in this sea. Yes, Ichan was full of confidence, and besides, Old Yellow is quite familiar with that big-headed guy, isn't he? Developing a mining submarine would be a project so small it could hardly be considered one for him. After all, just look at the other projects he has developed. Whether it's clones, the ability transformation conditions for items consuming devil fruits, artificial devil fruits, green blood, pacifists, or seraphim, they all transcend this era. A submarine embedded with sea prism stone? Child's play. You're talking about Dr. Vegapunk? Kazan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ichan. If it's Dr. Vegapunk developing it, then money and research won't be a problem. His scientific prowess is said to be unmatched even in 500 years. The world government also provides him with substantial research funding. Developing a submarine is trivial compared to his vast research budget, right? The problem is Dr. Vegapunk has always been under the surveillance of the world government. Kazan expressed slight concern. Vegapunk's research has always been closely monitored by Saint J. Garcia Saturn. The Five Elders, Saint Saturn. With his intelligence, monitoring is not a problem. Making the purpose clear to him directly, Ichan said confidently, I believe he will definitely help. What Old Bay desires is merely the research funding provided by the world government. Just look at how much he has done behind that fool Saturn. Setting Bonnie as the highest authority of some pacifists, secretly researching the blank century from the Five Elders. Now you tell him, I have a super profitable method, but it requires working alongside the world government. Would he go for it? Once it's done, he'll have enough money to do the research he wants. No joke. He'll be more anxious than you. But Borsellino is the highest commander of the Navy Science Division. Kazan finally voiced his last concern, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Kizaru is the highest commander of the Navy's science division. If he wants to meet Vegapunk, he cannot avoid him. Old Yellow? He can't be bothered with such matters. Chen smiled slightly. Vegapunk is his friend, and friends can work better and happier together. He won't meddle in trivial affairs. With that time, he might as well stay in the office and trim his nails more. Kazan was slightly stunned, his gaze locked on Chen. If everything is as Chen said, then there's great potential. Money is the foundation that makes everything possible. With ample military funding, the Navy would have the basis to break free from the world government's constraints. Just imagine, the Navy at that time would no longer be a puppet, no longer a tool of the world government, but could truly act according to its own will. Without the Navy, how much deterrence could the world government exert over this sea? Relying on a God Knight's brigade and the Celestial Dragon's shield, CP0, to maintain control? That would be mere talk. A revolutionary army could make you frantic, not to mention the pirates roaming around. If that time comes and the world government wants the Navy to take action, they would have to first ask the Navy's willingness. If the Navy doesn't want to act, the answer is one word: no. Not even pleading would work. Suddenly, a flame of unprecedented ambition ignited within Kazan. He could almost see that day approaching, seeing the Navy truly become an independent force, seeing himself being able to make decisions according to his own justice. He could hardly wait to talk to Vegapunk. The new Navy plan cannot wait any longer. Admiral Kazan. Chen smiled slightly, watching Kazan's increasingly fervent gaze, and silently sighed in his heart. He really is someone who appears cold on the outside, but is passionate inside. Is he starting to burn up already? Since he has given a suggestion, he should see it through to the end. If the Navy can truly become better and purer, focusing on combating pirates and restoring peace to this sea, then his days of slacking off at the headquarters would be even more enjoyable. After all, without pirates, what troubles would he have to deal with? Slacking off at work until quitting time, life is boundless joy. Don't rush, Admiral Kazan. Even if there are enough submarines to successfully salvage treasures without the world government's involvement, how long can that be sustained, and how much can be done? Chen continued, his tone carrying a hint of contemplation. For the vast Navy budget, this is still a drop in the bucket. Any solutions? Kazan's voice was filled with anticipation. He was completely certain that the perspective and thought process of the young man before him were illuminating the blind spots he had overlooked one by one. Kazan's gaze became more focused, and he suddenly sat up straighter, waiting for the answer. Yes. Chen nodded slightly, speaking steadily. There's a race that yearns for equality, waiting for the Navy's rescue. The merfolk and fishmen of Fishman Island. As long as we gain their recognition and assistance, all the treasures in the depths of this sea will become the wealth of the Navy. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf for logged-in users across devices, it has been fixed. If you still cannot save, please remember the content of your bookshelf, clear your browser's cookies, and log in again to add to your bookshelf. Chapter 75 Old Sand. We're in this together. Fishman Island? Kazan's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. He quickly recalled various aspects of Fishman Island in his heart. This place, once regarded as an outcast by the world, has a long and complicated history. The fishmen and merfolk were classified as fish by humans and faced severe discrimination. It wasn't until 200 years ago, when the Ryugu Kingdom became a member of the world government, that Fishman Island barely established some form of friendly relations with humans. However, even so, the merfolk and fishmen on the island could never escape human prejudice. On one hand, humans allowed Fishman Island to join the world government. On the other hand, they continued to deepen their discrimination against them behind the scenes, a contradiction that has only intensified. Many years ago, there were two who attempted to change the situation for Fishman Island and humans. Princess Otoheim and Fisher Tiger, who advocated for coexistence with humans and severing ties with humans respectively. Unfortunately, both lost their lives for their ideals. With the onset of the Great Pirate Era, Fishman Island fell into endless plunder. Pirates and the Navy ravaged the place, especially young female merfolk who became high-priced commodities in the human trafficking market. Among them, of course, were the shadows of the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons. In fact, they were the main consumers. This situation left some truly just Navy members watching helplessly, filled with a sense of powerlessness. Although the conditions on the island have improved, it is shameful that these changes were not due to the Navy's efforts. Rather, it was because of the intervention of one of the four emperors, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Whitebeard treated Fishman Island as his own territory, which deterred those pirates from easily infringing upon it. This may seem absurd, but it indeed reflects the current state of the Navy. enough to discourage the Navy members of this faction. However, the suggestion from that kitty Chen does make sense. Both fishmen and merfolk are favored by the sea. If they are willing to assist the Navy and form different salvage teams, deployed to various seas, with a salvage team stationed near each branch, then all the treasures of the sea would be within the Navy's grasp. But currently, Fishman Island is controlled by the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy currently has no intention of confronting Whitebeard head-on. Chen smiled slightly. Indeed, no need to worry. Let's wait for an opportunity. Right now, the Navy indeed has no intention of confronting Whitebeard directly, but that will change soon. Considering the time, Ace is about to encounter Blackbeard. If following the original plot, once the Marineford War begins, the Whitebeard pirates will be severely weakened. The ownership of Fishman Island will change, and the Big Mom pirates will take over Fishman Island. Ultimately, 2 years later, when Luffy sails to Fishman Island, he will finally hoist the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, the transitional period between the Marineford War and Big Mom's takeover is the best opportunity for Admiral Kazan to intervene. He can start to try to eliminate the estrangement between Fishman Island and humans, restoring trade between Fishman Island and humans. By then, Alabasta should be better built by Old Sand, which can serve as a basis for persuading the Neptune Kingdom. Of course, all these actions need to be carried out quietly, without alerting anyone. Once successful, the Navy will be like the Monkey King unbound from the tightening headband, able to strike hard against the pirates on this sea. By then, they could also bring a benevolent smile into the Navy. Akainu, Fujitora, and Kizaru will be fighting all over, dealing with pirates in various places. Wherever the iron fist of justice goes, the seas tremble. So what about me and Old Huang? Of course, we'll stay back at the Navy headquarters playing mahjong. Does the headquarters not need any combat power to stay behind? Old Huang and I will take care of the house. You all can fight outside with peace of mind. As for receiving a call from the Celestial Dragons for reassignment later, Celestial Dragons? Not familiar at all. Please don't call me. I'm afraid the underwater treasures might misunderstand. All right, since you're so confident. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air, a hint of pleasure and agreement flashing in his eyes. Then I'll wait a bit longer. He stretched lazily, relaxing against the edge of the hot spring pool, his muscles gradually relaxing in the warm water, as if every cell was being eased. Ripples gently spread across the surface of the hot spring water, and a faint mineral aroma filled the air, giving a sense of comfort. Kazan closed his eyes, feeling the comfort brought by the water temperature and bubbles. But his thoughts had already flown to the future Chen spoke of. In his eyes, a long-lost eagerness flickered. Should I inform the others about all this? Kazan's mind flashed with the faces of high-ranking Navy members, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Zephyr, Captain Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru. It seems that only Borsellino can be discussed first. The others should wait until I've salvaged my first pot of gold. Then I'll make a decision. Who? Smoker exhaled a deep puff of smoke, the mist slowly dispersing in the air, gradually being consumed by the steam of the hot spring. Kazan, seemingly lazily leaning by the pool, had his eyes half closed, his gaze still gentle, but Smoker could sense the rising heat behind that cold aura. Kazan's heart had undergone some subtle changes. That once cold and frozen state of mind had begun to thaw, igniting a long-lost passion. Kazan, Smoker's voice was low but carried a hint of excitement. Have you finally reignited your fire? Kazan slightly turned his head, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yes, it's hard not to imagine the scene of change in the future. A brand new world, where the Navy breaks free from constraints and the threat of pirates gradually dissipates. This sea may become more tranquil because of it. I'll also contribute. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. Smoker. Sand Crocodile remained silent, quietly soaking in the hot spring. The warm spring water soaked his entire body, but his heart churned like the sea. Can I really hear these words? You two Navy members, in front of me, a warlord of the sea, talking freely about how to expand military funding through salvaging treasure from the sea, thus breaking free from the world government's constraints. If all this could really succeed, then the Navy, the world government, and even the entire structure of the sea would undergo earth-shattering changes. Sand Crocodile stared at Chen's face, his heart in chaos. Colonel Chen, look at what you've done. Just a simple bath and chat, and Admiral Kazan has reignited his will. He is already planning for the future to break away from the world government. As a bystander, can I really escape this? I can't get off this pirate ship. Old Sand, you better keep your word and protect me when the time comes. We're in this together. Bang! The door of the hot spring room was suddenly kicked open, the door frame shaking violently, accompanied by a deafening shout that echoed throughout the room. Sand crocodile. Luffy's voice was filled with undeniable determination. His gaze locked directly on his sand crocodile. I will defeat you. Cheng and the others were momentarily stunned, then turned their heads in unison. They saw Luffy standing at the door, his expression excited and impulsive, and behind him, the Straw Hat crew, Ace, Vista, Joseph, and others also appeared. Admiral Akiji. Upon seeing Kuzan, Vista shouted out loud, his voice unconsciously rising by 8 degrees. How did he get here? Can someone tell me why Admiral Akiji from the Navy headquarters is taking a bath with a warlord who stole a country? Chapter 76, Old Crocodile. Do you think I'm still the same crocodile as before? The air in the hot spring room seemed to freeze, and a strong sense of tension filled the surroundings. The slight ripples on the water's surface seemed to have come to a halt, and everyone's gaze was focused on the door that had been violently pushed open. Swish! Crocodile was the first to slowly rise from the hot spring. He glanced around, looking at the shop owner and the panicking hostesses who had followed the Straw Hat crew in. Their eyes were filled with fear, unsure of how to handle this sudden situation. They had been interrupted and disturbed by outsiders during the boss's and guests' enjoyment. This was a disaster. Crocodile casually waved his hand, signaling them to leave, telling them not to panic, that they could step back. They were just ordinary people and could not possibly stop the few in front of them. As a man who had once challenged Whitebeard, he was very familiar with the people who had barged in. The Straw Hat Kid, a star from the East Blue, had recently gained a lot of fame. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division, and Vista, captain of the 5th Division. Aside from the Straw Hat crew, these were all well-known figures in the New World, sons of Whitebeard's trusted allies. However, the Straw Hat Kid was there to defeat him, and Ace and the others had come to support him. Could it be that the Straw Hat Pirates had merged with the Whitebeard Pirates? But did that matter to him now? Crocodile thought dismissively, a cold smile on his face. It no longer mattered. He took a deep breath and slowly turned to Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, asking, who do you want to defeat? Do you think I'm still the same crocodile as before? Don't you see who is behind me now? The corners of Crocodile's mouth lifted slightly, filled with confidence. Smoker, a colonel from headquarters, was sitting right behind him. Kazan, one of the highest combat powers of the Navy, was also present. And most importantly, Colonel Ichi, a man who could persuade Admiral Akiji with just a few words. A man who could severely injure Dragon with a single strike, and a man who could summon Admiral Kizaru from headquarters at any time. He was his new boss. With him around, Crocodile had never felt this confident in his life. Crocodile straightened his back, exuding a powerful aura. Ace, Vista, and Jozu. Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you be so brazen? You have disturbed Colonel Ichi's enjoyment of his bath. None of you can leave now. Ichi was watching the intruders with great interest. Was this triggering the original plot? The Straw Hat crew had actually chased them to the hot spring. But why did Ace and the others come along? Oh my, why are Nami and Vivi panicking and covering their faces with their hands? The problem is, with such a large gap between their fingers, who can't see? Moreover, 2 scorching gazes were peeking through the gap, staring intently at Crocodile's 8-pack abs. Those hungry eyes. Smoke was rising from their heads. Are you trying to cover your ears while stealing a bell? However, at that moment, Ichi felt an even hotter gaze locking onto him. He turned to see Kuzan staring at him with deep eyes. Brother Kazan, this gaze is quite scary. Ichi kid. Kazan gently curled the corners of his mouth, his tone flat yet full of meaning. Is this what you call an opportunity? Just a moment ago, Ichi had told him about Fishman Island and said he needed to wait for an opportunity. And then, just a few minutes later, look at who has barged in. Not only the 1st Division Captain Marco, whom Whitebeard valued the most, but also the captains of the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Divisions had all gathered. If he were to capture these captains, Whitebeard, who valued his family above all, would surely have no choice but to hand over Fishman Island. Ichi kid, you are truly clever. For the sake of a new Navy strategy, today I, Kazan, will make my move. Opportunity. Ichi looked at Kazan, who had stood up, and instantly understood what he meant. No, the opportunity one was talking about was after the Marineford War. It seems this opportunity is also valid. It's being offered to us by Ace and the others. If Brother Kazan captures them all, Whitebeard, that man who would give his life to save Ace. 3 captains for 1 Fishman Island. Whitebeard would definitely agree. You don't need to make a move. I will, Kazan said lightly, his tone extremely firm. As his words fell, swish, Kazan stood up and stepped toward the intruding Straw Hat crew and Ace, his gaze resolute, emanating a chilling aura. At that moment, he had shed his previous laziness and indifference, replaced by an intense determination, and the atmosphere in the hot spring room became cold. "Crocodile, you treacherous." Luffy, who still had not realized the seriousness of the situation, was shouting loudly. But before he could finish, Ace suddenly covered his mouth. "Shut up." Ace's voice was low and serious. He tightly grasped Luffy's shoulders and forcefully threw him back into the Straw Hat crew, turning his gaze toward the now-standing Kazan. His expression unusually serious. "My foolish Luffy, there's not just one warlord of the sea in front of you, but also one of the highest combat powers of the Navy, Admiral Kazan. And the man sitting between Smoker and Kazan, looking so at ease, should be Colonel Ichi, Vista's target. He is actually able to sit so comfortably between these two high-ranking Navy officers. What does that imply?" Ace instantly realized that this situation had far exceeded his previous imagination, and the seriousness of it had escalated immensely. There could be no more hesitation. "Vista, Joseph, you take Luffy and the others and retreat first." Ace made a sudden decision. "I will hold them off." "Ace, you." Luffy tried to break free, but Vista had already firmly pinned him down, whispering, "You guys retreat first. No one expected a run into Admiral Kazan here. We will cover your escape. Go, hurry." Ace urged again, his tone increasingly urgent. "If you don't leave, let's all leave together. Hurry up." Ace finally shouted, but at that moment, a chill had begun to spread through the air, and as Kazan approached, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and the coldness in the air grew stronger. Kazan's gaze was icy, like the wind sweeping through ice and snow, filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Straw Hat Luffy." He spoke, his voice low yet clear. "Fire Fist Ace." He paused for a moment, scanning the two, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. They were the grandsons of his mentor, Vice Admiral Garp. Teacher Garp has mentioned multiple times that he hopes they can become Navy officers when they grow up. But now it seems that things have gone awry. "Today, for the sake of Teacher Garp, I can let you off this time. But only this once." His voice was as cold as winter. "You may leave. However, Vista and Jaws, you two cannot leave today. The issue regarding saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users has been fixed. If you still cannot save it, please remember the contents of your bookshelf, clear your browser's cookies, and log in again to add the bookshelf." Chapter 77. Transfer Fishman Island to Ichen's name. "Who?" Ichen took a deep puff from the cigar Smoker handed him, exhaling a ring of smoke with a relaxed expression. If Kazan was ready to act, then he and the others could just sit back and watch the show. "Old Smoker, give me one." Sand Crocodile said as he sat back in the hot spring. "Old Sand, your momentum was impressive just now." Smoker teased with a smile, clearly feeling confident. Of course." Sand Crocodile snorted, evidently pleased with his earlier performance. He then turned to Ichen, his tone becoming respectful. "Colonel Ichen, we can't escape from Fishman Island, right?" Ichen smiled slightly, a hint of meaning flashing in his eyes. "There's no escaping now. Consider it a gift from the Whitebeard pirates to Kazan." Sand Crocodile raised an eyebrow. "So, is the salvage plan really going to kick off?" "Definitely. You think I was just talking?" Ichen replied. However, Ichen scrutinized Sand Crocodile. "Old Sand, are you interested too?" "Colonel, you know that Alabasta is a superpower on the Grand Line. Building it up costs a lot of money. The income of Baroque works mainly comes from bounty hunters at the entrance of the Grand Line. But how much bounty do the pirates on their first voyage really have? It's just a drop in the bucket for building Alabasta. Moreover," Sand Crocodile didn't finish his sentence. "Besides, Colonel Chen, you took away 1 billion berries. That was the operational fund accumulated by Baroque Works. Now, Baroque Works funds are already very tight. Indeed, building requires money." Ichen nodded in agreement. "If you want to get rich, you have to build roads, but building roads also costs money. Old Sand's desire to build Alabasta is commendable. After all, such a large place still has many areas that can be developed. Desert tourism, desert exploration, desert hotels. If you get tired of the sea, coming to the desert to see the yellow sand and change your perspective isn't bad. Besides, Old Sand has quite a few capable people under him. Little Phone goes without saying. He's a real man, and I like him a lot. And there's also Bonus, who is loyal to Sand Crocodile. Speaking of which, Old Sand really deserves some investment. Let us inform Kazan later. After all, it's his Fishman Island, not mine." Ichen's gaze then shifted to Kazan in the center of the battlefield. Kazan was calmly staring at the 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. "Ice Block, Icebird." With Kazan's low murmur, cold air spread from his arm, quickly coalescing into a giant icebird. The icebird spread its wings wide and shot forward like a white lightning bolt. The air in the entire hot spring room instantly turned frigid, dropping in temperature dramatically with the appearance of the icebird. Where the icebird passed, even the air began to solidify, ice and cold air spreading out. freezing the surrounding environment with a powerful impact. Rose dance. As the icebird rushed towards them, Vista leaped up suddenly, his dual swords flashing with dazzling light. Vista quickly flipped in the air, the sword shadows falling like spreading rose petals, the sword energy splattering, striking towards the icebird. The rose petals blossomed in an instant, the strike precise, splitting the icebird in two. But in the next moment, the two halves of the icebird transformed into two even colder ice cones, charging towards Jaws behind Vista with tremendous force. Shining collision. Jaws didn't hesitate to meet the ice cones head-on, his arms suddenly covered in diamonds, the shining light illuminating the entire hot spring room. He surged forward with his diamond-hard arm, crashing into the ice cones with great force. Boom! The ice cones instantly exploded in mid-air, cold air scattering, filling the air with a bone-chilling coldness. With the violent collision, a massive wave of energy erupted. Hiss! Jaws' right arm was eroded by the powerful frost, the diamond surface rapidly covered by ice, gradually disappearing beneath the ice layer. The cold spread quickly. The diamond surface began to slowly melt, and his arm became almost immobile. Damn, is this the power of a marine admiral? Jaws thought, shocked. He had never expected that Kuzan would easily freeze his arm with just one move. If Vista hadn't acted first to weaken that attack, his right arm could have been completely frozen, never to recover. Just then, Ace's figure flashed, rushing into the battlefield with blazing flames. Fire fist. Ace's roar echoed through the hot spring room, his right arm instantly engulfed in scorching flames, rapidly extending and smashing towards Jaws' right arm with terrifying speed. Sizzle. The impact of the flames was like thunder surrounding Jaws' right arm, the intense heat instantly evaporating the ice layer, the cold ice rapidly melting. Jaws shook his right arm, still feeling the lingering chill. With the combined strength of three captains, they barely managed to withstand an attack from Admiral Akiji. The admiral before him was nothing like the lazy person he had previously known. Today, he seemed to show a determination and coldness completely different from before. Moreover, behind him stood a warlord of the sea and two marine colonels. There was no way out. He could only call for Daddy. Jaws reached into his pocket where the emergency Den Mushi was kept, and without hesitation, pressed the call button. If you continue to resist, next time your arm will break. Kazan's voice was calm and firm, revealing an unshakable determination in his eyes. That previous attack was merely a test. He was that kind of person. He wouldn't question others' justice, but when others attempted to obstruct his justice, he would never let them off. Now is the time for him to fulfill his justice. Those who block the way must die. Kazan, a low and oppressive voice rang out. Daring to touch my sons. Jaws held a Den Mushi in one hand, the voice of Whitebeard echoing through it. Marine, do you want to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, do you want to see your sons again? Kazan's voice was cold and sharp, as if it came from the depths of the sea. Let's make an exchange. Exchange? Gurara, I am Whitebeard. Then get ready to come to impel down to save your sons. After a moment of silence, the entire hot spring room seemed to fall silent as well. Finally, Whitebeard's voice came through. Say your terms. Transfer Fishman Island to Colonel Chen's name. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air, slowly stating the decision he had long made in his heart. The Den Mushi on the other end fell silent. The hot spring room fell silent, and the sand alligator and Smog stared wide-eyed at Chen. Chen also looked confused. Brother Kazami? Transfer Fishman Island to my name? Merry Christmas, gentlemen. Today, after Little Yang went out to have dinner, he hurried back home to finish the code. Is it too much to ask for a little gift? Chapter 78, Fishman Island. I'm determined. The snail phone fell into silence on the other end. Kazan quietly waited, waiting for Whitebeard's answer. Transferring Fishman Island to Chen's name was a consequence of his careful consideration. Although he was passionate, he wasn't good at managing things, let alone dealing with people. Even Whitebeard merely fulfilled his promise to provide protection for Fishman Island. Only when members of the Whitebeard pirates landed on Fishman Island could they feel the warmth of the fishmen and merfolk. However, Whitebeard had not resolved the issue of human discrimination against Fishman Island. If he took over Fishman Island as an admiral, his power and strength would be enough to force the Neptune Kingdom to compromise, restoring communication and interaction between Fishman Island and humans. But would such efforts be effective? It might not truly touch the hearts of the fishmen and merfolk on the island. They had long suffered from the oppression of pirates and the cold eyes of the world government. So how could they easily trust the Navy? However, Chen was different. This seemingly lazy and indifferent guy. His outwardly carefree demeanor made it hard for people to see his true charm and many regarded him as a lazy clown. Yet, only those who had truly interacted with him would understand what set him apart. Chen possessed a unique charm. It was a quality that made people unconsciously relax, like sunlight breaking through clouds, warm, healing, and natural. He never forced closeness and didn't need pretentious words or performances to please others. By simply being himself, he made those around him feel at ease and comfortable. Whatever you gave him, he would return the same respect. In a short time spent with Chen, he found himself unconsciously lowering his guard, enjoying that sense of ease and comfort. Looking at Smoker, this friend who once vowed to oppose all pirates, he had gradually learned to relax and accept. Had Smoker lost his sense of justice? No, he could still feel the burning passion in his heart and his rapidly growing strength. He had a strong premonition, a very strong premonition. Chen was the one who could play a key role in the issue of Fishman Island. This kid could break the barriers on the island and truly help the fishmen and merfolk step out of the shadows of the past. Subsequently, they could cooperate with the Navy to help realize the treasure salvage plan from the seabed. This condition, after a long silence, Whitebeard's voice finally came through the snail phone, deep yet undeniably firm. I can't agree. Even if he had to personally go to impel down to rescue people, he wouldn't go back on his word. After all, on the other end of the snail phone, Whitebeard tightly gripped the device, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I am Whitebeard. His other hand, clenched tightly, turned slightly pale, the emotions surging within him, freezing the atmosphere of the entire room. Although he didn't know what Kazan wanted Fishman Island for, he absolutely could not easily hand it over. His sons were very, very important to him, but Neptune had helped him when he was young, and he had promised him. He had promised to provide protection for Fishman Island and vowed never to let it suffer harm. No matter what, that promise could not be easily discarded. Without Neptune's consent, he could not directly transfer Fishman Island, even if his 3 foolish sons would end up in prison. But that was his style. Kazan fell into silence. He hadn't expected that even the lives of the 3 captains couldn't sway Whitebeard. Did he really have to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates to get Fishman Island? Kazan, after a brief silence, Whitebeard's voice came through the snail phone again, faintly carrying a complex emotion. You just said you want to transfer Fishman Island to Colonel Chen. Yeah, Kazan replied briefly. Without a hint of hesitation, Whitebeard fell into contemplation again. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters each had different personalities. Kazan was the most approachable and empathetic among them. Every decision and action he took carried deep meaning. So why did Kazan choose to hand Fishman Island over to Chen? According to previous intelligence, wasn't Chen the vice admiral of Kizaru? Why was he so close to Kazan? What hidden information lay within Kazan's choice that he had yet to grasp? This thought triggered deep suspicion in Whitebeard. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes shimmering with a scrutinizing light. The safety of Fishman Island was of utmost importance, and it also involved the safety of his sons. Impel Down was a place where once you entered, it was hard to come out. Only if the Whitebeard pirates went all out would there be a glimmer of hope. But could the turning point lie with this Colonel Chen? Was Colonel Chen the one Bista had gone to find? At this moment, Whitebeard spoke again. Let me talk to him. A hint of hesitation flashed in Kazan's eyes. He then turned to look at Chen, seeking his opinion. Chen was taken aback, completely not understanding. Whitebeard wanted to talk to him. What did he want to talk about? They weren't familiar, right? He was just relieved that Whitebeard had refused. Kazan, bro, really? Without even asking him, was going to transfer Fishman Island to him. What did he want Fishman Island for? Could he eat it or play with it? Chen, Whitebeard's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of seriousness. Can you ensure that the merfolk will no longer be captured by slave traders? What does the capture of the merfolk have to do with me? Chen reflexively replied, but he suddenly stopped speaking. Wait a minute. Images of the Mermaid CAF's manager and staff from the anime flashed through Chen's mind, their beautiful figures and proud curves. Oh no, how could it have nothing to do with him? It had a lot to do with him. Once the mermaid ladies turned 30, their tails would transform into legs, and they could, just thinking about how many beautiful mermaids had been cruelly taken away by slave traders, only to be bought by those pudgy, celestial dragons, and then, although he occasionally liked to play a certain role to promote harmonious relationships between men and women, the problem was, the male lead wasn't him. Damn, just thinking about it made him feel very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable, super uncomfortable. Celestial dragons, you all deserve to die. Protecting the mermaid ladies starts with me, Chen. Who? Chen exhaled a puff of smoke. When it comes to the mermaid sister, things are different. Fishman Island, from the very first day Chen took over, Any slave ship that dares to appear near Fishman Island will be sunk by me. What? A celestial dragon's slave ship? Get out of the way, I'll sink it myself. So you dare to capture my mermaid sister? Huh? Go greet the Sea King for me at the bottom of the sea. Chen took the transponder snail from Kuzan's hands. Whitebeard, let's have a good talk about Fishman Island. Fishman Island, I'm going to claim it. Here, it comes the owner and staff of the Mermaid CAF. The manager of the Mermaid CAF, Shaylee. Staff sister 111111, staff sister 666666, staff sister 888888. If you can't find the book title, you can try searching for the author. Maybe it just changed its name. Chapter 79, Show Me Your True Strength, the strongest man in the world. Who? Chen exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze wandering through the light smoke. As the smoke ring gradually dissipated, images of Fishman Island flashed in his mind. Fishman Island? Not bad at all. He had already enjoyed the tenderness of Miss McCuff in Alabasta. He could definitely go to Fishman Island to taste different delicacies. After all, those beautiful mermaids, nourished by the sea since birth, have skin as tender as water, each inch radiating an alluring sheen. The Mermaid CAF also has many charming mermaids. It's worth noting that besides serving delicious coffee, some of them also double as dancers. They wear dazzling dance skirts, gracefully twirling, performing the mermaid dance. Hey, why am I getting a nosebleed? And the CAF's owner, Madam Shirley. She is also full of charm, with her allure and the right connections, enjoying the best service in the CAF isn't a big deal, right? Of course, if Fishman Island comes under my name, I can use a little trick to solve all the problems. Then I would become the great hero of Fishman Island. Wouldn't that mean I could check for dangerous elements in anyone's bed? Moreover, once Fishman Island is under my name, would King Neptune invite me to visit the Dragon Palace? I could enjoy myself in the Fishman Island Palace. Once I get familiar with Shirahoshi, I could ride the Sea King to explore the ocean depths. The Sea Forest. Fishman Bay, the Marin Shopping Center. A complete package of eating, drinking, and having fun. As for the construction matters, I can leave them to Crocodile. After CP9 is taken care of, they can also help with the construction. ISNT Old Sand eager to make progress? With such a large Fishman Island, you all can build it well. I'll oversee it to ensure it's interesting and fun. Thinking of this, Chen took the transponder snail and said to Whitebeard, Whitebeard, let Fishman Island come under my name. On the other end of the transponder snail, Whitebeard's roar almost shattered the air instantly. His breath quick and furious. Do you know who you're talking to? Chen kid. His voice was full of intimidation. I am the strongest man in the world. Times have changed. Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. You are getting old. Whitebeard, how much longer can you continue to protect your sons? Among the current 4 emperors, Whitebeard is already 72 years old, while Shanks is only 37. Big Mom is 66, and Kaido is 57. Whitebeard is the oldest, still called the strongest man, but time has passed. Moreover, if Ace continues to insist on hunting Blackbeard, it is very likely that the Marineford War will be triggered once he is captured. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates would lose their beloved father. Whitebeard did not roar again. He knew his body, understood the scars left from his youth, which had become increasingly difficult to bear with the passage of time. He even had to rely on alcohol to fall asleep. With internal and external injuries stacked upon each other, he won't last many years. Once he dies, who will carry Whitebeard's flag? Madical? He still lacks a bit of charisma. Then at that time, all his sons would become targets for the Navy and the other 4 emperors, which is something he absolutely does not want to see. You hand Fishman Island over to me, and I can remember your old feelings. Chen said lightly, but with profound meaning. When necessary, he could step in to protect Whitebeard's remnants. After all, King Neptune and Whitebeard are friends, without Whitebeard's assistance. Taking over Fishman Island would be extremely difficult for him. The white-bearded man on the other end of the transponder snail fell silent for a moment, then sneered coldly. Just you? A mere Navy colonel? A name recognized by Mihawk isn't enough to convince me. Whitebeard. Sand Crocodile stood up, walked behind Chen, and roared angrily at the transponder snail. Is this how you talk to my boss? Sand Crocodile kid? Daring to shout at me? Looks like you've regained your confidence. At this moment, Kazan also spoke up, his tone calm, yet unignorable. And me. His gaze pierced through the steam of the hot spring like ice. If you hand Fishman Island over to Chen, I can owe you a favor, Whitebeard. You know I'm a man of my word. If your sons fall into my hands again in the future, I can show mercy. Kazan. Whitebeard's voice on the transponder snail sank, low and hoarse. He is indeed one of the 4 emperors, but he is even more so a father, and he must consider the future of his sons. The protection of a warlord appointed by the world government and a marine admiral can indeed provide hope for his sons to escape danger. If you're still worried, Chen smiled slightly, pulled out the transponder snail from his pocket, and dialed a familiar number. The phone rang a few times before that lewd voice came through, laced with a hint of laziness and teasing. Yo, Chen kid, you called your dear boss. What's south of fun new place? Old Huang, I have a deal that needs your guarantee. You brat, I'm just a worker. Guaranteeing things isn't really my strong suit. Wait until I finish the construction. You come to play. It's on my name, free. Say it. Old man believes that Kizaru has some face in these seas. Borsalino. Whitebeard spoke up. Jo, skitty, bitebear. Have you met my deputy, San? Kizaru's attitude suddenly tightened, his voice becoming exceptionally low and serious. Whitebeard, I advise you to not do anything to my deputy. Otherwise, this deputy is someone he is very fond of. He cannot be bullied by Whitebeard. Huh. Whitebeard took a deep breath, a hint of subtle light flashing in his eyes. How could he not hear it? Kizaru's tone was already very serious. If he dared to provoke Chen, Kizaru would dare to retaliate against the Whitebeard pirates. Chen, you brat. If we count my hawk, there are already 2 warlords and 2 marine admirals backing you up. What kind of background do you have? What kind of charm and strength? Oh, Kizaru, I still have to rely on you at a critical moment. I'm hanging up. See you at headquarters. Chen briefly showcased the abilities of the Mara and know me, then hung up the phone. Whitebeard, how's it going? I can still call old me. Gururara. That's enough. Chen. Whitebeard suddenly laughed. I've seen your power. I can hand over Fishman Island to you, and even personally take you to meet Neptune. But I have 2 conditions. Let's hear them. Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze deep. First, tell me what you want Fishman Island for. Second, show me, the world's strongest man, your true strength. Chapter 80. The Ultimate Secret, Songlong Break. Kitty Chen, let me see your true strength. The voice of Whitebeard was deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of provocation and strong anticipation. As an old pirate who had roamed the seas for many years, he understood the cruelty of these waters, ruthless, realistic, and only the strong could stand tall within them. The power of speech is often determined by strength. The respect among the strong comes from the recognition of each other's power, not from fancy empty words. Kitty Chen, being favored by 2 warlords and 2 marine admirals. Is this young man impressing these strong figures with his personal charm? Clearly no. With Hawkeye's temperament, ordinary people would hardly pique his interest. Jozu, open the den mushy. Whitebeard commanded briefly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Yes. Jozu said no more, deftly pulling out a slightly bulky den mushy from his pocket and gently pressing the button. With a crisp sound, the screen of the den mushy lit up instantly, and Whitebeard's massive figure appeared on the image. At the same time, another den mushy on Whitebeard's flagship rang, and as it connected, on the other end of the screen, a completely unfamiliar yet captivating figure came into Whitebeard's view. A young man, poised and composed. Exuding en extraordinary aura Chen. Kitty Chen. Whitebeard. A cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. You want to see my true strength? Yes. Let me see why so many strong figures have such faith in you. Let's see if you are worthy of commanding Fishman Island. Whitebeard added, waiting for a response from Chen, a proof. If you want Fishman Island, prove your strength to me. Although he was indeed getting old. The title of the strongest man was somewhat nominal now. But my vision is still here. Chen did not agree immediately. His principle was to lie down if he could, to persuade rather than force. Show me a bit, kid. Kazan, standing aside, interjected with interest. Otherwise, given Whitebeard's character, he wouldn't easily hand over Fishman Island to you. His words were unreserved, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Of course, he believed Smoker's words. Chen must possess the strength to cut through the heavens. But witnessing it with his own eyes was the only way to feel that shocking impact. Kazan's words echoed softly in Chen's ears, like an invisible wind. That makes sense. Chen murmured softly, a flash of enlightenment in his eyes. Whitebeard, aside from being deeply loyal, had another prominent trait, his pride. That pride is a commonality among all strong individuals, a manifestation of domineering spirit. Without sufficient pride, how could one possibly possess the talent of conqueror's hockey? This is also a rule in the pirate world. The confidence and pride of the strong are often the source of their enduring power. A strong person who loses faith will see their strength greatly diminished. Indeed, a man like Whitebeard is not someone who can be persuaded with mere words. Chen took a deep breath, feeling the surging airflow fill his lungs. bringing an unprecedented freshness. He smiled slightly, his eyes shining with resolute light. Just showing a bit of strength could earn Whitebeard's recognition, allowing him to smoothly take over Fishman Island. Then the grand tourism plan for Fishman Island could proceed as he wished. At that moment, a low, hoarse voice came from behind him. Boss, show your strength to this world. Chen turned around to see Sandy Crocodile and Smoker standing up, their gazes fixed on him, one in front and one behind, both burning with intensity. Sandy Crocodile's eyes sparkled with fiery excitement. His anticipation for this battle had reached its peak. Smoker nonchalantly snorted, holding a cigar in his mouth, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. His expression relaxed. Kitty Chen, do no moon again. I witnessed that move with my own eyes. This colonel has seen his fair share of storms now. Even if you split the heavens again, I want to be shocked. However, I'm very interested in your expressions. Haha, Chen, you don't deceive me. All right, since you all want to watch. Chen's lips curled slightly, but a cold sharpness flickered in his eyes. Just wait and see my performance. Watch closely and learn. He turned around, his gaze locking onto Whitebeard's image. Whitebeard, tell me how you want me to show my hand. Whitebeard's massive figure on the din mushy screen trembled slightly, and his steady voice followed. You will duel with Vista. If you win against him, I will acknowledge you. All right, let us go to the sky. Don't destroy the hot springs that old Sandy worked so hard to build. That would be bad. Chen signaled towards Vista. Vista nodded slightly good. Huh. In the air above the hot springs of Yuba, the air was filled with moisture and heat, and two figures stood amidst the sweltering atmosphere. The wind gently brushed past, stirring their clothes, and the entire Yuba was enveloped in the aura of battle. On the open ground by the hot springs, Jozu held the din mushy, standing alongside Ace, both intently watching the duel in the sky. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew stood beside them, looking tense, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ace, Colonel Chen is very strong, Zoro said softly to Ace, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, his gaze solemn. They had all seen that one strike before. The members of the Straw Hat crew said little, nodding in agreement. That one strike left a deep impression on them. Don't worry, Vista is strong too. Even if he loses, it's likely to be a close match. Ace patted Zoro's shoulder, his tone full of confidence. He had deep trust in his friend Vista, and even though Chen's strength had been acknowledged by his brother and others, he believed that with Vista's strength, he would not easily fall. On the other side, Kazan and Smoker stood nearby, their eyes sharp. Behind them, Sandy Crocodile stood like a mountain, his face bearing a hint of eager anticipation. Just behind him, a group of girls in bikinis were shouting toward the sky. Brother Chen, so cool. Go for it. In the sky, under the azure sky, sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the battlefield. Vista hovered in midair, his gaze locked tightly onto Chen across from him, his heart filled with an indescribable complex emotion. Why did Dad want Colonel Chen to duel with me to prove his strength? Because this way, he could see Colonel Chen's true abilities and satisfy his own desire for battle. After all, the cause of everything is my desire to see the swordsmanship recognized by my hawk. Dad's concern is always so delicate and silent. This is Whitebeard. This is the opportunity that Dad fought for on Fishman Island. How can I easily be defeated? Vista took a deep breath, the challenge and determination in his eyes igniting into flames. Come on, Colonel Chen. He spoke with great confidence, his voice penetrating the clouds, carrying an undeniable momentum. I won't hold back. All right, then I won't hold back either. Chen's response was concise and firm. Bring it on. A glint of excitement flashed in Vista's eyes, his legs pushed off powerfully, using the force of the air to quickly adjust his posture and charge at Chen. Watching the rushing Vista, Chen crossed his sword in front of his chest, the demon blade, Qianren emitting a cold light, ready to cut through any obstacles. Ultimate technique. Chen let out a low roar, the aura around him suddenly changing, the air around him seeming to solidify due to his momentum. Azure Dragon Break. Chapter 81. Whitebeard, have you heard of the Fishman Island reform and opening up plan? Rose Blade, Flower Dance. Vista's sword cut through the air like a blooming rose, radiating undeniable sharpness and beauty. His movements were graceful and swift, the sword aura swirling and rolling in the air like falling petals. Buzz, the sword aura sliced through the air, accompanied by a faint rumble. Each sword aura, resembling rose petals, was released from the sword tip, carrying a storm-like momentum as it rapidly approached Chen. Chen stood quietly in place, his gaze coldly watching the incoming rose sword aura. You all want to see me perform, don't you? He slightly raised the corners of his lips, silently thinking. You must be tired of the breathing style, and I just use no moon from the soul cutting style, still on cooldown. Then let's use the canine tooth style. Chen tightly gripped Qianren with his right hand, holding the sword horizontally in front of his chest. The bluish-green color of Qianren gradually faded, and a faint white light appeared on the blade. As this change occurred, the atmosphere around him subtly shifted, and Chen's demeanor seemed to instantly transform from relaxed and cheerful to sharp and cold. His face no longer bore the usual cynical smile, but was replaced by depth and severity. A blue moon mark suddenly appeared between Chen's brows. Like a reflection of the moon, mysterious and powerful. A gentle breeze blew, and Chen's black hair instantly transformed into long silver hair, gently swaying with the wind like flowing silver clouds. Two blood-red, demonic patterns emerged on his cheeks, symbolizing the extraordinary and powerful. Whoosh, with a slight sound of wind. Chen slowly opened his eyes, his originally pitch-black pupils gradually turning into dazzling gold, the golden eyes sparkling with an undeniable brilliance, deep and noble. All of this left the onlookers below in awe. The corners of Chen's mouth slightly curled up, a trace of wicked charm flashing in his eyes, beneath the azure dragon. All things can be shattered. With a low shout from him, Qianren immediately emitted a slight vibration, the white light on the blade flashing like lightning. And then a surging sword aura erupted out. The sword aura seemed to come to life, spreading rapidly with a strong airflow, like a massive tornado sweeping everything around. That blue dragon-shaped sword aura spiraled violently in the air, at times twisting, at times tumbling, carrying the breath of destruction. Boom, with a loud noise. The azure dragon sword aura charged towards the rose sword aura like a storm. The rose-like beautiful sword aura was torn into countless fragments, scattering with the wind, unable to withstand the roar of the azure dragon. Damn it! Bista's face instantly turned pale, the sword aura before him like a terrifying flood sweeping in, carrying unimaginable power. He tightened his grip on the rapier, the muscles in his hands slightly trembling from the effort. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Completely unfamiliar, completely unfathomable, completely unbeatable. This overwhelming momentum. Bista's heartbeat suddenly quickened, a deep shock and fear appearing in his eyes. There's no escaping. That dragon-shaped sword aura seemed like a giant beast devouring everything, rolling in with the force of storm, threatening to consume everything he had. Help! Just then, Whitebeard's urgent voice came from the den mushy, deafening. Immediately after, Jozu acted swiftly, abruptly dropping the den mushy, his body leaping up like a cannonball, his diamond-like right arm emitting a scorching light as he charged towards the azure dragon sword aura. Stop it! Jozu roared, his momentum surging like a bursting dam. His diamond-like fist aimed directly at the oncoming azure dragon sword aura. The massive impact distorted the air, and a strong wave of energy spread outwards, raising dust and forming a huge storm. However, the azure dragon sword aura showed no signs of stopping, continuing to roar as it approached Bista. At that moment, Ace followed closely behind, his legs bursting with powerful strength, leaping up engulfed in blazing flames. The flames spread across his body like a sun about to explode. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. With Ace's shout, several circles of massive spiral flames rapidly converged into a gigantic fireball, instantly smashing towards the azure dragon sword aura. The fireball flickered like a meteor, exploding with brilliant light, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The fireball collided violently with the azure dragon sword aura, exploding instantly. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion reverberated like thunder, the sky covered in flames and dust, the scorching airflow sweeping across the entire battlefield. The powerful impact instantly engulfed Bista and the surrounding scenery, the air filled with a burning sensation, the brilliance of the flames illuminating the entire space. Tick-tock, tick-tock, with a few crisp ticking sounds, the tense atmosphere in the air seemed to suddenly return to calm. Jozu, with his right arm hanging down, covered his wound with his left hand, his face pale. Ace and Bista were also covered in dust, their clothes tattered, looking disheveled. The three of them fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to suppress their heavy breathing, their shoulders violently rising and falling. Almost too late. Ace touched his somewhat parched lips, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Luckily, they made it in time. Step! A light footstep sounded. Chen gracefully descended from the sky, his movements flowing and composed like a dancer. His silver long hair gently floated in the air, but as he slowly landed, the silver light began to fade, and his hair gradually returned to its usual black. His golden eyes also faded in that instant, turning back into his inscrutable black pupils. The expression on his face regained some of its cynical demeanor. Chen gently sheathed Qianren. Whitebeard, how was that? The silence on the other end of the den mushy was abruptly broken by a furious roar, Whitebeard's voice booming like thunder. Chen, kid, are you trying to kill my son? I saw it clearly. If Jozu and Ace had been even a moment later, Vista would have had to face that terrifying Azure Dragon Sword aura head-on. It was you who said you wanted to see my true strength. Chen shrugged, saying lazily, now you're blaming me for going all out? Look at this overprotective old man. Even if I really did cut Vista, there are sins of beans to heal him. What is the panic? I'm here. There's no accident. Whitebeard fell silent. His gaze became profound. His old comrade, Shiki the Golden Lion, was also a great swordsman. In his youth, he had the ambition to swallow the seas. Could he have executed that slash just now? After a moment of silence, Whitebeard's voice broke the tension. He took a deep breath, his gaze locking back onto Chen. Chen, kid, I acknowledge you. Now tell me, why do you want Fishman Island? Xiaoyang must explain that many pictures are really not that he doesn't want to send them, but that they can't be sent out, not even in the group. Chia's review is unbeatable. Regarding the issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users, it has been fixed. If you still can't save it, please remember the contents of the bookshelf, clear the browser's cookies, and then log in again and rejoin the bookshelf. Chapter 82. Sorry, Enel. You have to be the guardian of Fishman Island, whether you want to or not. The reform and opening up plan for Fishman Island? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, his gaze heavy as he looked at Chen on the other end of the den mushy. What is that? This term had never been heard in his long years at sea. Chen tilted his head. It means that Fishman Island will implement internal reforms and open up to the outside world. Internal reforms? Opening up to the outside? What are those things? Whitebeard's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, You brat, be clearer. You see, you still have to ask because you don't understand. Chen pouted, paused for a moment, and thought about how to explain it more directly, simply saying, It means restoring diplomatic relations between Fishman Island and humans, starting from the inside to eliminate barriers and promote economic development. Externally, it means strengthening the security of Fishman Island and sinking all the slave trader ships into the deep sea. Is that clear enough? Restoring diplomatic relations with humans? Whitebeard's eyes were deep. Do you know that rashly restoring diplomatic relations between Fishman Island and humans? Whitebeard. After all, the protection of Fishman Island relies on your strength and prestige, but how many more years can you protect Fishman Island now? The air suddenly froze, and the clouds above the hot spring seemed to press down a little lower, while the sound of the waves in the distance seemed to disappear. Hey kid, do you know who you're talking to? An angry voice suddenly erupted, filled with dissatisfaction and warning. On the other end of the den mushy, Marco's figure appeared. His gaze was sharp like an eagle, staring fixedly at Chen. Although he internally acknowledged Chen's strength, if it weren't for Jozu and Ace helping Vista would have likely been seriously injured in his duel with Chen. Although, as the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates, he knew old man S health best. But this is an internal matter of the Whitebeard Pirates, and an outsider like you has no right to interfere, let alone question Whitebeard. No one can be so presumptuous and disrespectful to old man. Marco, stand down. Whitebeard slowly spoke, his voice deep like thunder from the depths of the sea, carrying an undeniable authority. He raised his hand slightly, signaling Marco to stop. Although Marco was indignant, he ultimately chose to remain silent and stepped aside. Whitebeard's gaze returned to Chen, his eyes deep as night. He stared at the young and confident face in the den mushy, his thoughts swirling like tides. Indeed, Chen was right. In the past, he could rely on the prestige and power of the four emperors to intimidate the pirate world and suppress all forces coveting Fishman Island. However, as time passed, with age and the recurrence of old injuries, his physical strength and energy were no longer what they used to be. Many forces that once bowed before him had begun to stir. He had already sensed the undercurrents of Fishman Island, but he had no strength left to deal with them. The New World, although a territory divided by the four emperors, is currently difficult for even the Navy to intervene. But with Chen's rise, the situation is changing. Currently, among the three admirals of the Navy, two are secretly supporting Chen. He can vaguely sense that a new naval force is brewing, and this force may very well strike at the heart of the New World in the future. If that day really comes, as one of the four emperors, the aging him will inevitably become a target of the Navy's focus. He himself does not care about life and death. Having roamed the seas for a lifetime, he has never been interested in what One Piece is or ruling the world. He just wants to protect his sons on this sea. But what about after he dies? Whitebeard's gaze quietly fell on Marco. This son, who always stands up first to express anger on his behalf. Will he be able to lead the team to face this turbulent sea once he loses his protection? Whitebeard frowned slightly, a hint of subtle bitterness passing through his heart. The issue of saving the bookshelf across devices for logged-in users has been fixed. If it still cannot be saved, please remember the content of the bookshelf. Clear your browser's cookies, and then log in again and add to the bookshelf. Perhaps it is time to leave them a way out. But now, the urgent task is still to solve the problem of Fishman Island. This is his promise to Neptune and must be taken seriously. Chen, you are right. Whitebeard's voice was deep, but there was a hint of contemplation. However, can you completely eliminate the rampant slave traders on Fishman Island? His gaze was piercing, as if trying to glean the answer from Chen's eyes. I can't. Chen chuckled lightly, his tone calm and steady, his gaze sweeping over the turbulent clouds in the distance. I can, but I don't want to. You want me to stay stationed on Fishman Island? Wandering through the flowers without a leaf touching me is my style. I want to roam the seas, go to the sky island to pick gold, go to Sabaody to drink and admire beauties. How could I be bound by a Fishman Island? But a sharp glint flashed in Chen's eyes, his thoughts racing, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. However, there is one person who can. A natural ability user not in the Navy and world government records, the owner of the Rumble fruit, Enel. Chen slowly raised his head, looking at the horizon where the sea met the sky, the image of the man who claimed to be a god flashing in his mind. The Rumble fruit not only grants Enel the power of thunder, but also extreme perception. His observation hockey can cover the entire sky island, scanning the whole island like radar, eavesdropping on the thoughts of all the sky islanders. Fishman Island? That's even easier, as long as Enel is willing. He can sweep Fishman Island with his observation hockey every hour. The slave traders near Fishman Island won't even be able to hide their shadows, let alone escape. Beneath the deep sea, the conductivity of the Rumble fruit will be a nightmare for the slave ships. A single thunderbolt is enough to send all unwelcome guests to the bottom of the sea. The current problem is how to persuade Enel. Chen gently stroked his chin, the image of Enel's arrogant face flashing in his mind, and his mouth twitched. That guy, trying to persuade him with just words? He might get struck by lightning before even stepping into the Sky Island. But thinking of those mermaid girls kidnapped by slave traders, they are crying, they are calling out. They long for salvation from old man. Chen squinted, his gaze deepening. If I don't help them, who will? His palms slowly clenched into a fist, the cold touch of 1,000 blades in his palm. Sorry, Enel. You have to be the guardian of Fishman Island, whether you want to or not. Although I can't. There's one person who can. Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze firm and his words powerful. His observation hockey was strong enough to protect the entire Fishman Island. Whitebeard would come with him when the time came. On the other end of the den mushy, Whitebeard listened quietly, his eyes deep as the sea. He didn't respond immediately, but instead tapped the hilt of his sword, Song Yun Xie, slowly with his fingers. Each tap sounded like waves crashing against the rocks, heavy and forceful, with a contemplative rhythm. The surroundings were silent, everyone waiting for Whitebeard's response. After a moment, Whitebeard finally spoke. All right, I'll trust you once. Then, see you at Fishman Island. Good. Chen nodded gently, a slight smile on his lips. See you at Fishman Island. He patted the magic sword Qianren. Then let us first head to Sky Island and establish ourselves as the protectors of Fishman Island. Let's persuade them with a bit of force. Next stop, Sky Island. Xiao Yang has just recovered from a serious illness, and there's only one chapter today. Updates will resume tomorrow. The new year begins. Everything is renewed. Happy New Year. Everyone wishing you all good health and prosperity in 2025 Chapter 83. You're too loud. You're disturbing our view of Colonel Chen's perfect profile. So, Mr. Chen, see you again at Fishman Island. Bista shook off the dust from his shoulders, his tone cheerful, and a satisfied smile on his face. His gaze met Chen's, and in his bright eyes, there was no concealment of recognition and admiration. As one of the top fighters of the Whitebeard pirates, he had honed his swordsmanship through countless bloody battles. The earlier slash from Colonel Chen was like a natural disaster, tearing through the entire sky. The gap between himself and Colonel Chen was far greater than he had imagined. Vista looked at Chen and sighed inwardly, truly a young talent. With Colonel Chen in the future Navy, It is truly terrifying. Moreover, Colonel Chen has already gained Dad's approval. The Whitebeard pirate's attitude has always been as clear as the tides. Dad's decision is the creed that all sons follow. And Chen, without a doubt, has become one of them. Jaws stood beside them, his usually stern face that seemed capable of crushing others rarely showing a faint smile. He nodded towards Chen, Colonel Chen. Chen noticed these subtle changes, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Is this the charm of Whitebeard? It's indeed interesting. He pondered for a moment and casually asked, "Are you guys planning to rush back to the New World?" Bista laughed heartily, his tone filled with expectation and grandeur. "Yes, we are planning to head back directly. We'll meet at Fishman Island. I'll introduce Colonel Chen to the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates." Ace also stepped forward, arms crossed, his tone eager. "Yes, I'm a bit worried about Dad's health, so I plan to go back and check on him first. After seeing Dad, we can continue pursuing Teach. The guy won't get away." Chen looked at the determination in Ace's eyes and nodded slowly. Ace chose to return to the New World first, and then pursue Blackbeard. In such a short time, the war that had almost swept the entire pirate world would not break out. However, as long as Ace did not give up on chasing Blackbeard, the wheels of war would still slowly turn. The war was inevitable. Chen silently speculated in his heart, his gaze deep as the sea. The only one who could stop Ace was probably Whitebeard himself. But with Whitebeard's character, how could he easily let go of the traitor who harmed his family? After all, his pride was ingrained in his bones. It wouldn't be easy to persuade Whitebeard to change his decision. Chen murmured softly, "When we reach Fishman Island and see Whitebeard, I'll bring it up. I'll have done my part." Not far away, Ace waved his hand to bid farewell to Luffy. "Luffy, remember to come find me when we get to the New World. We're heading back now." He paused, suddenly becoming serious, lowering his voice to remind, "By the way, Luffy." Ace's gaze unconsciously shifted to Chen and Kuzan, standing nearby, his eyes reflecting a hint of caution and contemplation. Standing next to Colonel Chen was the Marine Headquarters Admiral Kazan. Admiral Kazan was the most renowned among the 3 admirals of the Navy. If even he acknowledged the actions of Crocodile. Ace paused, lowering his voice. Then, "The situation in Alabasta might not be as simple as you told us before." After saying this, Ace shook his hand, trying to dispel the unease in his heart. However, the image that lingered in his mind was that moment when Chen's blade fell. The azure dragon burst forth, the sword aura illuminating the entire sky. In that moment, even the 3 of them, he, Bista, and Jaws, could barely withstand that offensive. He knew very well that Colonel Chen's slash did not carry true killing intent. If that slash were infused with murderous intent, he wasn't sure if the 3 of them could still stand here. "Luffy." Ace stared intently at his brother, his voice low and firm. "No matter what, don't provoke them." He rarely treated his beloved brother with such seriousness, but this time, he had to remind him earnestly, because such power was far beyond his control. Even Dad seemed to struggle a bit. His tone lacked the usual casualness and teasing, replaced by a seriousness and responsibility as an older brother. Ace understood his brother too well, stubborn and impulsive. Once he set his mind on something, it was hard for anyone to sway him. But at least this time, he hoped Luffy could understand that some people and some powers were not something he could touch right now. Touching them meant death. Such power is not something you can shake at this moment. Remember, Ace's eyes burned like flames, hot and resolute. "Do not provoke Colonel Chen." "Got it, Ace." Luffy scratched his head, looking at his brother. "I'll confirm with Vivi again." He seldom saw Ace so serious. And although he still didn't quite grasp the weight of it all, he nodded blankly. Standing beside them, Zoro frowned slightly, silent. He could sense the weight in Ace's words. That heavy pressure was a respect and caution for true strength. Only as a swordsman could he slightly comprehend the meaning behind that oppressive feeling. Under the Azure Dragon, everything could be broken. Azure Dragon break. The image of Chen wielding his sword resurfaced in Zoro's mind. That slash, like the Azure Dragon breaking through the air, spanned the heavens, tearing apart the sky. Yet, even having witnessed it firsthand, he still couldn't capture the trajectory of that sword's momentum. He could only feel the terrifying pressure sweeping over him like a torrent. That slash, like the one he had seen before with Mihawk, completely exceeded his current understanding, making him feel as if he had stepped into an entirely different world. Another move that he couldn't comprehend at all. Zoro gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling in his heart. Is this the man recognized by Mihawk? And could Mihawk see through it? Who knows? His fists unconsciously clenched, veins popping on the back of his hands. That sense of distance, that feeling of being out of reach, stirred a hint of confusion and anxiety within Zoro. Why? Even someone as confident as Zoro, after witnessing two moves he couldn't understand, couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Can I really catch up to Colonel Chen's footsteps? Just as Zoro was immersed in that heavy and self-questioning emotion, a hand suddenly slapped heavily on his shoulder. Slap. Zoro's brow twitched, and he looked up to see Sanji standing beside him with a serious expression. His eyes fixated intently on Chen's direction. Hey, Mosshead, tell me. Sanji blinked, a slight smirk forming on the corner of his mouth. If I dye my hair silver white, will I become as handsome as Colonel Chen just now? After finishing his words, he raised his hand to stylishly comb his golden hair. Zoro was momentarily stunned and turned to glance at Nami and Vivi, who were standing at a distance, their eyes sparkling with hearts as they screamed excitedly in the direction of Chen. Zoro rubbed his forehead, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, feeling a wave of disdain in his heart. These guys weren't paying attention to Chen's strength at all. They were just awestruck by his silver-haired appearance. Indeed, just now, Chen had transformed into a figure with long silver hair, exuding an aristocratic aura. Even he had to admit that such an ethereal appearance was indeed captivating. But should the focus really be on this? That slash, the azure dragon breaking the heavens, shook the world. Shouldn't their attention be on his super invincible power? Zoro quickly snapped back to reality, his gaze falling on Sanji, who was still there striking various cool poses, lost in his fantasies. Heh. Zoro crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Your looks are nowhere near Chen's level. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji's expression darkened instantly, veins popping on his forehead, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. What did you say, seaweed head? Heh, did I say something wrong? Look at Chen's handsome face, then look at yours. Bastard, you clueless swordsman. I'll show you how tough I am today. Come on, who is afraid of who? Bang, bang. Two heavy punches landed almost simultaneously on Zoro and Sanji's heads, causing both of them to kneel on the ground, large red bumps popping up on their heads. Shut up, both of you. Nami stood in front of them, hands on her hips. You're too noisy. You're ruining our view of Chen's perfect profile. Just then, the regained Kazan walked over. His gaze was deep, directly landing on Vivi. You're the princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi, right? Vivi was slightly taken aback, realizing that this gentleman was the Admiral Kazan beside Chen. She nodded, raising her chin slightly, and responded calmly and respectfully, Admiral Kazan. I am. I would like to talk to you about Alabasta on behalf of Crocodile. Kazan continued. After that, I will head to Aruba to discuss with King Cobra. You mentioned. Kazan's gaze flickered regarding Crocodile becoming Alabasta's true guardian deity. Chapter 84. Skypea. I must have it the guardian of Alabasta? Vivi asked weakly. Kazan did not rush to answer, but instead sighed gently, as if organizing his thoughts. He had witnessed the performance of that kid Chen from start to finish. The entire process was as clear as a painting. Others might not understand, but as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, he was more than familiar with the three opponents Chen faced. Poor Gas D. Ace, the user of the Mera Mera no Mi, Flame Fruit, was the 2nd Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates, with a bounty of 550 million berries. Diamond Jozu, a user of the Ashi no Mi, Shining Fruit, had joined the White-Beard Pirates 30 years ago and was their indestructible shield. Vista, the 5th Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates, was a renowned swordsman in the New World, famous for his superb swordsmanship. These three were all well-known figures in the New World, each possessing the power to destroy a city. Yet, even their combined efforts could only withstand one attack from Chen. Moreover, in that attack, Chen did not even unleash his killing intent. As the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Kazan prided himself on his eyesight and experience, believing he could easily judge every change in the battle. Chen's move, the Songlong break, still left him in shock. The entire sky trembled with that slash. The Songlong roared, and everything shattered. That fierce blade, aura, nearly made it hard to breathe. According to Smoker's previous description, Chen's other move, the No Moon, caused an even more terrifying phenomenon. That move could split the sky and shatter the earth, swallowing mountains and rivers. Chen, how many more surprises do you have to show me in Borsalino? Kazan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He truly was the hope of the future Navy. In a new era of the Navy, there was no one who could compare to him. It wasn't just his overwhelming strength. The new values and ideas Chen displayed also resonated deeply with him. From Chen, he saw the direction of the Navy's future and a whole new possibility. That unrestrained attitude, daring to break conventions, made the Navy's shackles seem foolish and outdated. Kazan looked up, a surge of excitement rising in his heart. If Chen could truly lead the Navy toward that future, what kind of era would it be? However, he had to deal with the current matters first before discussing the future. Kazan snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on Vivi. According to common sense, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, even if Alabasta was a member state of the world government, he shouldn't have to personally explain these matters. However, from his observations, that kid Chen indeed wanted to build this country into a more prosperous and powerful one. Crocodile had already shown his attitude through his actions, and the title of King Cobra was also quite to his liking. Since that was the case, he would put in a little effort to clarify everything to ensure that Alabasta's future could develop smoothly according to Chen's envisioned future. He paused for a moment and slowly spoke. I have a general understanding of what Crocodile has done to Alabasta. The new scene in Yuba, I believe you've seen it. That was built overnight by Crocodile, and the prosperity of Yuba is just a small reflection of Alabasta's future. Vivi listened quietly, pondering in her heart. Kazan continued, his tone carrying a steady determination. I guarantee in the name of Admiral of the Navy that what Crocodile does in the future will only benefit Alabasta. He paused, looking into Vivi's eyes, so the previous matters are all in the past. Vivi fell silent for a moment, a complex mix of emotions surging within her. She lowered her head, her thoughts in disarray. When she first entered Yuba, she was indeed shocked by everything before her. The old Yuba was a wasteland, desolate and bleak. Yet now, the city before her radiated an unprecedented vitality and prosperity. Perhaps all of this was truly a misunderstanding. Vivi slightly nodded, her doubts gradually dissipating. After all, if Admiral Kazan said so, what reason did she have to continue doubting? Moreover, if all this could make Alabasta better, then she was willing to believe it. Vivi looked up to express her gratitude to Kazan. Thank you, Admiral Kazan. No, if you want to thank someone. Kazan stretched lazily, casually pointing to Chen, not far away. Thank that kid. Without him, Alabasta's issues might not have the most correct solution. Vivi followed Kazan's finger and saw Chen surrounded by a group of girls in bikinis, unable to escape. They laughed and played, as if the entire world revolved around Chen. Chen, big brother. Wow, that transformation just now was so cool. Colonel Chen, with flowing long hair, is truly irresistible. So noble. Transform again, please. Please. Big brother Chen. I want to touch your silver long hair. I want to touch. Haha. Chen wrapped his arms around them, saying, don't rush. Wait until Big Brother finishes his business. None of you little fairies can escape. Instantly, he easily broke free, lit a cigar, and said to Smoker beside him, Old Smoker, notify the lieutenant colonel and Tashiji left on the warship. Who? Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. Is the next destination confirmed? Confirmed. Next stop, Sky Island. Sky Island? Kazan interjected, seeming a bit interested in this destination. Is that where the guardian of the Fishman island mentioned by Whitebeard is? Chen nodded, a glimmer of deep thought flashing in his eyes. Yes. Then, images flashed through his mind, the outline of Sky Island gradually taking shape in his heart. While persuading Enel, he could also take the opportunity to have some fun on Sky Island. The island girls with their pure white wings are also quite enchanting. Of course, the most important thing is Skypiea. Skypiea on Jaya Island is renowned for its beauty as the land of gold. That shining city, every inch of land is made of gold, especially the golden bell standing in the center. Whenever it rings, the sound resonates through the heavens. 400 years ago, the updraft current swept half of Jaya Island into the sky, becoming Sky Island. And the land of gold, Skypiea, also fell asleep above Sky Island. This batch of gold, I must have it.